Chapter 571. The number of ownerless husks collected by Leah is enormous, numbering approximately over 100,000, representing various races. Of course, some are in good condition, others in bad, with the worst essentially being a half-rotten skeleton. But Leah can repair them. It's just a matter of spending a bit more core energy. These husks will serve as starting husks for new players after they consume the Dark Forest supplies. At that time, MOU will move the spawn point for new players to the north, coinciding with a wave of version updates. Although new players' benefits have been reduced, this is no longer the God War era, when they needed to conceal their identities and engage in mischief under the God of Winter's nose, or quietly transport large quantities of supplies. Previously, giving players dual husks was a tactic, but now that the God War is victorious, these husks have returned to their original purpose. Of course, it's not appropriate to cancel a benefit already granted to players, so MOU didn't overly cancel the multiple shell bonus. Instead, he quietly collected all the shells found in the north. If players can still find shells that can be bound, they can naturally enjoy this benefit. And considering players' preference for alchemical figurines, the new orc shells and Northland spawn points might not be implemented for a few years. Well, who knows, after opening the South Continent map, we might find even more shells for new races. After resolving a multitude of miscellaneous issues, MOU finally turned his attention to the still blank canvas. I still haven't found any inspiration for the Dharma image, and I'd basically finished all the other work I could bring up. So let's just fish for a while. So, happily, it was decided, beneath the abyss, waiting at the entrance of the Azure Sea Church outpost in the Mermaid Village, a black-haired, black-eyed human adventurer leaned against the Kong-shaped gate, a homemade cigarette dangling from his lips. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he leaned back decisively, a water blade flying towards him severing his cigarette in two. "Damn, this stuff's expensive," he muttered, half-jokingly, glancing regretfully at the half-eaten cigarette on the ground. "I told you not to smoke, it's bad for your health." A tall man emerged from the conch church, straightening his newly donned priest's robes, adjusting his gloves, and fastening his custom-made silver-rimmed glasses, his tone indifferent. "I recommended you to the game because I was worried you'd die from insomnia. Don't be ungrateful, okay?" Abyss said, then glanced at the man. "TSK, the priest class really suits you." "Yeah." The man with the ID can heal but not himself nodded in agreement. "It really suits me." "Perfect timing. Want to join our team? I get some people to help you level up." Abyss asked. "This is a team-specific perk of experienced players helping newbies. You won't get it without joining a team." "Okay, let's join." Can heal but not himself wasn't too picky, "But I'm only playing this game to get some sleep. I rarely play games. I don't know any skills or gameplay." "It's okay, just be your healer." Abyss grinned, revealing a long-planned smile. Taking advantage of the team's large number of high-level players, he directly took Can heal but not himself to the teleportation array, sending him straight to the Northern Territory. Now that the God War is over, the entire Northern Territory map has become an allied region, and the teleportation arrays are fully operational. You can now directly access the newly added teleportation arrays at various outposts throughout the Northern Territory without needing to accumulate military merits or progress through the main storyline. So when Ningibuzii teleported to their team's outpost in the Northern Territory, he was greeted by a huge horde of fluffy white tigers. Ningibuzii, The scene was strangely adorable. Abyss below quickly switched to his white tiger form and started recruiting. "Hey, let's level up. Anyone free, come join us." Black Cat Never Sleeps came running over, caught a glimpse of the priest's uniform on the person standing next to Abyss below, smoothly turned and prepared to run away. Then Abyss below pulled him back with a grappling hook. Black Cat, who wouldn't sleep, dug his paws into the ground, being dragged back by Abyss with grappling hooks, leaving 2 deep furrows in the snow. "No, boss. I really can't do it. He's a priest." "No, I really can't." Abyss spat at him. "Stop talking nonsense. Have I ever complained about leading you bunch of noobs? Come and get to work." Black Cat, unable to resist, finally gave up. "Then at least bring Miss. We need a druid." "Relax, he's enough," said Soul Stealing. "But, would you mind bringing another priest? I changed classes too." Black Cat screamed in terror. "No. Miss, why aren't you training a druid to a priest? Priests can break bones and fight." Shishin Lingpa clasped his fists together. "And don't you think this uniform is super cute? Oh, and I told the mermaid girl that if you have a half-orc body, you can get a full uniform in one size." She spun proudly, her tiered, puffy skirt swirling, making her look like a princess at a ball. An orc-style one. Help! Help! Captain, please bring another non-priest healer, or we're doomed. Black Cat Never Sleep clung to Abyss's leg, wailing desperately, I don't want to be disemboweled and die on the operating table by my teammates, Captain. I told you I wouldn't. Abyss cleared his throat, looked around, I'm too tired to grind anymore. Let's level up together. Are you satisfied with bringing an astrologer? Hey! Coming! Truly too tired to grind anymore, Black Cat ran over upon hearing the captain's summons. Captain, where should we level up? Let's catch some terror birds. We can have a victory celebration after leveling up. Abyss considered for a moment. The terror birds aren't high level, and they have a lot of joints, so you can all handle them and practice your skills. Let's go! Heartbreaker clenched his fists and jumped around, looking like he was about to box. I can't wait to try out this violent priest. Black Cat Never Sleep was in tears. Don't cry. Kill the terror bird and have those two priests deb one it for you, then make you some boneless chicken feet. The Abyss said. Holy crap, you can do that? Captain, you're brilliant. Chapter 572. These monsters really do look quite whimsical, commented the healer, looking at the indescribable creature ahead. A bird-like being that rolled around on 7 or 8 legs, but kept its head still. Don't let its scruffy appearance fool you. It has a surprisingly high meat yield. One is enough for 3 family buckets and a plate of chicken feet, said the Black Cat. And the meat is really delicious. Leveling up is simple. You go up and use your water blade to attack the monsters from a distance. We take care of the rest, and you get the experience. Get your level up to the monster level here, and then you can start leveling your skills normally, explained the Abyss, worried that the healer hadn't played many online games. Understood. The healer adjusted his glasses, picked out a moa that looked pleasing, and a water blade flew out like a razor blade. -1. The terror bird turned its head, staring intently at the level 1 healer. Run backward, don't let the monsters peck you, and don't pull any other monsters. Kill this one before moving on to the next. Abyss below shielded healer behind him, skillfully reloading, firing, and hitting the target. Once we get used to this rhythm, we can try pulling more monsters and taking them down in one go. That will be more efficient, but survival is the priority. Abyss below said, tossing the dead terror bird's corpse in front of healer. We can pull one now. By the way, corpses can also be used to train skill proficiency. You can dismantle the terror bird's corpse while we're fighting monsters and train your skill proficiency first. When releasing a water blade, you can adjust its blade shape. It's said that rotating it like a bone saw blade is most effective. Got it. Nengibu Z unleashed a few more water blades, this time trying to spin them into a saw blade shape. Sure enough, they dealt decent damage, -301. Well, considering the huge level difference, this damage number is quite good. Abyss below nodded, keep the rhythm, dismantling the bodies while attracting monsters. Okay. Nengibu Z had just nodded when he saw Black Cat Not Sleeping place several large basins beside him. He paused for a moment and asked, what are these for? Put the boneless chicken feet here, the bones here, and the rest of the chicken here. Black Cat Not Sleeping grinned, do a good job. I make you a delicious meal later. You really know how to order people around. It's ridiculous to not heal yourself when you can. It's no waste of effort anyway. So the two priests used their water blades to lure the monsters. After the first strike, they focused on dissecting the bones. After a few strikes, all the joints of the moa snapped apart at the joints. A simple cut with the water blades allowed them to completely remove the bones. Wow, this skill is perfect for making boneless roast chicken. Black Cat, who wasn't sleeping, returned to take a look mid-battle. He saw boneless chicken feet neatly stacked in the basin on the left. In the middle was a pile of white bones. On the right was a pile of undefeated boneless moa bodies. You could even make a 4-treasure meal. What is 4 treasures in a set? Asked the soul-stealing spirit. It's delicious, similar to Russian nesting dolls. You stuff boneless quail with 8 treasure, filling into a boneless pigeon, then stuff it into a boneless chicken, and finally into a boneless duck. That's 4 treasures in a set. I heard there's something similar abroad, where you stuff boneless chicken into a boneless duck, and finally into a boneless turkey or goose before roasting. What a hearty dish. We absolutely must have one Chinese and one Western version. Aside from the aloof expression of can heal myself, everyone else instantly drooled. Someone can deb one it, no problem. 80% of the difficulty in this dish lies in the endless debbing, the remaining 20% is about seasoning and cooking time. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep expertly packed the priest's hard-earned produce into his backpack, then carried over a few more moa carcasses, Keep it up. Skill proficiency is very important. Heart-stealing spirit, you talk a good game, but don't think we don't know you're just trying to freeload off us. Black Cat doesn't sleep scratched his head. Hee, you can't say that. You be the one who enjoys the meal the most later. Heart-stealing spirit, then I want garlic and spicy and sour. Plus passion fruit. So annoying. But what he said was absolutely right. He had no choice but to channel his anger into his appetite. Once the spoils had been deboned and neatly arranged in a basin, the priests had reached a level where they could fight monsters on their own. Thanks to the sacrifice of dozens of Moa birds, their bone removal and water blade skills were now maxed out. Even without their teammates' support, they could easily survive against monsters no more than 5 levels higher. This game is, after all, a VR experience game, and leveling up can't always rely on teammates feeding them experience. Without hands-on combat experience, there's no awareness of combat, positioning, or even attack strategies. So, once the 2 priests were pulled to the level of nearby monsters, they stopped squatting in the trenches piled with Moa bird corpses removing bones, and started fighting monsters with their teammates. To help them get started faster, the Abyss assigned 2 priests to each take on a terror bird, while the other teammates provided support and protection. Then, they discovered that the priest was a class that excelled in both solo and team combat. The rather violent mind-controlling spirit cast a water ring, with the shortest possible diameter around itself before charging in to attack the terror bird. The bone-breaking gloves, with magical metal inlaid at the knuckles, are comparable to brass knuckles, delivering powerful blows. Amidst a sickeningly sharp cracking sound, the terror bird's attacks failed to penetrate her defenses, each one leaving her wounded and sent flying. She was quickly paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up, her throat slit by several devastating water blades. Big Sister is so strong. Black Cat Sleepy shrank back. This class isn't a healer, it's clearly a monk. And a monk who can throw magical water saws. Physical, magical, melee, ranged, and healing, it's ridiculous. This setting? He lowered his head to think for a moment, then instantly realized, damn, isn't this the Crimson Demon? The Crimson Bodhisattva? Hey! Black Cat. Watch out behind you. Black Cat Sleepy's intense complaints resulted in him completely missing a monster charging out from behind. It was a yak, either startled, or perhaps enraged, that shoved Black Cat Sleepy, who was blocking its path, far away, before galloping off into the distance. Huh? What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 573. Sorry, we don't know what happened. The monster we were pulling lost aggro and suddenly charged towards you. A group of players, panting heavily from chasing the yaks, were also there to level up. Is this young man alright? I'm fine. The healer crouched down beside the barely alive Black Cat Sleeping. Just multiple fractures and a horn piercing his abdomen, it's treatable. Don't say such terrifying things so casually. Black Cat Sleeping tremblingly stretched out his hand towards the abyss. Boss, help. I need a druid. A seer, an astrologer will do. The abyss ignored him, instead saying to the healer, he's yours now, perfect for practicing, bone setting, and bandaging. No. Black Cat Sleeping screamed, then the healer pinched his neck, and he fainted. Is he dead? No, I just made him slightly unconscious. It's easier for me to treat him if he doesn't move or resist. Does unconsciousness cause disconnection? So this is disconnection, right? Ignoring the other's comments, the healer deftly used his skill. His gaze calmly swept across the small window, and he nodded approvingly. The design is quite practical, and the equipment is complete. He completely ignored the countdown timer on the window, skillfully disinfecting his hands and medical supplies with disinfectant, then proceeded to stop the bleeding, clean the wound, set the bone, immobilize, suture, and bandage, all in one smooth motion. When he clicked complete, the countdown hadn't even reached halfway. The operation was a success. Never mind the doctor, he calmly raised his glasses, a true boss. Black Cat's health bar instantly refilled, no longer in the horrific state of a broken stomach and shattered bones. He slowly woke up. Damn, did the boss just kill me? Holy shit, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in frustration. This is the first time I've seen a priest truly heal someone to full health. This guy's a real boss. Deep Abyss's tone was filled with pride. He looked at Nevermind, only to find him lost in thought. What's wrong? The system gave me an achievement title. It said it was congratulating me for successfully completing my first operation and earning the medical license title. With this title, you can activate the advanced skills, Emergency Suture LV45, Field Surgery LV50, and neural reconnection at the corresponding level. Level 66, and potentially gaining more patients' trust. It's reasonable to require a license to practice medicine. No wonder there are so many quack priests who kill people, they're all unlicensed. The players who came chasing the bull were also shocked. Apparently, the idea of priests as quacks has become so ingrained in people's minds these days that no one has ever seen a priest who can truly heal a patient. In other words, this class is designed to be a shield healer. If the shield is good, healing isn't really necessary. Furthermore, their attack power is quite high. Otherwise, they'd be subject to professional discrimination, making it difficult to form a team. So a priest isn't just an orthopedist, but orthopedics is the only basic entrance exam? Passing the exam unlocks other, more advanced healing skills? This class is quite interesting. Thinking about it carefully, the orthopedic surgeon's role and main business of protecting sailors fit in perfectly with the pirates' Blue Sea Church. Think about it, pirates often lose limbs and use wooden hooks as substitutes. Amputation is no small surgery. It can easily lead to massive bleeding and death, not to mention having to install those broken hooks and wooden prosthetic legs. How does this game manage to blend fantasy with realism, absurdity with plausibility? Awesome, absolutely awesome. Black Cat, with tears in its eyes, hugged the leg of the doctor who couldn't heal himself. Holy crap, you're a true master. I never doubt your medical skills again. I learned something. So from now on, only team up with priest players wearing the medical license title. Everyone gathered around to observe the healer who already had the achievement title, truly a pro player. Add him as a friend so we can team up later? Hey, this is our team's own healer, not for loan. The Abyss sent the group away. Let's go, we had enough of the terror birds, time to try something higher level. Priests, capable of both melee and ranged combat, and providing both shielding and healing for the team, are definitely in high demand. Especially rare resources like the healer, who can truly heal. We must keep a close eye on them, and not let other teams snatch them away. Let's not level up for now. The healer stood up, brushing the snow off his clothes, a bit cold, and a bit hungry. We were supposed to have a victory celebration, right? Let's do it now. Abyss rolled its eyes. Come on, Black Cat, let's go back and start a fire to cook. Show off your culinary skills to this big shot. Okay. By the way, is the big shot a doctor in real life? He seems so awesome, I didn't feel any pain at all. Black Cat, not sleeping, circled around the doctor diligently. Yes, the doctor replied succinctly. Sure enough, I knew a normal person couldn't play such a difficult game. Heart-stealing and soul-shattering, said. Not necessarily. The operations are quite simple, much simpler than in real life, and don't really test the precision and stability of hand movements. Anyone with some first aid knowledge, and who knows the steps should be able to do it, said the healer. I guess it's just that this class is new, and most people haven't figured out how to play it yet. That's true. Who hasn't restarted a few times while playing Super Blade Master? It mainly comes down to practice makes perfect, but mastering this skill requires players to die a lot. Cough. Are you planning to release a guide? If there were, it would probably be much easier for everyone to play this class in the future, asked the Black Cat who doesn't sleep. No, I'm here to catch up on sleep, not to work overtime. Do you think I haven't died fast enough from working 24/7? The healer decisively refused. The Abyss glanced at the Black Cat who doesn't sleep. The Black Cat immediately admitted defeat. I was wrong. Boss, I'm just glad you're having fun. What would you like to eat? Just order, I can make anything. Then, how about that 4-course meal I mentioned earlier, 1 Chinese and 1 Western fusion? You have to deb one it yourself, I won't help. The Black Cat, still awake, Chapter 574. Subject, Freshly Baked Priest Guide, take it if you need it. Posted by, On Rotation in the Emergency Department. Content, are you all finding the newly released Priest class difficult to play? Let me tell you from experience, it's actually not that bad. Just some basic first aid medical knowledge is all you need to handle it. It's about the level of various old school single player medical games. I'm a newbie in real life too. The medical knowledge in this post is only for the priest classes, bandaging, and bone setting, minigame windows, and cannot be completely applied to real life. Please pay special attention. These past few days, I've seen a lot of videos of people failing on the forum. The main problem is that they're overly focused on the countdown timer, not knowing how to proceed, leading to frantic and haphazard actions, resulting in accidentally injuring blood vessels, and causing various types of massive bleeding. Actually, I tested it. Resetting the countdown to 0 only tells you that the treatment time is up and the treatment has failed. It won't cause more serious consequences for the player unless your patient is already in a state of severe blood loss and on the verge of death. Otherwise, leaving it alone might have less consequences than haphazard treatment. The priest starts with 2 healing skill minigames. The bandaging skill is for minor external wounds. The system won't provide step-by-step instructions, but remember to clean and disinfect the wound first, then stop the bleeding. Suture the wound if necessary, and then bandage it. If there are many foreign objects in the wound, use tweezers to remove them. If they are too deep to remove, you can use a water blade scalpel to gently cut open the skin and remove the foreign objects. If the wound is contaminated with tissue, you may need to use a scalpel or scissors to remove it. You could apply some alchemical anesthetic to the area before proceeding. Note: do not use the water blade bone saw. Do not use the water blade bone saw. Do not use the water blade bone saw. I'm saying it 3 times because it's important. When disinfecting, start from the edge of the wound and work outwards. The disinfectant provided by the system is likely some kind of alchemical potion. Normal use has no side effects, but pouring the entire bottle onto the wound will cause a noticeable burning sensation and will actually deduct health. Please avoid this. Next, let's talk about bone setting. After successfully completing the bone setting surgical mini-game treatment for the first time, the system will award you the Medical License Achievement. Wearing this achievement will unlock the advanced skills, Emergency Suture LV45, Field Surgery LV50, and Nerve Reconnection LV66 at the corresponding levels. Therefore, the priest is not entirely an orthopedic surgeon. This is just the beginning. Later, there are also surgery and neurosurgery content. When starting with bone setting, remember to disinfect your hands and medical instruments first. Also, do not pour a lethal dose of disinfectant onto the patient's wound. Normal disinfection is sufficient. If there's an open wound that's bleeding continuously, it's recommended to prioritize suturing the blood vessels to stop the bleeding before dealing with other miscellaneous tasks. Otherwise, you might leisurely finish cleaning the wound while the patient bleeds to death. Since most damage players suffer in combat is external, and there are also various fractures, bone setting can indeed handle most situations. Poisoning, debuffs cannot be healed by priests temporarily. They can only be blocked with a water shield. Remember to shield first, then heal, prioritizing the shield. The best doctor treats illness before it manifests. BNK, a legendary physician, was right. The general priority for wound care is disinfection, hemostasis, for heavy bleeding, debridement, fracture repair, suturing and bandaging. Before suturing, be sure to complete all treatment steps. Make sure not to miss any wounds or leave any medical equipment behind. Because the minigame content you encounter is largely random, I cannot rule out situations where this priority may be violated. Please use your logical thinking and prioritize urgent threats that could cause serious injury or death before addressing less urgent issues. It is particularly important to note that medical equipment includes needles, pointed tweezers, scalpels, bone saws, and other sharp objects that can easily damage blood vessels and organs. Priests must exercise extreme caution when handling these items to avoid accidentally injuring the patient. Note, in fact, it seems that 80% of novice priests accidentally injure the patient during treatment, resulting in a major failure of their skills. I'm trying to say that the bone saw isn't used very often, so new priests, please put it down. Also, priests can actually heal at both close range and long range. Close range healing is instantaneous, and every step you take will be directly reflected on the patient. Long range healing, on the other hand, is instantaneous, and the healing will only appear on the patient when the priest presses the done button in the minigame. This allows a half-health patient to continue fighting monsters, while the priest performs the surgery remotely without requiring the patient to lie down and cooperate. Both skills have a maximum range of 30 meters, so priests can find a safe place, shield themselves, and heal calmly. There's no need to rush, which can easily lead to accidents. The water ring and water bubble shield are actually quite useful. When performing surgery, I recommend increasing the diameter slightly. This will almost certainly make it through a round of bone set. If priests really can't heal, I suggest abandoning that skill altogether and switching to being a killer doctor, focusing solely on damage and shielding. After all, priests' attack skills and shields are incredibly powerful. Bone removal can easily deal damage to an enemy's area, crippling their attack, stance, and movement abilities. And shields like the water ring also have a knockback effect, turning a mage into an invincible turret. and water blades, which can automatically change their condensed shape and hardness. The best result in our tests was the bone saw form. With the rotation bonus, it crits every time, and can kill a small enemy with one strike. However, higher hardness comes with a higher mana cost, so maxing it out isn't the best option. Priests, please experiment and find the combination that feels best for you. Next, let's discuss class combinations. I highly recommend mages teaming up with a priest if they don't have a tank. After the priest shields the mage can act as a turret and deal mindless damage. The priests can also equip themselves with a ring or shield. If you're proficient in bone removal, you can skip it and immediately disable both enemies from the start. For melee combat, very useful. If you're teaming up with a priest who doesn't have the medical license, achievement, a world knight, or a warrior, I recommend prioritizing the tank. After all, both world knights and warriors have excellent health recovery skills, far more effective than the healing of mediocre healers. The world knights and a few warriors I've seen die recently were all killed by mediocre healers, not monsters. It's truly heartbreaking. Also, when priests have nothing else to do, they can help the magic chef prepare various food ingredients that require devoning. Bone removal is incredibly convenient for devoning, highly recommended. Chapter 575. Once Aelian had learned to expand his domain to accommodate a single person, Charloria had nothing more to teach him. The rest of his life depended on Aelian's continued practice and growth. Climbing the divine rank is always a solitary endeavor, and the help others can offer is extremely limited. As one progresses, one's personal circumstances will also change due to the varying powers and concepts wielded, and the experience of others may not be applicable. Mou and Aelian returned to AMT County just as Narcissus contacted them. The supplies they had previously purchased with holy coins had arrived. At this point, the clerks from the city council, previously hired, could finally be put to good use. Mira Denton, who was working, beeped on her tablet, and a supply receipt task popped up. For a moment, the office was filled with a flurry of beeps. She looked around and saw several clerks also receiving supply tasks. They exchanged glances, nodded, and headed towards the loading dock south of the city. On the way, the clerks chatted in groups of 3 or 4. What a huge amount of supplies this time. This is just the first batch. They say there's more to come. But now that there are more people in AMT County, the Lord probably wants to stockpile more supplies. The Lord is so rich, buying so much supplies on the spur of the moment. No, these supplies were exchanged for the holy coins returned by the people of St. Sun Town during our last assessment. If the holy coins aren't spent, they're just like waste paper. It's more cost-effective to exchange them for supplies. I see. I was wondering how to spend the holy coins, so they're used to buy things in the southern continent. Yes. The people of Holy Sun Town bought a lot of things at once, and prices have gone up a little recently, but after these supplies arrive, prices will probably come down again. But the adventurer coins that the people of Holy Sun Town received were paid for by the Lord, right? Those are taxes collected by the town, and the Lord also subsidized some. But this means that the Lord used the taxes to buy a large amount of supplies more cost-effectively. I'm in charge of finances, so I can see the town's accounts. The supplies we received when it snowed were also subsidized using various taxes collected by AMT City. Mira immediately perked up her ears to listen carefully. Huh? It's taxes? You guys didn't think it was free, ha? I really didn't know that. Then we better do a good job of publicizing it. Well, that's one of the duties of the city council clerks, to let the people know where their taxes are going. Actually, we post a detailed list of tax usage on the city council's bulletin board, and you can also check it with the magic dolls. You can see how much tax was used for city construction this year, and how much was used to ensure people's livelihoods. The Lord says this is called transparency. Oh, I really never noticed that. After all, most of us were subsidized before we joined. We couldn't even afford to pay taxes. But now, a portion of our wages is deducted from our salaries before they are paid. Actually, it's quite good. I feel like I paid back the debt I owed the Lord and the city. A loan repaid is a loan easily borrowed again. It's a very happy thing to be able to provide more people living in poverty with life-saving food, clothing, and bedding, just like we were the ones who received aid before. So, are these supplies also for distribution? Our job is to count and inspect the supplies, then categorize and store them in the warehouse. As for how they will be used, that depends on the Lord's arrangements. I guess some will be stored in spatial items for emergencies? The other part will go into the official shop to sell, supplementing tax revenue. After all, Not all tax revenue is used to aid the poor, more than half is used for the construction of public facilities in the town, so all sorts of new facilities and buildings are popping up in Ant New City every day. That makes perfect sense. I'm increasingly impressed by how great and powerful our Lord is. They laughed and chatted as they walked to the unloading area, instantly stunned by the massive caravan and cargo. So many people. And so much cargo. Oh no! Why are there so many livestock? Quick, watch those sheep. They're secretly munching on the straw used to shield the wagons from the rain. The clerks instantly panicked, rolling up their sleeves and rushing over. Great, you finally arrived. Narcissus looked exhausted. Hurry up and hand over the goods. There were so many livestock this time, transporting them took us a lot of effort. Live animals can't be put into spatial storage, and there's a lot of cotton on the wagons. That stuff is too bulky, it's difficult to put it in spatial storage either. A little bit of it would fill up the space. Here it comes, here's the list. Myra's section chief expertly took the list from Narcissus, divided it into several portions equal to the number of people, and handed them to the various clerks. Everyone, find your assigned goods, check them, and put them into storage after verification. The Lord's order was far too large to ship all at once. Narcissus had only delivered the first batch, so the clerks had to verify and check against the shipping order provided by Narcissus. Once storage was complete, they could automatically distinguish between delivered and pending deliveries in the system's master order. The goods and the spatial artifacts were easier to handle. After random checks and counting, they could be scanned and registered all at once using a tablet. After pressing the Confirm Storage button, the goods would automatically disappear and appear on the tablet as stored in the public spatial warehouse of AMT County. Live animals were more difficult to handle. The clerks had to use tablets to scan each animal for diseases, excessive thinness, and contamination levels. After testing, the animals were herded from one pen to another for counting, then tagged by their necks or legs and sent to a farm inside or outside the city according to system instructions. Many druids also received missions to help purify the livestock, while animal trainers helped drive and control them. Through the combined efforts of all parties, herds of cattle, sheep, horses, chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, or rather, similar species of this world, were finally categorized and sent to their new homes. After completing everything, the exhausted clerks rested, either sitting or lying down, in clean tents, while the workers at the unloading yard used shovels and water jets to sweep away the piles of animal manure and scattered straw, collecting them and transporting them to the composting plant in the northwest suburbs of the city. Chapter 576. After completing the handover, Narcissus slept for a whole day at the inn before finally appearing before the Lord. This trip transporting these livestock almost killed me, little Narcissus complained listlessly, clearly having suffered greatly. Oh, you must have had a hard time. I acquired another batch of holy coins. Mo put down his teacup, drawing out his words. Please don't mind, keep placing your orders. You can buy whatever you want. Narcissus perked up instantly. This time, I'd like to exchange some Nazoros, Mo said with a smile. Just use the normal exchange rate. If you intend to continue purchasing goods later, is this really necessary? Narcissus asked in confusion. No. Angelmes has been reorganizing her church recently. The Church of the Wrathful Sea has been renamed the Church of the Azure Sea, and there will be some changes in the church personnel in the southern continent. Mo took a sip of his black tea. I heard that some adventurers have also chosen the ocean god as their faith. To help them better establish themselves in the southern continent, I also need to open up the service of exchanging adventurer coins for Narcissus. Narcissus immediately understood. Adventurers are going to the southern continent. That's great. The southern continent doesn't have a druid purification hall yet. Our people have to sneak around all the way to Pohnpei town for purification. If the Church of the Azure Sea also offers purification services, that will be much more convenient. Mo's smile froze for a moment. This guy is really honest. Just thinking about the Church of the Azure Sea opening up druid purification services, doesn't he want to introduce new services to the Earth Mother and arrange them in her church too? This newly minted young merchant's growth during this period has been quite encouraging, but he still lacks experience and is not yet as shrewd as his father and elder brother. That's for the best. If the Southern Continent Merchant Guild is willing to provide some convenience to these adventurers and the Azure Sea Church, we are also willing to offer more assistance. However, how to conduct these collaborations without being suppressed or sanctioned by the Church of Light needs careful consideration. Relationships between forces are like international relations. Even if everyone knows they dislike each other or even have deep-seated hatred, they can't just start a war recklessly. After all, Everyone has the same weakness. You have believers in people, and so do I. Even gods fear losing their faith. The winter god's example is a stark warning. Each person in charge of a faction has their own calculations. Unless there's a plausible reason and a surefire victory, most of the time the two factions are like dogs barking at each other through a glass door. When separated by a door, everyone knows the other can't hit them. It's all just empty talk and posturing. But once the door is actually opened, they instantly transform into warm smiles, shaking hands and engaging in pleasant conversation. The Church of Light is currently exhibiting the same attitude. Although they clearly fallen out with AMT County and the Magic Federation, since Nyarlathotep's failed triple illusion, they dare not confront AMT County or the Magic Federation head-on anymore, instead withdrawing their influence entirely. Now, their attitude towards Anigama and the Azure Sea Church is equally ambiguous. Whether it was the Azure Sea Church changing its deity, name, or uniform, the Church of Light acted completely indifferent, seemingly treating Angelma as a neutral, newly born sea goddess entirely unrelated to AMT County. Clearly, they didn't want to provoke this deity who controlled their maritime lifeline to the southern continent, so they simply feigned ignorance. Since the Church of Light intended to feign indifference, MOU naturally wouldn't stop them. MOU would give the Church of Light ample face, then, under the name of the Azure Sea Church, secretly set up teleportation arrays throughout the various Azure Sea churches, allowing adventurers to roam the southern continent. However, whether or not he had the approval and assistance of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild made a world of difference in achieving this. Now, MOU had fully shown goodwill to the Southern Continent Merchant Guild and expressed his willingness to deal with the Church of Light with all his might, and Nabu's message had returned very quickly. The Earth Mother has resolved to pledge her allegiance to the world consciousness. Nabu's first words in the video call were resolute. We will fully cooperate with your and the world consciousness's actions in the Southern Continent, but until the Church of Light withdraws its influence from the Southern Continent, we can only maintain underground cooperation. MOU nodded slightly. Agreed. The Church of the Wrathful Sea. No, now they should be called the Church of the Azure Sea. They have recently returned to the Southern Continent's public eye with a very assertive approach. New gods, new doctrines, new uniforms. They are no longer the pirates of the past, spending their days like a bunch of thugs plundering the coastal areas. Instead, they help the people repair ships, mend nets, and even risk their lives to rescue an entire shipload of people during the hurricane a few days ago. This must all be a blessing from that newborn goddess. Although their actions haven't been enough to change the public's perception of them in such a short period of time, they will surely bring about a significant change over time. If we add to that those adventurers with extraordinary abilities and a willingness to help, they will surely quickly gain the public's trust and recognition. Nabu began to briefly explain the recent situation in South Continent. The Church of Light is currently experiencing a significant headache with the Church of the Azure Sea. They can't defeat them, nor can they afford to provoke them, and they're also afraid of the sea god causing trouble. I heard they're planning to take advantage of the upcoming tax day in South Continent to recruit a group of powerful transcendents from Central Continent to strengthen their rule in South Continent. The situation on this tax day is likely to be even more severe than before. I suspect the Church of Light may be trying to take as many resources from South Continent as possible during this tax day, so that they can hold out longer even if the sea route is cut off. As for how long they intended to hold out, Nabu didn't specify, but MOU had a rough idea. The Church of Light's plan was naturally to hold out until the God of Light and Nyako secured the new cornerstone, breaking the deadlock and deciding the outcome. If the God of Light emerged victorious, he would seize Island's cornerstone and once again fully control the spirit. With both virtual and real authority, he would naturally be able to transform the virtual into the real, conjuring various resources from nothingness. Perhaps the God of Light envisioned that after devouring Nyako, he would no longer fear the threat of pollution. But the reality was far from as rosy as the God of Light imagined. And you wouldn't allow such an outcome to happen. Chapter 577. Therefore, we sincerely welcome the adventurers, Nabu concluded. You can rest assured about that. We will exchange all the holy coins you have for Nassau at the normal exchange rate. Judging from the current attitude of the Church of Light, coming to the Southern Continent as a clergyman of the Azure Sea Church is indeed a choice that won't cause too much of a stir. Our Southern Continent Merchant Guild will also fully cooperate. In secret, of course. That's enough, MOU said with a smile. By the way, has there been any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate before? I'm sorry, that was almost 400 years ago. Although the elf race is extremely rare in the Southern Continent, most of those who know about such an ancient event have already passed away. The clues we found so far are that this elf did indeed appear in the southern continent about 400 years ago, and she wandered around the southern continent for about a year. Naso sent a picture of a map of the southern continent. Please look at this map. We marked the places she visited. Mou opened the picture. As seen on the map, the southern continent is more than twice the size of the northern continent. The map resembles a somewhat irregular hexagon, further divided into 6 jagged regions by sprawling mountains, rivers, and jungles. The central region, containing the planet's South Pole, is called Para, surrounded by the other 5 regions. Counting counterclockwise from the top left, these 5 regions are named Oregon, Dilro, Parmas, Kacha, and Lola Lola. Elena's journey began in Lola Lola. She disembarked at the port town there, then wandered along the coastline to the largest region, Orlegon. After several turns, she passed through Deliro and headed for Para, where she lost sight of the island. Para has a planetary pole, a chaotic magnetic field, and is extremely hot. It's infested with magical beasts and seldom inhabited. It's difficult for us to trace her there, but we heard in Kacha that some immortals remember an elven beauty 400 years ago who inquired about the lost land of gold. The lost land of gold? Mou repeated in astonishment. He was surprised that such a place existed in this other world. In his original world, this thing was almost a cliché in European and American games and movies. Its origins likely stem from the Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire in the 16th century, and the plundering of gold from South America, which gave rise to a variety of legends. Some say it's a city built entirely of gold, others say it's simply a tribal king who sprinkles his body with gold dust and bathes in a sacred lake, and still others believe it's a fantasy of Spanish raiders. However, most legends feature elements like a city saturated with gold, temples, the sun god, and the holy lake. His associations and surprise clearly misunderstood Nab. The high priestess of the All-Spirits Earth Mother said with admiration, "You do know the legend of the Golden City." Mou. What should he do? Is it too late for him to say he doesn't know? He still wants to hear about the setting of this world's golden city. He coughed lightly, feigning profundity. I heard about it when I traveled in the southern continent, but my understanding is incomplete. Please tell me more. Nabu sighed, you're too modest. Actually, our understanding of the lost golden land is extremely limited. It is said that the golden land is the earthly kingdom of a god from the age of gods, inhabited by that god, his priestly clan, and his followers. Legend has it that within that kingdom, there is a towering golden temple reaching into the clouds, the land overflowing with flowers, grasses, and honeyed fruits, the rivers clear and sweet, and the people there only need to sing and dance in praise of the god to live a life of abundance. However, in the age of divine wars that followed the age of gods, to avoid chaos, that god hid the entire golden land, and since then, no one has heard of that god again. Do you know exactly who that god is? Mou asked. Nabu shook his head, his expression one of approval and agreement. So you also have doubts about this. Legend has it that the deity who rules the golden land is either the mother of fertility from the age of gods, or the sun god. But as you know, the mother of fertility perished long ago, and most of her power was later acquired by the earth mother during the age of divine silence. And the sun god, if such a deity truly existed in history, he would have long been replaced by the god of light. Descended gods and impossible gods leave behind no earthly divine kingdoms. Excuse my boldness, but what exactly is that elf you're investigating seeking in the southern continent? Hope, Mou said. She went to the southern continent to find the mother tree of life, to expel the evil god's corruption. In the last message the elf king received, it seems she has found this hope, or at least a clue to it. So, if she mistakenly believes the mother of abundance is still alive, or that her earthly kingdom still exists, she is very likely to go to the lost golden land to search for hope. So, our investigation is probably on the right track, Nabu said. We will continue our investigation near Kacha, and we will also send people to investigate the legendary lost golden land. The clues to the specific entrance location. Perhaps it's not really a divine kingdom, maybe it's an illusion or some other unknown place. The jungles of the southern continent are full of danger and mystery. Even those of us who have lived here for years cannot fully grasp the truth of this land. Thank you for your help, Mou said. You only need to have your people investigate the relevant clues. Any on-site exploration, delving into illusions, divine kingdoms, or other dangerous areas can be handled by my adventurers. Alright, Nabu readily agreed. Then, would it be convenient for your adventurers to do some part-time work at the Earth Mother's temple? For example, could those druids, who can cleanse pollution, perform purification rituals for the Earth Mother's followers at the Earth Mother's temple? Of course, we will prepare Earth Mother's follower clothing for them in advance and will be happy to pay them. As they say, experience counts. Of course, no problem. We can discuss some more details. Chapter 578. At lunchtime, snowflakes began to fall again. The knights, returning from the city defense training camp, shook off the snow from their journey before pushing open the gates of the Mage Tower. Although the winter god had been defeated, AMT County now possessed abundant water resources, and under Leah's natural powers, a normal climate cycle had been established. A light snowfall in this still on the beaten path winter was quite normal. Today's lunch was a freshly slaughtered southern black sheep. In MOU's understanding, sheep did not live in forests or jungles, but in this other world, things were different. Southern black sheep lived in dense rainforests, feeding on the thick leaves. They also looked quite different from the sheep of the original world. Although their heads and faces still revealed them to be sheep, their hooves resembled some kind of mutated claws rather than hooves. However, after seeing all sorts of bizarre and oddly shaped magical beasts in this world, MOU had become quite accepting of the differences in biological development between this world and his original world. Finding creatures with similar taste and no poison was more than enough. What did it matter if they looked a little strange? Thus, this southern black sheep, which Nabu described as extremely delicious, without any gamey smell, rich in fat and nutrients, and perfect for nourishing the body in the northern winter, was transformed into roasted lamb skewers, warm lamb head soup, and lamb hot pot by the magical chef James. Judging from your expression, the negotiations with the Southern Merchant Guild went smoothly today? Aelian set out the bowls and chopsticks, first serving the Lord a bowl of hot lamb soup. Yes, when Leah obtained all the natural authority except for Lei, I guessed that the Earth Mother might no longer have the intention to wage a divine war to seize authority. Even if she might have had it before, her thoughts have changed after our strength increased. MOU smiled and took a sip of the thick, white mutton soup, his eyes suddenly brightening. This soup is so delicious. After all, she only holds 1/3 of the natural authority, while we openly possess the other 2/3. Fragments of the world's consciousness, the Magic Federation, the authority of order, and the immortal adventurers. The Earth Mother is a businesswoman. Why would she wage a war she knows she can't win to seize the benefits she can obtain simply by submitting to the world's consciousness as before? Aelian smiled and served himself a bowl of soup. After all, the Earth Mother didn't even dare to confront the Winter God head-on, let alone oppose the World Alliance of An, the Mother Tree of Life, and the Lord of AMT County, who defeated the Winter God. When the dishes arrived today, DeCarlo packed enough for 3 people and headed to Silver Dragon's dreamland. He's probably sharing this southern continent delicacy with Silver Dragon and Moy right now. I wonder if this familiar taste will evoke some distant memories for Silver Dragon and Moya. MOU and Aelian are also thoroughly enjoying their time alone together. Snuggling together in the warm kotatsu, eating delicious food and chatting about all sorts of things. It's quite enjoyable. Once the adventurers reach the southern continent and purify the people there, as well as the partially corrupted Earth Mother, the souls and fragments of world consciousness from that region will be able to return. The fragments of world consciousness they recovered mainly come from the elves, the northern barbarians including merfolk, and some people from the Magic Federation who have revived their faith in world consciousness. The pollution needs to be removed slowly. Only clean souls can truly merge into world consciousness. Until then, only the energy from the faith portion can be used. I'm rather curious about what kind of person Mother was before she became a god, MOU suddenly said. Let me think. According to the historical records of the Church of Light, she should have been from the era of divine wars, or the era of divine silence. The people of the southern continent were skilled in farming and animal husbandry, and were also very fertile. At that time, countless primordial gods perished or disappeared without a trace, including the Mother of Abundance, who once stood on equal footing with the Tree of Life in the Pantheon. After the news of the Mother of Abundance's disappearance, the people who had once worshipped her were filled with fear. Without protection, their lives became increasingly difficult. The Earth Mother was then the chieftain of a tribe in the southern continent. She not only led her tribe to prosperity, but also, as a human, gave birth to more than 20 children. They all later achieved great things, becoming chieftains of other tribes or renowned heroes of the southern continent, bringing the Earth Mother a great deal of faith. This is one of the reasons for the Earth Mother's name. Aelian recalled the contents of the scriptures he had seen in the past. The records of the Church of Light may not be entirely objective and accurate, but generally speaking, she should be a relatively conservative and moderate deity, protective of her children, pragmatic, and adept at forbearance. Their doctrine advocates harmony and prosperity, but they will also fight back when their bottom line is crossed. This style is quite consistent with the current behavior of the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce. MOU thought for a moment. I don't find it objectionable. By the way, Nabu found some clues about your mother. Elena may have gone to the Southern Continent to find a place called the Lost Golden Land. The Lost Golden Land? My mother went there? Aelian paused. Did she really find it? That legendary divine kingdom? Not really. You heard of that place too? MOU asked curiously. You seem very familiar with the name. Yes, because the Church of Light initially went to the Southern Continent to expand its influence, also in search of the Lost Golden Land. Legend has it that within that earthly divine kingdom lies a supreme authority, said Aelian. But over the years, the Church of Light has practically scoured the entire Southern Continent, yet they haven't found the entrance to that divine kingdom. The people in the church all speculate that the divine kingdom is merely a legend. Supreme authority? Space, time, reality and illusion, fate, spirit, nature, soul, annihilation, and the order we hold in our hands. Among these authorities, which one is missing? MOU counted on his fingers. Currently, we control nature, space, order, time, reality, and illusion. Spirit is in the hands of the God of Light. That's the soul and annihilation. One of them. But I remember you said both of these have owners? Yes, the soul belongs to the demon Grand Duke, and annihilation is controlled by the goddess of darkness, Aelian said. So some in the church speculate that the Golden Land is actually inhabited by demons, and that it conceals the authority of souls. But others say that the divine realm is the legacy of the Mother of Abundance, and that a sealed artifact remains within, which is why the divine realm has not dissipated for so long. But no one has actually been to that divine realm, and no one truly knows the truth. These are all just wild speculations. However, if my mother really found the Golden Land, then my father is very likely from there. Chapter 579. The hidden old man squatted on the beach of the mermaid village, watching the mermaids lying on the sand, drying their fish tails. Although it was still snowing lightly today, the few flakes clearly didn't dampen the mermaid's good spirits. Adventurer, you seem troubled. Is there anything I can help you with? A pleasant female voice rang out, and the hidden old man nearly jumped into the sea in fright. Turning back, he breathed a sigh of relief. What? Sally? If she's an NPC, then there's no problem. The mermaid shaman tilted his head, still smiling at him, waiting for his answer. The hidden old man sighed deeply. It's nothing, just a level stuck. Sally, ? By the way, there's something I always been curious about, the hidden old man said. Back in the Pirate Bay illusion. The illusion wherein was trapped, I read a little of Anne's diary. In it, and claimed to be the last daughter of the mermaid race. At first, I thought the mermaids were all extinct, but then I met you. Ah, that's the story. To put it simply, Anne is indeed one of the last pure-blooded mermaids. Sally tucked her hair behind her ears, and sat down next to the hidden old man. Today, the shaman was still in human form. To put it in a complicated way, it's a long story. Do you want to hear it? The hidden old man nodded vigorously. Sally smiled and began her story. Sorrow and I are both Annie's brothers, but our mother was a human from a fishing village in the north. In fact, most of the merfolk you see now have some kind of mixed blood from other races. In the calamity caused by the winter god, our merfolk race was reduced to only 400 or 500 people. Of those, over 300 were couples, and their children in the settlements on the shore. That means, the hidden elder realized the problem. That means, of those 400 or 500, 100 were newborn, frail children in imminent danger of death, 200 were married couples, and the remaining 100 included the old and the young, men and women. Moreover, most of them were related. Because when the crisis struck, everyone who regained consciousness immediately reached out to their closest relatives and friends. Sally lowered her brows. Reproduction, overnight, became a major problem for the merfolk. Excluding inbreeding, the remaining merfolk population can only reproduce for 5 generations. Under these circumstances, merfolk women became a sought-after resource. At first, a single eligible merfolk woman had multiple suitors, but later, various acts of violence gradually emerged. Reproduction became a heavy burden on people's hearts. When the first children were old enough to marry, some even proposed changing the tribe's marriage system, allowing women to have multiple husbands and bear more children. This suggestion caused widespread fear, not only among unmarried girls, but also among married women, plunging the tribe into chaos. Sally looked up at the sky above the sea, as if imagining the scene. As she recounted her story, the hidden old man seemed to see the image before his eyes as well, and had stepped forward then, and asked all the villagers a question. And Jelma asked firmly, is the continuation of the tribe the continuation of bloodlines, traditions, or the people themselves? Now that the power of the merfolk has been taken from us, our appearance is no different from humans, and dwelling on the purity of our bloodline is meaningless. Without the sacred pearl, we are not worthy to be called merfolk, but with the sacred pearl, regardless of bloodline, we can be restored to merfolk power. What we should continue is our traditions, and our people, ensuring more of our people survive, and our traditions are remembered by more people. This is the continuation of our race. If it's merely to maintain the purest merfolk bloodline, using the banner of racial continuation while violating natural law and humanity, harming our own people, then what need is there for such a race, devoid of humanity, to continue? I propose that the merfolk now leave the village and seek their future in a wider world, to reproduce and give birth. No matter what bloodline your children have, they will all be new merfolk. Annie's words persuaded most of her people, but a portion of the merfolk still scoffed at her words. Mixed-blooded bastards are unworthy to be called mermaids. When these bastards return to the Sea of Life, how will our ancestors view us? How will the world view us? How will the beast god view us? All mermaid descendants will be cursed by the beast god. The beast god has long since died. In these thousands of years, has he ever answered your prayers? Now that the mermaids have fallen to this state, have they received his protection? As for the world is all-encompassing. Whether their bloodlines are pure or mixed, they are all children of the world, and she will love them all equally. If there truly is a beast god who curses us, then from this day forward, I, and Jelma, am the last daughter of the mermaid race. I will bear all the hatred, sins, and curses of the mermaid race, and the pure bloodline of the mermaids will end with me. I will fight with all my might to reclaim the sacred pearl from Friel's hands, bringing new hope to the merfolk and breaking this curse. And you, my brothers and sisters, are free to choose your future, choose your lovers, without being bound by the responsibility of continuing the merfolk lineage. You will walk freely as the new generation of merfolk, even if you can never return to the ocean, and your descendants no longer possess pure blood. Preserving our hearts as merfolk is the continuation of our race. Wow! The hidden old man exclaimed softly. That's exactly what Queen Anne would say, so cool. Yes, when I heard about this from the previous shaman, I had the same expression as you. Sally's face held a somewhat sorrowful and nostalgic smile, after that, and always referred to herself as the last daughter of the merfolk, both to remind herself of her unfulfilled hatred for the winter god, and to reassure her people that they need not worry about the ancestors' wrath, allowing them to lay down their burdens and embrace a new life. It was because of her that the merfolk began to intermarry with humans, giving them more hope. Now, she truly did it, reclaiming the future for the merfolk. She turned to the hidden old man with a smile. And thank you, great hero, for retrieving the holy pearl for Annie. A slight blush rose to the hidden old man's face. He pulled his hood over his shoulder to cover his face. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small matter. Sally stood up with a smile, humming a tune as she danced on the beach. We are all children of the world. Whether our blood is pure or mixed, the world will bless us. We are all children of the world. Whether we are beautiful or ugly, the world will embrace us. The hidden old man pulled his hood down, murmuring, how beautiful. Chapter 580. It's beautiful. The eternal poet was also drawn to the singing, and sat down next to the hidden old man. Since they were acquaintances, the hidden old man simply shrank back, making more space. A young man was accompanying the eternal poet. The hidden old man furtively glanced under his hood at his ID. Sherwoo. That ID looks familiar. The hidden old man pondered for a moment. Ah, you're the music icon who wrote the thank you letter to the production team. Yes, that's me. Sherwoo also sat down. You're amazing. The hidden old man said, this is the first time I've seen someone post a thank you note directly on a forum. Aren't you worried about others finding out your name, Anne? Illness? It's not something to hide, and it's just my game ID. Sherwoo laughed. In fact, I have to hand everyone I know in real life a note saying sorry, I have an ear problem and can't hear well. Otherwise, rumors about me being aloof and ignoring spread everywhere the next day, often with exaggerated versions. After all, this disability affects my life and relationships, affecting not just me but everyone around me as well. Don't be shy about using the word disabled. I don't mind it. The hidden old man imagined the scene, and immediately dug his toes into the ground. Yeah. But after all, it's online, so I still have to be careful. There are a lot of bad people with ulterior motives these days. Thank you for the reminder, Sherwoo said. But I did intentionally send the thank you note. I personally don't care about other people's gazes. Whether they look at me with sympathy, pity, or disgust, it's none of my business. You know, if I hadn't had this illness, I would have wanted to be a singer, shining in the spotlight. He smiled. Don't get me wrong, I'm not using my illness to attract fans. In fact, I chose to post the thank you letter publicly because I wanted to share my experience and help more people. Help more people? The hidden old man asked curiously. Yes, this game does help us a lot. Although the official warnings haven't been made about using it as a treatment, I can now attend online classes normally in the game. Many of my friends have also seen the blue sky, clouds, and flowers for the first time, and even visited amusement parks. Sherwoo said, if I hadn't posted that message, many patients wouldn't have known about this game, and we wouldn't have formed a team to support and help each other. He reached out to catch a snowflake. Sometimes, someone needs to step up. Even if there's a risk of misunderstanding and being targeted, more people who truly need it will see the signal and flock to it. The authorities were also very kind. Not only did they respond to my letter seriously, they even developed a recuperation mode specifically for people like us. So my thank you letter was taken seriously and treated with respect. Sherwoo said a little embarrassedly, but now that I think about it, my letter might have seemed like an attempt to morally blackmail the authorities. Though that wasn't my intention. At the time, I was only concerned that this game would benefit patients, but I didn't realize it could cause harm, especially psychologically, if not handled properly. I was a little too impulsive back then. But the official handling was really good, and it reminded me of this. I now see a psychologist regularly, and my condition is much better than before. He looked at the increasingly smaller hidden old man, scratched his head, and said, "Aw, sorry, did I talk too much?" Because talking in the game is really easy and relaxing, so I always end up saying a lot. "Ah, please don't mind me." The hidden old man's breath grew weaker. I'm just having a bit of a social anxiety attack. "Ah? What should we do? You look like you're not feeling well. Should we call a druid?" The eternal poet burst out laughing. Sorry, you two are really funny. Captain, you should recharge. I'm taking him away." "Huh?" Sherwoo was pulled up by the eternal poet, completely bewildered. "Come on, let's go see if there are any new instruments, so the socially anxious captain can recharge by himself." The hidden old man let out a heavy sigh, laid down on the beach, rolled around a few times, dug a human-shaped hole, and then comfortably settled in. However, he hadn't been lying there long before he was pulled out. The hidden old man opened his eyes, and saw Tranquil C dressed in a priest's uniform. "Holy crap, when did you switch to priest?" The hidden old man exclaimed in shock. "Just now," Tranquil C said smugly. "I feel this class suits me very well, and today a pro player named Rain analyzed that the later Southern Continent storyline might be related to the priest class, so maybe I need to switch classes to go there. Why don't you do the class change quest? It's easy." The hidden old man thought for a moment, and decisively refused. "No." "Huh? Why? You might not be able to go to Southern Continent like this. I don't play a healer. Healers always get dragged into groups, which is too unfriendly for someone with social anxiety. So how will you go if the Southern Continent quest really opens?" asked the Tranquil C. The hidden old man thought for a moment. "I go invisible." "Tranquil C, I give up. How about a dungeon? Clock Tower Town, or that new PvP dungeon?" The hidden old man pointed to himself. "Me, a socially awkward person, you want me to play PvP? To be honest, in PvP, you don't have to treat the opponents as people, just as monsters and points." Tranquil C glanced at the hidden old man's expression, and immediately changed his tune smoothly. "Then let's go to Clock Tower Town." Chapter 581. Bang! Bang! Thump! Swish, swish, swish. "Aw, don't come any closer." A series of explosions and collapses rang out as two players sprinted out of the ruins. Behind them, a vast array of black tentacles, accelerating wildly, crashed into the walls of buildings, only to be reflected off like mirrors, bouncing off to the other side at even greater speed. Upon hitting an obstacle again, they split into two multiplying tendrils. These tentacles accelerated and multiplied repeatedly in this bouncing motion, converging into a surging tide of black shadows. Above the crest of this tide, Drake, whose upper body was still human, but whose lower body was now countless tentacles, was steadily carried by these shadows, chasing after the hidden old man and the Tranquil C. "Think of something." The hidden old man cried out in despair. "Water blade dance." The Tranquil C, without even looking, threw out a barrage of water blades. The spinning water blades, like bone saws, slashed and crackled against the tentacles, severing several. The next second, the water-bladed bone saws, tentacled limbs, and other debris were instantly swallowed up by the surging tide of shadows. Plan failed, this game is over, shouted the tranquil sea. Retreat! Retreat! The hidden old man in his desperate sprint summoned the mission menu and gritted his teeth, pressing the exit button. The two of them almost simultaneously transformed into white light and burst out of the illusion barrier. The next second, their original location was swallowed up by shadowy tentacles. Drake scoffed disdainfully, they escaped really fast. There was no one left alive in the illusion. A core trembled in the darkness, and everything turned into gray mist, absorbed by the core, and expelled again after a few breaths. In the void, the town scene was reconstructed, and the townspeople, with stiff, lifeless smiles, resumed their daily routines, which they had repeated countless times. I told you your medical skills are terrible. The hidden old man lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering accusations against the tranquil sea. We almost saved the old bishop. So what if he's seriously injured? It's just a cut on his neck, his head's still there. Why did you have to heal him like that? You practically blew his head off. Drake went berserk instantly. I was just thinking that if living NPCs can't be healed, dead ones can be, but it turns out they can. The tranquil sea, knowing he was in the wrong, coughed lightly. Maybe the developers thought it wouldn't matter if a dead NPC died again, it would even add to the player's fun. The fun you're talking about is that Drake instantly turned into a level 108 dark child, chasing us across half the city, almost tearing us apart with his tentacles. A corpse? Ahem, cough cough. From a certain perspective, didn't we successfully find out that Drake actually values the old bishop a lot? Well, actually, I have an idea. The apparent theme of this illusion is betrayal, but maybe there's another theme hidden beneath. I think finding this hidden theme will allow us to break the deadlock. That makes sense. The hidden old man pondered for a second, then cursed, you almost led me astray. Is this an excuse for blowing someone's head off? Go do some special training. Quack doctor. Quack doctors, like you who treat people haphazardly will be sent back even if you go to the southern continent. It's alright. It's alright. The system doesn't allow treating living NPCs. Heh, guess why the system won't let you heal NPCs. The development team must be afraid you kill them. Hee hee. Tranquility Sea replied perfunctorily, opening the system mailbox marked with a red dot indicating a new email, and then exclaimed, Huh? Huh? What's wrong? I received a system email saying that the Goddess of Destiny was very pleased with your performance, and has awarded you the title, Filial Piety. With this title, your chances of attracting the Goddess of Destiny's attention increase by 30%. Tranquility Sea paused, pondering, does this mean that possessing this title, and then turning on your luck will increase your chances of success? The hidden old man, For some reason, his mind suddenly imagined the Goddess of Destiny sitting on a throne, popcorn in one hand, and a cola in the other. A notification popped up in the projection before him. The streamer you're following has started broadcasting. He shuddered, pushing this strange image out of his mind. Suddenly, with a beep, a news page popped up before his eyes. Today's news from the continent of Osiria. Fellow adventurers, are you tired of the winter chill and biting north winds? Annie Jelma's undead queen has been successfully repaired and will soon set sail from the port of Pompeii, bound for the southern continent. Those with the most pioneering spirit will have the opportunity to board the undead queen and be the first to embark on this adventurous journey. Voyage on! Pioneers, the Lord is recruiting a group of pioneering adventurers. Those who meet the requirements will be equipped with a teleportation array and board Queen Anne's undead queen to explore new territory on the southern continent. Recruiting 300 players. Requirements are as follows. Military merit preferred, must have already changed their profession to priest of the Azure Sea Church, must have a reputation level of renowned or higher in at least one city or alliance region, and must not have a reputation level of infamous or lower. Qualified adventurers should register for the quest at the Adventurers Guild's Magic Doll. New map. Southern Continent. This quest will still use a partial player priority exploration mode. Once the first batch of pioneering players have built the teleportation array and completed the opening quest, the map will be open to all qualified players. System reminder. Adventurers who abide by the game rules, actively complete the system recommended tasks, and contribute to AMT County and the World Alliance will have the opportunity to be among the first to experience the new storyline. New adventurers entering this world need not worry. Even though the experience may differ, all adventurers will have an enjoyable gaming experience and will not miss any important game content. Keep up the good work. Pioneer-related quest. The southern continent is a land brimming with life and mystery. It boasts a hot climate, an ever-rising sun, and a variety of new monsters and magical beasts. Everywhere is filled with tropical and exotic charm, and customs never seen or heard of before. There, you find the long-established Church of Light, the Southern Continent Merchant Guild serving the Earth Mother, and now, after Angelma ascended to the position of Sea Goddess, the Azure Sea Church has also risen to prominence. A divine war is brewing in the shadows, beneath the calm surface, undercurrents surge, about to unleash a new storm. Every action of the pioneers will change the Southern Continent. Please act as a priest of the Azure Sea Church in the Southern Continent. Holy crap, they're really opening up the Southern Continent map. Chapter 582. Holy crap, it really is Southern Continent. Today's Rain is a prophet. Does she have an inside connection? Her information is always so accurate. Another small-scale raid by elite players. Although I know this is a benefit for hardcore players, I'm still so envious. Envious? If you're envious, go grind quests and earn military merits. This time, the official announcement clearly stated that raiding is a benefit, so the next new map will probably be the same. Why is it limited to 300 people? Any ship can hold them all. We can just become octopuses. Can a priest bring an extra octopus? What do you guys think? The big shots went to Narcissus to get information. Hurry up and follow. Today's Rain, gnawing ball, and ascending immortality intercepted Narcissus at the unloading yard, as he was loading cargo to head to the next town. Narcissus. Rainy Day greeted him with a smile. Where are you headed? Oh, it's Rainy Day. Our next destination is Calcadora and on a seal. Narcissus said, thanks to you guys for inventing milk tea and cocoa, tea is selling very well lately. Students and alchemists alike love these new drinks. Do you have any new beverage ideas lately? Yes. Rainy Day smiled and said, would you like tea, coffee, or a cocktail? Perhaps you also be interested in shaved ice cream, or sweet soup? Although it's a bit cold to eat these icy treats here right now, it should be perfect for the perpetually hot Southern Continent. I was just thinking of asking you about the customs and culture of Nanzhou. How about one drink or ice cream in exchange for 5 messages? Narcissus's eyes lit up. What? I can get a new recipe just by talking? No problem, no problem. Where should we go? Let's go to my milk tea shop. My cousin's here today. Nikukia suggested. You can have him make fresh drinks and desserts. The 3 of them successfully lured an NPC back to Nikukia's milk tea shop. Brother, make something delicious. Nikukia called to the kitchen staff as soon as they entered. Then, he led Narcissus to a booth near the back and shoved a menu into his arms. Order whatever you want to eat or drink. I give you any of these recipes. 1 for 5 messages. Then I want. How do you pronounce this? Mango sago? Durian sherbet? Okay. Nikukia quickly wrote down the order and ran behind the counter. So, we have 10 questions now, Jinryoyu said with a smile. First, I want to know, how do outsiders get to South Continent? Generally speaking, they take a ship from the ports of Central Continent, or use a teleportation scroll issued by the Church of Light, Narcissus said in a low voice. If you're only staying for a day, our Chamber of Commerce also provides teleportation scrolls, but they don't cover identity processing and customs clearance, so it's considered smuggling. It's fine for a quick trip back and forth, but staying longer can be problematic. Players, smuggling? Jinryoyu suddenly realized something. Does one need to go through immigration to enter South Continent? Narcissus nodded. It's been going on since the Church of Light established a foothold in South Continent 300 years ago. The Church of Light collects a head tax. Locals of South Island are directly registered according to household registration, and merchants traveling in and out of South Island only need to present their South Island ID cards. But if my father openly expelled me from our home, my ID card would be revoked, and I would have to go to the small town of Pohnpei, where my subordinates would bring goods and orders to South Island to meet my father. When outsiders set foot on South Island, they must undergo testing and registration with the Church of Light and obtain a pass card. The initial registration and testing are extremely strict, and without a valid reason and justification, they cannot enter South Island. The belongings of outsiders must also be inspected before they are allowed to pass through. Food and water are not allowed through customs, and the control is very strict. Furthermore, if taxes and fees are not paid on time, the pass card will be remotely revoked and instantly reduced to powder. In South Island, if you are not a local, you must present your pass card for accommodation, dining, and purchases. Selling goods to illegal immigrants without permission will result in penalties, and aside from some underground black markets, almost no one engages in such business. But the underground black market operates on a referral basis. Without reliable connections, you can't easily gain entry. I see. Today, Yo-Yu suddenly realized this setup makes sense. Although many players teleported to South Continent to complete quests during the joint operation against the Church of the Wrath of the Sea, they simply completed their quests there and quickly left, thus missing the clearance card and its related settings. While adventurers can survive in the open, and the items in their system backpacks are unlikely to be discovered by the Church of Light, being completely unable to trade with merchants would certainly be a terrible experience. So we need to enter as priests of the Azure Sea Church, Jinri Yo-Yu gradually began to understand, and then we can use the Azure Sea Church as a base to carry out our operations. Perhaps there's also a way to smuggle in. Jinri Yo-Yu guessed that the number of slots for smuggling would be limited initially, and it would probably only be triggered if players had certain special classes and skills. Once the teleportation array quests are completed, most players should be able to enter and exit smuggled. The specifics will likely depend on the main storyline. It's estimated that the Southern Continent mission is not only a pioneering mission, but also has infiltration attributes, and the mission itself will probably have many behavioral requirements and restrictions. These kinds of infiltration missions always inexplicably excite people. So, do you have a map of the Southern Continent? And could you tell me about the power distribution? Jinri Yo-Yu continued to ask. Okay, that's the fourth question already. Narcissus pulled out a map and spread it out on the table. This is Southern Continent. Today, you look down carefully at the place names on the map. Oregon, Deliro, Parmas, Kacha, and Lola Lola, and the Central Para. Yes, these are the 6 major administrative regions of Southern Continent, each under the jurisdiction of different powers. By the way, although our guild is habitually called the Southern Continent Guild, that's only because we are the largest guild in Southern Continent, and we have the support of the Earth Mother Church. Various smaller guilds also exist in Southern Continent. To put it bluntly, a guild is just an alliance between merchants, not a very stable or solid political organization. Chapter 583. Narcissus gave a wry smile. Merchants are profit-driven, and everyone has different bottom lines. Most members of our guild are trustworthy because of their faith in the Earth Mother, and we maintain close relationships with each other. Even so, we know there are some corrupt elements within, which is unavoidable. Other guilds, they can be said to have no faith other than money. While there is cooperation between guilds, it's hard to say whether they will be cheated, or what their respective motives are in these collaborations. Today Rain nodded in understanding. As they spoke, Nine Ball brought over a large tray, on which were not only the mango pomelo sago and durian sorbet that Narcissus had ordered, but also 2 bowls of glutinous rice balls, and a serving of fried glutinous rice balls. Nine Ball placed the desserts in front of Narcissus. These are our best-selling items lately. Winter calls for warm glutinous rice balls. This bowl has savory meat-filled glutinous rice balls, and this bowl has sweet peanut-filled ones. The sweet ones have our homemade osmanthus syrup in the soup. This bowl has deep-fried black sesame-filled glutinous rice balls. The filling is very hot, so please be careful when eating. Wow! This looks delicious. Narcissus forked a black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball, carefully took a bite, and the hot steam and black sesame filling gushed out, startling him. Wow! The filling is flowing. Hiss. Whoosh. He hurriedly tried to suck up the flowing filling, burning his tongue again. Nine Ball quickly handed him a durian sorbet to cool his tongue. After a moment of panic, Narcissus carefully scooped the fried dumplings into a spoon, examining them from all angles, racking his brains in bewilderment. The skin is perfectly intact. How did they manage to put this runny filling inside? Hee hee. Nine Ball flashed a mischievous Anya's smile. Want to know? That's worth 50 questions. Narcissus, Wouldn't he be talking himself hoarse today? The young merchant suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. The world is a dangerous place. How come these adventurers are so good at business? Gentlemen, Narcissus said with difficulty, how about this? He continued, I take all the food and drinks on the table, as well as the recipes. From now on, whatever information you want to know, anytime, anywhere, just ask me. I promise to answer everything I know. Jinri Yo-Yu and the others had been waiting for Narcissus's promise, and immediately agreed, no problem. Cash on delivery, we're honest merchants, the recipes are all here. Nyo Chiocho pulled out a stack of recipes, and handed them to Narcissus. The instant Narcissus took the recipes, he noticed that the previously haphazardly written square patterns on the parchment had suddenly transformed into the familiar Osirian script. Truly worthy of adventurers, even the recipe has a secret. Narcissus was secretly startled, and his attitude towards the adventurers became even warmer, his smile like a gentle spring breeze. Please feel free to ask questions. Let's continue our previous topic, said Today Rain. Does the Church of Light have a very strong influence in the southern continent? Narcissus nodded. As I just said, there are many large and small merchant guilds in the southern continent, all of which are alliances spontaneously formed by merchants. Although they can be considered a considerable force, most merchants are just ordinary people or professionals with some wealth. The number of extraordinary individuals is not large. Our Nasobodamic Chamber of Commerce has grown and prospered thanks to the influence of the Earth Mother Hall and the support of the Transcendents. The Church of Light, however, is different. They are powerful, possess numerous transcendents, and possess complex and strict rules and regulations, with extremely severe penalties. Not only are they ruthless towards pagans like us, but they are even more harsh towards those who violate their own rules or dare to shield others. Over time, fewer and fewer dare to resist the Church of Light. People are wary of the Church of Light. Although they are well aware of its true nature, they are powerless to resist. The people of Nanzhou, fearing the Church of Light's violent suppression, are forced to pray to the Church for purification. As a result, they have ceded more and more power, and their annual taxes have also skyrocketed. It's so miserable. Nikukio looked sympathetically. Can't the Earth Mother do something? The Earth Mother blesses our estate with abundant harvests, allowing us to pay taxes. Narcissus made a prayer sign devoutly across his chest. He guided us to Middle-earth, where we received the help of the Lord and the adventurers. Adventurers, that seems to be true, but it feels strange to be so inexplicably orchestrated by the gods. Sure enough, it's all a trick by the planners and screenwriters. Is the pollution in Southland very severe? You what, Dingxian asked. Well, it's better than Middle-earth, because the orbits of the two suns in the sky alternate over Southland. Narcissus drew a severely crooked X on the map. Nights in Southland are extremely short, and in some areas, they don't even exist. Often, one sun sets as the other rises. And Alma's orbit runs through the entire continent. Narcissus pointed to the long, horizontal orbit that cut across the southern continent. This results in the sun shining on the land for a longer time, while Sakina's orbit, which runs diagonally upwards, provides a shorter period of sunlight. Therefore, in the southern continent, the purifying power of sunlight outweighs the polluting power. Without using too much magic, one can survive solely on sunlight. Perhaps because of the stronger purifying power, the southern continent has far fewer illusions than the central continent, but we have even stranger characteristics. Strange characteristics? The players all looked curious. Narcissus nodded. Dungeons and the Tower of Babel, have you heard of them? The three shook their heads in unison. Back in the ancient Pantheon era, the southern continent was a very fertile land. Because the southern continent had very little darkness, people found it difficult to sleep in complete light, so they developed the habit of digging deep underground. Many ancient archmages built their mage towers upside down underground. The mage towers of Middle-earth were as tall as those of southern continent. This custom gradually evolved into the excavation of massive, city-like structures underground, filled with labyrinths and even inhabited by animals and magical beasts raised by the mages. The Tower of Babel, on the other hand, represents another tradition of worshipping the gods. People built extremely tall, hollow stone pillars on the ground, filled with magical beasts, traps, and trials. Legend has it that the bravest warriors, who could reach the top, were worthy heroes to meet the gods. Chapter 584. So it's a deep labyrinth. The Palace of the Dead, the Heavenly Palace, Ulki. Some dead memories are starting to attack me. Narcissus habitually ignored the adventurer's murmurs. There are many such dungeons in the southern continent, all kinds and in all shapes and sizes. Some are small and shallow, some are 100 or 200 levels deep, some have long been abandoned and formed a natural ecosystem, and some are under the proper management and operation of the demons. Demons? Management and operation? Today's Rain caught the key words. Ah, it's true that demons are rarely seen in Central and the North, Narcissus chuckled. They're a race unique to the dark side of the planet, preferring to live in gloomy environments. Because southern continent has many underground cities, it suits their tastes perfectly. So, over the past 100 or 200 years, demons have gradually moved to southern continent and settled in the underground cities. They manage those unclaimed underground cities well, becoming their lords. With management, the underground cities have become their own ecosystem, no less comfortable than living on the surface. Many people, to escape the Church of Light, have fled to the underground cities seeking the demons' protection. So demons are portrayed as good people? Yu Hua Dingxian speculated, adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well, how should I put it? They're just a race. Narcissus frowned, racking his brains for words. Just like elves, dragons, and humans, everyone has different personalities, and there are good and bad people. I don't think you can simply describe a race as good or bad. However, in terms of their survival methods, demons differ greatly from other races. Tell me more? The adventurer's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Well, demons aren't so much immortal as nearly immortal. Their bodies are composed of magical energy and the concept of self. They can disappear or reappear at will, appearing and disappearing without a trace. They're incredibly powerful. If someone truly kills a demon, their body will shatter and vaporize like a monster. It's for this reason that people use the same root word as monsters to refer to them as demons. But in reality, according to recent research and exploration, the actual physical structure of demons bears little resemblance to monsters. It's just that their appearances resemble them. The biggest difference is that living demons are essentially immune to pollution. Huh? A race completely immune to pollution? Yu Hua Dingxian exclaimed in surprise. Well, that's not quite true. Perhaps it's because demons themselves are composed of ego and magic. If they lose their ego, they will instantly shatter and vaporize, and die. Pollution itself is the erosion and distortion of the ego. I see. Polluted demons will die instantly, but the remaining ones with unwavering integrity will be fine. Either they become immune or die. This seems even worse. Demons don't eat human food either. They gain energy by absorbing the desires and emotions of living beings. In ancient times, there were indeed cases where demons devoured all of a human's desires and emotions, turning them into idiots and lunatics. However, now demons have discovered that as long as they don't drain a person dry, these desires and emotions can be regenerated and even nurtured. So now they're more than happy to be the lords of the underground city. As long as they collect a certain amount of emotional energy from the residents as a tax, both sides can live comfortably. Won't there be side effects for those whose desires and emotions are drained? It's unreasonable to talk about medicinal properties without considering the dosage. Anything in excess can be harmful, but in moderation, it can be very beneficial. Narcissus smiled. Humans sometimes do develop sudden desires that don't match their abilities. For example, the more money you have, the more you want to spend. Even though you're supposed to be living frugally for a month, you suddenly feel the urge to spend it all on alcohol. Or when you're dieting to lose weight, even though you're full, your appetite just won't be satisfied. The more you resist, the more you crave, right? Normally, at this point, you can just endure it yourself, right? But if there's a dungeon nearby, you can give these unwanted desires to the dungeon lord and find peace of mind. Fuck, I'm crazy excited. Nakukia clenched his fists. This is a weight loss magic tool. Demons do have a huge appetite, but that's based on individual creatures. If they were dealing with the inhabitants of an entire dungeon, even taking a single hair from each person would be enough to satisfy them. Furthermore, demons need time to digest energy. If they take too much desire and emotion at once without consuming it, it will become stale. That's why demons always eat fresh food. Overall, maintaining a dungeon is much more cost-effective than wandering around hunting. Is this the era of progress from extensive hunting to animal husbandry? The adventurer suddenly realized. The demon race isn't numerous, and they don't need to reproduce much. They're in constant competition with each other, easily fighting whenever they meet. Most demons now live in their own dungeons, peacefully collecting rent and focusing on improving them to attract more residents. They spend most of their earnings maintaining their dungeons, frequently hiring adventurers to hunt overpopulated animals or monsters, clean or repair facilities. So, if you go to the southern continent, you can look for work in the various dungeons. What an awesome adventure setting! So demons are actually DMs, dungeon masters? The southern continent also has professional dungeon designers, responsible for creating the dungeon's ecological cycle, breeding suitable magical beasts, cleaning up trash, and purifying the air. It's a very complex field, and the hiring fees are extremely expensive. What do demons look like? A demon's body is actually magic power. Their appearance is actually called mimicry. It's a skill. Well, basically, wealthy and powerful demons all have very attractive humanoid forms, but lower-level demons tend to be more bizarre, taking on all sorts of shapes. Like slimes, skeletons, and dragon men are quite common. They have distinctive, curved horns on their heads, which they reveal when they want people to know their identity. However, if a demon wants to hide their identity, it's quite difficult to detect. Chapter 585. So the demon race and the Church of Light are enemies, right? Today Rain confirmed. Yes. The Church of Light collects a poll tax. If the residents live in the demon race's dungeons, self-sufficient, and never come out, they can't collect taxes. Therefore, the Church of Light hates the demon race's dungeons. If they find the location of a dungeon, they will attack it. However, dungeons can be moved at will. Once they realize that their dungeon is being targeted by the Church of Light, weaker demons will move to more hidden locations, while stronger demons will even engage in direct warfare with the Church of Light. Some say that the real dungeons are located on the dark side of the planet, and what's in the southern continent is merely the entrance to a dungeon placed by the demon race. Speaking of which, thinking about it carefully, the name demon race and the rumors that they resemble magical beasts were spread by the Church of Light. In reality, they call themselves the spirit race. Narcissus pondered carefully for a moment, then said, "To be honest, demons are generally straightforward and outspoken, but they highly value the spirit of contracts. Once a contract is made, it will not be broken. However, if you want to make a contract with a demon, you must be wary of all sorts of cunning clauses and loopholes. Demons consider these to be the art of intelligence. If you can see through them and avoid them, you will earn their respect. If you can't see through them, but honestly abide by them, you will be favored by them. But if you can't see through them, and still try to break the contract, you will suffer their severe retaliation. If you don't have any sense of this, don't make a contract with a demon, or if you do, grit your teeth and fulfill it. Breaking the contract will almost certainly lead to death, or perhaps something worse than death." "Ah! It's here." A classic setup. The three adventurers began to murmur again. Narcissus continued, "Come to think of it, they're hostile to the Church of Light. It was the Church of Light who really started it. Stigmatizing, smearing, attacking dungeons, and capturing their inhabitants. No wonder the demons, besides managing dungeons and satisfying their desires, are currently obsessed with causing trouble for the Church of Light. I'm already liking this race just from hearing about it," Yuhua Dingxian murmured. They continued to ask a lot of questions about the customs and practices of South Continent, focusing on understanding the rules that would offend people if violated. Narcissus answered them while eating. After racking their brains and failing to come up with a single question, the three of them sent Narcissus away, feeling satisfied. Today, Yoyu had already written a thick stack of notes. After a little editing and posting them on the forum, he have another guide full of valuable information about South Continent. Well, it seems the overt forces in South Continent are the Church of Light, the South Continent Chamber of Commerce, and the Azure Sea Church, while the covert forces are the Demon/Eldar and the Dungeons. Version 2.0 is titled, Raging Waves of Vengeance, which I think has two meanings. The first is Annie's revenge on the God of Winter, becoming the Sea God. We already completed that part. The second is about us becoming the Raging Waves of Vengeance, members of the Azure Sea Church, enforcing justice and smiting the Church of Light. Honestly, I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Me too. I'm ready. And the game is quite rich with new maps, new scenes, a new tropical climate, and deep dungeons like the Tower of Babel. According to Narcissus, there are different types of dungeons. Besides deep dungeons where you can explore endlessly, and the theme is to solve traps and hunt for treasure, there are also main city-style dungeons with various side quests. This should cater to both hardcore gamers and side quest enthusiasts. I'm also very interested in that dungeon designer. I really want to create a dungeon and try it out. I wonder if they opened up this kind of land-based management gameplay. Even if they have, it'd probably be developed by teams. Judging from Narcissus's tone just now, it seems the city lord's expenses are extraordinary. Gnawing Ball said hesitantly. I really want to play. Why do we have to wait 3 days for the registration results? Ascending Immortal rolled around on the table. I want to go to the southern continent right now. It's probably to ensure that as many players as possible can register. This time, registration isn't on a first-come, first-served basis. Those players who haven't changed to priests or whose military merit is still a bit lacking are in luck. 3 days is enough for them to cram at the last minute. Rainy Day analyzed rationally. But this makes the competition more intense. Ascending Immortal said, only 300 slots for pioneering, won't that be fiercely contested? So the more military merit you accumulate, the better. This is probably a little trick by the development team. After all, people who want to buy a house lose motivation to earn military merits once they've done so. But this whole thing has instantly reignited the enthusiasm of those high-level players, who were getting a bit complacent after receiving their various military merit rewards. Didn't you notice how many people went back to grinding daily infrastructure tasks after the news broke? That's some serious trickery from the development team. Should I grind some more too? Yuhua Dingxian felt uncertain. Our military merits should be secure, right? If even we're not secure, how far will these people go? The three of them exchanged a glance, sensing something was amiss. The shop bell rang, and a lazy bum floated in like a ghost. Ball. Give me 2 bowls of glutinous rice balls. Hot. Add as much osmanthus sugar as you can. What? I need some healing. Huh? What happened? The lazy bum rushed to the kitchen to order, then rushed back, looking utterly gossipy. The lazy bum sat down in the empty seat left by Narcissus, looking like he was about to spill the beans. Isn't it almost the end of the year? My relatives, seeing I'm single, are pushing me to go on blind dates again, and they even introduced me to a guy. Ah, that familiar, melodramatic opening. But the three of them simultaneously perked up their ears, listening intently. Gossip is human nature, isn't it? Because my family kept nagging me, I went to check it out. Turns out, this guy was not only incredibly greasy looking, but the moment he heard I was a best-selling novelist, he launched into a 3-question barrage, starting with "Let me test you." His. All three gasped. And that was just the beginning. After chatting for a while, he started saying, "You shouldn't write it like that. You should do it like this, and like this again." He acted like he knew everything. Salty Fish rolled his eyes as he spoke. My God. That was too overpowering. The most amazing thing is, I secretly asked someone who knew him, and this guy has never passed Chinese since elementary school. I published more books than he's ever passed an exam. I don't know where he gets the confidence to pontificate. Salty Fish said. I almost turned into a real salty fish from rolling my eyes like that. Gnawing Ball covered his mouth. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that your analogy was so vivid. Chapter 586. And then? And then? Gnawing Ball asked excitedly. Please tell me you gave him a good scolding and then blocked him. Today's Rain said solemnly, netizens' breasts are breasts too. Absolutely, the Salty Fish boss smiled contemptuously. I saw he seemed so knowledgeable, so I talked to him about the journal articles I've been reading recently. After 3 sentences, he couldn't make up anything anymore. He just dared to awkwardly laugh and say, "You know quite a lot, huh?" I said, "Of course, much better than your elementary school Chinese exam." Then I picked up my bag and left, blocked him as soon as I left the store, and called my relative to give him a good scolding. Today's Rain let out a long sigh. I felt great. She bowed to Salty Fish. Thank you, breast hero. To be honest, there's a reason why this kind of person ends up in the dating market. These days, what girl would still like someone who's always testing you, saying you did something wrong, you should do this? What a know-it-all troll. This kind of person is going to lose their right to choose a partner. And the worst part is, even if he actually knew, he just recited answers and pretended to know everything. I could smell that hypocritical showing off from 3 kilometers away. Salty Fish took the hot glutinous rice balls from Tangnan Pot, blew on them, and popped them into his mouth. Anime is so much better, Wendell is so much better, why aren't there men like that in real life? Sigh, it's true. It's almost Chinese New Year again, and it's peak season for urging people to get married. Gnawing Ball said, So what did your family say? I directly sent a screenshot of Wendell's profile picture to the family group chat, saying I'm dating a foreign boyfriend. A Salted Fish bowed to the void. Thanks to the development team for making this game so realistic. You can just change the color tone of a screenshot and use it as a photograph, and nobody thinks anything's wrong. God-level skill. Everyone was shocked. You can even film a New Year's greeting video. Today Rain suggested, just say you're abroad and can't come back, so you sent a remote video greeting. Holy crap, awesome. Ascending Immortal exclaimed in admiration. Honestly, I'm not interested in having children. I have money and a house, so isn't finding a boyfriend just for emotional value? If all the guys are these greasy, dad-like uncles, I might as well just go with Wendell. After all, don't normal couples only spend time together after get off work at night? I just have one extra step to go online. TSK, it's like having a boyfriend sleep with me. I just sleep and play games online, and he keep me company. Ha ha ha, what do you mean by sleeping with me? I never heard of that explanation. Men really are better in the anime. Hey, you're being ridiculous. I'm a man too. You what, Dangxian protested. Salted Fish One packed up 2 more servings of Tangyuan. Complaining a bit really makes me feel better. I need to go find Wendell, and take a few deep gulps to soothe my wounded heart. Hey, Salted Fish One, are you planning on taking the South Continent mission? Well, I wait until the second wave opens. Clearing the land is too tiring for me. I'm already a salted fish. Ha ha ha. Salted Fish One waved at them, walked out of the shop, and glanced at the sky. Well, Wendell should still be at work at this hour. She turned and walked towards the familiar little building, quickly climbing to the third floor and politely knocking on the slightly ajar office door. "Come in," came Wendell's calm yet gentle voice from inside. "Hi, dear Wendell." Xianyu peeked in, holding up a handful of glutinous rice balls. "I brought you some delicious food." "That's wonderful." Wendell stacked the files he was carrying and placed them aside, clearing the desk. He took the takeout box from Xianyu and placed it on the desk, then went around the desk to pull out a chair for her. "This is a true gentleman." Xianyu silently clenched her fist in her heart and sat down in the large chair. "Did anything happen today?" Wendell carefully examined her expression. "You seem a little unhappy." "Yes, something did. There was some idiot who pretends to know everything and criticizes my work in my field of expertise. He argues back for every word I say, acting like he's the only one who knows the truth, even though he doesn't understand anything," she said indignantly. "It's like I become interested in him just because he criticizes my professionalism." "Ugh, disgusting pedantic jerk. That's really inappropriate." Wendell nodded. "There are no unchanging, predetermined truths in this world. The world that humans can see is extremely limited. Every step each person takes in their professional field deserves praise, and shouldn't be judged or criticized by laymen who know nothing about it." He smiled gently, sat back down, and opened the lid of the food box, letting out a rush of steam. "Besides, you work in writing. This is a personal creative endeavor, a unique expression of your emotions and a written record, requiring no interference or guidance from others. There are inherent barriers between people. Even the closest of us cannot fully understand each other. Reading literary works is precisely about experiencing worlds and ideas that differ from our own. Encountering shared thoughts is naturally a joy, but exploring aspects of ourselves we haven't considered or understood is equally joyful. Trying to impose one's own thoughts on someone else's writing is an offense. The correct approach is to pick up a pen and write your own words." He placed his right hand on his chest, lowered his eyes, and a warm smile played on his lips. "And I, too, adore the world your words have sculpted. From those words, I can sense your exuberant passion and the throbbing of your heart." Xian Yuitiao's face flushed slightly, and she stammered, "Why can you make such things sound so sweet?" She lowered her head and buried it in her hands. "Ah, that's so unfair." Wendell tilted his head curiously. Not dwelling on Xian Yuitiao's actions, he continued, "I think that man must have been moved by your charm, so he followed his instinct to court a mate, like some male animals, and crudely displayed his feathers. But what makes us human is that we are naturally different from animals. Simply following our instinct to court a mate, without any gentlemanly manners, won't win the favor of women. But fortunately, he's a rough and tumble person, which gives me more opportunities. Ah, this game's NPC AI is so powerful. This is the perfect boyfriend." Chapter 587. Speaking of which, Wendell is clearly very learned, but he's never said anything like "let me test you." Salty Fish, chin in hand, watched Wendell scoop up a glutinous rice ball and quickly reminded him, "Be careful, the filling is very hot." Why would I test you?" Wendell chuckled. "No one is born with knowledge. The key is never how much knowledge you possess, but rather maintaining curiosity and a thirst for knowledge about the world, and constantly acquiring knowledge. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Even the world's consciousness itself cannot grasp all knowledge. Moreover, human understanding evolves with the times. Nothing is absolute truth. Just like how people thousands of years ago believed that objects would fall to the ground was an absolute truth, but when people realized that it was actually gravity pulling objects towards the ground, and that the existence of air could hinder this process, the levitation technique overturned that truth. And so it was born. Some knowledge may be correct in one place, but incorrect in another. Beyond towns lie other towns, beyond continents lie other continents, beyond planets lie other planets, beyond worlds lie other worlds. The broader one's horizons, and the more one's knowledge, the more one realizes one's own insignificance and ignorance. Conversely, a child just starting school, upon learning 1 + 1 is equal to 2, often believes they have mastered all the truth in the world. To judge others' knowledge merely by using one's own answer to a single question only highlights one's own shallowness. I suspect these people's purpose isn't about discussing knowledge and learning, but simply to assert their own authority, as if establishing their own correctness and others' wrongness will earn them respect. Wendell thought for a moment, but I feel that knowledge itself isn't something to show off or compete with. Blindly believing oneself to be absolutely right also prevents one from embracing more possibilities. Sometimes, simply changing the premise and context of the problem can drastically change the answer. The more you debate, the clearer things become. Being able to accept others' viewpoints and engage in equal discussions, bridging the gaps between ideas to arrive at the best result, that's the most joyful thing. But are those people really interested in the answer? They just want to put themselves in the position of examiner, making others, who were originally equals, into slightly lower status candidates. Using knowledge to suppress or even insult others is inherently malicious. If you want to pursue equal feelings by establishing inequality in this way, that's the worst approach. Exactly. Salty Fish nodded frantically. But for me, there's nothing shameful about admitting that there are still many mysteries in the world I haven't explored or know the answers to. On the contrary, the thought of how many more topics are worth exploring makes me tremble with excitement. Wendell's eyes were full of laughter. It's like finishing a sweet little cake and then finding many more little cakes on the table, each with a different flavor but equally delicious. That makes so much sense. The girl's eyes brightened. She moved her chair, leaned forward, and rested her chin on her hand, leaning closer. So, if it were Wendell, what methods would he choose to pursue someone? Wendell slowly finished a glutinous rice ball, put down his spoon, and thought carefully for a moment before saying, well, I don't have much experience in this area, but judging from myself, curiosity is in my nature. A partner full of mysteries will give me endless curiosity and interest, so perhaps a touch of mystery will make me more charming. But mysteries alone can become boring. You need to reveal clues little by little, open yourself up, and let the other person gradually enter your heart. He also leaned slightly towards the girl, saying, what do you think, dear Miss Salty Fish? Salty Fish's face flushed slightly. Who said the NPCs in this game can't flirt? They're so good at it. She looked at Wendell's handsome face, clearly feeling her heart pounding strongly in her chest. Aw, such a good man. Why can't he exist in reality? Oh well, I just go for it. She made up her mind, mustered her courage, leaned forward, and kissed Wendell's lips. It was soft, a little cool, and carried a hint of the sweet aroma of peanut glutinous rice balls. Salted Fish wanted to deepen the kiss, but suddenly found herself airborne. Beep, the player system issued an alert. Player Salted Fish has been detected engaging in indecent behavior towards an NPC, violating game rules. Arrested and sentenced to 6 hours of game time confinement. Huh? The next second, Salted Fish found herself no longer in Wendell's office. She was locked in a small cell. Apart from a bed board fixed to the wall, there was nothing there. 3 sides of the cell were walls, and the side facing the corridor consisted of iron bars and a tightly closed iron gate. She opened her skill panel and saw that all her skills were grayed out and unusable, while a countdown timer was flashing on the system panel. Ugh, why am I locked up for kissing my NPC boyfriend? Even if this is a rated game where everyone's underwear is welded to their body, locking someone up for kissing is just outrageous. Developers. Customer service? I'm going to complain. Half an hour later, as Xianyuitio finished filling out a long form in the online customer service complaint section of the system panel, Wendell arrived with the city guards. The guard pulled out a bunch of keys, searched for a moment, and opened the door. You can go now. Next time, remember to get permission before. Cough, intimate actions. Xianyuitio crawled out of the cell with a mournful look on her face. Ah, I'm so sorry. It took me a while to figure out what happened. It seems to be a defensive measure set up by the Lord to protect adventurers and locals, Wendell said, pulling out 2 application forms. I went to the Lord's Mage Tower and got an exemption application. It said that as long as both parties in a relationship voluntarily sign the exemption application, this kind of misunderstanding can be avoided. Ahem, I already filled out my own. Salty Fish took the blank exemption application from Wendell. The contents read, player voluntarily agrees to develop a romantic relationship with, and promises that both parties are adults and will be responsible for all consequences, including but not limited to emotional disputes that may arise during the development and interaction of their relationship. I hereby request the system to disable the defensive measures. Above the signature line was a large system notification. After disabling the defensive measures, if the player feels threatened or in danger by their romantic partner, they can still initiate an emergency call to activate remote teleportation for rescue. Salty Fish, damn it! Chapter 588. A new post appeared on the forum. Subject: does anyone know why you need to apply for permission to date an NPC in this game, otherwise any intimate behavior will get you imprisoned? Players clicked in with curiosity, then came out laughing hysterically. Ha ha, as expected of Salty Fish teacher, forever on the unknown path of dating NPCs. Hilarious, we're playing an online game. Salty Fish teacher is playing an Otome game. Ha ha, Strict management as always, definitely the development team style. Does this mean we can't do that to our concubines? I only knew that making a move on the main concubine would get you imprisoned, so does this defense measure apply to all NPCs? Hilarious, I thought the development team style was respecting player rights plus preventing cheating, but I didn't expect them to protect NPC rights just as well. At NPC Human Rights Association at Yaha Rights Protection Organization. Come learn. Even an upright official can't settle family disputes, but no worries, the system will step in. So dating an NPC is one-on-one? First come, first served? It probably depends on the NPC's affection level, but it is indeed 1v1. I tried talking to Wendell before to test the waters, and he said he was already in a stable relationship and then rejected me. Ha ha ha, I was wondering why I hadn't seen Teacher Shinyu in the PvP gates today. Turns out he was chasing NPCs, and ended up in jail again. Hey, I spotted a PvP pro. Do you have a PvP guide yet? Yes, I have. Today was Yang Ye's checkup day. Ever since he started playing games, he'd been able to sleep soundly every day, feeling no pain from his injured leg. With enough sleep and a better mood, his appetite naturally returned. As long as a person can eat and sleep, the body has the strength to recuperate. You recovered remarkably well, the doctor explained in amazement. All indicators are much better than in our last checkup. With continued rehabilitation, you can get a custom prosthesis. This good news made Yang Yi happier. Although he couldn't return to his pre-accident condition, any improvement was always a good thing. When he logged into the game that night, the system popped up a notification frowny face players' health indicators have basically returned to normal. Players can now choose to switch to standard mode / continue in recuperation mode. Yang Yi, also known as Changbanpo Yichuanqi, thought for a moment and switched back to standard mode. While rest mode allows me to stay online for extended periods, I can't access most dungeons, which is a bit boring. He had already honed his spearmanship skills in Valhalla, and even created a few new ones with the NPC instructors, but he felt suffocated by the lack of places to use them. That's perfect. I can finally try out a PvP dungeon. This PvP dungeon was also released with the 2.0 update. Its entrance is located in an abandoned ship graveyard on the southeast coast. However, because PvP has a limited number of players, it's different from other dungeons. You can't just enter and play. You must first register for PvP with the Adventurers Guild and obtain a magic crystal called a Battle Assembly Order, which is essentially a dungeon queue, and then use it to queue for the dungeon. This PvP dungeon is actually a randomized battlefield. Players have currently discovered 5 maps, each with its own unique theme, setting, rules, and number of participants. These maps are all different, with random rotation triggering, making it impossible to predict what you encounter when queuing. It's like a blind box, full of excitement and heart-pounding gameplay. As long as enough players queue up to enter the dungeon at the same time, multiple gates can even open simultaneously, each for a different dungeon. To make it easier for everyone to queue up and avoid waiting for hours, players have spontaneously agreed to open the gates together at 10 p.m. Origin World Time every night. This is the time for PvP players to revel in the fun. No waiting required. Queue up and enter in seconds. Latecomers are welcome too, as many players who are also late and waiting in line will enter after completing a single battle. The wait is only a few minutes at most. It wasn't until around 3 a.m. Origin World Time that players, having experienced countless bloody battles, would finally leave the battlefield, shrouded in the smoke and smell of gunpowder, some cursing, some beaming, some contented, some reluctant to leave, to return to their daily routines. Naturally, players resting couldn't claim the Battle Rally Order, but they could after switching back to standard game mode. This Battle Rally Order could be used repeatedly, eliminating the need to reclaim it each time. Changbanpo Yichuanqi looked at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, checked the time, and excitedly activated it. Changbanpo Yichuanqi had previously carefully studied the various PvP discussion threads on the forum, and had a rough idea of the themes of the 5 maps. Dragonfront theme. Number of players: 48 player squad versus dragons, 48 of which are player-controlled dragons. This is a large-scale ground-to-air, human versus dragon battle instance. Human players, positioned in their faction fortresses in the mountains, utilize terrain, strategy, and large-scale anti-air magic crossbows to fight off hordes of dragons, while the dragons must use their innate combat prowess to destroy the human fortresses. Both sides need to wipe out the enemy to win, seemingly a battle with a significant advantage for the dragons. Assuming this is a PD instance. However, in reality, controlling the dragons is not easy for players, and the dragons are large and easy to aim at, while humans are often cautious and have many hiding places. In fact, after several days of playing, human victories were frequent, while the dragon suffered repeated defeats. Battle of Poison Horn Ridge. Theme. Number of players, 50 vs 50. This is a fortress defense battle, with one team attacking and one team defending. The battlefield is a narrow path leading to the gate of Poison Horn Ridge and a mountaintop fortress. On the surface, it seems easy to defend and difficult to attack, but since the attacker's victory condition is destroying the defender's crystal, while the defender's victory condition is wiping out the attackers, the battle can actually be quite back and forth. Flash Attack Sky City. Theme. Number of participants, 24 vs 24 vs 24. This is a Sky Island teleportation points battle, and a 3-team free-for-all. The floating rocky terrain contains teleportation arrays and crystal points, as well as whirlwind springs that activate intermittently. Being hit by a whirlwind spring will send you flying into the air, then crashing to your death below the Sky Island. Points are awarded for capturing crystal points and killing enemies. Crystal points vary in size, and each kill is worth 10 points. Killing members of other teams earns points, while killing members of your own team results in point deductions. The first team to reach 800 points wins. Chapter 589. Infiltrating the Mechanical City. Theme. Number of players, 10 vs 10. This is the battle instance with the fewest players, but also the most interesting scenario. The entire scenario is a large maze of traps within the Mechanical City. Players are randomly teleported to various locations within the arena. They must not only try to reunite with their teammates, but also fight against the other team to steal randomly spawning intelligence points for points, while avoiding the city's traps and various monsters that spawn at random times and locations. It's extremely exciting. Saltwater Bay Landing Battle. Theme. Number of players, 50 vs 50. This is a battle map where water covers 3/4 of the map, divided into 2 brackish water areas, a bay and a river. One team of players launches a landing attack from the sea, while the other team defends on the shore. Victory is determined by whether the attacking team can push their lane past the system-set defense line within 20 minutes. There are also randomly spawning exploding fountains on the shore, indiscriminately spraying anyone who gets hit. Very thrilling. 5 maps cover 5 different themes: ground-to-air combat, gate defense, Sky Island battles, maze traps, and naval beach landings. Each battle has a 20-minute time limit. If neither side achieves victory within 20 minutes, the team closest to achieving victory wins. Furthermore, in PvP battles, each player has 10 lives. If they still have lives remaining, they will automatically revive at the starting point after 5 seconds without needing to be revived, and rejoin the battle. However, if all 10 lives are used up, the player can only spectate the battle as a ghost in the instance, and cannot leave until the battle ends. Players jokingly call this the death penalty. In PvP battles, you can't be afraid to die, but you also can't die recklessly. The key to victory is figuring out how to kill as many enemies as possible while ensuring your own survival. Chang Banpo's 7-kill streak had been played in PvP modes in various games before, possessing both combat awareness and fighting spirit, but he had never experienced motion sensory combat in a real-world VR game, and he was genuinely unsure of himself. With a ding, the crystal in his hand vibrated, and the player's system popped up a notification. Hello. The battlefield you selected is full. Teleportation will open in 15 seconds. Please confirm your teleportation. Canceling teleportation is equivalent to canceling your battlefield registration. You will receive a 1-hour penalty, and will be unable to use Battle Rally Order for 1 hour. Confirm teleportation/cancel teleportation. Confirm. He felt his body rise into the air, then suddenly fall, as if he had passed through a thick, jelly-like barrier in an instant. You have arrived at the battlefield, Dragon Frontline. Current faction, Human. Battle will begin in 30 seconds. Please confirm your weapon, equipment, and class. Any loot boxes in this round? Someone shouted beside him. Loot boxes. A large, bright circle suddenly appeared above someone's head in the distance. Great. The crowd cheered. Newbies, switch to the team channel. Pay attention to the channel commander. Follow the loot boxes. Follow the loot boxes. Follow the loot boxes. Any experienced players? Those who can drive ballisti, go to the ballisti area. Anyone who wants to learn, come along. 3 people per ballista, 1 to fire and 2 to reload. Reloading is mandatory. Ballisti are key to our victory. We can't be short-handed. Ballista commanders, get to your positions and find your teammates. If you need more, shout in the channel. Everyone else follow me. The countdown resets. The battle begins. A deafening roar echoes overhead. Chang Banpo Yichwanki looks up and sees a gigantic dragon soaring through the sky. He can almost see the folds of its outstretched wings and the shimmering luster of its dark scales. So beautiful. He can't help but exclaim. Beautiful my ass. Get down. Someone next to him pounces and pins him to the ground. Whoosh. The intense heat of the dragon's flames brushes past their heads. Chang Banpo Yichwanki feels as if the scorching heat will instantly set him ablaze. His hair smelled faintly of burning protein. Damn, are you a newbie? Don't just stand there on the battlefield. The person who tackled him was an ID named Empty Valley Firefly, clearly a pay-to-win player. Her alchemical doll was exquisitely crafted, with a delicate face and shimmering silver hair. Judging from the ID, the player who had spun 7 strings at Chang Banpo knew this was likely a female player who cared about her appearance. Thank you. This was the first time he'd been saved by a girl. He rubbed his hands together and thanked her. Quick, quick, catch up with the team. Don't stand there, we're about to mount the dragon. Chang Banpo one-shot 7. What are you going up to? Dragon. Dragon. How can we fight it without going up its back? Do you even know how to play? Kongyu Yuing said, hey, if you can't, just follow me. She rushed up the city wall in 3 strides. Chang Banpo one-shot 7 quickly did as she was told. On your marks. Daving's voice came, and at the same time, a series of commands appeared in the channel. Everyone. Climb the wall. Aim. Jump. Hoorah! The players on the city wall leaped with all their might, aiming at the giant dragon flying over the cliff below. Some landed successfully on the dragon's back. Some unlucky ones had bad aim and jumped where there was no dragon at all. Some dragons dodged with a whirlwind, barely avoiding the falling players. Damn it! Kongyu Yuing clung to the dragon's neck and flew into the sky. Mommy, I rode the dragon. Damn, why didn't you jump? Chang Banpo one-shot 7. Is that even a question? Of course, they wouldn't dare. The players riding dragons were already showing off their skills. Steer their dragons into the dragon herd. Chang Banpo Yichwanki noticed that the dragons they chose were clearly NPC dragons controlled by the system's AI, flying extremely smoothly. Meanwhile, those flying erratically and spinning around in the sky were obviously players who hadn't yet learned to control their dragon limbs. Aim your crossbows at those newbie players who can't fly. Daving shouted, send them back home first. All players on the dragons. Pull up. Clear the airspace. A series of dragon roars echoed across the arena. Players on the dragons' backs unleashed a flurry of strange tactics, pulling heads, grabbing necks, and tugging at fur, propelling their dragons into the sky and creating excellent aiming angles. Fire! The trigger was pulled, and the giant ballista sprang back, launching massive bolts, each as tall as an adult, straight at the novice dragon circling in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, several times, the novice player dragons had their wings pierced by the giant arrows, falling to the ground with cries of agony. Chapter 590. Don't let your guard down. This is a border-killing battle. There's still a lot of fighting to do. The giant dragon beneath Daving flapped its wings. All dragon riders charge. Chang Banpo Yichwanki realized that after entering this battlefield, except for the hunters on the crossbow carts, most of the players on the city wall had been switched to lancers, becoming dragon lancers once they rode their dragons. Even the few who hadn't switched to lancers had been switched to tamers or druids. It seems there are advantageous classes on the battlefield, he muttered to himself. At that moment, a dragon flew crookedly past the city wall. Chang Banpo Yichwanki suddenly leaped onto its back. Shit! The dragon began to struggle, speaking in human language. Big brother, get off my back. You're a newbie, right? Why are you trying to embarrass a newbie? If you kill me like this, you fall too. Chang Banpo Yichwanki looked up at the dragons ridden by others, then down at his own dragon and the abyss below, realizing something was amiss. Besides players, there were also NPC dragons flying in the sky. NPC dragons, once tamed through player skills, became mounts, but player dragons were uncontrollable and would fight to the bitter end. While it was possible to kill them directly by mounting them, that was in midair. Killing a player dragon would also result in your own fall into the abyss. It was a life-for-life trade. Unless it was the final decisive round, where you had to trade the opponent's last life, there was no real benefit to this strategy. Aw, sorry, he said sincerely. This is my first time in the battlefield, I'm inexperienced. It's okay. You remember next time. The dragon flipped over and slammed its back against the city wall. Boom! A large section of the thick city wall collapsed instantly. Changbanpo-17 felt a colossal creature crush him, then his screen went gray, displaying a 5-second respawn countdown. Changbanpo-17. Damn, I'm crushed into a meat patty. Changbanpo-17 reflected on his actions. This was PEP. Dragons have wings, but humans don't. Jumping onto an enemy dragon's back was practically asking to be killed. TSK, this is indeed a very strategic battlefield. It's a pity there isn't a complete battlefield guide yet. These scattered posts are too difficult to understand. And without actually experiencing the battlefield firsthand, he often had no idea what the experts were talking about. He rushed back into the battle area with the respawning crowd, and as he ran to the side, he heard someone shout, "Lie down." This time, he learned his lesson and immediately threw himself to the ground. The dragon's scorching flame struck again, scorching the land not far from Changbanpo-17, heading straight for the ballista on the corner tower of the city wall. The hunter on the ballista hurriedly jumped off, but was still hit by the flames. Ballista casualties. Archers. Archers to replace them. Anyone else free, go and provide support. 3 men are needed for each ballista. Changbanpo-17 scrambled to his feet and ran towards the ballista. Upon reaching it, he discovered that the ballista, made of some unknown metal, was completely undamaged even after being attacked by the dragon's fire, radiating a chilling aura. He curiously cast an appraisal spell, Mithril Ballista, a mithril ballista crafted using dwarven secret techniques, forged with arcane runes to defend against dragonfire, capable of withstanding high temperatures. At least 3 people are needed to operate and fire a crossbow, 1 to aim, requires bow and arrow skills, and 2 to reload and steer. The 3 players previously on the crossbow cart had all been killed and revived. 2 more players rushed over. One of them, a hunter, climbed onto the crossbow cart in a few steps and sat at the controls. 2 of you, please reload the crossbows. Hey, help! Changbanpo-17 followed another player to the back of the crossbow cart. The space beneath the cart was piled high with thick, long black iron crossbow bolts. The 2 of them worked together to drag the deadly bolt out, then, with a series of shouts, placed it in the arrow slot at the front of the crossbow cart. String. They both pushed the arrow slot back, while the hunter player hurriedly turned a cable tray on the driver's seat, tightening the crossbow's bowstring. Turn. The 2 players, one on each side of the crossbow cart, pushed the handlebars to turn the cart's front, aiming it in the direction of the flying dragon. Here we go! Aim. The hunter player flicked the joystick left and right, fine-tuning the direction before violently cranking the other disc. The crossbow began to tilt upwards. Altitude angle OK. The player quickly calculated, then aimed through the scope at the dragon hurtling towards them. Watch me. He suddenly pulled the trigger. The massive crossbow bolt blasted out, tracing a perfect parabola and piercing the dragon's body with a snap. Good job, brother. Hey, keep reloading. The next one's coming. The crossbow bolt was indeed a powerful weapon against dragons. A single shot was a sure kill, its penetrating power immense. Whether it struck a wing or the dragon's body, it was enough to rip the dragon apart, sending it plummeting into the abyss. Whether the dragon was killed by an arrow or by falling is hard to say. However, no matter how powerful a weapon is, it still needs to hit. Apart from anything else, reloading this is just too much work. Changbanpo-17 gritted his teeth as he loaded the crossbow bolt onto the quiver. This is way harder than doing bench presses at the gym. Another player remarked. The others repeated their old tricks, restringing the arrow, adjusting the angle, aiming, and firing. This time, while the arrow's trajectory was perfect, the dragon was a master player. It dodged the arrow with a sideways spin, and then swooped down towards the 3 of them. Take shelter. The hunter player shouted, leaping from the crossbow cart and tumbling down to the base of the city wall. Boom! A blanket of dragon flames lashed Changbanpo-17's face. The screen went gray again, and the 5-second resurrection countdown began again. Too hard, too hard. Who said human dragons have the upper hand against human dragons? Changbanpo-17 muttered. That was in the early days, before everyone had learned to fly. A familiar voice rang nearby. Changbanpo-17 looked back. The Kongu Yuing from before had died at some point, now resurrected in a dusty state. PEP itself relies heavily on proficiency. Now that everyone's entered the battlefield more often, proficiency has increased. As long as they can perform at their best, the dragons are far superior to humans. But combat is all about timing, location, and people. Every single mistake can mean a huge difference. That's the charm of PvP. Can you, sir, guide me? Changbanpo-17 said. I read some guides, But this is my first time entering a battlefield, and I'm really unfamiliar with it. I can't react to many things. That's hilarious. I'm not a sir. I just entered a few more times. It's not a big deal. Just follow me. At most, you die a couple more times. Chapter 591. Having someone to guide you in PvP is a completely different experience from not having one, especially for a newbie entering the arena for the first time. Yes, as a newbie, Changbanpo's 7-kill streak made it acutely clear that no matter what mobile 5v5 battles or PUBG he had played before, the combat using a mouse, keyboard, or phone was fundamentally different from this real-life battlefield. It was worlds apart. Of course, it was also completely different from the familiar gunnery simulations he had encountered before. He could hear the dragon's roar piercing the sky, the howling wind from the massive dragon wings, his own heavy breathing, and the pounding of his heart. He could feel his feet slipping on the slippery dragon scales, feel the contraction, stretching, and soreness of his muscles as he carried the cold, black iron crossbow bolts. He could smell the acrid stench of dragon flames burning flesh and fur, the sweet, metallic scent of splattered blood, and the rusty smell of weapons. All his senses told him that this was the most realistic battlefield ever. But where are the dragons on the battlefield? Ah! He howled and jumped, landing steadily on the dragon's back in the next second of complete weightlessness. He used all fours and weapons to climb onto the dragon's neck and cast the skill, riding. Luckily, he eventually learned Lancer skills from Bist. Ding, player system notification. Without a bound mount, the success rate of riding is only 50%. This skill casting result is success. Mount duration is 15 minutes. Why is there a duration? 7 people shouted from Changbanpo. Because you're not bound to a mount, but a battlefield only lasts 40 minutes of game time, 20 minutes of real time. 15 minutes is enough time for you to die several times over. Kongu Yuing shouted. Brothers, charge. Daving gave the command, and a large triangle lit up above the giant dragon's head ahead, directing all the dragon lancers' attacks towards that target. Changbanpo Yuchwanki noticed that Kongu Yuing also followed Bing's orders, but was always the fastest to flee. Follow Bing, use the triangle, quickly in and out, and save your teammates first. Kongu Yuing concluded, don't be a team slacker, or you be eaten alive by the dragons. Got it. Changbanpo Yuchwanki silently memorized it. Then he saw Kongu Yuing howl, there's low health. He happily charged forward, but was unfortunately surrounded by the dragons and killed. Changbanpo Yuchwanki, He silently made a mental note, don't chase the rotten head. But the Lancer was indeed the most suitable class for this battlefield, because there were dragons here. The biggest difference between Lancers and Lancers lies in their mounts. Lancers can draw power from their mounts, enhancing their abilities. If their mounts were ordinary animals, like horses, the difference might not be noticeable. But if a Lancer rides a dragon, their attacks are imbued with dragon power. Even the most basic melee attack thrust can be extended to within 50 meters of the Lancer's center. This makes fighting on a dragon truly melee. Not to mention skills like Sky-Shattering Cannon, which, fueled by the combined power of Battle Will and Dragon Power, delivers a guaranteed 20,000 damage critical hit. It's the equivalent of a ultimate skill LB. This PvP instance has a special energy bar called the Favor of the God of War. Depending on the battlefield rules, the more enemies a player kills, the more points they get, and the more energy is in the energy bar, resulting in a higher player strength bonus. However, once a player is killed, the energy in the energy bar will be reduced by half. The more players die, the less energy they have. Players habitually refer to this energy bar simply as battle spirit. Rumor has it that if you achieve a true victory in 5,000 battles with full battle spirit, meaning you successfully meet the victory conditions, you can unlock a special achievement and receive a special reward from the Lord. Changbanpo Yuchwanki glanced at the countdown clock, which was about to reach 0, and the tense battle situation that had no clear winner. He sighed, this is too difficult. Beep, the player system prompted, time is up. Survivors of this match, humans 33 versus dragons 44. Neither side has met the final victory conditions, and the dragons have won by sheer number of survivors. Ah, another false victory. Dragons win again. Ah, this round wasted. That's not true. Although you wasted another 20 minutes on the long road to achievement, you gained more combat experience. The conditions for killing the enemy are too difficult. And there are 10 lives, all of which need to be eliminated for a true victory. I hope we can randomly enter a different map next time. The dragon front is too difficult. After reviewing the battle results displayed by the system, Changbanpo Yuchwanki sighed, and pressed the exit button. Everyone was teleported to the battlefield dungeon entrance, and the previously empty ship graveyard was instantly filled with people. "Hey! Bro, you're here." Kong Gu Yuing waved to him and ran over. "How about we team up for the next match?" "Sure." Chong Ban Pai Chuanchi nodded, sincerely praising, "You played really well, that's impressive. You get the hang of it after playing a lot. It's not hard at all. You develop your feel for it after playing a few more games." Kong Gu Yuing said dismissively. "No, I rarely see girls this good at PvP. Ah, I don't mean any sexism." Kong Gu Yuing looked at him strangely. "No, bro, are you seeing things? I'm a guy." Chang Banpo one-shot 7. Huh? Wait, what? This ID? It looks like a girl's, doesn't it? Speaking of which, I always been curious. MOU, holding popcorn, looked at the player PvP battlefield projection that Lia had projected, laughing uncontrollably. How exactly is this illusion formed? It's clearly an illusion, yet it can randomly create different battlefields. It's practically a natural daily rotating battlefield. This isn't a natural illusion. Aialian explained. This kind of illusion is called the God Storage Vault. Each of these is created by a god using their own sealing artifact. However, upon death, the sealing artifact becomes ownerless, continuing to operate the illusion according to its original design until a new owner is chosen. For example, this illusion was created by the God of Winter using the sealing artifact. The God of War's Spear. The 5 random battlefields within this illusion represent the 5 most memorable major battles in the God of War's memory. Chapter 592. The sealed artifact allows those entering the illusion to relive the war god's most unforgettable battles, seeking someone worthy of obtaining the war god's authority. I understand. MOU said. So, the previous werewolf illusion was based on the same principle? Possibly. Aialian said. Normally, unless it's a situation like the Clock Tower Town that involves gods, there shouldn't be gods in an illusion. An illusion with gods is most likely a storage vault for the gods. These special illusions are created by deities for various purposes, either by combining sealed artifacts with the resentment of the dead, or by using the sealed artifacts themselves as their core. The content of these illusions is often a game or contest with rules set by the deities. By following these rules and cooperating to win, one can escape the illusion. However, because these overt games or contests don't involve the core of the illusion, no matter how one tries to strategize within them, the illusion cannot be purified. So, that village where night falls must be a storage facility established jointly by the Goddess of Darkness and the Goddess of Fate. MOU nodded. The surface-level werewolf game has little to do with the core of the illusion, so no matter how many times players play, they make no progress. But why do the gods set up such storage vaults? To seal away corruption, without losing their authority and power, Aialian explained. For example, it's impossible for someone like the Winter God to devour other gods and seize their authority without suffering any backlash. While the War God's power of war overlaps somewhat with the Winter God's power of death, they are fundamentally very different. War belongs to humanity, separated from natural authority. It's difficult for the Winter God to fully assimilate it through his own power. Furthermore, the War God's fall was not publicized, and some of his followers still believed he was still alive. This belief must have tainted the Winter God. For the Winter God, having gained the War God's authority, this belief did more harm than good, and the contamination far outweighed the power he gained. Thus, he chose to seal the authority within a dual illusion constructed from the War God's memories. Those trapped in the first layer of the war illusion could only fight according to its rules, and the war power drawn from them would nourish the authority itself. The operation and maintenance of the illusion would in turn dissipate the contamination posed by the War God's followers. The Winter God himself could maintain a connection with the authority, wielding it without bearing the pollution and harm it inherently carries. I believe he merged the authority of thunder with the spear of the God of War to strengthen his connection with the sealed artifact and prevent him from losing control of this authority. I see. MOU pondered. Since these storage vaults are double-layered illusions, and the first layer's game has little connection to the second layer, where the core or seal is stored, does that mean these illusions are impossible to purify? If the god controlling the seal falls, the seal will operate on its own power. If it is not replenished by contamination from believers or those who fall into the illusion for a long time, the illusion itself will shatter due to lack of energy. If there is a constant supply of contaminated energy, the illusion will continue to function, and the ownerless seal will, like a normal authority, approach those most qualified to obtain it. In most cases, the sealed artifacts themselves, or the gods they once belonged to, will set conditions for their successors. Those who meet these conditions may be able to penetrate the first layer and enter the second illusionary realm, where they will undergo the sealed artifacts trials. Those who successfully pass the trials will purify the illusionary realm and obtain the sealed artifact. Well, in that case, I believe we can continuously inject pollution into the PP dungeon illusion. MOU smiled and began to calculate. War is not a useful authority for us. It does not belong to the supreme authority, and it is also contrary to the peace of my order and your protection. In that case, allowing the PP dungeon illusion to exist independently and provide players with battlefield gameplay may be its greatest value. But Leah, do you know the conditions for the War God's Spear to recognize a master? For unowned sealed artifacts, I can sense the conditions. The condition for opening the first layer is to win 5,000 battles, while gaining the War God's favor. I added this condition as a player achievement goal to the achievements panel. Leah said. Great. This way, players can work towards this achievement. And with dedicated players, I believe no one else can achieve this privilege sooner than these dedicated players. If it weren't for the dedicated players, who devoted themselves to daily battles, perhaps others could gain the sealed relic's attention through continuous effort. However, with the influx of players, the sealed relic's attention would be distracted by these endless players. If the player obtains the authority, it will naturally be confiscated by Leah, allowing MOU to continue manually preserving the battlefield instance or release it after an upgrade. If the player does not obtain the authority, at least others will be unable to overtake the player in this race, so whether or not they obtain the authority is irrelevant. The player can continue to play the battlefield content, and no one else in the world can obtain this authority, which is equivalent to the World Alliance controlling it. In either case, MOU will definitely not lose out. But I'm curious about what sealed artifact the Goddess of Fate and the Goddess of Darkness have hidden behind the werewolf game. MOU stroked his chin. And why are the two goddesses working together to hide the sealed artifact? Speaking of which, the mercenaries seem to have mentioned that the Goddess of Fate had created many similar illusions. Could those be the god storage vaults? Also, I always been curious about how the Goddess of Fate knows how to play so many board games. At first, I thought Fate had the power to observe time and space, but now I think the Goddess of Fate may be hiding a greater secret. He picked up the glass of Otaku's happy water and took a deep sip from the straw. The fact that the two goddesses have tacitly collaborated to seal this. Perhaps, those storage vaults hidden behind the Goddess of Fate's countless mini-games aren't some treasure-filled halls of power, but rather Pandora's boxes that must never be opened. MOU shook the glass in his hand. Crystal-clear bubbles slowly rose in the sunlight, then burst one by one. Chapter 593. 3 days after the voyage mission was announced, all the players who had applied through the Adventurers Guild either successfully received boarding notices, or were regretfully informed that they hadn't been selected. The city was filled with adventurers, some ecstatic, others sighing in despair. The scene was utterly divided. Edward Lost glanced at them suspiciously, then quickened his pace to work. He had been caught in another inescapable nightmare last night, and by the time he finally managed to get up this morning, he was almost late. He hadn't even had time to properly style his hair, so he simply put on a top hat to cover it up. When he arrived at his office, a large group of adventurers were already blocking his door, each waving a firearms dispensing slip and shouting incoherent nonsense. My little wife. My little wife. Hurry up and approve my application. Hurry up. The ship's about to depart. NPCs, who are late for work and don't approve applications will get beep. Beep. Edward, so annoying. He hastily gathered up the expense reports, grabbed the key, and walked to the armory, opening the door. Everyone whose name I call, come here. He simply pulled over several boxes of firearms, piled them at his feet, blocked the doorway, called out a name, verified the adventurer's identity, and shoved the firearms into their hands, skipping even the instructions on how to use them. Take it and leave, don't block the door. Several adventurers received their equipment, received a system notification that their job change was successful, and hurriedly left, only gathering together to gossip after exiting the Investigation Bureau's outpost. Wow, my little wife is so irritable today. He's probably just grouchy from waking up. I see his hair is all messed up today, and if I get close, I can hear his stomach growling with hunger. Did he sleep in late and skip breakfast before coming to work? Workers can relate. Students can relate too. They exchanged glances and hurried to the breakfast stall on the commercial street. Boss. 1 pancake, please. 1 seafood hot pot, 1 fried dough stick, and 1 triangular cake. After finally sending all the adventurers away, Edward saw several familiar faces running back. This time, they were carrying large and small bags of food, and the enticing aroma of food filled his nose. You come to work before breakfast, my dear. You work so hard. These are for you. Edward, thank you. For a moment, he was flattered, even slightly suspicious that these adventurers had ulterior motives. However, Professor Moya's management of this city-state was very strict, and it was said that no unsafe food would be found at any stage. Enjoy your meal. The adventurers happily ran off. Edward, bewildered, carried the pile of fragrant food. After a moment's thought, he locked the armory door and returned to his workstation with the food. To be on the safe side, he cast several detection spells to check for poison, foreign matter, or even excessive seasoning in the food. To his surprise, there was nothing. The food was perfectly acceptable for sale. Edward tore open a package of fried food, took a deep drag on the irresistible aroma of oil, and bit into it. The crispy pasta crumbled in his mouth, and the rich, oily carbohydrates exploded with happiness on his taste buds. These adventurers. They're actually quite nice. But where are they in such a hurry to go? Ah, this seafood soup is delicious. The adventurers who had completed their job advancement and daily NPC feeding quests hurried to the port of Pompeii town right on time. The Undying Queen, which had played a crucial role as a weapon, physical, in the battle against the winter god in the underworld, had now been repaired and was currently docked in the port. The deck was full of NPCs unloading cargo and players already boarding. Annie's dark-skinned first mate, Avita Locks, was holding a megaphone, repeatedly broadcasting important notices. Adventurers, take note. After arriving in Southern Continent, you cannot return before completing your quest, otherwise you will be unable to re-enter. There is 1 hour before departure. Please make sure to resolve all outstanding matters within this hour, and bring all necessary equipment and items before boarding. Please put all your items in your backpacks. Upon disembarking, each person will receive a handheld pouch for inspection by the Church of Light. Please keep it in your hand. When boarding, please wear the full set of Azure Sea Church Priest equipment. You may not change your class or remove your equipment until we successfully enter Southern Continent. Anyone who violates this rule and is intercepted by the Church of Light upon entry will immediately lose their qualification to enter Southern Continent. Wow, this feels like traveling abroad. So exciting. So thrilled. Besides the priest, what other classes have you all leveled? Can we switch to other classes after we get to the Southern Continent? Avita. Can we put our orc forms in the Southern Continent? Today, Yo-Yo squeezed next to Avita and raised her hand to ask. Avita paused, thought seriously for a moment, turned off the recording on the megaphone, and raised it. Adventurers, please do not go to the Southern Continent as orcs. The average temperature in the Southern Continent is over 35 degrees Celsius. Except for the merfolk, all fur-bearing orc races from the Northern Territory cannot adapt to the hot temperatures of the Southern Continent. If you don't want to collapse from heat stroke as soon as you arrive in the Southern Continent, don't go in orc form. TSK, there's even a racial custom hurdle. We were careless. Several players wearing orc forms lamented. It's alright, just leave the orc body in AMT County, and the humanoid body will do the same in the Southern Continent. Jinri Yo-Yo quickly changed her mind. Speaking of which, those whales' bodies are alchemical puppets. Won't that arouse suspicion when priests enter the country? Avita smiled and said, it's fine. All priest uniforms have concealment and confusion runes. As long as you wear these clothes properly, your combat strength and your status as undead won't be detected by the Church of Light. The Lord said your own backpacks have the same effect. However, not carrying any luggage at all would arouse suspicion from the Church of Light, so we prepared a proper baggage for each of you, containing a change of clothes and some personal items that won't arouse suspicion. This setup is as meticulous as ever. Jinri Yo-Yo explained, it's even frighteningly detailed. Chapter 594. Team today at Rainy. Who from our team got selected? Team 9-Ball. Me. My cousin and Melissa passed too. Team Ascension to Immortal. Me, Brother Lujo, and One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains both passed. Team Tranquil Sea. I passed. The captain didn't apply. Team Azure Soaring. I passed too. Turn left out and Hair Loss Master passed too. Team Did You Lost Hair Today? Hey, don't call him Hair Loss Master. Team Today at Rainy. A 1/3 pass rate? That's not bad. Team Gnawing Ball. Several top-tier players didn't apply, like the lazy guy who's addicted to PvP and Otome games, and the socially awkward captain who's hiding in dungeons and refusing to come out, hee. But everyone has their own preferences and playstyles. Team Rainy Day. I don't know if this mission counts team points and rankings, so everyone should stay close together in case anything happens. The channel immediately filled with received, Okay, and understood. Rainy Day looked around. The players had all changed into priest uniforms, looking neat and quite imposing. Many familiar faces were there, but unfamiliar faces and IDs also made up a large portion. This selection of 300 Pioneer players was clearly not the exclusive domain of veteran players that Rainy Day had previously imagined. The new players who continued to pour in after the public beta may have played for a shorter period of time than the old players during the internal beta, but they made up for the gap with greater enthusiasm. Many old players simply gave up the opportunity to explore the new land due to boredom, fatigue, or choosing other game content according to their own preferences. There are limited spots for the new game, and the system says it won't affect the gameplay experience. If you don't like the content, there's no need to bother trying to get a spot. Some people enjoy exploring the unknown, while others prefer to simply follow in others' footsteps. However, this is perfectly normal, both in online games and in life. People who originally met and became acquainted due to a chance encounter can, due to the passage of time, changing interests, or a myriad of other reasons, part ways at the next crossroads. More newcomers will appear, traveling together for a while, before departing again at the next crossroads, or the one after that. This game updates very quickly. Aside from the infrastructure-related content, which remains largely unchanged, the rest of the content is largely unchanged. Many veteran players are probably still digesting the old content they haven't yet completed. Furthermore, this 2.0 update introduces the ever-popular PvP system. The reputation requirement probably screens out a number of players who like to test the waters. Today, Yo-Yu pondered. Hey, I thought the doctor wouldn't make it to this raid, but I didn't expect him to earn military merit and reputation so quickly. You underestimate the value of a medical license. Over 90% of the doctors on this ship are mediocre. How many of them even have the medical license title? It comes with a reputation bonus all by itself. Medical license? Today Yo-Yu looked in the direction of the conversation and noticed the player over there looked familiar. It seemed to be Black Cat from the Serve the People team. She glanced to the side and noticed a bespectacled player she didn't recognize standing next to the captain of the Serve the People team, Abyss below, with a gleaming gold title above his head, medical license. Today's Rain. He was indeed very conspicuous, and that aura. He was either a freak, a cool and aloof boss, or both. Hopefully this Southern Continent raid isn't a team competition. Today's Rain silently wept inwardly. Other teams even got newbies, and our team even lost its captain. Forget it, just hearing the team name makes us feel like we already lost. Don't talk to me, is utterly weak compared to Serve the People, okay? The assembly time quickly entered its countdown, and the selected players arrived one after another. The Lord, Ialian, and Engalmar appeared together on the bow deck. The CG animation begins. Today, the black-haired Lord, with a warm, spring-like smile, tapped the deck with his staff and said, "Brave pioneers, you are about to set foot on the land of the Southern Continent as members of the Azure Sea Church, heading towards that continent full of mystery and the unknown. The Southern Continent is a complex place, but all are shrouded in the shadow of the Church of Light. Please be sure to protect your identities carefully during your mission. For this reason, I have prepared a mask for each of you." The Lord's right hand grasped at the air, and a golden metal mask appeared in his hand, its intricate and exquisite patterns having a tropical feel. When you wear the priest's uniform, you represent the Azure Sea Church. You are loyal followers of Engelmar, and are also blessed by this goddess of vengeance and the sea. He nodded slightly to Engelma, then turned to the adventurers and continued, "From time to time, adventurers may need to temporarily abandon their identities within the Azure Sea Church and assume other professions or identities. To do so, you can don this mask to conceal your appearance and identity. This mask is also engraved with runes to conceal your status and rank, making it difficult for others to identify you. I have placed this mask in your backpacks. But please be aware that you must switch identities in a secluded area, otherwise the Church of Light will still discover that you are actually members of the Azure Sea Church. If your identities are exposed, to protect the World Alliance, neither AMT County nor the Azure Sea Church will acknowledge you as our members. So when that time comes, I hope you will take care of yourselves and find a suitable identity." The Lord smiled, but all the adventurers swallowed in fear. In addition to this mask, each of you will also have a teleportation crystal in your inventory. Simply follow the system prompts to place it at the designated location to successfully set up the teleportation array. The teleportation network in Southern Continent will only activate after all teleportation crystals have been properly placed. Before the teleportation network is successfully set up, adventurers, please do not use teleportation scrolls, return scrolls, or other items to leave Southern Continent. Otherwise, you will not be able to return to Southern Continent during the mission, and your unfinished mission will be terminated and reassigned to other adventurers still continuing their missions in Southern Continent. Chapter 595. Adventurers, you will be venturing deep behind enemy lines to assist the local Southern Continent Merchant Guild and residents in their fight against the colonists, the Church of Light. However, due to our current weakness, we are not yet capable of directly confronting the Church of Light. Therefore, please carefully protect your identities as priests of the Azure Sea Church. When wearing priestly uniforms, you must abide by the rules of the Church of Light and avoid conflict. After successfully switching identities and donning your masks, you may act as mysterious swordsmen. Your identities are crucial to your personal safety, and even to the safety of the World Alliance in Southern Continent and at our base. If exposed, immediately sever all ties with AMT County or the Azure Sea Church. I wish you all a successful mission and a safe return. The Lord nodded slightly to the adventurers before departing the Undying Queen with the silver-haired knight. Did you understand? Did you understand? What does the Lord mean? I understand. The Church of Light is a colonizer on the Southern Continent. As members of the Azure Sea Church, we outwardly obey, but secretly we change clothes and wear masks to resist. This plot sounds familiar. We're Zorro the Masked Hero? What Zorro? You're killing me with laughter. Does the Lord mean that once our identities are exposed, we deny them like in Mission Impossible? No, most likely we use the old methods to make Lord K take the blame. After all, we're all Lord K's cutest little octopuses. I see, little octopus, Lord K is going to take the blame again. The group chuckled as they deciphered the Lord's instructions. Today, Rainy Day pulled a teleportation crystal and a metal mask from his backpack. Teleportation crystal, not activated Southern Continent quest item. Upon setting foot on Southern Continent, you will feel the crystal's guidance. It will automatically choose the most suitable placement location. Before entering the system-designated placement location, please place the crystal in your system inventory. Note: the system inventory can block detection by the Church of Light. Mysterious Man's Metal Mask. A mask inlaid with various powerful concealment and confusion runes. Wearing this mask allows you to evade enemy detection and obscure the wearer's face and figure, making it difficult for the enemy to identify the wearer's true identity. Note: this mask cannot be equipped with the Azure Sea Church Priest equipment. When the mask and rune durability decrease to 10%, the system will issue a warning and display an expiration countdown. Note: even though this mask can conceal identity and appearance, if you are seen changing clothes, or if you are seen entering a specific enclosed space to change identities, and then leaving, your identity will still be exposed. Players should pay special attention to the changing location and surrounding environment. This sounds interesting. Today, Rainy put the two items back into the system inventory. At this moment, the ship beneath their feet finally retracted its boarding ramps and anchor, and raised its sails. We're setting sail! The players shouted excitedly. I wonder how long this voyage will take. A day? 2 days? Southern Continent must be very far, right? Huh? It take that long? Won't it be very boring on the ship? However, to everyone's surprise, the Undying Queen activated its spatial teleportation ability as soon as it left the port, and the next second, it appeared in the waters near Southern Continent. Players, awesome! I almost forgot the Undead Queen can teleport. It's so hot! The climate in South Continent is truly different. 1 second it's winter, the next it's summer. This temperature is so realistic. Indeed, you could feel the heat wave hitting her face, like stepping out of an air-conditioned room in summer and stepping outside under the scorching midday sun. On the shimmering sea, warm steam, scorched by the two suns, mingled with a faint, salty smell. Yo-Yo walked to the side of the ship and gazed at the distant continent. It was a lush, verdant landscape, its rolling hills covered in dense, thick vegetation. It was a completely different scene from the cold, white north, where AMT County was gradually emerging from the desert. Even though this place, like the Elven territory, was covered in forests, Yo-Yo could clearly feel the difference. The air in the forests of the Elven land was fresh and light, like a natural oxygen bar in the mountains. But here, it felt like the Amazon rainforest, with a uniquely tropical dampness and heaviness. Today, Yo-Yo could even smell the faint scent of decaying earth on the sea breeze. This game scene design really put a lot of effort into it, Yo-Yo muttered. We're almost docking. Avita shouted, adventurers, line up in order according to your clothing sizes and collect your bags. Report. The guards at the port checkpoint rushed forward and knocked on the door, of the bishop's chambers. Your Excellency. Your Excellency. Ship. Ship. A ship? Oh, is it the tax collector? Bishop Kurat Varela of the Church of Light, stationed at the port fortress of Lola Lola. Barola Harbor put down his book and muttered, "It's really early this year, over half a month early." "No, not the tax collector," the guard panted. "It's the Undead Queen. The ship of Undead Queen Angelma. We saw her crossbones." Bishop Kurat Varela's smile froze instantly. Then, in shock, he exclaimed, "Queen Anne? That new sea god? What is he doing in our little port? This is just a small port fortress. There's no room for such a god." He sprinted out of the room, through the long corridor, out of the courtyard, and toward the entrance. From a distance, he saw a four-masted sailing ship flying a crossbones flag entering the harbor. Bishop Kulat's legs suddenly gave way. With trembling hands, he grabbed the guard who had brought the news. "Quick, quick, help me through." The guard, with a grimace on his face, helped the bishop through the checkpoint gate and into the harbor. The Church of Light guards, bewildered, crowded the shore. The Undead Queen had already sailed into its berth, oblivious to the presence of others. Next to her figurehead stood a familiar figure, known to everyone in South Asia. "It's really him." Bishop Kulat grimaced, pushing aside his men, who were staring blankly at the legendary pirate ship with their malice agape. "Move aside, all of you, let me pass. Don't block the road." He straightened his robe as he walked, using it to cover his shaking hands and weak legs. He shakily reached the Undead Queen, which had just come to rest. With a broad smile on his face, he looked up at the sea god beside the figurehead and said, "Queen and great sea god, we of the Church of Light in Barora Harbor welcome you." Chapter 596. "I wonder what brings you here today." The not-so-young Bishop Kurat Varela strained his lips to make his smile appear more natural. He had worked hard for 70 years, from birth until now, yet he was nothing more than an ordinary bishop. Neither a cardinal nor an archbishop. Even among the transcendents, his aptitude was mediocre. He was no match for a god. No, to call him a rival was overestimating himself. Before a god, he was no match for an ant. If there was one thing Bishop Kurat truly excelled at, it was perhaps his ability to read people's expressions, judge their behavior, and flatter them. And casually sat down by the side of the boat, her long legs dangling against the edge. "Of course, I'm going to visit my new church, give those useless bishops a lesson, and bring in some new blood. Frills has been reduced to pulp now, and I can't let his cronies still control my church. Don't you agree? This bishop?" Bishop Kurat sweated profusely, feeling that, and would give him a physical lesson in the next moment. Yes. My name is Kurat. Please command me. I heard that your Church of Light has very strict control over South Continent. You have the final say on entry and exit. I can come and go freely, of course, but I have to consider the welfare of my beloved subordinates. After all, they will be living in South Continent, and will see you often. As a newly arrived god, I don't want to cause trouble for you ordinary people. So, this time, I bring them here for you to see. Next time you see them dressed like this, keep your eyes peeled. These are all members of my Azure Sea Church. Anyone who dares to trouble them is troubled by me, Angelma. Don't blame me for being rude. I understand. Bishop Kurat nodded and bowed, his eyes rolling. It's just that the wrathful Sea Church paid taxes to us in South Continent. What does the taxes paid by Friels have to do with me, Angelma? And scoffed. How about I take you to him, and then you can ask him for the tax? No. That's absolutely not what I meant. Bishop Kurat was horrified. You misunderstood. I'm just saying that I can't explain this to my superiors. I am a god like the god of light. If he taxes my people on the South Continent, then I can certainly tax his people at sea. Oh, by the way, I heard your annual tax day is almost here. How about I just accept all the taxes on the crossings, the people, and the ships? No. I really can't afford it. I can't. Please don't be impulsive. Let's talk it over. Bishop Kurat's sweat dropped. Anything within my authority, I exempt you. Anything outside my authority, I apply immediately. That's the right attitude. Annie smiled like a bloodthirsty wolf. Don't play tricks. My people won't comply with your frivolous obligations to the God of Light. But if you cause trouble for us on South Continent, I collect the debt many times over at sea. I won't cause you any trouble. Not at all. Bishop Kurat was utterly exasperated. He gestured to his guards. Bring a few boxes of travel passes. How about this? His mind raced, feeling smarter than ever before. Your arrival today was so sudden. We weren't prepared at all, so for everyone you brought today, we register travel passes for free, and there's no need to pay taxes afterwards. Just use them normally. I report this to the church later, and we develop a set of regulations. For example, anyone wearing your church's uniform will be exempt from taxes and travel passes checks. Of course, Southern Continent is so vast, and both the formulation and dissemination of policies take time. During this transition period, please use your travel passes to get through it. TSK, is that it? Then will the Azure Sea Church still collect taxes? No more. Bishop Kurat wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. All right, and said reluctantly, minions, let's disembark. A gangplank was lowered from the side of the Undying Queen, and adventurers dressed in uniform priestly attire, carrying their belongings, lined up to disembark. Guided by guards, they stood one by one before the checkpoint counter, resonating with their clearance tokens, to form a magical mark sufficient to identify them. Please open your bags as well, let us inspect them. The guard said, shrinking back slightly, it's just a routine matter, please don't make things difficult for us. The adventurers, whose bags were merely fake packages prepared for inspection by the Church of Light, didn't pay much attention, casually opening them for a glance before the guard finished. Seeing that the packages contained only clothing, toiletries, and other daily necessities, the guards visibly relaxed. After checking a dozen or so people, their interest waned, and their actions became noticeably perfunctory. Eventually, they barely looked at the packages, simply waving them over and saying, "Pass." It reeked of the familiar, half-hearted workmanship. Once all 300 adventurers had cleared the checkpoint, Avita disembarked to complete the process as well. Annie, meanwhile, stored the Undying Queen in the locket around her neck, grinned at the trembling Bishop Kurat, and swaggered out. Several carriages belonging to the Azure Sea Church had already arrived outside the checkpoint. Annie waved, and the priests boarded the carriages in 2s and 3s. Bishop Kurat's legs went weak, and he was helped to sit down by his guards. He gasped for breath, rubbing his still pounding heart. Go contact all the bishops in the Southern Continent. We need to have a meeting to discuss this properly. Shouldn't we report to the Holy City first? Report what? Tell the Holy City that if we don't grant an tax exemption, she sink our tax-paying ships? From now on, whenever there's a storm at sea, believe me, the Holy City will immediately say we failed in our duties, and send people to take our heads. Ships encountering storms at sea every year are not uncommon. Even the extraordinary beings of the Church of Light cannot defy the sea and nature. Losing 3 or 4 ships a year is perfectly normal. And this is only if the gods have no malicious intent to interfere. He couldn't take the blame upon himself. His old bones couldn't bear it. Bishop Kurat poked his trusted guard on the head with his finger, stupid as can be. Look, Annie only brought 300 people this time. That head tax can be easily squeezed out of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. We need to tell the rest of the Southern Continent to turn a blind eye and keep quiet. That's the end of it. Chapter 597. As you predicted, everything went smoothly. And sent a message to the Lord. This Bishop Kurat Varela is indeed, as the Southern Continent Merchant Guild said, very shrewd. I overheard his conversation with the guards when I left. He really doesn't intend to report this to the Holy City, only to inform the other bishops in the Southern Continent and keep it a secret. And paused, then sent another message curiously. But how did you guess he would do this? MOU saw the message, smiled, and replied, Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. In reality, MOU simply took advantage of the corporate slave's desire to avoid trouble and avoid taking responsibility. The Southern Continent has numerous ports, large and small, and each port allows entry. However, the managers have different personalities. Some are cunning and shrewd, some are upright and incorruptible, and some, while lacking great ability, can use the corporate slave's ability to read people to minimize problems and make things disappear. Their main strategy is to ensure that as long as it doesn't reach the leadership, they are easy to talk to. Lola is the closest region in Southern Continent to Pohnpei and Lazelle. Nabu and his group frequently travel along this route, and are very familiar with the personalities of the bishops in the various port cities of this region. Kurat Varela of the Port of Lola is a bishop who perfectly fits MOU's selection criteria. This bishop isn't particularly capable, he's not a powerful superhuman. He only barely rose to his position in middle age, and self-preservation and maintaining the status quo are paramount to him. His decades of experience navigating the lower echelons of the Church of Light have also given him a keen understanding of the nature of the Church's upper echelons, so he doesn't harbor many expectations. He's probably the type who has worked in one place his entire life, is just a few years away from retirement, spends his days at work with a teacup and reading the newspaper, and disappears without a trace if anything happens. Such a person would inevitably be timid and fearful if a god were placed before him, yet he possessed sufficient cunning to turn a blind eye within his authority, avoiding any violations or causing any trouble. Everyone acted out a show of mutual respect, saving face, and quietly getting the job done. Travel between South Continent and Central Continent was difficult, and the local churches were largely autonomous. Only on annual tax days and major matters concerning the Son of God would they send representatives from the Holy City. Therefore, deceiving superiors and concealing the truth from subordinates was a long-standing tradition of the Church of Light. If the matter was minor, they could be resolved on their own. If it was truly serious, they would have to grit their teeth and report it. MOU limited the number of adventurers to 300 because, based on Aelian and Nabu's descriptions, he kept the number of adventurers firmly within the bishop's capacity to handle the situation on his own. For the wealthy South Continent, a head tax of 300 people is a drop in the bucket. The Holy City's tax collectors only look at whether the total number of people matches the total amount collected, and don't interfere too much with the details. As a result, many South Continent merchants curry favor with the local bishop, offering him monetary gifts to get him to leniency when collecting taxes, lowering their own taxes, and distributing them to those with whom the bishop has less favorable relations. This number of people is probably enough to justify the accounting. If absolutely necessary, the bishop could grit his teeth and pay the difference out of his own pocket. However, if the number were too large, that wouldn't be an easy task. South Continent has only about 100 Blue Sea churches, large and small. Even if most of the staff had to be replaced, 2 or 3 people per church would be a reasonable number, and in all respects, it wouldn't arouse the bishop's alarm or panic. If too many extraordinary individuals suddenly flooded in, even the most carefree Bishop Kurat would inevitably suspect Angelma of harboring ill intentions. The number of entrants was small, and there were reasonable grounds for it. Leading them was a renowned former pirate queen, now the goddess of vengeance and the sea. To avoid becoming the target of this deity's vengeance, and to prevent the deity from cutting off the Church of Light's sea route to the southern continent in a fit of rage, Bishop Kurat would naturally choose to give Angelma and her church a perfunctory approval. This matter, of course, could not be reported. Reporting it would expose the old unspoken rule of falsifying tax accounts, and from then on, any maritime operations of the Church of Light, whether due to natural disasters or divine interference, would be attributed to the southern continent bishops offending in. The higher-ups needed scapegoats and fall guys, and once they found out, Bishop Kurat would become the unfortunate victim. This thankless and arduous task of taking the blame was something the bishop would absolutely not undertake. Not only would he not report it, but he would also gather all his companions together to exchange information and coordinate their stories. This was what MOU was betting on. 300 people wasn't many, but it was just a pretext, a legitimate excuse. Once Bishop Kurat and the other bishops of the southern continent finished communicating, the local Church of Light in the southern continent would receive the intelligence that a group of people from Angelma have arrived on this land. They are wearing the priestly uniforms of the Azure Sea Church. Don't mess with them, let them pass if you see them. At that time, the rules set by the Church of Light would be disrupted, and the priestly uniforms worn by the adventurers would become the Church of Light's tacitly accepted pass. At that time, all the teleportation arrays that MOU and his group had placed in the various Azure Sea churches would be activated. Adventurers are highly mobile, coming and going frequently, and all wear the same clothes. As long as the number of adventurers in the same area doesn't simultaneously exceed 300, even if adventurers are everywhere, on this southern continent where communication is rather underdeveloped, who can prove that these priests aren't among those 300? You say you have 300 people there, and he has 300 people there too? What, don't these priests have legs? Can't they just wander around? For Leah, temporarily shutting down the teleportation arrays, when the number of online users in a region reaches a set threshold is already a familiar task. Who could blame the natives of the southern continent for relying primarily on inexpensive magical letters and carrier pigeons for communication? While other magical means of instant communication existed, they required various conditions and caused pollution. Who would waste their life for such a trivial matter? You truly are a master strategist, Aelian said admiringly. You could deduce this much based solely on my and Guild Master Nabu's descriptions? It's just some life experience, MOU said. No matter the world, there's no shortage of these resourceful people who find ways to circumvent policies. You're truly remarkable in your planning, Aelian said, pulling out a set of armor. However, you still need to work harder on your physical strength and combat training. Now, it's time for training. MOU, Chapter 598. The so-called training mainly falls into two categories. One is cultivating and honing combat awareness for large-scale battles, and the other is rigorous close-quarters combat training. With the introduction of the PvP battlefield, Missouri, you can now use a secondary account to enter the battlefield and complete his training in real combat, the game. The latter, however, is primarily conducted in the well-protected spell training ground on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, using MOU's own body. Ialian, one of the strongest fighters in AMT County, a former Holy Sun and current Knight, who honed his skills through countless battles, naturally became MOU's sparring partner. Humans are highly adaptable creatures, and their bodies consistently follow the biological theory of use it or lose it. Organs that are not used are more prone to atrophy, but even just 1 hour of daily training will result in a gradual decrease in weight/strength after a month. Since arriving in this world, MOU's body, which used to be so sedentary that he'd be out of breath climbing stairs, has been continuously modified by Lia, using the core energy of the world's consciousness. Now, he possesses a peak-level physique. However, physique, in the developer's words, is simply a set of stats. If the player, controller, doesn't train properly, whether in Earth Online or Osiria, they won't be able to unleash their full potential. Relying solely on Lia's cheat codes isn't enough to survive in this dog-eat-dog world. Some experiences and memories must be firmly memorized by every muscle in the body through constant practice and reinforcement. There's no way to cheat with a secondary account. Knowing this well, MOU had recently been undergoing duo combat training with Ialian. Although the Knights had been showing extreme leniency, the Lord still received treatment from the Knights each day at the end of training, his body aching and bruised. A mage's weakness is close combat, I'm sure you're well aware of that, Ialian said, wearing only a tight-fitting suit of armor and holding only a folding fan, while he was fully armed and protected in a suit of armor. Your mind is sharper than your body's reflexes, and you possess exceptional predictive abilities, making magic undoubtedly your best choice for self-defense. Today, I want to teach you combat experience. While most mages are indeed not adept at close combat, that doesn't mean mages can't engage in close combat. There's a huge difference between the two. Many spells, when used correctly, can be incredibly effective in close combat. Ialian said, his feet moving swiftly, instantly appearing behind MOU from one end of the training field, his folding fan gently resting on MOU's neck. MOU shocked. Mages fear close combat because when enemies approach rapidly, they lose focus while casting spells or are interrupted, Ialian said. Therefore, you must learn several casting techniques, meditative incantation, and precasting. I believe Moya should be very familiar with these two techniques. You need to search carefully in his spellbook. If you don't see it among combat spells, it's very likely that Lia categorized it under life spells, because for high-level mages, it's a daily skill as natural as breathing. MOU blinked. There's a category for life spells? He opened the spell library, studied the thousands of spells, some colorful, some gray, for a moment, and finally found the options for categorization and pagination. Sure enough, he found these two skills under life spells. Meditative chanting LV5. Chant the spell silently in your mind. Note, thoughts always move faster than words. Skilled individuals can complete extremely long spells in a second using their thoughts, but please ensure your focus, as thoughts are more prone to deviation than words. Pre-reading LV10. Chant the entire spell except for the last word silently. You can chant the last word at any time within the 30-second pre-reading period to cast the spell normally. Note, a person can think about multiple things simultaneously, including spells. You can pre-read 3 spells at the same time, and cast them in the order specified by the last syllable chanted within the 30-second time limit. Yes! MOU finished reading the system skill description, and instantly understood the skill using a game designer's thought process. This is instant casting and triple casting. Once you're familiar with these two skills, let's start training with the easiest one, Fireball, Ialian said. Before my folding fan hits you, please hit me with Fireball. You don't need to hold back, I'm confident I won't be hurt. While it was indeed true, he still felt a slight blow from the difference in strength. When MOU's spellbook was passed on to MOU actually mastered all the knowledge of those skills. This forced indoctrination could be used through Lia's system, or MOU could relearn and master it himself after simple study/review. MOU, always a diligent and studious student, firmly believed that knowledge should be firmly in his own hands. After entering this world, he would often delve into the obscure and difficult to understand magical language in his subconscious. Now, he could chant various offensive spells quite proficiently. He spent a little time familiarizing himself with chanting spells in his mind, and found that it only required more concentration to complete easily. He could multitask multiple times during work, so applying that to chanting magic didn't seem particularly difficult. Alright, begin. Before Mo could finish speaking, Aelian, who had just walked back to the sidelines, was instantly upon him. Mo was startled and mentally cast a fireball. Bang! The massive fireball exploded in front of the knight. Aelian reacted quickly, ducking and dodging the exploding fireball, while simultaneously shielding Mo in front of him. That's not a level 1 fireball, Aelian's amused voice rang in Mo's buzzing ears. But you did very well, you completely exceeded my expectations. However, given your extraordinary learning speed, we should probably review some defensive magic first. I completely agree. Mo was still somewhat shaken. For a ranged mage, the close-range explosion of his spell was extremely impressive. I think I also really need to familiarize myself with the attack radius of my spells, and the closest range I can cast them. Chapter 599. Aelian was indeed very skilled as a special training instructor. In the previous training sessions, he had simply arranged muscle training and some dodging footwork for Mo. But during today's training, Mo clearly felt that he was no longer helpless when facing Aelian's attacks. He could even manage to use dodging footwork, albeit somewhat awkwardly, to dodge a few attacks. Whether it's meditative incantation or pre-reading, both require connecting one's mental energy with the willpower in the ocean of world consciousness at the edge of one's subconscious, just like using magic normally, and then mentally completing the incantation. Because the fragment of Leah's world consciousness was actually attached to Mo and connected to his mental sea, Mo could complete this step very easily. Concentration was essential during the incantation. Any distracting thoughts would lead to casting failure. Precasting is more difficult because it involves multiple threads performing different tasks simultaneously. Even a slight lapse in attention, mixing up several spells being chanted at the same time, will cause them to become distractions and all fail. Because precasting is more mentally taxing, at least 1 minute is needed to calm the mind and focus after each use. It cannot be used consecutively. That is to say, precasting has a 1-minute cooldown, but after using precasting, you can perform meditative chanting, which has a 20-second cooldown. Using these two skills to chant spells also creates a cooldown for the spells themselves, Mo pondered. Therefore, choosing appropriate spells for the cast is very important. Aelian, ? The Ring of Magic would be a good defensive option for you, Aelian suggested, and now you can use all the skills that Leah copied through her, so you don't have to be limited to the spells themselves. I also highly recommend the Priest's Water Ring and Bubble Shield. Indeed, Water Ring is built-in knockback, and its size and range can be controlled. Mo thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then let's try it. The two separated again. Mo's mind raced. He first used silent chanting to activate Water Ring, adjusting it to a suitable size. The advantage of using silent chanting is that it doesn't require speaking. The enemy only realizes the battle has begun when the chanting is complete and the spell effect appears, making it a surprise attack. Aelian, fan in hand, rushed over at lightning speed. In this training ground, whose range was amplified by the spell, it only took him a second or two to reach Mo from one end of the field. Mo had already begun precasting attack spells while casting Water Ring. At this moment, he lightly touched his palate with his tongue, uttering the final syllable, and, desperate swamp, formed on the ground Aelian was about to step onto. The knight reacted just as quickly, slightly shifting his center of gravity, engaging his core strength, and changing his landing point midair. He lightly touched the solid ground beside the swamp with his toes, using the momentum to propel himself forward again. Mo seized this opportunity, his lips moving again to utter another final syllable, gravity. Aelian, leaping in midair, instantly lost his balance, and was about to fall into the swamp when the knight slashed at it with his folding fan, using the momentum to land on the other side. As expected of you, your spells flow beautifully, Aelian praised. But gravity, magic is greatly affected by divine rank. While it's effective against enemies weaker than you, it's less suitable for use against stronger foes, especially those with superior physiques, who can withstand gravity damage with their physical strength. Mo nodded, and unleashed his next move. A blanket of flaming crows swept toward the knight, exploding like a series of fireballs and firecrackers. Even as Aelian dove and spun, a crow still caught a strand of his hair. Excellent, Aelian praised. Mo excitedly clenched his fist. The next second, the knight was close, lifting the lord's chin with his folding fan and stealing a kiss. Mo, shock. Where's my water ring? Where's a water ring this big? A water ring only lasts 30 seconds. Aelian, triumphant, grinned like a cat. You were so focused on attacking that you didn't realize your defense was failing during our exchange. Mou licked the corner of his mouth, reached out, and twirled a strand of Aelian's slightly charred hair, casting a healing spell to restore it to its original state. But I successfully attacked you. Yes, very impressive. Aelian praised sincerely. So, this is your reward. He leaned forward again, embraced his lord, and deepened the kiss. I suddenly feel something's off. After finishing his training, Mou lay on a cushion, receiving the knight's treatment and a soothing massage for his sore muscles. If you win, I give you a kiss. If you lose, you give me a kiss. It doesn't seem to make any difference. No. I think there's a big difference. A certain black-hearted Samoyed said earnestly. Mou, you could even see the afterimage of its non-existent tail wagging wildly. Never mind, as long as we're all happy. Southern Continent, Barola Port, Azure Sea Church. And strolled into the church with her first mate and 300 adventurers, nodding with satisfaction as she looked at her own statue on the altar. Lord Sea God, we have reshaped your statue according to His Holiness the Pope's instructions, and we have also memorized your new doctrines. The Azure Sea Church of Barola Port was a very small church, and its chapel was also small. The person in charge was an elderly priest of low rank, who looked over 60 years old. The entire church was managed by only him and his wife. This church is too small, and it doesn't suit my taste. And said, beckoning to the adventurers, where's the adventurer in charge of the teleportation array here? Black Cat, who never sleeps, came running out excitedly, Your Majesty, and It's me! It's me! Oh, it's Black Cat! And had a good impression of this adventurer, who was quite good at making snacks. Tell your companions to tidy up this church, renovate it a bit, and in terms of style, follow the conch shell church from the mermaid village. She thought for a moment, then asked the old priest, Where do you live? The old pastor stammered, It's in the small room behind the church. Annie glanced at the cramped room, then waved her hand at Black Cat. Build him a better house, and triple the size of the entire church. Use all the open space next to it. Yes. Black Cat's player system beeped, displaying the quest, complete with building blueprints. Upon closer inspection, Black Cat noticed a hidden basement specifically marked as the location for the teleportation array. I see. The teleportation array quest I received was located here, practically the closest one. So, to balance the difficulty, the system added the church renovation quest. Black Cat suddenly understood. Chapter 600. I suddenly understand why the Southern Continent prioritizes players with high military merits. Black Cat doesn't sleep pulled out his plaster knife, preparing to build a wall according to the blueprints, when he suddenly realized those with high military merits are all professional wall-building players. We still need to do infrastructure. Crow doesn't. Black shook his head and sighed. We can't not build. The teleportation crystal can't be placed until the church is finished. Black Cat doesn't sleep lamented. He opened his equipment slot, intending to switch classes, when he exclaimed, Huh? What? Abyss below raised an eyebrow. Boss, the character panel has changed. The system notification says that the pioneers in the Southern Continent have activated the dual-class system. If the primary class is Priest, you can equip an additional set of secondary class weapons without causing weapon conflicts. However, once a weapon is included in the dual-class system, it cannot be used while wearing a mask. I see. Abyss below nodded. Otherwise, players could be identified by using the same weapon. TSK, this game is really meticulous. Huh? Black Cat doesn't sleep, looked confused. For example, you're dressed as a priest, a dual-wielding magic chef, and you pull out an 18K gold-carved cauldron, Crow Nod Black explained, and then a few days later you put on a small mask, change into the magic chef's clothes, and go out to cause trouble, also pulling out that 18K gold-carved cauldron. Wouldn't that clearly tell everyone you're the same person? Got it. Black Cat not sleeping instantly understood. So if I prepare 2 different cauldrons, can I use them? You should be able to. You can try it when you have time, Abyssbeck guessed. But aren't many of our class weapons standardized? What if other players have the same secondary class weapon as the one I switched to when I used the mask? This world probably has its own magical methods of identification, Abyssbeck said. It's like bullet trail analysis in our world. They all look the same gun, but the bullet patterns and marks are completely different. Even if shamans all use the same shark silk blade, the wear and tear will vary depending on how often they use it, their wearing habits, and the angle at which they throw it, resulting in different wounds on their prey. What if it's a brand new weapon? Black Cat doesn't sleep asked, puzzled. Duh, that only means we bought things at the same store, not that we're the same person. Oh. Black Cat never sleeps suddenly realized, strapped the mason's trowel to his secondary profession slot, and started working seriously. Speaking of which, boss, is your teleportation crystal location far from here? Not far, it's in the next town. Abispines said, Doctor, ravens are all nearby too. After I finish this quest for you, we continue along the same route. The system probably intentionally assigned a team's target to the nearest location. I just saw many teams waiting in groups at the entrance for carriages. After they finished Annie's CGE, they each received their own quest locations, and the carriages that brought them there had been changed to different place name signs. I just did some research in the abyss. Although the areas in their system's southern continent map are still completely dark, the taskbar shows the names of the nearest major cities. Also, the old pastor of this church has a crudely drawn parchment map that you can get. Although you can't activate the system map, at least you can figure out the specific directions. The carriages appeared ordinary, but each was pulled by 4 fine horses, and each could seat 15 people in addition to the driver. Although the carriages bore the azure wave symbol of the Azure Sea Church, Abyss felt it was rather unusual for sailors and merfolk to possess such items. 20 carriages were dispatched to 18 cities across 5 major regions of the southern continent, excluding Para. The number of carriages varied depending on the distance. For example, only 3 carriages went to their current region, Lola, and the corresponding cities in the neighboring region of Kacha, while the largest region, Oregon, had 4. 5 carriages each went to Deliro and Parmas, the cities furthest from Lola. Abyss speculated that the number of carriages didn't entirely correspond to the actual distribution of the adventurers' quest locations. For cities closer to their location, players could use their bicycles or contracted beast mounts in addition to carriages. The carriages were merely a convenience. Once the church here is rebuilt, let's explore this port fortress and get a feel for it. Yes, boss. Today, Rainy Day received a parchment map from the old priest. She carefully checked the city in her quest description against the map and discovered her quest location was in a city on the border between Oregon and Dilro. It seems there are 2 carriages we can ride in. Today, Rainy Day carefully examined the carriages, and then noticed that one of them was full of her team members. Today, Rainy Day. What are we waiting for? Let's get on. So, all our team's mission locations are in Oregon? Everyone nodded. I guess the system assigns mission locations based on the team. I just observed that those belonging to a team are mostly together, while the remaining lone wolf players are scattered around filling in gaps, said Tranquil Sea. Probably so we can look out for each other on the long journey. Today Rain nodded, and Gnawing Ball handed her a bread basket. Rainy, wanna eat something? I brought some red bean buns. Great. Today Rainy took one, and found it was still warm. Wow, warm little buns, so nice. Of course, I put them in my backpack after they came out of the oven and let them cool slightly. Bread at this temperature is really blissful. The group happily replenished their satiety. Just then the carriage driver came over to check. A quick glance at the number of passengers. It's full, so we set off. This carriage is heading to Dela, a city west of Oregon. The journey is expected to take 3 days. You can sleep and eat dry rations on the carriage. If you need to stop for a rest, please ring the bell. If there are no unforeseen circumstances along the way, we will stop at an inn every night to rest. You can either get off and rent a room or spend the night on the carriage. It's raining today. Calculating the time, we should arrive at our destination just in time. The journey itself isn't a problem. We can simply stay on the carriage the entire time. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Hey, is there a respawn point here? Chapter 601. I don't know, maybe I have to die once to find out, said Gnawing Ball, munching on bread. There's a high probability there's a respawn point, but I guess it might be in that church we just saw, said Songlin. Generally, respawn points are at the starting location. So that means we can't die easily along the way. And we can't choose a respawn point to revive after we die, Melissa Kubo said. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains said, no problem, many of us have learned, resurrection, so we can revive on the spot like an ambulance. By the way, once we get to the location, will we act separately, or will we act as a team, going from place to place? I think we can split up and act nearby, said Today Rain. There were 11 players from their team on this vehicle, including herself. She vaguely remembered the other 4. The Runemaster Silver Tree Fireworks, who had been frequently seen on the forums recently, the Sharpshooter 2G, and Shiryu Baggio, and the infamous alchemist druid Durian Herring. The carriage was rectangular, with the driver sitting in the driver's seat outside the front, under a canopy for shelter from the wind and rain. One long side, and the two shorter sides, front and rear, of the carriage were lined with rows of fixed seats. The other side, due to the door, only had seats on either side. In the center of the carriage was a small, folding square table, presumably provided for passengers to comfortably place their belongings during their journey. Today, Yo-Yo set up the small folding table, spread out the parchment map on it, took out a charcoal pencil from her system inventory, circled the city she wanted to visit, and wrote her name. Anyone who wants to join the team, mark your destination. We divide into groups. The 4 members of the team naturally had no problem, and the 4 individual players, after a brief moment of deliberation, also decided to join in. After all, operating in a group on this South Continent was much safer. Especially in the early stages of South Continent's development, the resurrection point was likely only in the initial church. With no ambulances on the road, if you traveled thousands of miles to the mission point and unfortunately died in an accident, with the only option being to return to the city to revive, you would truly burst into tears. They passed charcoal pencils and maps one by one, marking their mission locations and names according to their mission instructions. Finally, they handed the map back to the map. Today, when it rained, the circled cities of various sizes blossomed on the map, like a flower with 3 circular petals. Jinri Yo-Yo separated the clusters of flowers with several lines. Okay, we got the groups. Does anyone have a blank map? I copy it. Well, we're going to Pieta City. We should be able to get off the bus halfway. Tuji studied the map. The journey from Lola Lola to Della will pass right near there. You should tell the driver. Shiyubaju nodded. The mission locations for their individual groups, and the did you lose your hair today? We're all in that cluster. Tranquility C pointed to the next cluster of flowers. We're going to Kakarot, which is also on the road from Pieta to Della. Tangnan Baoju, Nikukyu, Sonlin, and Chuchu's Wagwai were all in his group. The rest of the group was naturally Jinri Yo-Yo's group. Every team has an ambulance, right? Jinri Yo-Yo asked casually. He took the blank maps from Tranquility C and Durian Herring, remarked their respective routes and cities, and returned them to the 2. Yes. I learned it specifically before leaving this time. 3 ambulances on the team, very reassuring. The carriage had already creaked forward. Through the large windows on either side, Yo-Yo could see the view of the Barora Port Fortress. Tall walls faced the sea, stretching out for an indescribable distance to the coastline on both sides. They had previously passed through the walls at the pass on the port side. In addition to the tall walls along the coastline, the fortress itself was also surrounded by a high wall. Towers dotted the walls, and the black metal muzzles of cannons could be vaguely seen protruding from the ramparts. Guards in light armor patrolled the walls, giving it the appearance of a true fortress. Yo-Yo couldn't help but wonder what kind of enemy these towering walls defended against. The surrounding houses were built in the style often seen in Western fantasy comics, anime, and games. They were built of rubble and shells, held together with some kind of grayish-white mortar. The houses were low, only 1 story high, their sloping roofs covered in orange-red tiles, reminiscent of Greek or Italian seaside dwellings. The locals' attire resembled the Greek and Roman toga, a piece of light gray or light brown linen wrapped around the body, wrapped several times. Those who preferred would also add a hemp rope belt. Due to the scorching heat, most men wore only the linen covering their lower bodies, leaving their upper bodies bare while working, revealing their suntanned skin and muscles that ranged from thin to muscular. Only the men who appeared to be relatively wealthy were neatly and completely wrapped in thin, breathable silk, looking quite cool even without their hands and feet exposed. The women mostly wore light brown sleeveless linen pullovers, essentially square pieces of linen folded in half, with a hole cut in the middle for the head to pass through, and the sides simply tied with leather thread, leaving only sleeve openings for the arms. The tightness of the leather thread was adjustable today. Due to the rain, I saw many girls tying the threads across their sides, revealing a section of openwork at the waist, a very pleasing sight, likely a local style. Their lower garments were often linen skirts made from a single piece of cloth, varying in length, probably depending on individual convenience and preference for their work. The streets were lined with seashells, the cobblestones and mortar forming a grayish-white road. The carriages moved smoothly, and the visible surfaces were relatively clean. However, the salty sea breeze carried a lingering, faint, putrid stench in the damp air. The scenery here is truly beautiful, Melissa Kubo exclaimed. It really feels like a free trip abroad. But don't you guys think there's a strange smell in the air? One sword breaks 1,000 mountains sniffed. It's stinky, like the sour smell of rotting meat. Could there be a corpse nearby? Tranquility said with a wicked grin. Or maybe everyone in this entire harbor fortress hasn't bathed in 10 years. Gnawing Ball reached out and slapped him. We're still eating. Don't talk about such disgusting things. Chapter 602. Today, Yo-Yo was sitting on the shorter side of the carriage, near the front. Looking left and right, she noticed a small window behind her, close to head height. She opened the window, and right outside was the back of the driver's head. Master, said Jinri Yo-Yo, a few of our companions need to disembark when we pass through Pieta City and Kakarot. All right, the driver replied. No problem, the fare has already been settled. You can get off wherever you like along the way. Do you often travel this route? Jinri Yo-Yo inquired curiously. A 3-day journey is quite far, isn't it? It is quite far, after all, it involves crossing the entire southern continent. The driver was a middle-aged man who looked very experienced. But please rest assured, we are all veterans in the merchant caravans. We run this route several times a month. We haven't left the city yet, so the speed isn't high, and you don't feel it. Once we leave the city, these horned horses run very fast. Horned horses? Jinri Yo-Yo looked at the horses, and then realized that what she had thought were ears were actually 2 small horns. You all come from the central continent in the north, don't you? The coachman smiled. I heard that the magical beasts there are quite polluted, so you probably rarely tame them. Here in the southern continent, because of the long hours of sunlight in Alma, the magical beasts aren't as polluted, and they can be used as ordinary livestock. These horses are quite docile and very fast, often used to pull carriages and wagons. So that's how the southern continent is set up. Today, the rain made me thoughtful. The carriage had already left the fortress. Beyond the high walls stretched rolling hills, some terraced with cascading fields, others covered with waist-high tea bushes. Further on, a vast expanse of jungle stretched out. Unlike AMT County, where the land outside the city was a desolate wasteland with no proper roads to be found, the roads outside the city were well maintained, paved with stones, shells, and grayish-white mortar, just like those inside the city. Unlike the bustling scene inside the fortress, filled with NPCs and people, the area outside the city was sparsely populated. The demon horn horse quickly picked up speed, and the nearby scenery flew past the carriage window, blurring into a deep green blur. Oh right, the coachman said, the demon horn horse is a docile magical beast. It doesn't intimidate other magical beasts. I don't have much combat ability either. Normally, when we're transporting goods as merchants, the caravan usually has additional guards. But this time, we heard you're all very experienced and powerful fighters, so we didn't bring any extra guards. That way, we can carry a few more passengers. So, he smiled and pointed ahead, pulling on the reins. That's in your hands. That? What that? Jinri Yo-Yo peeked through the small window, and immediately gasped. A mosquito the size of a 3-story building was hovering in the middle of the road. That? It's a specialty of our southern continent, a blood-sucking demon mosquito. Although it's a specialty, it's quite annoying. One bite from it, and you're instantly dried up. Even the demon horn horse can't withstand that. The coachman stopped the carriage, saying, once you defeat it, and clear the obstacle, we can continue our journey. Are there still monsters we have to fight along the way? Look at the size of those ordinary monsters. That's at least a boss. Appraisal. Quick, cast appraisal. It's okay, level 85. There are 15 of us, we can take them down. But those are mosquitoes. Ugh, I hate bugs. Gnawing Ball made a face like the famous painting The Scream. No. Tell me all the monsters in the southern continent are giant bugs. As long as there aren't any southern giants. Melissa Kubo bowed, please, developers, have some humanity. They all got off the carriage. The priest-class players immediately cast a full-diameter water ring on the carriage. Luzhou Laoju said, everyone, remember to renew your water rings and shields, protect the carriage. We can revive if we're gone, but if the carriage is gone, we have to walk. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Nobody wants to walk across the entire southern continent on their own 2 feet. Water bubble shield. Durian Herring conjured a giant water bubble shield, enveloping everyone inside. That way, we won't get bitten. Everyone, the system has been updated with a dual-class system. You can add an extra secondary class without changing your clothes. Before switching classes, Ascension Immortal saw the system notification. His eyes lit up. He equipped his secondary class with a staff, then hid the staff inside his priest's robes. Void Fist. A pair of giant hands appeared out of thin air, slapping a mosquito. The mosquito seemed to teleport, vanishing instantly, and then reappearing abruptly 3 meters away. It's here. The law of never hitting a mosquito. What kind of law is that? It doesn't exist. Sure, Yuba shouted, as she and 2G fired simultaneously, their grappling hooks piercing the giant mosquito's wings from the left and right. Hold it. Shoot. Bang. This time, the void fist struck down hard, the mosquito taking a heavy blow, its health bar instantly reduced by half. Wow, a critical hit. This kind of attack really does special damage to mosquitoes. Yu Hua Dingxian exclaimed. Whoosh. A sword that cleaved 1,000 mountains and a silver knife that turned left flashed, each strike aimed at the mosquito's vitals, one slicing off its mouth parts, one cutting off its wings, one slicing off its head, one slicing off its belly. After 7 or 8 flashes of sword light, the mosquito was reduced to a pile of corpses. Defeat complete? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tranquil C, who hadn't even lifted a finger, said smugly, hey, not too difficult to deal with. Yeah, although it was big, it wasn't a boss monster, just a roadside mob. Rainy Day had barely finished speaking when she saw a shadow flash by the roadside. Startled, she exclaimed, what's that? A tree root emerged from the roadside, binding the mosquito's carcass tightly and dragging it into the ground beside the road. Those are the Earth Mother's roots. The coachman calmly sat back down in his seat. The Earth Mother will properly digest these monster corpses. Everyone, you can get in now. That's right. I was just about to ask. Yu Hua Dingxian asked the coachman, why is there a putrid stench everywhere? That's the smell of the monsters being dragged away by the Earth Mother to digest. The coachman replied nonchalantly, the weather in the southern continent is hot and extremely humid. The monsters here don't have a high pollution level, unlike those in the central continent, which can completely vaporize. After being exposed to the sun, they quickly rot into a pile of rotten flesh. Only the Earth Mother can decompose these monsters again, restoring them to nutrients to nourish the Earth. As for the smell, just bear with it. Is that so? Jean Tianyu tilted his head, feeling that something was amiss. They boarded the carriage again, and the magic horn horse galloped swiftly along the road once more. You leaned out the window, and saw the tree roots sweeping away and licking clean all the debris from the ground before silently sinking back into the earth, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 603. Following MOU's instructions, Angelma set up a resurrection point in the church of Barola Port. It's that simple? Your necromancy is truly remarkable, she said admiringly. Your adventurers have already boarded the Southern Continent Merchant Guild's carriages and headed to the various Azure Sea churches. I already given orders that the Azure Sea churches will treat them well. MOU smiled. Do you have any plans for the future? Well, I gather some faith from the Southern Continent, visit relatives with Avita among the South Sea merfolk, and then I go into seclusion for a while to create my own divine kingdom, Angelma said. She was a self-taught individual. Her ascension to godhood was either through reckless adventures, or she stumbled upon great fortune. She needed time to consolidate her power and level, to become a true goddess of the sea. Once my divine kingdom is completed, I will go to welcome Rowena and the others. Okay. MOU nodded slightly. We await your good news. While the 300 players were either traveling by carriage, using their individual skills to travel to various parts of the southern continent, or diligently building walls, the newly arrived residents of AMT County were also earnestly managing their lives. Those residents from Holy Sun Town, with the help of the city council officials, had already buried the remains of their ancestors in the suburban cemetery. With this heavy burden lifted, they quickly found suitable professions in the city. The new city of AMT now offers many opportunities. The clothing factory in the south is nearing capacity, but the smelting plant and brick kiln need a large workforce. Llama and the adventurers, while building the Gun Research Institute, also established a glass factory, specializing in the production of various glass doors, windows, and glassware. While the glass-making method provided by the adventurers wasn't as simple as the alchemists' handcrafting in small furnaces, it allowed for mass production on a production line, ensuring consistently high quality in each batch. In comparison, it was far more convenient. Most importantly, even ordinary people could start working on the production line after simple training, saving alchemists a significant amount of valuable time, much to Lamar's satisfaction. With the addition of the Black Branch hydroelectric plant, AMT New City had ample energy resources, enough to supply several more factories. Mr. Aldley of the Firearms Research Institute had recently recruited a large number of graduates from the firearms and firearms manufacturing departments of the Magic Academy, Calcardo. Several new production lines had been opened, now producing several boxes of firearms daily, which were shipped to the armory managed by Edward Lost and the weapon shops in the shopping district. However, the weapon shops in the shopping district did not offer job change services. They only allowed players who had already become gunslingers to purchase new weapons and replenish ammunition. The townspeople of Holy Sun Town are best able to appreciate the differences between AMT County and the Church of Light. AMT County also levies taxes, but instead of a poll tax, it collects a commercial tax. Those who rent shops, land, or properties from the Lord are required to pay a business tax on every transaction in addition to rent, but the tax rate itself is very low. If someone works for the Lord in a factory or the city council in AMT County, the taxes due are automatically deducted from their wages. Each person receives a payslip detailing the amount paid, the taxes deducted, and all other accounting details. These taxes aren't simply collected as atonement money. Instead, they go toward the city's operating funds, used to hire adventurers to repair new homes and add new facilities, or to provide essential supplies to those struggling to make ends meet. Everyone can see how their tax dollars are spent on the bulletin board in the city council hall. Compared to the church's unknown whereabouts and uses of their money, the transparent tax records of AMT County allow the citizens of St. Sun Town to feel that their contributions are truly contributing to the city. Every night, as they hurried home from their work, seeing the streetlights light up, they felt their efforts were worthwhile. If we're truly guilty, then this kind of atonement money would be worth spending. Philip muttered. I can actually feel my guilt lessening. Several new farms have opened in AMT County, raising livestock from South Continent. Many residents of St. Sun Town, after undergoing thorough purification at the Druid Purification Hall, have sought employment there. Their daily responsibilities include mixing the livestock's feed 3 times a day, letting them roam in the clean grazing areas cultivated by the Druids, and then returning them to the pens before nightfall. If any problems arise with the livestock, they simply call the Druids to address them. It's simple enough to understand. Even a 10-year-old could handle the job. Many others, after researching the AMT County market, have become monster meat and seafood vendors. They purchase fresh, purified monster meat and live seafood from mere people and adventurers daily, and transport them to various territories of the Magic Federation using space props. Now, AMT County's allies are scattered across the world, and teleportation arrays are everywhere. They only earn a living by running errands, but the people of the Magic Federation, especially the wealthy in the capital city of Colensal, clearly love this service and are very generous with their payments. The traveling merchants turn a blind eye to this. After all, they don't run a monopoly, and their trade takes a long time. Even with their spatial artifacts, they can't guarantee the freshness of seafood and meat for extended periods. It wouldn't be cost-effective to order a batch of high-end spatial artifacts from Lamar specifically for this business. After carefully calculating the return on investment, Amber Rossell shook his head and focused on his own business. They continued their business of transporting large quantities of necessities, but now the variety of goods was much richer. AMT County's specialty tea, milk tea powder, coffee, dwarven wine, and various new clothing items had become their best-selling products. The teleportation array in AMT County has saved Amer's caravan a lot of time. Although his regular customers are scattered throughout the remote wilderness, still requiring long journeys, the ability to use the teleportation array between major cities is a welcome convenience. Moreover, thanks to the adventurers' efforts, the wild beasts, magical creatures, and evil gods' minions in the AMT County wilderness have significantly decreased, making trade much safer. Chapter 604. Laria couldn't understand where all the clothes produced daily by the clothing factory in AMT County were going. She held a pen in her mouth, staring at the ledger, but no matter how she calculated, she couldn't figure it out. Temperature-controlled clothing had become a specialty product in their shop, selling exceptionally well this winter. Besides wealthy elves, many extravagant adventurers bought up large quantities without a second thought. These clothes also sold very well in Corensal, the capital city of the Magic Federation. When they went to Corensal to conduct market research with their inventory, they unwittingly sold a huge amount and even brought back many additional orders. Now, their accounts were not only profitable, but the profits were enough to pay off the loan early and even exchange for a large sum of Magic Federation currency to send home. But humans are social beings, and after finishing their work, they would inexplicably start thinking about matters that only governors needed to concern themselves with. Ariana, think about it. Right now, the factory's working hours are 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon, then they leave on time. But with thousands of people working on an assembly line every day, how many clothes can they produce? And how many residents does AMT New City have? Even if they buy clothes every day, this sales volume won't last long, will it? Laria said worriedly. By then, won't our shops be deserted, with no one coming at all? That's not how you do it. Ariana chuckled. Although the factory is called a clothing factory, it actually starts making clothes from the raw materials. It purchases purified raw materials from adventurers, then sorts, processes, classifies, and dries them. Then comes spinning, cotton processing, leather tanning, and the alchemical and synthetic fiber techniques brought by the adventurers, as well as material dyeing. This alone consumes at least half the manpower. High-end talent is responsible for design and pattern making, streamlining the production of every component of the garment into an assembly line process, turning each new design into a new production line. Finally, skilled and unskilled workers follow the process to assemble, and so, this part actually only involves a couple hundred people. Another group is dedicated to inspection, ironing, and packaging. Moreover, I heard that the garment factory receives orders in batches. They not only produce clothes, trousers, and various semi-finished products, but also bedding, towels, gloves, and cotton socks in a wide variety of styles. Once winter clothing is finished, spring and summer clothing can be arranged. By the way, that merchant we met earlier named Narcissus does business not only in the south, but also in the north. Don't underestimate our Lord. His garment factory's clients come from all over the world. The merfolk, giants, dwarves, orcs of the north, and the inhabitants of the south, these are a constant stream of customers. That's true. Laria thought for a moment. The oldest tailor shop in town still has many customers, so we don't need to worry. That shop, Ariana thought for a moment. Aunt Rosa's skills are SOSO, but that adventurer with the strange name is very talented. Her designs are all very unique. It's said that the Lord and the Knight are her regular customers. Ugh! I'm so envious. I want to make clothes for the Lord and the Knight too. Laria, biting her pen, exclaimed, those two are trendsetters in Antshire. Ever since the Lord and the Knight started jogging together these past few days, the armored uniforms have been selling like hotcakes. Lord Ialian looks especially good in his fitted armored uniform. Ariana chimed in, actually, I think the winter armored uniforms have a bit too much fabric. They could release a new temperature-controlled version. Wait! Laria interrupted Ariana's reverie. Armored uniforms are, after all, protective clothing worn under armor. We can't just blindly pursue a fitted look. But adventurers really like form-fitting, figure-hugging armor. Perhaps we should improve the materials, and see if we can make a breakthrough, achieving a form that's both form-fitting and lightweight, yet still provides strong protection? Great idea. Laria clapped her hands. Once we develop it, we give one each to the Lord and Lord Ialian, that way we spread our fame. Right. We could also have the elves try it on. They have great figures too. It definitely boosts sales. The two girls, in their quick, uninstructed conversation, had mastered the marketing techniques of spokesperson, model, and advertising. But the most crucial thing is still that the product itself has to be presentable. How about, besides improving the materials, we also consider runes? Runes have been quite popular in Amut County lately. Because Amut County has druids, who can purify pollution, rune masters, a profession traditionally considered money-grubbing, have suddenly become highly sought after, even surpassing magic circles. It makes sense. While both magic circles and runes can achieve the same function using different methods, magic circles require a mage to activate them with magic power, while runes consume the power of the magical essence used to draw them. This means that even ordinary people completely ignorant of magic can use runes after activation. During the coldest days, those adventurers actually invented a way to keep food warm by writing runes on food packaging. Although incredibly wasteful, it kept the food warm whether eating street food in the freezing cold or taking it home. It was practically one of the greatest inventions in the world. But it's still such a waste. It's definitely worth a try. I think we could ask those adventurer rune masters for help. Their fees are much lower than those of formerly trained rune masters. Oh right, some adventurers asked us before if we could make mascot costumes. Mascot costumes? You know, life-size ones that can make you look like a pig, a frog, a fat chicken, and a catfish. I can roughly understand the first two, but what are the last two? Chapter 605. After the fall of the winter god, the temperature on the continent of Ozelia gradually returned to normal winter levels. Thanks to the mountain Nemo you built near the merfolk village, the damp, cold air from the north was somewhat blocked, making the climate in New City and its southern regions more comfortable. Although it still snows occasionally in the northern city of New City, the elven territory of Adoriture in the south has returned to its former spring-like climate. The elves have shed their winter clothes and donned early spring attire. The snow has completely melted into clear water, flowing into the land and rivers. As the snow melted, the Lord of Amp County appeared once more, together with the small world consciousness elf, purifying the pollution of the entire adorature. They also helped the Mother Tree of Life cleanse its branches, which had been recontaminated, and infused it with more energy using their nearly intact natural powers. The Mother Tree of Life trembled joyfully, causing the leaves of its symbiotic forest to rustle, like a hymn to life. After the temperature rose, the adventurers dismantled the greenhouses, stacking the plastic sheets neatly and storing them, along with the magical temperature control devices, in their spatial backpacks. They said they would take them to the north to build new greenhouses. The unused coal was also collected by the adventurers. The elves no longer needed it for heating, but it remained a crucial fuel in the north. Rachel returned to her original form. No, she was even better. The elves could clearly sense that the world had changed. The air was fresher, the water sweeter, and flowers, birds, fish, and insects were reborn in this world. The forest was no longer a desolate wasteland. Even the world statues in the ancient world temples had been subtly restored. Alyssa hummed a lullaby, carrying a basket of pruning shears and a hoe, and skipped towards the mother tree. As soon as she entered the symbiotic forest, Alyssa smelled a faint floral fragrance. She perked up, quickly put down the basket, and ran into the forest. Sure enough, she saw that the branches of the mother tree were covered with tiny pink buds encased in green sepals. Buds, she explained, covering her mouth in surprise. After confirming several times that it wasn't her imagination, she quickly turned and ran towards the Elf King's palace. Your Majesty! Lancel heard Alyssa's excited voice from afar. Oh, how old are you, still so loud? Lancel smiled, and shook his head helplessly. The mother tree is blooming. La 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 la. Alicia shouted. Huh? All the nearby elves looked up in unison. A few minutes later, the news spread throughout Adorature via telepathy. A few minutes after that, all the elves gathered beneath the Mother Tree of Life, gazing up to witness this miraculous moment. It's a bud. A healthy bud like this. Something we haven't seen in centuries. What? This time it definitely produced little elves, right? It won't be a dry, empty bud anymore. Ah, I thought I'd never see a new elf born in my life. The Mother Tree's flowering period lasts 3 months, and it takes another 3 months for the buds to bear fruit. This batch of elves will probably be born in the summer. The mother tree first forms small flower buds. Over 3 months, the flowers gradually bloom and are pollinated. Then, the petals close again, nurturing the spirit for another 3 months, resulting in a profusion of bud fruits. When the bud fruits mature and bloom again, the baby spirit inside is born into the world. Most of the time, a single bud fruit can only give birth to one spirit, but in extremely rare cases, twins like Alicia and Frust are born. These twins often possess a stronger telepathic connection and synchronized resonance. Some, like Alicia and Frust, can even cultivate this innate resonance into a power capable of breaking through spatial barriers, transmitting not only thoughts and words, but also energy and objects. How many little elves will this tree produce? Considering the loss rate, 300 would be good. Right now, it's just flower beds. We have to wait until pollination to know the true number of fruits. But the more flower beds, the more buds and fruits there will be. We need to give the mother tree plenty of nutrients these next 6 months. Although the new life hasn't truly begun, and all preparations have only just started, the elves are already eagerly planning. Some are already envisioning how to arrange the elves' full moon celebration. The elves, who had previously lost hope for the mother tree of life and the continuation of their race, suddenly seemed to be bursting with energy. Pharaohs and the other elves in AMT County received a message from Alicia, while the Lord received good news from the Elf King. The mother tree has produced flower buds. MOU shared the good news with Ialian, although these are just the initial flower beds, and we won't know for at least 3 months until after the pollination period whether they can produce new elves. At least these are the healthiest batch of buds the elves have seen in hundreds of years. This is a good thing, indicating that the mother tree of life has revived. Ialian nodded. The life flow of the earth is gradually recovering. Starting with the tree of life in Adorature and AMT New City, the parched soil will gradually be nourished by the life flow, regaining its vitality. With fertility and no pollution in the land, vegetation will grow naturally. Once the life flow reconstructs the cycle of life and death, and the concepts constituting things are reestablished, perhaps the pollution and influence of the evil gods will also weaken. MOU nodded. Speaking of which, there's a very strange characteristic in the Kelvin mythology. Those with high rationality but zero intuition cannot perceive the existence of those evil gods. They are as if they are isolated in another. In this one-dimensional world, they are immune to harm from any monsters. From a certain perspective, perhaps it's because their beliefs and logic are complete. They can justify any unknown situation without causing fear. The unknown brings fear, and fear amplifies imagination, attracting the intrusion of evil gods and their minions. In this world, what's worse is that imagination, combined with a bit of wishful magic, can create. It's like in the dead of night, the wind blowing through the bushes causing the shadows to sway. An unsuspecting person will only see the wind, while a paranoid person will think there's a monster lurking in the bushes, growing increasingly afraid, and thus actually creating the monster. So, if we illuminate the bushes with a bright light from the beginning, wouldn't we fundamentally eliminate this fear of the unknown? Perhaps, when the bright light shines, those filled with fear will already see the monster they imagined. Alien said with a smile. But we always find a way. Chapter 606. The southern continent comprises 6 regions. Excluding Para, each region has 2 large main cities on the surface, with other towns, villages, and plantations scattered throughout. Beneath the surface, there are countless underground cities whose entrances are constantly changing. Para is located in the center of the southern continent and is also the southern pole of Osiria. Due to its proximity to the pole, the magnetic field here is chaotic. All methods of directional navigation, whether magical or scientific, fail here. Up, down, left, right, east, and west all lose their meaning. No matter which way you turn, only north and south remain. Near the pole is south, and far from the pole is north. In the vast, snowy northern plains, such directional guidance works normally. You simply choose a direction and keep walking, and you eventually see your origin and destination across the snowfield. But Para is a vast, incredibly dense tropical rainforest, 1.5 times the size of the Amazon rainforest in its native world. Beneath the rainforest lie mountains, canyons, basins, and swamps, a natural labyrinth. Moreover, the living conditions here are extremely harsh. The high temperatures and humidity breed swarms of insects, snakes, rodents, and poisonous creatures, and miasma permeates the area. The trees are so dense they block out the sky, their roots intertwined in the soil, making it easy to trip and fall, rendering movement extremely difficult. Seeing sunlight in the rainforest is a rare occurrence, resulting in increasingly heavy pollution. Choosing the wrong direction means descending deeper and deeper into this natural labyrinth, towards death. Therefore, we generally only travel along the outermost edge of Para, circumventing the rainforest from the outside. The coachman, with an air of nonchalance, told Jinryu and the others, "But you can see the greatest forest in the distance. It's an absolutely magnificent sight." They had already traveled for most of the day. The magic horned horses were indeed fast, and sitting in this carriage protected by magic, Jinryu had the illusion of traveling by high-speed rail. They stopped frequently along the way to fight monsters, take pictures of the scenery, and it truly felt like a tourist trip. The coachman acted like a tour guide, dutifully introducing the various local customs, terrains, and important scenic spots along the way. He would even stop to let them admire particularly beautiful views, providing excellent service. The group listened to the coachman's explanations while browsing the forums, eating their own snacks, and drinking various beverages. It was even more comfortable and carefree than a tourist trip. On the player forums, dozens of posts had already been created about the scenery of various parts of southern continent. Whether traveling by carriage like them or embarking on their own journeys, players were frantically posting their observations and experiences. Southern continent quickly became the hottest topic on the forums. Besides the stunning tropical scenery, many players mentioned the pervasive stench of decay and the monsters that were far too weak for their level descriptions. However, most players didn't believe the developers had made a mistake in setting the numerical values. After all, they had fought plenty of level 80+ monsters in the wilderness and dungeons of Central Continent before, and the developers could have simply used the numerical templates from there. They generally believed this was a plot-related arrangement, a deliberate design choice worthy of careful consideration. To facilitate communication, Jinryu simply pulled everyone in the car into a team chat. Team Jinryu. Judging from the driver's frequent slips of the tongue, he's probably from the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, the caravan sent by Little Narcissus's father. According to the mission instructions, the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce is likely an underground alliance with our world faction, providing covert assistance only. Perhaps for this reason, they're using the name of the Azure Sea Church. However, the Azure Sea Church doesn't seem to have the wherewithal to raise Warcraft horses and form a fleet. I feel like it's more of a ragtag group of current and former sailors. Team Yuhua Dingxian. After all, Adong probably didn't manage the church much before. Things should improve significantly with Annie taking over. However, we likely also receive various infrastructure tasks related to church renovations. Everyone's expression twisted for a moment when they saw the familiar words. Team Lujo Lagio. Build wherever you go, endless walls everywhere. Okay, this game really suits the habits of some of us infrastructure players. Team Today it rains, but I think there are a few things that are suspicious. I haven't figured it out yet, so you can focus on them. First, there's the pervasive stench of decay. Even though this is a tropical region with Amazonian-like terrain, this smell doesn't bode well. I'm under the impression that the Earth Mother is our ally. I hope she doesn't suddenly turn against us. Then, there are those so-called Earth Mother roots. I remember the Earth Mother Hall in the Pompeii dungeon being an egg-shaped structure, and the image of the Earth Mother I saw on the gold coin from Narcissus's pocket watch is a loving goddess rising from a stone egg, not any tree roots or anything like that. Speaking of tree roots, I'm reminded of a wicked god with similar reproductive attributes to the Earth Mother. The black goat of the forest, Shub Nicholas, party ascension to immortality. So those who devour the corpses of magical beasts are actually the black goat Shub. Party rainy day. We have to find out more about that, but the coachman is from the merchant guild sent by Naboo. So theoretically, he should be one of the Earth Mother's people. Surely, he wouldn't not recognize his own god. Besides, it's hard to say if Shub Nicholas is even a character in this game. Party Tang Clan Stew. Prophet, you're being modest again. Party rainy day. There's another point of doubt, which is the level of the magical beasts and their inconsistent strength. However, I think this is probably related to the setting of the southern continent having long hours of purified sunlight and little pollution. Monsters are composed of corruption, willpower, and concepts. Removing the corruption reduces their aggression, making them docile, obedient, and even indistinguishable from ordinary animals. We druids have always used this concept to tame and raise monsters. This concept also aligns with what the coachman said about ordinary people in the southern continent keeping some monsters as livestock. Given the development team's consistent style, I think these concepts will definitely be useful later, but I don't know exactly where. 2G couldn't help but nudge the nearby Nyo Chio with her elbow and privately messaged, "Is this what it's like to play a dungeon with a pro?" How can she deduce so much? I don't think I noticed anything except for looking at the scenery. Are we really playing the same game? Chapter 607. In the Orlegon region, within Ashamarat, one of the main cities. Abros Budamic hurriedly exited the main gate of the Naso Budamic Chamber of Commerce, and entered the main hall of the Earth Mother Temple across the way. Orlegon is the largest region in South Continent, also its most densely populated, and its most thriving agricultural and commercial development. It is located in the northern part of South Continent, facing Middle Continent across the Deldra Sea. Of course, this is just one way of looking at it. The Deldra Sea is also a vast ocean. Without the spatial travel capabilities of the Undead Queen, ordinary ships would take 3 to 10 days to reach the nearest port, depending on their sailing capabilities. The main city of Ashamarat is located in the center of Orlegon, on the main thoroughfare connecting all the important cities in South Continent. To the north, there are access to several seaports, to the south, the Deliro region, and to the east, Lola Lola. To the west, a large inland river flows southward through Para to reach Palmas, near the dark side of the planet. Transportation is a crucial foundation for commercial development, and the lifeline of goods flow. Thus, this city, with its convenient transportation links, is arguably the most important commercial city in South Continent. The headquarters of the Nasobudamic Chamber of Commerce, one of South Continent's largest chambers of commerce, is naturally located on the city's most central and bustling street. The Nasobudamic Chamber of Commerce's headquarters occupies a vast area, encompassing 3 surrounding blocks. To the west, there are the inspection yards and the exchange. Merchants temporarily rent space in the inspection yards to display samples of their goods and facilitate collaboration. Within the exchange, merchants can post various buy and sell information through the guild's clerks. Whether buyer or seller, once they find a suitable order, they can inspect the goods at the adjacent inspection yard and sign a contract themselves or with the guild's witness. The Eastern District houses mercenary guilds and adventurers' guilds. Of course, these adventurers' guilds weren't founded by some lord of AMT County, but rather are the product of adventurers' gatherings throughout southern continent since ancient times. This is also why the people of this world so readily accepted the adventurers of AMT County. No matter the world, there will always be powerful individuals with a spirit of exploration. However, these ordinary adventurers will not be resurrected. The guild, of course, deals not only in goods, but also in people and various services. Doing business in the southern continent is no easy feat. Pirates roam the seas, bandits and monsters roam the lands, And with bad luck, one might even encounter eccentric heretics or followers of evil gods. If merchants don't have powerful superhuman protectors, the best option is to hire some men here. Because this is legitimate business facilitated by the Chamber of Commerce, these mercenaries and adventurers are licensed and have paid a deposit to the chamber. They wouldn't commit murder, robbery, or eliminate the client if they couldn't complete the mission. But if they were hired from other taverns, back alleys, or black markets, that's a different story. The large, three-story building with an oval dome in the central district is the Chamber of Commerce's office. The first floor houses various service halls and counters, where clerks efficiently handle the chamber's affairs, including placing orders, organizing transport fleets, and renting space. Any merchant who has joined the chamber can apply for its services and use its resources here, for a fee, of course. The second floor houses the offices of key members of the Chamber of Commerce, lavishly decorated and featuring the chamber's own lounge with a collection of rare wines from around the world and a dedicated bartender to satisfy even the most discerning guests. How can business be conducted without a drink? The third floor is the council chamber, a crucial place where only the chamber shareholders can conduct business. Those without sufficient influence cannot even set foot here. While the Nazobudamic Chamber of Commerce currently retains considerable power within the Budamic family, it has numerous shareholders, including many influential businessmen. Ultimately, the chamber is simply a partnership for business. Even though their interests are often intertwined, friction is inevitable. Across from the Nazobudamic Chamber of Commerce headquarters stands the oval-shaped Mother Earth Church. This main hall of the Earth Mother Temple, also the headquarters of hundreds of Earth Mother temples across the southern continent, resembles a giant, translucent stone egg fixed to a flame-patterned base. The eggshell is inlaid with stained glass in shades of orange red and bright gold, subtly forming a mysterious and indescribable geometric pattern. Abros Budamic pushed open the doors of the Earth Mother Temple, walked through the long corridor, and then pushed open the doors to the inner Earth Mother Palace. His father, Nabu Budamic, sat cross-legged on a futon before the statue of the Earth Mother in the palace. A staff with a long, serpentine tip rested across his lap. His palms faced upwards, resting flat on his knees, his eyes closed, lips slightly parted, emitting humming sounds like OM. Hum. Abros did not disturb his father's meditation, but instead sat cross-legged on a futon diagonally behind him. Nabu was the high priestess of the Earth Mother and the president of the Nazobudamic Merchant Guild. However, since the riot incident in Pohnpei, Nabu had gradually begun to delegate the guild's affairs to Abros. Abros knew that his father was worried that if the Pohnpei incident were to repeat itself, the guild would be without a successor. Therefore, while he still had the resources, he was gradually grooming Nabu as his successor. Secondly, the recent frequent battles between the gods meant Nabu needed more time to manage the affairs of the Earth Mother's temple. Nabu's chanting finally came to an end. He clasped his hands together at his chest, bowed deeply to the statue of the Earth Mother, and then turned to face Abros. The people of the Azure Sea Church have arrived in the southern continent, Abros said. They disembarked at Barola Port, successfully cleared customs, and are now on their way to the Azure Sea churches in various regions. Chapter 608. Nabu nodded but remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. His expression was weary, and the wrinkles around his eyes deepened. As a transcendent, Nabu lacked much aptitude for ascending to the divine rank. He didn't become a priest of the Earth Mother until he was 70, and it took him another 30 years to become the chief priest. Now, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although transcendents can achieve stronger bodies and longer lifespans than ordinary people, the later they reach divine rank, the worse their health will naturally become. If there's a perfect age, it's naturally in one's 20s or 30s, to take the leap to divine rank and achieve immortality, then gradually seek breakthroughs to extend their lifespan. The black goat young have been increasingly active lately, Nab sighed deeply. The black goat mother is still sending her offspring to search extensively for traces of the Earth Mother. Perhaps, Abros hesitated, we should clarify to the believers that those roots hidden in the mountains and forests are not from the Earth Mother. Then the believers would instantly plunge into endless fear. No longer protected by the rule of ignorance leads to insensibility. Nab rubbed his temples with a headache. 50 years have passed since we first discovered this strange rule. As long as the believers believe that everything is normal, and that evil gods do not exist, they will not be attacked by them, nor will they create demons and monsters to attract their followers. But this belief must be absolute. Even the slightest doubt will render the protection ineffective. The fact that pollution is so scarce in South Continent today is also closely related to the Fool's Project itself. But it's a lie. But it's a lie that protects the believers. Nab emphasized, For 50 years, the people have lived peacefully and carefree lives, which is a good result. A lie is merely a means, depending on what you need to achieve. As a merchant, you must uphold the bottom line of integrity and keeping your promises, but you cannot fear lies. You must know what kind of lies you can tell, what kind you cannot, and what kind of words the other party uses to constitute a lie. A mix of truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, is essential for long-term success in business. But if we're going to deal with those black goats, or rather, if we ask the adventurers to deal with those black goats, we can't let the people misunderstand that they're dealing with Mother Earth. I'm also troubled by this now. Nab sighed heavily. One lie requires countless lies to cover it up, and this lie has been told for over 50 years. How can the people now trust us again? Knowing the truth, the people will be knowledge, pollution, a fear of evil gods, and that fear, in turn, becomes the best food for those evil gods, a vicious cycle that cannot be broken. Abrose looked up at the statue of the Earth Mother, her plump figure cradling a golden stone egg symbolizing new life, gazing at him with benevolent eyes from the altar. Southern Continent was a peculiar and mysterious land. From ancient times, it had been renowned for its unique climate, abundant produce, and resources. The fertile soil was extremely easy to cultivate. A handful of seeds required little care. The morning dew, the morning and evening sunshine, and the afternoon showers all provided ample nourishment for the crops. Abundant grain easily fed the people of this land, giving rise to a larger population and naturally fostering animal husbandry and commerce. When 500 years ago, a stranger found the first piece of gold in the Grand Canal of Para, countless others flocked there, igniting a gold rush and adventure frenzy. Southern Continent even earned the reputation and legend of being a golden land. After that, Southern Continent flourished to its zenith. From ancient times, the age of gods, first the mother of abundance, then the earth mother of all spirits, it was only natural that this fertile and productive land nurtured deities, who governed abundance and prosperity. The immortal dragons settled and multiplied on the islands surrounding Deliro and Parmas, while the demons relocated the entrances to their underground cities from the dark side of the planet to Southern Continent. Southern Continent almost became synonymous with adventure and novelty. The legends of mercenaries, adventurers, mages, and dragons were still the hottest topics on Southern Continent decades ago. Until 50 years ago, this place was an adventurer's paradise. But amidst this vibrant atmosphere that had persisted for centuries, few on this idyllic land, isolated by the sea, noticed the world outside was crumbling, and the Church of Light's influence was silently eroding and infiltrating. The Church of Light arrived on this land 500 years ago, alongside gold-seeking adventurers. Initially, they were just ordinary missionaries, preaching the faith of the God of Light and praising the two suns in the sky. In the Southern Continent, the sun almost never sets, so worshipping the sun was a natural progression. In its early days, the Church of Light was not highly regarded. After all, the Southern Continent was not lacking in sunlight. In fact, the excessive sunlight made people feel hot and even wished for less sunlight. When there is too much sunlight, people begin to yearn for darkness. The more the Church of Light sang praises of light, the more people worshipped the goddess of darkness. The two forces were evenly matched, with only the Earth Mother holding absolute power. Everything changed when the corruption of the evil god gradually became apparent. That was about 200 or 300 years ago. Adventurers and outsiders in the Southern Continent always carried varying degrees of mutation and corruption. The Southern Continent people initially called it the Outsider's Plague, but later rumors circulated that it was a heretical curse. No one could clearly explain what it was. The outsiders remained silent, while the Southern Continent people were oblivious until merchants from the Southern Continent formed a trade guild and crossed the sea to the Central Continent, only then realizing that the outside world was a scorched hell. No one knows the exact time of the evil god's invasion. Its insidious corruption likely began much earlier. While the people of the Southern Continent were already experiencing mild symptoms, the Central Continent and the Northern Territory were ravaged by demonic beasts and the evil god's minions, a scene of utter misery. When the merchants fled back to the Southern Continent in a daze and terror, they discovered strange changes within themselves. It was at this time that the Church of Light began to emerge. Their priests claimed to be able to cure the curse, and their divine magic and masses were indeed effective for mild symptoms. When the fish scales, tentacles, and goat hooves that suddenly appeared on people's bodies disappeared under the purification of the Church of Light, the people gained peace, and the Church of Light gained faith. Chapter 609. The Church of Light thus leaped into the view of the people of Southern Continent, and began to gradually expand its influence by leveraging the spread of pollution. The two suns in the sky are symbols of the God of Light, the light of Alma, and the God of Light can purify pollution. With this claim, over the centuries, the Church of Light gradually expanded from a few unknown missionaries into a political force that controlled half of southern continent. The Church of Light had many extraordinary individuals and a strong organizational structure, making it easy for them to gain influence. This was something the loosely organized merchant guilds of southern continent could not match. While some merchants also possessed extraordinary individuals, the divine ranks they climbed were mostly related to commercial concepts. Honesty, keeping promises, deception, lies. These concepts were like the oaths of paladins. Adherence brought power, while violation carried the consequences of breaking the oath. The merchants' divine ranks were extremely easy to enter, but became increasingly difficult as they progressed. Each step was teeming with people, all merchants sharing the same concept, oath, dividing the power it granted, resulting in each person receiving only a small share. The more devoutly one adhered to the oath, the stronger those favored by the concept became. Merchants vied for supremacy, fighting tooth and nail in this invisible competition, leaving them powerless against external enemies. Nabu-Budamik amassed his fortune through the Earth Mother Temple, and his loyalty to the Earth Mother. A large portion of his power came from the concept bestowed upon him by the Earth Mother. Prosperity. This was a concept that required careful management. If operated properly, the prosperity of the guild, the family, and the Earth Mother Temple would all strengthen the power of his concept, leading to an even more prosperous future. But if one misstep led to the decline of the Chamber of Commerce, the family, and even the Earth Mother Hall, he would have to expend his conceptual power to reverse the situation. If his conceptual power was insufficient to counter the situation, he would lose everything, and even the concept itself would abandon him. Concepts, and even authority, are like a discerning lover who only favors those with specific traits, or rather, a certain persona. If one can maintain this persona, they will attract the lover's attention and gain her help and support. However, if one's actions deviate from this persona, they must pray that her love will last long enough for them to regain their persona, otherwise they will be ruthlessly abandoned. To maintain prosperity and find new hope, Nabu was willing to make many sacrifices. The Earth Mother saw the ambitions of the Church of Light, and the wise men of the South Continent Chamber of Commerce gradually realized that the pollution came from the evil gods, the invasion and corruption of the world by the outside gods, and began to seek a way to purify the pollution. The sun shouldn't be the only answer, and the cure for the pollution shouldn't be solely in the hands of the Church of Light. The full project began with a miraculous event 50 years ago. In a village on the border of Orlegon and Lola Lola, there lived a child born with a mental retardation. He knew nothing, and spent his days giggling and herding sheep. He knew only to open the gate in the morning, let the sheep out, lead them to graze on the hillside, and herd them back into the fold in the evening. And yet, this 10-year-old child, when the entire village was suddenly attacked by magical beasts, survived unscathed. That day, a monstrous beast appeared out of nowhere, and killed most of the villagers. Despite the villagers' valiant resistance, it vanished without a trace. 2 days later, after the remaining villagers bandaged their wounds, they remembered the lonely, destitute shepherd boy. However, when the villagers helped each other to the shepherd boy's house by the mountainside, they were horrified to find him oblivious, tending his flock of mutated sheep, covered in blood and mud, and with strange tentacles, as if nothing had happened. He still let them out every morning and brought them back every evening, simply counting them, completely unaware that his flock was different from others. But this seemingly mentally challenged shepherd boy was the only one unharmed. This news spread like wildfire, and the village was immediately flooded with supernatural beings investigating. After countless investigations, everyone reached the same conclusion. The shepherd boy saw nothing unusual. In his mind, they were just ordinary sheep, and that's what sheep looked like. Strangely, what appeared to be anomalies to onlookers seemed to have no effect on the shepherd boy. The supernatural beings watched helplessly, as the sheep's attacks on him repeatedly failed. It was as if they existed in 2 different dimensions. Each time, the sheep tried to devour the boy, but he only perceived their affectionate nuzzling. The scholars racked their brains, and finally arrived at an unbelievable conclusion. As long as one is unaware of the anomaly, there is no anomaly. The child's perception was flawed, yet this inexplicably protected him, making him completely immune to the evil god and the corruption. They were like beings on 2 separate planes. The child was on the material plane, while the corruption and evil existed on the spiritual plane. The 2 could not touch each other, so naturally, the child was unharmed. They deduced a rule: ignorance is insensitivity. Those who know nothing and feel nothing are also immune to the contamination of knowledge, becoming absolute insulators. However, the prerequisite is that such a person's heart must be extremely firm, and stubbornly believe that there are no abnormalities in the world. The moment there is even the slightest doubt, the slightest fear or uncertainty, this rule will fail. Thus, for the past 50 years, the merchants of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild have gradually experimented with and implemented the Fool's Plan within their plantations and the villages under their jurisdiction. The Southern Continent has a long tradition of keeping slaves, and these ignorant slaves were the perfect candidates for this test. The people of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, following the practices of the Church of Light, instilled in the slaves the idea that everything is reasonable. Every rustle of wind and the appearance of magical beasts were interpreted as blessings from the Earth Mother. When magical beasts appeared, they were livestock sent by the Earth Mother. After the magical beasts died, they were devoured by black goat calves, the nutrients returning to the earth, forming the cycle of life. Unfortunately, someone died. It was their fate. The Earth Mother sent messengers to take them back to the realm of the dead, where they could enjoy all the riches and honors they could not obtain in life. These explanations, seemingly absurd to the wise, were inexplicably embraced by the ignorant slaves. They became increasingly convinced of them, even actively trying to embellish and fill in the gaps in their understanding of the reasons behind these strange occurrences. Chapter 6:10. 50 years is a time that is neither long nor short. The slaves are not superhuman. They do not have long lifespans. Under the heavy burden of labor, disease, and the ever-present threat of pollution and evil gods, those who enter the farm at 15 and live 7 or 10 years are considered exceptionally long-lived. But the Earth Mother is the goddess of fertility and abundance. Each batch of slaves produces more slaves, resulting in an unusually rapid population turnover. From the second decade onward, the children raised in the Merchant Guild's villages learn to rationalize everything as the work of the Earth Mother. Existence is its own justification. This phrase was taken to its extreme in their minds. In their lives and knowledge, there are no evil gods, pollution, ghosts, or anomalies, only the Earth Mother and heretics. Life and death are predetermined. Everything exists within the food chain of eating and being eaten. Monsters are livestock, and so are they. There is no difference between them, and therefore nothing to fear. Strangely, as the number of slaves with this mindset increased, pollution decreased. Strange body parts rarely grew on the slaves' bodies, and the monsters gradually became docile. The Merchant Guild further expanded the scope of the Fool's Project. They took control of classrooms and began teaching this effective theory to ordinary people. Thus, the people of Southern Continent began to polarize. The members of the Church of Light, the high-ranking officials of the Merchant Guild/Earth Mother Church, and the wise men who serve them, the extraordinary, mercenaries and adventurers, and the dragons and demons, all knew the truth about the world being corrupted by the evil god. The vast majority of ordinary people and slaves, however, were brainwashed with rationalization. The initial benefits of this approach were obvious. Ordinary people were less affected by pollution, able to lead normal lives, produce food and crops, and pay taxes. Life expectancy increased, lives became more stable, mortality rates decreased, and life became less worry-free, fulfilling the ordinary people's needs. A stable life fostered business growth, and the Earth Mother gained even greater reverence and faith, becoming the almighty deity of South Continent. The Chamber of Commerce/Earth Mother Hall was delighted. The power of monsters decreased, making subjugation easier and less prone to injury or death. Adventurers and mercenaries were also delighted. The Church of Light did not expose the South Continent Chamber of Commerce's lies, but rather saw an opportunity there, adjusting its focus and its teachings. They continued to fabricate the South Continent Chamber of Commerce's lies, incorporating the God of Light to rationalize the existence of pollution. Pollution became a symbol of the sin that everyone could commit. Anyone found polluting had, at some point, committed sin. It was no problem. They could simply pay for a mass and a sin tax to atone for their sin. The Church of Light also didn't want the pollution to become too severe, as their divine arts couldn't completely eliminate it. While their masses were extremely effective against shallow pollution, practically calling it a miracle, they were far less effective against more severe pollution, and a mishandled approach could lead to accusations of fraud. The current level of pollution in South Continent was just right for maximizing the effectiveness of the Church of Light's divine arts. Thus, South Continent became the Church of Light's granary and treasury, and the church began collecting a sin tax from all its citizens. The Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce had initially turned a blind eye to this, but over the past 50 years, it had gradually become a matter of paying taxes with a bitter face. With their lives in the hands of others, and unable to fight back, what else could they do? They could only put on a smile and pay, telling themselves, harmony brings wealth. Otherwise, prosperity built on hypocrisy would crumble overnight. However, this deception was not entirely harmless. While the people were misled into rationalizing these anomalies, while gaining faith in the Earth Mother, half of that faith was also being drained away by the evil gods. Not to mention the black goat offspring, who frantically absorbed the corruption of the demonic beasts, strengthening themselves. And the black goat of the forest, Shub Nicholas, had also expressed a great interest in the Earth Mother, who wielded the power of reproduction. The evil gods hailed from a time and space beyond this world. Their authority did not belong to this world, but by consuming the same authority as this one, they could strengthen their power. Now the Earth Mother was caught in a dilemma. Maintaining the current false peace will only allow the Church of Light and the evil god Shub-Niggurath to grow stronger, gradually eroding their influence and survival space. However, revealing the true nature of the evil god to the people could cause their faith to collapse, sending the people into panic and instantly transforming the peaceful South Continent into the evil god's paradise. No matter what they do, they're doomed. The only difference is whether their demise is slower or faster. Unable to find a way out on their own, Mother Earth turned her attention to AMT County. Allowing adventurers from AMT County to enter South Continent might upset the balance of power. But without destruction, there is no construction. Having repeatedly performed miracles, they might be able to break the current deteriorating impasse and usher in new life for South Continent. This was the instruction the Earth Mother had given Nabu. However, Nabu was also very worried that those adventurers with their eccentric styles and often unrestrained speech might bring even greater harm to the Southern Continent. After much deliberation, he finally obtained the Earth Mother's permission and contacted the Lord of AMT County, revealing the entire unspoken secret of the Southern Continent. I see. The Lord paused slightly after listening, then smiled confidently. Your decision to tell me all this was truly correct. So, you have a way to resolve our current predicament? Nabu asked excitedly. I do have some considerations right now, MOU said. However, I must warn you, the actions my adventurers and I are about to take might be a bit daring and could overturn your and other high-ranking members of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. In other words, the worldview of those in the know. However, please continue to treat those black goat offspring as resources blessed by the Earth Mother, as you already understand them. Leave the rest to us with confidence. Nabu suddenly had a bad feeling. May I ask how you plan to handle this tricky situation? MOU flashed his signature smile again. Just some reasonable resource reuse. Chapter 611. It's finally finished. Black Cat Bu Shui wiped the dirt and sweat from his face, stepped back a few steps, and looked at the rebuilt conch church. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. It's so beautiful. It's really good. Abyss nodded in satisfaction. Actually, using magic to paste walls is quite easy. I can build whatever I want. It's painless modeling. Whether Annie is satisfied or not, I am very satisfied. Crow Bu Hei also said, just building this thing is. It took the 8 of us 2 days. I wonder how the other players are progressing. I just checked the forum, and most people are still on their way to the quest location by carriage. Shishilingpa said, only the first group of players, who traveled relatively close, have reached their destination. Then let's quickly set up the teleportation array. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep said, as he rushed to the newly excavated basement. In a few seconds, he placed the teleportation crystal in the designated location. The crystal instantly melted into the ground, automatically transforming into a teleportation array. It flashed blue and disappeared. The player system prompt. Congratulations to player Black Cat Doesn't Sleep for completing infrastructure mission, conch church, and successfully placing teleportation array crystal X1. Once all teleportation array crystals for this mission are placed, the quest rewards will be distributed. So, are we going to the next teleportation array crystal placement location now? Then asked the person who could heal, but didn't heal himself. Yes, but we also have a quest to complete along the way. Abyss below shared the newly received quest with them. Just as Black Cat finished his quest, the system gave me a new team quest. It seems we met the requirements after placing the crystal. What quest? Everyone opened the quest panel with curiosity and checked the quest contents. Main investigation quest. What can the Black Goat do? You have received a letter from the Lord. Adventurers, since entering Nanzhou, you must have noticed many strange things happening on this mysterious continent, such as the pervasive odor of decay and the strange monsters lurking in the dark forests. They feed on the carcasses of magical beasts, but do not seem to attack the inhabitants, who also turn a blind eye to them. In fact, this is related to a special plan that the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce has been trying among ordinary people for nearly 50 years. You must have heard certain urban rumors. If your inspiration reaches 0, you will become insulated from the world of Cthulhu, unable to touch its strange phenomena. Those who are absolute materialists cannot observe the mysteries of Cthulhu, nor can they be touched by its monsters and evil gods. This rule applies in this world as well. If one knows nothing about the world of Cthulhu and firmly believes that no indescribable, unexplainable creatures exist, explaining everything with the science and theology of that world, one will form a rigid logical loop. This logical loop effectively forms a mental barrier, protecting the ordinary person's spiritual world, making it like a complete eggshell, immune to the invasion of evil spirits and contamination. But even the slightest hesitation is enough to leave a scar on this eggshell, allowing evil spirits and contamination to slip in. Therefore, the people of Southern Continent are divided into two types. The executors of the plan are all extraordinary individuals with knowledge of, and a certain degree of resistance to the corruption of the evil god, while the recipients of the plan are ordinary people with no abilities. The ordinary people of Southern Continent have survived peacefully to this day through their ignorance and absolute faith in their gods. Their ignorance has also resulted in less corruption in Southern Continent, and the strength of magical beasts is generally lower than their expected level. However, this unquestioned trust is built on concealment and deception. If the ordinary people were to become aware of the existence of the evil god, the belief system of Southern Continent would completely collapse, and the entire continent would instantly become a hunting ground for the evil god. Note: please do not use direct information or indirect enticement to cause the ordinary people of Southern Continent to develop curiosity, doubt, or fear about the existence of evil gods that they should not know about. Violators will be silenced or temporarily banned from action. Adventurers, our objective is to aid the Earth Mother and her forces, the Earth Mother's Church, and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, without worsening the situation in Southern Continent, helping them escape the threats posed by the Church of Light and the Black Goat of the Forest, Shub Nicholas. Therefore, adventurers are requested to carefully enter the jungles of Southern Continent without attracting the attention of any ordinary people, to find and capture at least one black goat cub. After capturing a black goat cub, please investigate its habits, ecology, and whether it can be used as a resource. Note: if intended for consumption, do not feed it to NPCs until it is completely certain that it will not cause any, long-term or short-term, harm to the body. May all adventurers have a smooth journey in the Southern Continent. Lord Moya, quest requirements, black goat cubs 0 to 1. Quest hint: you can find black goat cubs in the jungle outside this fortress. Damn! It's a main quest. This letter contains so much information. So our next task is to capture a black goat cub, and then research whether it's edible, delicious, and how to cook it. Since it's called a black goat cub, can it be used to make lamb chops? It sounds pretty tender. No, believe me, that thing is completely different from a goat. Abyss opened the map and said, I estimate this main quest is issued to all teams simultaneously, or it might be a design that triggers after the first crystal is placed. Our team still needs to place 7 more crystals, and the quest locations are mainly near these surrounding cities. He circled the target cities and villages, then drew a straight line connecting the circles, like a pearl necklace. Following this route, we passed through several small jungles. At this pace, we should be able to reach the remaining 7 locations within the next day or 2. As long as there aren't any large-scale infrastructure projects, like building churches, our speed shouldn't be too much slower than other players. We can also catch a few black goat calves along the way. As expected of the boss, your planning is incredibly reliable. The healer looked at the map and said, jungles? Then we probably can't ride bicycles, we have to walk. Speaking of which, are there no other mounts in this game besides bicycles? I've seen them in other games. Maybe those black goat calves can be used as mounts? The Chronaut Black-Eyed Man had a sudden inspiration. Chapter 612. Before Black Cat and the others left, they didn't forget to greet the pastor and his wife, who managed the church. The old pastor exclaimed in amazement, as expected of a trusted confidant of the goddess, you built such a magnificent church in just 2 days. Hee hee. Black Cat and the others proudly placed their hands on their hips, and popped out their chest. The earth wall magic in this world is truly effective. Demolishing one wall can repair another. Thanks to the strategic planning beneath the abyss, they expanded the building as they demolished. Most of the materials for the new church came from the original, and even the furniture of the pastor and his family were preserved and carefully moved into the newly enlarged rooms. Furthermore, the magically constructed earth wall is incredibly stable and resilient. As long as it's not twisted or distorted at any angle that violates the laws of physics, it can basically withstand an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. After all, this is an earth wall that can withstand waves of Warcraft monsters, boss monsters' ultimate attacks, and all sorts of magical explosions. Where's the goddess? Asked Under the Abyss. The goddess and the envoy Evita have already departed for the mermaid settlement in the South Sea. The old priest said respectfully, the goddess has instructed that you priests are her trusted followers. You may freely use all the facilities and resources of this church and the Azure Sea Church. If you need any assistance here, please feel free to call me. I, Old Nankadred, am always at your service. Then I'd like to ask you something. Under the Abyss pulled out a map. We're planning to go to the neighboring town of Minster. To save time, we're planning to cross the jungle. Is there anything we should be aware of along the way? Pastor South Carolina paused subtly, his expression shifting. Although the route through the jungle appears shorter on the map, it's no easier than the main road, and it won't take less time. Many have even lost their lives in the jungle. Of course, you are all servants of the gods, skilled and daring. Perhaps those obstacles are insignificant to you. I only want to remind you to consider carefully and act according to your abilities. The climate of southern continent is very suitable for plant growth. The plants here are often larger than a person. Besides watching your step, you must also be wary of carnivorous plants that use fragrance to lure people and animals. In the jungle outside Minster Town, there are many pitcher plants, giant lilies, and sheep-eating trees. If you insist on going, please bring enough antidotes. We only have one apothecary at the Church of Light in our fortress. It's alright, we have our own alchemists. Below the Abyss, they only wanted to learn about the general types of monsters, and after obtaining antidotes. After receiving this hint, he understood. Thank you for the hint. May the goddess of the sea protect you, said the old priest, though he was clearly not entirely comfortable with the new line, speaking somewhat haltingly. Abyss echoed, may the goddess of the sea also protect you. The deity had just taken office, and both priests were novices. They exchanged a glance, both finding the blessing perfectly reasonable. My men, let's go, Abyss said, bidding farewell to the priests. With a wave of his hand, the group followed, walking along the main road out of the fortress, seeing many fortress residents along the way. There are so many people from the southern continent. It's, much more populated than our backyard. Old people, children, young people, women, the population structure is quite reasonable. The streets are quite clean, not like those ancient Europe streets littered with excrement, but there's a strange, rotten smell everywhere. This is the stench the mission mentioned, right? It's the smell of rotting corpses in a cemetery, said Abyss below. I remember the legend says the cubs we're supposed to capture emit this smell. So, should we prepare some deodorizing potion beforehand? Everyone turned to look at the taciturn emergency room staff. Yes, the ER worker pulled out a bunch of bottles, jars, and medicines in glass spheres from his backpack. Last time, I unfortunately ended up in a dungeon with Teacher Durian. After I came out, I learned my lesson and spent the whole night developing and concocting dozens of deodorant products. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Heart-stealing Spirit took a bottle from a perfume bottle and sprayed it into the air. Sure enough, a floral fragrance filled the air, and the stench faded considerably. The results are impressive, but I'm worried about your mental state, the healer complained. How much psychological trauma did that Teacher Durian cause you? Anyway, since that dungeon, I learned never to easily accept products developed by other alchemists, and I won't open any medicines with descriptions of irritating smells in secret rooms, the ER worker said with lingering fear. Black Cat doesn't sleep glanced down at the alchemist-developed deodorant in his hand, unsure whether to use it or not. Now that everything is ready, let's set off. After stepping out of the fortress's towering gates, they successfully activated a new system map. Abyss below glanced at the hastily drawn parchment map in his hand, then expertly found the corresponding direction on the system map. This way. The guards of the Church of Light guarding the fortress gates watched as a group of people dressed in the uniforms of the Azure Sea Church priests darted into the dense jungle, quickly disappearing into the swaying grass. A bunch of arrogant fools, a guard muttered. These arrogant priests, after completely leaving the fortress grounds, immediately changed into their respective class equipment and the mysterious masks issued by the Lord under the cover of the jungle. Changing the pot really does allow you to create another masked version of the demon chef. Black Cat never sleeps exclaimed with delight. It's more troublesome for a priest, said Ningibuzii. Besides priest, I only leveled a life mage. Ah. Everyone sighed in unison, life mages are really not good. Although it's a traditional fast healer, the recovery amount is average, and it can only hold its own when there's no druid. The most crucial thing is that casting has a pollution effect. If there's no druid in the team, you can only turn into an octopus, which is perfect for players who like to turn into octopuses. Ningibuzii, I think it's alright. The healing skill is similar to a priest's. Although it's called heal, it's still like operating on a surgical table. Everyone paused in unison. Hey, can you show us a screenshot? Ningy Buzii posted the screenshot in their team's QQ group. Everyone compared it, and indeed found a difference. Is this the difference between a real doctor and a fake doctor? Why do you have a high-level heal? Chapter 6:13. After some investigation, everyone finally found a line of small text in the screenshot of the expert skill panel. Healing spell LV20, a healing spell that requires medical knowledge to use. The healing effect depends on the level of understanding of the living being and the amount of medical knowledge. With sufficient mental strength and willpower, bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bones is not difficult. Note, requires the achievement, medical license, to learn. Damn, bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bones. I was wondering why the life mage only had such a small amount of healing, recovery spell. Turns out I haven't studied at medical school. So what does this skill actually look like? Black Cat Never Sleeps asked, his eyes shining. Said the healer who can't heal himself, it's hard to describe. How about this, one of you gets injured, and I use a skill to record a screenshot and send it to you. He thought for a moment, to show the effect, make the injury a bit more serious. Everyone, no, let's not bother, there will always be another chance. Didn't you just say this skill is also like opening an operating table? Abyss asked, exactly the same as the priest's skill? The healer who can't heal himself shook his head. No, what I mean is, this skill also opens an operating panel similar to an operating table, but the priest's is more like a more proper surgical simulator, while the life mage's is more like Niwa creating clay figures. Abyss? ? Priests are better at emergency open surgery for trauma accidents, said the healer who can't heal himself. For example, if you get shot, the priest can dig out the bullet and stitch it up. If you break a leg, he can set the fracture. However, a priest can't fix a missing leg, they can only stop the bleeding and bandage it. But a life mage's healing spell can recreate a completely new leg from the severed limb. However, you must have an extremely thorough understanding of the new leg structure, such as where the tibialis anterior muscle is, where the peroneus longus muscle is, where the blood vessels, Achilles tendon, and bones are located. It feels like sculpting a 1:1 replica of a real human prosthesis by hand. Is this profession really that amazing? Damn! We always thought it was a profession the developers messed up, but it turns out it wasn't the profession that was messed up, it was us. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep pondered. Wait a minute, what if I lost a leg, but the life mage healing me is a veterinarian, could they sculpt a horse's leg? Brother, your thinking is off. Healer Doesn't Heal Himself nodded. Indeed, at least 2 legs need to be severed for symmetry. Everyone, ? No way. This major discovery has to be written into a guide and posted on the forum. We need to vindicate the life mage. We need to vindicate the development team. There's no bad class in this game. The only bad ones are us noobs. So even if I'm just ahead, can the life mage heal me? The healer thought for a moment. That's probably difficult, but maybe we can piece together the corpse to shorten or reduce the resurrection penalty. That's still amazing. Wake up! A resurrection spell could solve it. Why are you insisting on using your hands to rub the body? Hilarious. It's like having a computer but preferring to use a calculator. No, you don't understand. Building a Gundam with your bare hands is the romance of the big guys. They walked and joked, seemingly oblivious to the subtle rustling in the jungle behind them. Team can heal, not self-healing. It's coming out. Team Under the Abyss. Yeah, it's coming out. Team Black Cat Doesn't Sleep. What the hell is that ? Black Cat Doesn't Sleep instinctively turned around and said, what's that back there? Oh my god! An indescribable, black, thick, and strong object, resembling a tentacle, a withered vine, and a whip, bound Black Cat Doesn't Sleep's legs and, with a sudden jerk, yanked him straight into the air. "Aw, boss, help!" TSK. The Abyss said, somewhat dissatisfied, I was hoping it would drive us into its lair, but it made its move so quickly. Oh well, one at a time, let's take them out first. This is just a LV-88, young black goat spawn, not very strong, good for practice. Young black goat spawn, ? Boss, do you want it raw or cooked? The magician's art is explosive. It's cooked, right? Let's dissect this one later to see its structure. The Abyss said, to know how it can be cured, we must first study it to see if it's edible. World Knight, raise your shield. Hey! The lone World Knight on the team shattered the boulder on his chest, opening his protective heart. Suddenly, an eerie rustling sound and a roar like countless whispers cascaded from the jungle. A massive mass with goats' hooves emerged from the trees. A whip-like tentacle held a black cat, brandishing 2 kitchen knives. "It's so ugly," said the doctor who couldn't heal himself. "And it stinks. What does this thing have to do with black goats?" This young black goat offspring looked like a giant tree stump, with 4 short, fat, hairless hooves at the bottom, the material resembling dead tree roots more than hooves. On top of the stump were many large mouths dripping with green slime, and on the top were whip-like tentacles resembling black vines. Its body emitted a putrid stench, the same smell they had encountered in the fortress, only dozens of times stronger, making it nauseating. The emergency room staff retrieved several glass spheres filled with deodorizing agents and smashed them on the nearby ground. Instantly, the air became much fresher, and everyone felt they could breathe again. The World Knight unleashed a few powerful strikes, firmly capturing the attention of the black goat cub. Art's explosion, manipulating a group of flame crows to repeatedly strike the vine tentacles atop the black goat cub, instantly igniting the black vines. "Damn it, I'm still tied up." Black Cat Doesn't Sleep struggled desperately. "I can't cut the vines." "Then cut off the leg," said Heart-Stealing Soul coldly. "Perfect timing. Let the big boss try to sculpt a new leg for you." "No, big sister." Black Cat Doesn't Sleep cried out in despair. Chapter 614. Countless burning vine tentacles crashed down with a crackling sound. Everyone dodged, but some were still burned or hit. For a moment, they weren't sure if this fiery crow attack was targeting enemies or allies, and one person cursed, "No fires in the jungle. What if it causes a wildfire, or a wildfire?" Sorry. Art is an explosion." He himself was also badly burned by the flames, and quickly used several water spells to extinguish the fire. The vine tentacles atop the young black goat offspring were burned to a tattered mess, looking strangely like a cat that had gotten too close to a fire in winter and ended up with its fur singed. However, the flames also snapped the vines binding Black Cat Sleepy's ankles, and Black Cat Sleepy finally fell. But perhaps cursed by his teammates, he unfortunately broke his leg. Black Cat Sleepy, "Shh. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? This injury doesn't show much healing effect. He who can heal himself." "It's alright." Soul-Stealing Spirit removed his mask, switched back to Priest, and pulled out a water blade bone saw. He chuckled, "Just cut it off." "Stop." The black cat's screams echoed through the jungle once more. Abyss rolled his eyes, loaded his revolver with the explosive bullets he just developed for his gunsmith class, and fired a few shots. The bullets lodged deep into the black goat's offspring's round body, then exploded into bursts of flame. Perhaps because the black goat's offspring's body was mostly made of tree wood, the flames and explosions were particularly effective against it. However, since they were currently in the jungle, the intense flames could ignite other vegetation, putting them in danger as well. "Don't forget we're investigating the habits of black goat calves. Try different attacks," said the Abyss. "Awooh!" Arta's explosion responded, unleashing a barrage of water, lightning, and wind magic. The druid, Crow Not Black, even tried binding them with vines. They discovered that, apart from lightning, the other attacks were ineffective. The druid's vines were even assimilated and corrupted by the black goat calf. Meanwhile, the black goat calf could not only attack with its vine tentacles, but its hooves could also shake the earth, causing small-scale earthquakes. It would also stomp and trample its enemies. The green liquid flowing from its gaping maw was poisonous. When it touched the ground, it would hiss and smolder, corroding everything in its path. Try purification. The druid simultaneously cast Purify with Raven's Cry and Mind Control, 2 beams of silver-blue light striking the black goat's spawn from the left and right. As a clump of black, sludge-like pollution, almost solidified, rolled out of the giant maw, the black goat's spawn's 4 legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. Is it dead? It shouldn't be dead, its health bar is still there. A check of the black goat's spawn status revealed a debuff above its head, indicating it was stunned. The 2 druids stepped forward and shoveled the clump of black sludge into the ceiling orbs, filling 10 of them. Player system notification. You have obtained heavily polluted ceiling orb. A glass orb condensed from 1/10 of the pollution of a young black goat spawn. The pollution is almost solidified, with a content of 300,000 points. It is recommended to hand it over to NPC Lamar on a seal for research. This creature is afraid of lightning and fire, and can contaminate with plants, turning them into part of its body. It's extremely sensitive to purification, and has a pollution value of approximately 3 million. Below Abyss concluded, judging from its level and name, this junior black goat offspring, is likely just a younger and more fragile offspring of the black goat offspring. There may be higher-level, identical monsters in this jungle. What are identical monsters? Having completed treating Black Cat Busui, he stood up and asked. I almost forgot you're a newbie. Abyss explained. From a game production perspective, identical monsters are when the production team uses the same model for several different monsters, or simply changes the color or size of the model, in order to reduce monster model production and keep costs down. For example, the most common slime becomes an ice slime if it's blue, and a mud monster if it's purple. From a biological perspective, these monsters with similar names belong to the same species or subspecies, similar to the differences between the Siberian tiger and the South China tiger. Don't. I see. It's just another soup. The medicine remains the same. The man who can heal himself nodded. So, this is just the juvenile black goat offspring. There will also be mature black goat offspring, senile black goat offspring, and so on. That's right. Under the abyss he waved, calling the now lively Black Cat Busui, who had grown new legs, to come over. Black Cat, cut up this black goat kid. The Black Cat Busui took out a kitchen knife and gestured at the black goat offspring, which was several men in size. He felt he had no idea where to start. Boss, do you really want to eat this? Let's cut it open first, and see the internal structure, said the creature from the abyss. I'm curious whether this thing is a plant or an animal. Alright. Black Cat Sleepy activated Butcher's skill, unleashing several decapitation, slicing, and bonusing techniques in quick succession, completely dismembering the unconscious black goat offspring. Those tentacles on its head are vines. Black Cat Sleepy picked up a few vine tentacles and split them open, revealing neat rows of woody fibers inside. No wonder it catches fire so easily. After removing the large mouth and venom glands from the central mass of flesh, Black Cat Sleepy sliced it into segments like an orange. This part was rather bizarre. The outer shell had a texture somewhere between flesh and cork, while inside was a mass of grayish-black, soft, muddy, pudding-like substance, resembling brain matter. Is this a brain? Black Cat Sleepy stirred it with a twig, scooped up a little. It even stretches. He sniffed it, immediately threw the twig down, and vomited. It stinks. The stench comes from this brain. Looks like this meatball part can't be eaten either. Abyss below continued taking notes. Next, only the leg is left. Black Cat Sleepy climbed down from the remains of the meatball, laid down a thick, man-sized goat hoof, and used a cleaver to cut open the wooden surface. Huh? He exclaimed in surprise. There's meat inside, and both the texture and smell are very much like mutton. Let's test it. Black goat offspring's hoof, strange meat resembling a goat's hoof, encased in a wooden shell. Both the smell and texture are similar to goat leg meat. It's chewy, and has little fat, and is non-toxic. The tendons are very tough and difficult to swallow. If not thoroughly cooked, it is recommended to stew them until soft before eating. Note: it is recommended to add plenty of spices during cooking to remove the putrid smell inherent in the offspring of black goats. Chapter 6:15. Wow, this stuff is actually edible. It's a sheep's hoof. Druid, cleanse the hoof thoroughly, use the tendons to make soup, and roast the rest of the lamb. We've been fighting for so long and are hungry. We need to add some deodorizing spices. Hey, I'm on rotation in the emergency department. Do you have any edible spices in the deodorant you make? Yes. Sichuan peppercorns, cloves, and cinnamon. I have more in my bag. Then let's eat this one. We catch another one later, and see if we can use it as a mount. If we want a mount, a druid has to go directly, right? We can't just roast the black goat offspring until it's barely alive, and then use it as a mount. Amidst all the strange conversations, Deep Abyss pulled out a marching shovel and quickly dug a patch of earth in the jungle, building a smokeless stove. Black Cat Busui set up a large pot and tossed in the cut tendons of the black goat, the gelatinous part of the hoof, and a gauze bag full of spices. Do the druids have white radish and onions? Yes. As expected, tendon soup still requires white radish. The pot was set up, and the remaining mutton was cut into large chunks and skewered with sharpened branches and chopped onions. After being marinated with ground spices, it was placed over the fire. Whether it was the spices or the effect of the fire, the rancid stench of the black goat offspring quickly disappeared, replaced by the rich aroma of roasted lamb. Holy crap, this smells amazing, I'm starving. The fat on the legs melted from the flames and seeped into the sinewy leg muscles, while the excess oil flowed down the branches into the onion chunks skewered below. The onions, soaked in oil and spices, sizzled and crackled under the heat, releasing an incredibly potent and enticing aroma. Wow! Everyone exclaimed. Is this the same thing as those weird-smelling chunks of meat we just had? This is probably the kind of ingredient where the gamey smell is completely removed. Without it, it's a completely different world, a raw and cooked state. Black Cat doesn't sleep said, but some things smell good but taste terrible. Let's try it when it's fully cooked. The group quickly pulled out their bowls, plates, and utensils, squatting by the stove, eagerly anticipating the meal. The onion-grilled lamb leg skewers were the first to come out of the oven. The fat seeping from the lamb leg, heated by the flames, formed a golden brown crust on the surface of the meat, skewered with slightly charred onions. It looked incredibly appetizing. After using an identification spell to confirm it was non-toxic, harmless, and edible, the team members couldn't wait to take a bite. Holy crap! So delicious. This leg meat is so tender. No wonder it's from a young goat. Black Cat Sleepless, the cook, carefully tasted it. The leg meat has two textures. The outer layer is chewier, while the inner layer is softer and melts in your mouth. I guess this might be related to the age of the black goat offspring. Young ones are more tender, adults are probably chewier, and older ones are probably tough. Tough meat isn't very tasty. It's probably more suitable for making jerky. Abyss beneath nodded, summarizing, then let's only catch young ones to eat, and the older ones for mounts. Hee, boss, you're so devilish, but I like it. After finishing the kebabs, Black Cat Sleepless cut the remaining goat legs into pieces, grilled the whole pieces over the fire, then opened the pot lid and stirred the simmering goat tendon soup. The soup's ready. Come and drink. The stew pot that Black Cat didn't sleep used was an alchemical boiler he bought from an alchemist's shop, but he used it like a pressure cooker, and surprisingly, it worked quite well. After an hour or two of pressure cooking, the tendons, cut into small pieces, were completely tender, melting in the mouth. The white radish added later had fully absorbed the delicious flavor of the mutton soup. The tendon soup isn't as rich as I imagined. It's quite light, with a hint of sweetness from the white radish. After finishing a bowl of hot soup, everyone's heads lit up with beneficial buffs, strengthening body, and sharpening eyes and ears, lasting for 30 minutes. Strengthening body. Consuming beneficial, nutritious food increases all physical attributes by 10%. Sharpening eyes and ears. Your eyes are brighter, your vision is better, your range of sight and hearing increases by 10%, and your perception increases by 10%. My perception has improved. Does that mean my inspiration has increased? Then this stuff can't be given to NPCs, or rather, it can't be given to ordinary NPCs in the southern continent, otherwise their semi-materialistic worldview will collapse. What semi-materialistic worldview? Ha ha ha. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Black Cat didn't sleep, and went to prepare the remaining roasted meat as food, while the other team members went to deal with the rest of the black goat offspring's remains after burying them. Because the pollution had been purified, these inedible parts wouldn't vaporize, but after 2 hours, the woody fibrous parts had become dehydrated and dried out, and no longer emitted a strange smell. It's non-toxic and burns well. I feel like these can be used as firewood. Then put it in your backpack for your next barbecue. It's so damp in the jungle these days, so dry firewood is hard to come by. Huh? Shishinlingpa squatted beside the muddy brain she had dug up, and poked it with a branch. It doesn't stink anymore, and it's become like black soil. She pondered for a moment, then tossed a rose seed into the black soil, and induced growth. A bouquet of tender, bright red roses quickly grew and blossomed. Shishinlingpa measured the drain on her mana bar, and the difficulty of casting spells, and said, "This brain will make excellent crop nutrients once it dries up." It seems there are many uses for the black goat offspring. Abyss below completed his research report and posted it on the forum. A food post titled, Topic, A Food Guide for Juvenile Black Goat Offspring, appeared on the forum, instantly attracting the attention of many players. What kind of food guide? Are the bosses already eating black goat kids? Look at that screenshot. I'm craving some grilled lamb kebabs too. I'm going to log off and place an order right now. Wake up! It's 3 a.m. now. Where can we get lamb kebabs? You might as well just eat them in-game. MOU, who had also received the survey results from the Abyss via the system, stroked his chin. Some kind of life form somewhere between plants and animals. The juveniles are suitable for eating, and I suspect the adults are more suitable as mounts. Leah, can you add a mount space for all players to store purified black goat offspring? Chapter 6:16. Although Leah possesses spatial authority, the reason she hasn't been able to create a suitable living mount system before is naturally because living mounts need to survive. They need to breathe, be fed, excrete, and move. Supporting these functions within a space requires a large amount of natural energy. Players with animal affinity, such as druids or beastmasters, can draw upon their connection to natural authority to access additional energy. This energy also comes from the player's overflowing spiritual power. Essentially, the cost is borne by the players themselves. Therefore, druids, beastmasters, and even lancers can have a dedicated summoning space to raise contracted animals/monsters. However, players without these classes, whose divine rank and templates are likely not nature-based, would have to rely on Leah's resources to add summoning spaces. With the player base increasing daily, adding summoning spaces across the board would be a significant burden for Leah. It's not impossible, but it would be very uneconomical. In such situations, MOU chooses to compromise for the players. However, the Black Goat offspring are quite different. These creatures are the offspring of Shub Nicholas, continuously being born. Being half plant and half animal, they appear incredibly resilient, seemingly able to survive without food for several meals, making them much easier to raise than animals like the Shadak birds or Bayaki that require feeding. Furthermore, their appearance is rather ugly. Even if they were to starve to death, there probably wouldn't be any animal protection organizations to intervene. Players would likely happily pull the carcass out of the space, eating it or burning it as they see fit. However, after purification, it will vomit heavily contaminated mud and then faint. Why is it that it can't be used as a mount if it faints? This is because purification actually severs the connection between the Black Goat offspring and its mother, Leah explained. The relationship between the Black Goat offspring and its mother is like that between an elf and the Tree of Life, except that its thoughts are controlled by the mother. Once purification cuts off this connection, it becomes a mindless, empty shell. If all we need is a space to store such an empty shell, then we only need a tiny amount of energy to create one. In other words, MOU suddenly felt that this idea had great potential. Or rather, the players can take advantage of this opportunity and control the purified Black Goat offspring. This idea seems a bit like the cutie armor. Such situations call for professional technical personnel, so the Lord summoned his chief scientific officer, Grandmaster Alchemist Rama Anisil. This genius, who also possessed a fearless spirit of scientific exploration and had no limits when it came to researching evil gods and pollution as resources, quickly grasped the Lord's intention. In other words, we need to develop a saddle. After the druid uses purification to sever the Black Goat offspring's mental link with its mother, the player's mind can be disguised as the mother's, linking with the Black Goat offspring and controlling it as a mount. Rama flipped through the data and player observation reports Leah had sent him, and quickly came to a conclusion. Our previous research on the cutie should be useful, but I need the player's cooperation in testing. That's easy, MOU thought for a moment. Just give the players a mount and saddle testing mission. The reward is a mount space. I'm sure they'd be happy to cooperate. So, after packing up and gearing up, the 8 pioneers of the Serving the People team in South Continent received the second round of missions. Main Exploration Mission, Black Goat Mount System. The Lord is very pleased with the investigation report submitted by the pioneers. He strongly supports the possibility of using Black Goat offspring as mounts. To this end, the Lord has specially assigned Grand Alchemist Rama Anisil to develop the Black Goat saddle. Adventurers are requested to capture another live Black Goat offspring to support this research. Requirement: 0 out of 1 live Black Goat offspring. Reward for completing the mission: Black Goat Mount Space. What the hell? Black Goat Mount Space? Does this mean we can actually ride black goats around? Everyone was surprised. That thing is a bit ugly and smells a bit bad, but it can get through the jungle much faster than walking or riding a mountain bike. Epic update. This is an epic mount system update. What are you waiting for? Go ahead, everyone. Not only the Serve the People team, but other teams that have completed at least one teleportation crystal placement mission in South Continent have also received these main investigation missions. For a while, the Black Goat spawn mount became the hottest topic on the forums. Honestly, the mount system is long overdue for an update. The previously released DD Griffin was only usable on the continent of Osiria, and was subject to the Griffin's operating hours. Players also had to complete prerequisite quests, and reach a certain level of favorability before they could actually use it. There was often a waiting list, making it too difficult to use. The barrier to entry is too high, and it's not as convenient as a mountain bike. But as for the mountain bike, not only do you have to ride it yourself, making it completely useless in some terrain, but its appearance is also a bit too ordinary, not at all cool. Only druids, tamers, and lancers can use their contracted beasts as mounts, but that's more like a skill than a mount, and it consumes mana. Now I'm really envious of that player who won the Moon Chi at the food festival. Seeing him flying around and stalking every day. I'm so envious of Yuichi's constant travel and check-in times. The black goat mount, isn't that a bit ugly? Although its appearance is a bit indescribable, it's still the offspring of Shub-Niggurath, one of the 3 pillars. It's powerful. Riding it looks so impressive. It's ugly, but it's unique and awesome. I still want it. Is this a South Continent exclusive? Can players in Middle Continent and the North get it? Any experts out there who know? Let me know. I'm waiting online desperate. Will the black goat mount be able to fit into your portable mount space in the future? Can other mounts be included too? Or just the black goat? Please, all the South Continent experts, please hurry up and complete the quests. We be waiting to reap the rewards. Chapter 617. After handing over the development of the black goat mount saddle to Rama and the players in Nanzhou, MOU began planning holiday updates. Festivals in the Origin world are typically when major game companies launch seasonal events and promotions. For both player welfare and company profitability, these events are a must. However, Osiria is, after all, a real continent, with a 2:1 time difference from the Origin world. This means that 2 years in the other world elapse while only 1 year in the Origin world passes. However, integrating the cultural differences between the 2 worlds, making players feel at home, while ensuring the local indigenous people don't feel overly confused, requires careful planning and consideration. Thankfully, Osiria has its own fair share of festivals, with each race and faction maintaining its own culture and traditions. Regardless of the Osirian ethnic group's festivals, players can enjoy them all. And now, with the Silver Dragon Dream and the Amusement Park Illusion, which can be customized at will, organizing player festivals has become much easier. If the Silver Dragon Dreamland still held many deceased souls suspicious of celebrating a holiday on a strange day, then the amusement park, accessible only to players, offered no such concerns. To ensure busy players didn't miss any holiday events, game companies typically launched them early, with a duration of about 2 weeks to a month. This also gave MOU time to make up for the time difference. Back in the Origin world, around November, because he was busy battling the god of winter, MOU had casually decorated the amusement park's illusion with a snowy theme. By varying the holiday elements, he managed to cover Thanksgiving and Christmas. While those holidays could be handled casually, New Year's Day and Spring Festival required serious attention. This year, the New Year's Day in the original world and the New Year on the Osirian calendar were completely unrelated. However, because New Year's Day and the Spring Festival were relatively close together, they could still be combined into a Spring Festival. The elves of the Osirian continent celebrated the Spring Festival on the day the first forsythia bloomed. Counting the days, it was almost here, perfect for coinciding with the Spring Festival. Therefore, MOU, using the excuse of celebrating the victory in the Divine War and the blooming of the Mother Tree, negotiated with the Elf King to extend the Spring Festival celebrations to a full month. This would allow the busy adventurers, who had contributed significantly to several major events, to fully enjoy the holiday. Of course, the main festival activities could be discreetly arranged during the original world's New Year's Day and Spring Festival. As for the adventurers' unique rewards, they will receive a Golden Dragon Alchemy pet doll in the form of an Oriental dragon, along with a men's Tang suit and a women's Cheongsam. Yes, all players can receive an extra set of clothing different from their own gender. After all, for players, whether they can wear it or not is secondary. Owning it is the most important thing. The shopkeepers in Amut New City, the clerks of the City Council, and the staff of the Bureau of Anomalies Investigation will also receive clothing matching their gender as uniforms for the festival. The pet doll only needs its design given to Lamar, while the clothing designs were created by MOU and then handed over to the 2 shopkeepers of Lariana, a currently very popular high-end clothing store in Amut County, for production. During the festival, the Adventurers Guild will also distribute an extra 3 amusement park game coins, which would normally be exchanged for military merits, allowing players to freely enter the amusement park and experience the joy of the festival. So, we're going to hang these red lanterns and these words everywhere in the amusement park, right? Ailian asked. Yes, these are the Fu character. They're pasted up everywhere every year during the Spring Festival, signifying happiness and joy. MOU nodded with a smile. At this moment, he and Ailian were once again standing in the amusement park, preparing to complete the festival decorations. They chose to do it during the daytime when most players were offline, and announced an hour in advance that the amusement park would be temporarily closed for festival maintenance. After the players were cleared out, this place once again became their own private world. Ailian gently closed his eyes, using his consciousness to manipulate the illusory power linked to the core of the illusion here. Fiery red lanterns immediately appeared in the streets and alleys of the amusement park, hanging under the eaves and on the branches of trees, looking bright and cheerful. Red or gold, Fu, characters appeared on the buildings, but the stroke seemed a little off. The Fu character needs a slight adjustment, Mou said, walking to Ailian's side and taking his hand in his. He wrote the character Fu with his index finger in Ailian's palm. The stroke should be arranged like this. Ailian felt a slight tingling sensation in his palm, leaned closer to his lord, and carefully examined the character's writing. Do you understand? Mou asked. I think I understand. Ailian grasped his lord's hand in return and wrote the character Fu in Mou's palm as if it were written correctly. Is it written like this? That's right. You learn incredibly fast. Ailian reconnected to the illusion core. This time, the Fu signs on the various buildings and game facilities were adjusted and looked much more normal. It's getting the atmosphere right, but it feels like something's missing. Mou stroked his chin. Change the illusion to have a day-night cycle, and make sure fireworks light up the sky every half hour at night. Ailian recalled the fireworks display Lamar had organized in the Silver Dragon Dream, and immediately did as instructed, like this. The sky suddenly darkened, and the red lanterns around the area lit up with orange-red lights, contrasting with the warm yellow lights of the streetlights. Fireworks burst brilliantly in the dark sky. That's it. Mou thought for a moment, then opened the system back-end, connected to the network of the original world, purchased a commercial license in the name of the game company, downloaded a song, and had Lia play it. It was the must-have supermarket song for Chinese New Year, Gong Xia Kai, wishing you prosperity. Sure enough, the familiar melody instantly filled the empty amusement park with festive cheer. Let's use this song as the background music for the amusement park during the holiday, playing it on a loop along with other New Year songs from Oziria, Mou said. Later, we asked James to make some candied hawthorns, sugar figurines, and other snacks to sell in the amusement park. Oh, and we also need to borrow a few pirates from Rowena to act as holiday NPCs. Although the Holy Sons were reluctant to leave the Hall of Heroes illusion, the pirates had no such reservations, as long as the druids cleansed them up. And so, the month-long, Spring Festival celebration event was launched with great fanfare. Chapter 618. Oziria Continent News Today, adventurers, the elves of the Oziria Continent are about to celebrate their most important festival of the year, the Spring Festival. This is a day when the ice and snow melt away and spring flowers bloom, a festival symbolizing new life and beginnings. To thank the adventurers who defeated the winter god Friels and saved the Mother Tree of Life from corruption and divine war, the Elven Territory and Amp County will hold a month-long Oziria Time Spring Festival starting today. It is said that the adventurers' hometowns are also about to celebrate a special and important festival. The Lord of Amp County has specially consulted some customs from the adventurers' hometowns and prepared a special celebration that blends the customs of the adventurers' hometowns with those of the Oziria elves. New limited-time content during the event, limited-time festival scenes and NPC festival costumes. Some scenes in Amp County and the Elven Territory will be updated with limited-time festival decorations, and NPCs will wear festival costumes to celebrate the festival with the adventurers. Amusement Park Activities. During the festival, adventurers can collect 3 free amusement park game coins from the Adventurers Guild. After completing any 3 amusement park activities, they can receive a New Year's gift. A Golden Dragon Alchemy Pet Doll, New Year's Clothing. During the festival, adventurers can collect 1 free New Year's outfit each from the Lariana clothing store in the Amute New Town Commercial Street. Note: the above activities will last for 1 month of game time. If some adventurers are currently engaged in the Southern Continent expedition quests, there is no need to rush. There is ample time during the event. You can complete the relevant quests for the Southern Continent Teleport Array first to unlock the Southern Continent Teleport before participating in the festival activities. Due to the Southern Continent being within a special main storyline area, access to alchemy pet dolls and costumes is temporarily restricted. Players will be able to unlock them after completing the corresponding main storyline content. Limited-time festival delicacies. Starting today, the luxurious restaurant of Master Chef James Demarella will offer a special festival menu, including prosperous and joyful sweet rice cake, lucky braised platter, fortune-bringing special dumplings, abundant harvest squirrel fish. Couples dining in will also receive a sweet and delicious double lantern festival dumpling. Rune sugar painting. The rune masters at the rune shop create special rune sugar paintings. Adventurers, why not give them a try? Whatever you want, the Rune Masters can draw it. Stay tuned for more festival content. Ah, finally a festival event. The news popped up in front of players as soon as they logged in today, and their eyes lit up after reading the announcement. Giving away pets and outfit sets for Chinese New Year. Awesome. And you can even ride the amusement park for free. What a steal. Damn, why can't players from the southern continent go back to town immediately to ride the amusement park and claim their prizes? That's not fair. The Pioneer players, who didn't obtain extra husks in the Northern Territory quests, lamented. Relax, relax, there's plenty of time. A month of game time is equivalent to half a month, perfectly spanning New Year's Day and Chinese New Year. As long as we hurry and place the teleportation crystal, we definitely make it. Huh, the NPCs are wearing new clothes? Seeing this, the lazy player's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed to find Wendell. Sure enough, Wendell and Edward were both wearing red Tang suits. The game's art style is consistently excellent. This time, the Tang suits weren't some middle-aged or elderly style, but rather a very high-end, fitted design. He wore a bright red mandarin jacket embroidered with dark cloud patterns and gold dragons, the collar and cuffs trimmed with fluffy white fur. Underneath, he wore a black robe with dark cloud patterns, clearly made of very high-quality fabric, sturdy, well-structured, and without fraying. Even in his New Year's clothes, Wendell still wore his white gloves, which actually matched the white fur trim on his jacket quite well. Xianyu's gaze lingered on his gloves for a second before returning to examining his new clothes. TSK, this outfit instantly gives off a spring festival vibe. So, is this your traditional clothing? Wendell asked with interest. I never seen such a unique design before, but it's quite interesting. It is indeed traditional clothing, but few people wear it nowadays. You only occasionally see people wearing it during festivals. Xianyu circled around Wendell. It's just that it's rare to see someone wear it so well. That's really, thank you for the compliment. Wendell adjusted his glasses. Speaking of which, Salty Fish, resting his chin on his hand, recalled a suggestion made before the rain today. Since we're all dressed, how about we film a New Year's greeting video? New Year's greetings? What's that? Wendell asked curiously. It's our traditional custom. When the New Year arrives, we greet family and friends, wishing them a happy New Year, all the best, and saying auspicious words. Salty Fish looked around at the scenery, and pulled Wendell to sit down in his office chair. This looks really bossy. Wendell, ? Come on, learn my moves, like this, clasp your hands in a fist and bow. Salty Fish stood next to Wendell and demonstrated the fist and bow gesture. Then say, hello everyone, Happy New Year. May everything go well for you. Don't forget to smile. Smile. After demonstrating, she ran to Wendell's desk, found the perfect angle, and took a few screenshots, feeling quite pleased with herself. Alright, ready, go. Wendell's eyes showed a hint of confusion, but he still cooperated perfectly with a smile, fist and bow, and solemnly recited the New Year's greeting. Hee hee. Salty Fish, having obtained the New Year's greeting video, was very satisfied. Very good, you successfully learned how to say New Year's greetings. I see. Wendell said thoughtfully, giving blessings to others at the arrival of the New Year is truly a special custom. Huh? Is it really that special? Don't people on the continent of Oziria do this? Salty Fish asked curiously. Indeed, the people of this continent don't particularly care about the passage of time. The old year and the new year don't make much difference to us. Life just goes on day after day. Wendell said. But I suddenly realized that artificially giving these seemingly unchanging days some special meaning can make everything happier. It's quite a novel experience. Salty Fish nodded in agreement. Life needs a sense of ritual. By the way, Wendell smiled gently, aren't you going to, Lariana, to get a set of New Year's clothes? I heard that the Lord has prepared the same New Year's outfits for all adventurers. Wait a minute, could this be a couple's outfit? Chapter 6:19. When Xianyu arrived at Lariana, a long queue had formed outside the shop again. However, this time the shopkeepers were much more experienced. They had already prepared the new holiday outfits, arranging them according to size on different shelves. They even used huge signs to clearly indicate the sizes, and whether it was men's or women's clothing, just in case adventurers couldn't see clearly. The queue was orderly and moved quickly, unlike the chaotic scene when the shop first opened. Xianyu quickly got his New Year's holiday outfit. The men's, Tang suit, was indeed the same style as Wendell's, and the women's, Chong Sam, was also very cute, featuring a red background with dark cloud patterns, gold dragon embroidery, and fluffy white trim. The cinched waist and perfectly placed slits accentuated the figure beautifully. The women's version also came with 2 fluffy white pom-pom headbands, making it look quite adorable. She and you couldn't wait to find a changing room and change. Aw, so cute. It's been so many years since I felt so cute, wha. The figures in the game are definitely the best. She happily prepared to go back and show Wendell her matching outfits with him, when suddenly she realized a problem. Wait a minute, everyone's wearing these for the New Year's event, doesn't that mean everyone's wearing matching outfits? And everyone gets 2 sets of styles for different genders. The girls look quite dashing in tang suits, but why are the boys getting cheongsams? This game doesn't allow you to change gender settings with fantasy potions. As she walked forward puzzled, she suddenly noticed a huge crowd in front of Melissa Kubo's player's shop, with a bunch of men going in and women coming out. Salted fish, a question mark. She rubbed her eyes, making sure she hadn't misread the player ID. Strange, how come those players changed gender after just entering the shop and coming out? Salted fish, full of curiosity, pushed open the shop door. Melissa, aren't you in the southern continent? Huh? A jackalwork sat behind the counter, waving its paw at her. Oh right, you have 2 shells. Salted fish walked to the counter, and saw a group of people queuing in front of a separate display stand. Next to the stand was a magical doll. Players paid first, then touched the crystal necklace on the display stand. With a pop, they were enveloped in smoke, and the next second, they were completely transformed into a different gender. What's going on? Remember that crystal necklace we got from the desert oasis? Melissa Kubo said calmly. I bought it myself because it was pretty, right? Then, after the investigation bureau set up its station, I had it appraised, just like you said. It turned out this sealed artifact is a gender-switching necklace. It's said to contain the anger and resentment of all the deceased in that desert illusion towards injustice. If naked skin touches the necklace, it will transform into the opposite gender. Continuous contact will maintain the transformation, and a single touch will last for 3 hours. Because the effect is so subtle, I put it away before. Now everyone has 2 sets of clothes for different genders, right? I thought this was a business opportunity. In just a short time, we already made a fortune. Wow, that's amazing. A genuine thumbs up from Shinyu. The cunning lord, of course, also prepared tang suits for himself and Ialian for the new year. Although somewhat similar to the styles worn by adventurers and NPCs, MOU made modifications to the design details and colors to avoid wearing the same thing. The front opening was changed to a pipa-style front, and the buttons were more intricate and ornate. There were 2 colors available. MOU's was a gold and red combination, but unlike the more red and less gold of the NPC and adventurer versions, his was predominantly gold with red accents, making it look more luxurious. The knight's version was still a silver and blue combination, also predominantly silver with vibrant sapphire blue accents. In particular, the eyes of the dragon embroidery on their respective garments were each inlaid with a dazzling gemstone. MOU's was a ruby, and Ialian's was a sapphire. Is this clothing from your hometown? Ialian obediently stood like a clothes rack, letting the lord dress him in a robe and jacket. Such a rare design. Actually, I never worn this before, MOU said with a smile. These clothes are from thousands of years ago, and we only wear them on special events, festivals, and important occasions. Moreover, rather than calling this proper traditional clothing, it's more like a fusion design that blends ancient and modern elements. Important occasions? Ialian asked curiously. Let me think. For example, a wedding, but not like this, a proper bright red wedding dress. MOU said half-jokingly, and sure enough, he saw the familiar pink tinge return to the thin-skinned knight's ears. It really is adorable. What hairstyle would go with this outfit? Ialian asked. The loose, side braid you had before looked great, MOU said, pulling out a sapphire silver chain hair accessory. This is a New Year's gift. I specially made it in the style of the elves. Why don't you try it on? What a coincidence, I also prepared a New Year's gift for you. Ialian also took out a jewelry box from her spatial belt. MOU took it and opened it, revealing a brooch inside. The brooch was extremely intricate and ornate. The outer frame was openwork, vaguely revealing the shape of a continent. Transparent crystal shells were inlaid between the frames, and inside were several interlocking, perfectly meshed gears made of gold and silver. The gears were also inlaid with tiny diamonds and gemstones, which sparkled brilliantly when light shone on them. I thought long and hard about what could truly represent you, the griffin, the world emblem, but those elements might represent AMT County and Moya, not you, Ialian said. After much deliberation, I've finally chosen the gears. Each gear is interlocked, perfectly aligned, operating with precision, orderly and flawless, possessing immense power to drive the world. I feel this best embodies the perfection of order. As long as a little magic is infused into this brooch, it will continue to function indefinitely. MOU infused the brooch with magic. With a click, the gears began their near-perfect coordinated operation. Their rotation wasn't fast, but in its precise turns, they displayed the gems embedded in each gear perfectly within the crystal shell at the center of the continent. MOU's heart fluttered softly again. He gripped the brooch tightly in his hand. Thank you, I love it. Chapter 620. Adventurers in Middle-earth and the North happily began the New Year's event, the Spring Festival. However, those in Southland without a second body were still struggling to explore the new world. Missing was simply a self-deprecating joke among the players. Players with dual bodies had already achieved a win-win situation. After switching to their orc shell to claim their rewards, they could switch back to their Southland human/alchemy puppet shells to continue their travels and quests. Those few new players, who didn't participate in the Northland quests or didn't obtain their orc shells, but who had earned enough military merit and reputation to participate in this quest, were working tirelessly to catch up on their quests, hoping to unlock the ability to teleport back to the amusement park sooner. Players are such strange creatures. Just start an event, and they put it off until the last minute. But if they're told to complete one thing before another, they rush and feel like they're running out of time. Of the 3 teams formed by the Don't Talk to Me team and the few companions they picked up along the way, 2 had already disembarked and reached their first destination, currently placing teleportation crystals along their route. As players had suspected, subsequent teams didn't encounter large-scale infrastructure tasks like the first Black Cat never sleeps. Basically, simply finding a church activated the crystal placement function in the player system. Occasionally, players would receive side quests from local church leaders, such as helping to feed chickens and ducks, repairing facilities, or even driving away drunken, rogue sailors who lingered in the church. The side quests are incredibly diverse, and players find them quite enjoyable. After successfully placing the first teleportation crystal for their team/player group/individual, players in the team, or who have formed a group in the southern continent will receive a series of main quest investigations related to the Black Goat's offspring. Solo players will receive other main quest investigations, mostly involving gathering intelligence on local forces such as the Church of Light, the Earth Mother Church, and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. These are significantly easier than the Black Goat series. The How to Cook Black Goat quest has been turned into a recipe guide by players. A thread titled 101 Delicious Ways to Cook Black Goat has appeared on the forums, with many teams/groups enthusiastically leaving their own unique recipes. After numerous valiant attempts by players, they discovered that the stench of the Black Goat's offspring, purified by the druids, would completely dissipate if heated at 70 degrees Celsius for more than 20 minutes. Therefore, some brave souls attempted to cook the lump of what appeared to be a muddy brain from the Black Goat's offspring's body. After adding various seasonings, it reportedly tasted remarkably like the famous night market dish, foil-wrapped grilled pig brain. However, consuming one serving would inflict a 10-minute auditory and visual hallucination debuff. After careful research, the warriors and their companions discovered that this thing was indeed non-toxic and did not directly decrease sanity points, but its perception-boosting effect reached 100%. In a world with Cthulhu mythos elements, what does a 100% increase in inspiration mean? That's probably far more powerful than eating a blue goat's hand or a small human. It's equivalent to directly seeing a healer. This kind of thing might actually be surprisingly effective in certain dungeons that require high inspiration. So, the players processed all the pig brains into dishes, even dividing them into bite-sized portions. Each bite would inflict a debuff for about 1 minute, just enough and unlikely to cause any harm. Using a debuff-inducing food as a quest item or potion was indeed something these players were capable of doing. So, there are only misplaced resources, not truly useless ones. Leaving this to the players was definitely the right choice. The Lord, randomly distributing holiday surprises with knights in AMT New City, occasionally kept an eye on the forums. Their alchemy master, Rama, lived up to expectations by developing a sympathetic saddle, suitable for the Black Goat's offspring. This saddle not only allows the user to comfortably sit on the Black Goat's fleshy head, but also allows them to attach sensory patches made from the adorable creature's fur to their spine, enabling them to control the Black Goat's offspring, whose brains were blank after being purified and severed from their mother's connection, using their own thoughts. It feels like some kind of living mech. Currently, this sympathetic saddle has been remotely deployed by Leah using her spatial authority to all players who have accepted the second Black Goat quest. Rama will continuously adjust and modify the saddle's production based on the various usage reports and feedback submitted by players, which Leah then summarizes and sends to his phone, improving performance and eliminating bugs. However, the Serve the People team is still desperately trying to complete the task of placing the teleportation crystal, and has not yet successfully captured the second Black Goat's offspring. Although each of the 300 players possessed a teleportation crystal, the actual number of churches in the Azure Sea Church of Southern Continent was not that many. Some teleportation crystals needed to be placed in the Earth Mother Church and areas said to be frequent entrances to demonic dungeons. While the entrances to demonic dungeons frequently changed, to facilitate entry and exit and communication with the outside world, they generally appeared randomly in certain specific areas at irregular intervals, unless there were events such as being targeted or surrounded by the Church of Light. To travel to the dungeons of Southern Continent, besides trying their luck to find these entrances, another method was to obtain entry permits issued by the dungeon lords. These permits were crafted by the dungeon lords themselves according to their preferences, varying in material and shape. Crystals, wood chips, gemstones, and even a piece of bone could serve as permits. Activating these permits not only allowed for teleportation into the dungeon at any time, but also served as entry permits, resident identification, and electronic wallets. If the holder of the entry pass violates the city lord's rules, for example, by defecting to the Church of Light and attempting to invite trouble, the city lord can remotely revoke these entry passes at any time, instantly turning the traitor's property into nothing. MOU always felt that these demonic dungeon lords might share some common ground and valuable experiences to exchange. He had already asked Nabu to use his connections in the Merchant Guild to collect some dungeon entry passes, or seek opportunities to directly communicate with these dungeon lords, but he hadn't received any news from Nabu yet. Chapter 621. A few days later. A group of strange creatures, dressed in a woven fabric of brown and green, resembling the traditional attire of Earth Mother worshippers, donned mysterious metal masks, and rode strange trees with giant goat hooves. They entered the city of Ashmarath with great fanfare. Passers-by stared in horror, or dodged the tall, ungainly mounts. Strangely, despite their unbearable appearance, the mounts were remarkably well-behaved, pacing the center of the street. They even used the long vines on their heads to gently tuck stunned children into the street, and place them on the side of the road. "Hey, they even have bows tied around their heads," a child exclaimed. Perhaps realizing that these strange creatures were well controlled by their masters, and had no intention of attacking anyone, the citizens' fears subsided. They followed the strange mounts all the way to the Earth Mother Temple. The strange mounts stopped in front of the Earth Mother Temple, their vines extending from their heads to form steps. The strange figures wearing metal masks walked down the vine steps to the ground, then waved their hands, and the strange mounts disappeared. "Wow!" the citizens exclaimed in amazement. Nabu, who had been waiting in front of the Earth Mother Temple, stepped forward and saluted the strange figures. "Welcome, messengers of the Earth Mother." "What? Are those messengers of the Earth Mother?" "So, those strange creatures do resemble the Earth Mother, who devours the corpses of magical beasts in the jungle. So, are those strange creatures actually the Earth Mother?" "It's not the Earth Mother." A strange figure, seemingly having overheard their conversation, turned and said with a grin, "Those are gifts from the Earth Mother, her mounts, Black Goat kids. They were originally half-tree, half-beast monsters that wreaked havoc in the mountains and forests. After being subdued by the Earth Mother, they became her docile mounts. Citizens, if you encounter such monsters in the mountains and forests, do not approach them lightly. You never know whether they are wild or tamed by the Earth Mother." "I see." The citizens suddenly understood. Nabu's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that these adventurers, when it came to pretense, were even more impressive than professional priests like them. "You divine messengers have come from afar, bearing the blessings and will of the Earth Mother. You must be exhausted and tired." Nabu raised his voice. "Please enter the Earth Mother's hall and rest. The Earth Mother's divine messengers have arrived." "What are they doing here? It must be something good." The citizens chatted among themselves, some with curiosity, some anxious, and some full of anticipation. Nabu gave his deputy, Shazakres, a look and led the adventurers, disguised as divine messengers, into the Earth Mother's hall. Shazakres stepped forward, blocking the doorway. "The Earth Mother has decreed that pollution in South Continent is increasing, and the taxes levied on the Church of Light are exorbitant. Mercifully, the Earth Mother cannot bear to see people repent but unable to atone for their sins. Therefore, the Earth Mother has sent her messengers to cleanse the sins of the followers of the Earth Mother Temple and remove the pollution, free of charge, sincere individuals who express gratitude to the Earth Mother, praise the world, and strive for good will be able to enter the various Earth Mother temples and receive the cleansing of her messengers. The citizens fell silent for a moment, as if processing the sudden news, before cheers and inquiries erupted in waves. Nabu, listening to the commotion outside the Earth Mother's hall, silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. After hearing the plan proposed by the audacious Lord of AMT County, Nabu nearly suffered a heart attack. Listen to this. Let the adventurers tame a few black goat calves, ride them through the city streets, claiming them to be messengers sent by the Earth Mother and mounts tamed by her. Although the Lord had willingly attributed the taming of the black goat calves to the Earth Mother, who would obviously be delighted, if anything went wrong, it would be a disaster. Before today, Nabu had been waking up for several nights in a row from nightmares of out-of-control black goat calves destroying towns, unable to fall asleep for a long time. But unexpectedly, today's performance had been so successful. How was it, High Priest Nabu? Did I not disappoint you today? Rain asked confidently. Excellent. Excellent. Nabu rubbed his hands excitedly. Now, the problem that has plagued us for so long can be solved. In truth, in the eyes of a certain lord, the method adopted by the Earth Mother Church to deal with the Cthulhu mythos was logically sound. Cthulhu mythos, simply put, is built on people's fear of the unknown, chaos, and the incomprehensible and indescribable. With the unknown and chaos, humanity cannot summarize characteristics or summarize patterns. Without understanding, it's impossible to find the problem, let alone find a solution. Without the indescribable, even recounting it to others or seeking help becomes extremely difficult. The greatest weakness of this world lies in the fact that it is a newly born, immature universe, its rules and logic constantly evolving. Under the influence of unused primordial energy, the power of will, overly powerful intentions combine with this will and materialize into reality. Fear is also a powerful intention. In the ancient times of the primordial world, didn't people use gods and religion to interpret the world's mysteries, thereby stabilizing people's hearts and promoting social development? As long as one doesn't use the name of gods to commit petty theft, extortion, or other tyrannical acts, but merely uses this simple way of thinking to interpret the world's unknown mysteries and soothe people's hearts, MOU feels there isn't much of a problem. The crisis encountered by the Earth Mother of all spirits ultimately wasn't due to a flawed method, but rather the poor skill of those who crafted the story on the Earth Mother side. Perhaps there was also the factor of being forced into a story due to circumstances, but most importantly, the Earth Mother's mythological system failed to resolve the conflict between the black goat of the forest and the Earth Mother. Simply calling enemy soldiers our own to appease the people and dispel fear is bound to cause problems. The fact that the people of southern continent have been able to live peacefully for so many years is a testament to their good fortune. Or perhaps, it has nothing to do with good luck or fortune. Misfortune still happens in this world all the time. The death of an insignificant person is merely a silent event, neither reaching the ears of the priests nor shaking the foundations of the gods. Chapter 622. For MOU, an experienced game planner, filling in holes and smoothing out the logic wasn't a difficult task. After all, the gaming industry has had a bleak outlook in recent years, with frequent staff turnover and only a handful of renowned screenwriters. Some obscure screenwriters leave after writing a single chapter, only to be replaced by the next person with no knowledge of the setting. Other games are drastically altered mid-production to accommodate changing player preferences, ultimately distorting them beyond recognition, leaving even their own parents unrecognizable. Other screenwriters lack both writing and logic, leading them to dig holes, and then resort to evading the book and the setting, leaving players to fill in the gaps. During MOU's years of hard work, whether fortunately or unfortunate, he's handled all of these messes and now has considerable experience. As previously mentioned, the problems encountered by Earth Mother are actually due to historical reasons unknown to MOU, who conflated the enemy with his own side. Since that's the case, then we can simply make the fake real and turn the enemy into our own. There are many ways to accomplish similar operations. For example, the All-Spirits Earth Mother and Shub-Niggurath possess similar authority and names. We could try to have the Earth Mother reversely devour Shub's power and authority. For example, the weaknesses of this world become the weaknesses of all gods who enter it. By devouring this world's will and faith, even gods from other worlds will be forced to change themselves due to the imagination of this world's inhabitants. The power of creation in a new world is not something that can be devoured casually and without cost. Like a sweet little cake, too much of it will lead to obesity. For example, the black goat cubs are a worthwhile entry point for research. The research results were also very encouraging. Players gained quests, gameplay enjoyment, new food, dishes, materials, and mounts. The Earth Mother and her forces corrected the legends about her, legitimately introducing a group of divine messengers capable of purification magic. Shub Nicholas, on the other hand, tragically lost her adorable offspring. And MOU gained all of these benefits, a resounding victory. Of course, there were many noteworthy details throughout the process. For instance, MOU had Rama design the saddle as a one-way mental link, allowing only neural signals from the player to the black goat cubs, while the cubs could not influence the player. This way, even if Shub suddenly regained control of her offspring one day, it wouldn't have any impact. The masks for the divine messengers were naturally the same ones MOU had previously given them, while the clothing was specially supplied by the Earth Mother's Church. Although MOU initially intended for players to wear masks and become a wandering, unfamiliar force in the southern continent, the Earth Mother, after learning of the plan to take the Black Goat's offspring as mounts through Naboo, unusually stepped forward, declaring she could take the blame. Given this, MOU wouldn't refuse a scapegoat, constantly shifting the blame to Kel'Thuzad seemed rather unfair. Therefore, MOU updated the quest information for the Southern Continent Pioneers once again. Attention all Southern Continent Pioneers. Due to some players successfully progressing through the main quest, the information for the important item, Mysterious Man's Metal Mask, has been updated to Earth Mother Church Divine Messenger Metal Mask. Players possessing this mask can go to any nearby Earth Mother Church to receive the Earth Mother Church Divine Messenger uniform. Note: this mask and the Earth Mother Church Divine Messenger uniform are a matching set and cannot be equipped with the Azure Sea Church Priest equipment. When the durability of masks and runes drops to 10%, the system will issue a warning and display a countdown to their expiration. Although plans often change, this can lead players to believe that the quest information has changed due to their progress. The team that traveled to the Earth Mother Temple in Ashrat City, Orlegon, to perform with Naboo was the Don't Talk to Me team, which was active in Orlegon, and several individual players who followed them. After installing the teleportation array as scheduled, they regrouped and began the Black Goat Mount quest. Because they were closest to Ashrat City, they were selected to go to the main Earth Mother Temple. The Serve the People team, which also made outstanding contributions to the Black Goat Mount, was delayed for too long due to a detour to complete the Mount quest, and currently still lacked the final teleportation array crystal. However, it was only a matter of one day earlier or later, and MOU didn't care much. He was currently watching the conversation between players, like today's Rain, and Naboo through Leah's live stream. Under the deliberate guidance of these players, the crowds drawn here have apparently accepted the claim that those strange creatures once rumored to be part of the Earth Mother, devouring the remains of magical beasts, are actually half-tree, half-beast mounts tamed by the Earth Mother. This rumor, driven by the deliberate propaganda of the Earth Mother Temple priests, will spread rapidly throughout South Continent. Even more significant and influential news is the news that a divine messenger capable of healing pollution has appeared within the Earth Mother Temple. As this news spreads across South Continent, the All-Spirit Earth Mother will abandon her evasive tactics and confront the Church of Light head-on. MOU believe that the Earth Mother, adept at seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster, saw this danger far more clearly than he did. However, with the Elven race, now controlling the food supply of Central Continent, standing against the Church of Light alongside AMT County and the Magic Federation, the Church of Light's only option was to completely seize control of Southern Continent, its granary. In any case, the Earth Mother would face war, so it was better to take the initiative and seize the Church of Light's faith from the people. MOU naturally supported his allies, but it wouldn't be right to let the Earth Mother take all the credit, so he proposed that the Earth Mother's followers praise the world. In this way, the Earth Mother's followers could once again become believers in the world's consciousness, becoming Leah's new anchor point. In exchange, MOU remotely deployed an unplanned teleportation crystal to today's Rain, placing it within the largest Earth Mother's temple. Naboo led today's Rain into the priest's hall deep within the Earth Mother's temple, the priest's usual resting place, and also the most convenient teleportation point for future players. Druid players can teleport directly here, receive their Divine Envoy uniform and mask, and then go to work naturally, completely unnoticed. Today's Rain spread out its palm, and the silver-blue teleportation array crystal sank into the earth. MOU simultaneously opened the backend panel. Chapter 623. Through his system backend, MOU could see that the Serve the People team had finally placed the last teleportation crystal. With this, all 301 teleportation crystals were now in place, covering all the Azure Sea churches, most of the Earth Mother churches, and the usual areas near the entrances to demon dungeons, as well as some key transportation routes throughout the southern continent. In the sparsely populated Para, MOU also dispatched several players to place teleportation crystals in several key locations. A dense network of teleportation crystals had been established in the southern continent. However, MOU did not intend to activate all 301 teleportation crystal locations at once. He only opened access to all Azure Sea churches and Earth Mother churches, and opened the teleportation crystals leading to the entrances to 2 dungeons that were said to have a very harmonious and friendly relationship with humans. The other teleportation crystals, naturally, would be used as a backup plan, activated when needed. Of course, this was also to conserve Leah's core energy. Having struggled through days when he only had 70 points of world consciousness core energy left, limiting even players to summoning just 3, MOU, even now with ample resources, wouldn't waste a single energy. After all, a large portion of this energy was painstakingly earned by him and Ialian through hard work performing and distributing candy. Wasting even a tiny bit would feel like a disservice to themselves. The instant MOU activated the selected teleportation network, all players received a system notification. The pioneers of the southern continent received a system notification indicating mission completion. Congratulations to all southern continent pioneers for successfully completing the pioneer mission. The southern continent teleportation array is now officially open. Travel between the southern continent and the central continent is now unimpeded. Players can freely travel between them. A group of pioneers cheered and rushed to the nearest teleportation point to return to AMT County for the Spring Festival quests. Meanwhile, other players received a notification that the southern continent was now open. Adventurers, thanks to the efforts of the southern continent pioneers, the southern continent teleportation portal is now officially open. You can now freely travel to the southern continent via the portal. However, since the southern continent is still part of a special main storyline, you must equip either the preset or the Southern Continent Earth Mother Temple Divine Messenger set to teleport from Central Continent or the Northern Realms to the Southern Continent. Note: festival sets, casual wear, alchemical pets, and some mounts may be restricted in certain areas and will not function properly. Adventurers can try using Southern Continent specific items as alternatives. The Southern Continent Earth Mother Temple Divine Messenger set can be obtained from the Southern Continent Earth Mother Temple. First-time visitors to the Southern Continent should equip the preset. The current map capacity for each region in the Southern Continent is 300 players. If a region reaches its capacity, the teleportation array will automatically close temporarily, and players can choose to teleport to other regions. The map's capacity will be gradually increased as the main quest progresses and the system is updated. Great! Southern Continent is finally open. Let's go, everyone! The bishops of the Church of Light in Southern Continent have clearly felt the change in the atmosphere within the city these past few days. First, the priests of the Azure Sea Church began appearing frequently in groups of 3 or 5. Then, the Earth Mother Church seemed to be engaging in some strange competition, abandoning their usual reclusive behavior and openly promoting their divine messengers. Bishop Kurat Varela of the Barola Port Fortress had already informed all the churches in the Southern Continent about the matter of the Church of the Azure Sea, so the bishops weren't particularly alarmed. After all, during the change of the Sea God's throne, they had anticipated the destruction of the Church of the Wrathful Sea, formerly under the Winter God. And Jelma's methods were even more merciful than they had expected. They had all assumed this change of power would be bloody. Even those within the Church of the Wrathful Sea believed so. Think about it. A god who wields the sea in vengeance. He harbors a deep hatred for the former Winter God, Friels. Wouldn't such hatred easily spill over onto those within the Winter God's church? For the first few days, the taverns in the town where the Church of the Wrathful Sea was located were overflowing with people, and the streets and alleys were filled with sailors and fishermen, drunk and oblivious. For these reckless men, dying drunk in a stinking alley was easier and more comfortable than dying under divine punishment. A few days later, they were dragged back by bishops and priests in their new uniforms, and given a good dressing down. Upon learning that their church had only changed its deity, its signboard, and its uniforms, everyone's anxieties subsided. Whether they were members of the former Church of the Wrathful Sea, the current Church of the Azure Sea, or the Church of Light, a benevolent and rational sea goddess was far better than a raging deity constantly seeking conquest. But unexpectedly, it was the Church of the Earth Mother that caused the commotion. The one most affected was Bishop Demetrius Lorera of the Church of Light in Ashamrat City. He had to admit that when he saw those enormous black goat offspring obediently carrying the divine messengers through the streets, his legs trembled violently beneath his robes. Those were the offspring of the black goat, children born to the evil god Shub Nicholas, the black goat of the forest, beings whom the god of light had specifically decreed should not provoke. It was understandable that the ordinary citizens of the city were oblivious, as this was a result of the fool's plan, but the high priests and extraordinary beings of the Earth Mother Church couldn't possibly be unaware of the true identities of these mounts. Bishop Demetrius didn't believe the nonsense uttered by the people of the Earth Mother Church, that the Earth Mother had subdued beasts and sent purifying messengers. How could the Earth Mother possess such abilities? He even suspected that the Earth Mother had been completely devoured by Shub Nicholas. Only then could he explain why those evil gods' offspring obeyed the Earth Mother. He broke out in a cold sweat, activating the Holy Mirror, accessible only for important matters, and sending a report to the Holy City. The Earth Mother appears to have been devoured by the evil god, the Black Goat of the Forest. The Black Goat of the Forest has sent its offspring and followers to infiltrate the Earth Mother Church, using this as a pretext for purification. In the name of this, he casts an unknown spell on the people. He originally intended to seek divine guidance, but after waiting and waiting, all he received was a message: "Read, please observe the situation." Bishop Demeter stared blankly for a long time, then sighed, and shook his head, once again using divine magic to shut down the Holy Mirror. Meanwhile, in the distant divine realm, Nyarlathotep rested his chin on his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Shub Nicholas, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly after being slashed by Wayland's sword. It seems those lambs are indeed frantically plundering nutrients every day." "Well, the Earth Mother is a weak deity, inherently without anything to fear. Let me see what tricks you're planning in the southern continent." Chapter 624. The Spring Festival in AMT New City is in full swing. The city's defense forces and council officials have spent the last few days decorating the streets and alleys of AMT New City with the festival decorations they received. Shop owners in the shopping district have hung red lanterns at their entrances and strung up various colorful solar-powered lights. Many shop owners have also asked druids to help them cultivate pots of spring flowers that elves and adventurers love. Upon learning that the city lord, to celebrate a series of recent joyous events, would be joining forces with the elves to host a month-long spring festival brimming with exotic charm, all the citizens eagerly joined in the event. No one dislikes a joyous festival, regardless of their faith or exotic customs, just as no one cares which distant eastern land those strange and powerful adventurers come from, as long as they're happy. MOU hadn't expected the city's residents to be so receptive to a festival brimming with elements of different races and cultures, but upon reflection, he understood. This was the first proper festival experienced by most of the residents of AMT New City. Although a food festival had been held after the Beast Tide, back then, there were only a handful of residents. Unlike now, AMT New City had attracted people from the Elven Territories, the Magic Federation, the Magic Academy Calcadora, and even the Holy Sun Town, including homeless or nomadic tribes like dwarves, merfolk, and griffin tamers. By now, AMT County had become renowned throughout the continent of Osiria. Every day, countless people from around the world journeyed to this vibrant city, hoping to move into it. The city council clerks, who oversaw the immigration process, led fulfilling and busy lives. For these immigrants, both new and old, this festival was the most joyous occasion after the long dark nights of ice. Everyone had their own reason to celebrate. Having safely and happily passed through a winter that would have been plagued by famine and bitter cold, the people and creatures of importance were thriving, even healthier thanks to the elimination of much of the pollution. Young people found their dream jobs, and their wallets bulged. With food in their bellies, money in their hands, new clothes, homes, and a stable source of income, every resident's face was filled with a happy smile. Even Pharaoh's, who usually wore a gloomy face, had recently been humming a song as he walked, thanks to the blossoming of the mother tree, bringing with him the scent of spring blossoms. Now, only Edward Lost was still sullen and unhappy. The streets and alleys of AMT New City were festooned with lights and colors, a vibrant scene ablaze with color. Adventurers, decked out in their furry new outfits, were a vibrant sight, brightening the entire city. Many male adventurers also donned women's cheongsams, their muscular legs visible from the slits of their skirts. It felt a bit jarring, but it was strange to want to see more after seeing it too much. Every store was showing its full sincerity and launching promotions during the festival. Although products from AMT County were in high demand, the opportunity to clear out a large amount of old inventory was even more appealing. Many barbarians from the north also arrived at AMT County via teleportation. Now, the north was free of the troublesome gods, and thanks to the efforts of numerous adventurers, many greenhouses had been built. The north, which hadn't been able to grow ordinary vegetables for years, finally harvested its first batch of fresh vegetables. The barbarians from the north, who were fortunate enough to receive these tender, green vegetables deep in their faith in the God of order and the world consciousness. Those barbarians from the north, who were able to arrive via teleportation, were the most devout believers in the world. After all, teleportation required the core energy of the world consciousness, and if these barbarian believers hadn't stored up enough energy, Leah wouldn't provide extra compensation. Gerda Gaiman was also among the first group of barbarians from the north to arrive in AMT County. The moment the dashing, half-giant giant with star blue eyes set foot on the land of a mud new city, he attracted the attention of numerous adventurers. Wow, what a handsome NPC. And he's so tall. Isn't that Gerda, the little giant from the north? They can even come to a mud new city now? My new husband? Gerda Gaiman was inexplicably surrounded by a group of adventurers speaking strange languages, wearing odd clothes, and even followed by a group of small golden dragons that could levitate. A moment later, he returned with a large pile of miscellaneous gifts, various potions, snacks, flowers, and jewelry. Gerda Gaiman, this is way too enthusiastic. These past few days, the Lord and the silver-haired knight Aelian have been appearing much more frequently. Players see them all the time, and there are even random Easter eggs dropping out of nowhere. The Lord and Aelian have also changed into their holiday attire, but the colors and styles are different from everyone else in the city. The Lord and Aelian are wearing special couple outfits. Gnawing Ball, who had just returned from the southern continent, cupped her face, revealing Anya's gossipy smile. Aelian's hairstyle is so gentle and beautiful, and the hair accessories are so sparkly. Ah, why is it only their couple outfits that are special? Salty Fish bit her nails fiercely. My couple outfit with Wendell is the same as everyone else's with the NPCs and players in the city. The clothes given away during the holiday event look like this. Today, Rain patted her shoulder, comforting her. I feel like my wife's been smiling more lately. She looks like she's been nourished by the Lord's love. Melissa Kubo cupped her face and said, compared to how cold she was back in the church, I much prefer my wife now, with her more down to her side. That's the difference between being loved and not being loved, today, Rain murmured. Salty Fish Boss has been like he's been soaked in a sugar jar lately. Rain, your idea for the New Year's greeting video is brilliant. I edited one and posted it in the family group chat. Now I can practically walk around the house like a king. It's so awesome. Salty Fish smugly exclaimed. TSK, I'm starting to want to be in a relationship, whether it's in the 2D or 3D world. Melissa Kubo sighed. Sigh, I'm a bit bored. Let's go outside the city and set off some firecrackers. Okay. I go find my cousin and get some firecrackers and fireworks. Gnawing Ball jumped up. Chapter 625. Since Rama arrived in AMT County, this alchemy master, as elusive as Doryman, has never disappointed the Lord and the many adventurers. After Tang Min finished explaining the legend of using firecrackers to drive away the Yin beast, Rama pondered for a moment and created a version of the firecrackers from the Oziria continent. However, the power was too great, and the explosion was quite astonishing, easily killing the Yin beast with a single blow. Under the Lord's strong intervention, the alchemy master, who always adhered to the principle that art is explosion, finally relented in the face of experimental funding, improving the version to be comparable in power to the firecrackers of the original world. Tisk, it's clearly a powerful weapon, yet you use it just for making a noise. The dark-skinned young genius alchemy master curled his lip in dissatisfaction. This is much better. I don't need fireworks that will set the whole city ablaze, the Lord said, then designated the temporary fireworks stalls and designated areas outside the city. Besides fireworks and firecrackers, the glow sticks mentioned earlier for cheering on the concert were also made. The festive atmosphere instantly intensified. The mercenaries happily joined in the festive activities. Astrology mentor Xiang Yang set up a fortune-telling stall at the entrance of the mercenary sanatorium, offering only 30 New Year's fortunes a day, which immediately attracted a large crowd. Players who love a good spectacle naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, and a bunch of fortune-tellers and astrologers also set up stalls and performed, greatly increasing the success rate of job change quests. Many mercenaries, having heard about the gender-changing seal artifact that had been causing a stir in the city recently, went to Melissa Kubo's shop to pay for a trial, then came out laughing and joking. In a way, these mercenaries and adventurers who love to stir up trouble are practically identical. You're so ugly, ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? You're uglier than me. TSK, I thought turning into a woman would make you look better, but you're all uglier than the other. It turns out that being attractive doesn't really matter to being a man or a woman. The players of the Green Pine Sanatorium team, in recuperation mode, have recently been either enjoying exploring the tropical scenery of South Continent or teaming up to perform flash mob New Year performances in AMT New City. Various festive songs echo through the streets and alleys of AMT New City, prompting even some NPCs to spontaneously sing along. Not to mention the amusement park Fantasy, the main venue for the festival. The pirates, who were borrowed there for a few days, took turns staying there, and somehow learned to sing Gong Shi Afikai with a broken pronunciation. But they and Rowena themselves were having a blast. All deceased NPCs working in the amusement park's fantasy realm not only receive free decontamination from the druids, but also receive 3 game coins daily, enough to explore every attraction within the amusement park during their workday. Annie, who had previously expressed a desire to retreat, heard that Rowena had also volunteered to work there. She then came to MOU to receive a bag of game coins and New Year's clothing, happily heading off on a date to the amusement park. Although the Silver Dragon, Moyawu, and the Saints of Valhalla couldn't leave their dreams/fantasies, a certain lord and adventurer could still offer their support. The Silver Dragon, who had also decorated the Dreamland with festive spirit, received his own silver holiday costume. MOU even custom-made a small golden version for Moyawu. Silver Dragon stared at Moya, the fluffy, golden creature sitting in his palm, like a very valuable lucky charm, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. The Holy Sons of Valhalla not only wore new clothes, but also once again set up a long table in the illusion. Adventurer chefs were cooking up fragrant, exotic dishes, which the Holy Sons devoured with gusto. "It's a good thing we're all dead, otherwise we'd probably get fat eating like this," Arilan muttered. Okayed, Something about this logic felt a little off. In the Magic Federation's capital city of Kolinsul, the family of Saloria also received holiday gifts from Moyu, exotic new clothes for everyone, bulging red envelopes of adventure coins for her nieces and nephews, fireworks and glow sticks with carefully marked instructions on usage and safe distances, and a New Year's Eve feast meticulously prepared by James de Morella, the most popular chef in AMT New City, stored in a spatial artifact, its heat and condition sealed to its optimal consumption date. Saloria, this holiday, it seems quite interesting. Compared to the fiery red of AMT County, the elven territory of Adoriture had transformed into a sea of flowers. For the elves, the end of winter and the beginning of spring, with its blooming flowers and tender green leaves, were the true symbols of the holiday. They also donned the unique holiday attire of the elven race, clothing adorned with various flowers, vines, and leaves. Men wore green, while women mostly chose pink and pale yellow. Donning their new clothes, the usually aloof elves became much more lively. During the festival, they would frequently sing and dance around the mother tree, inviting adventurers to join their celebrations. Not only did the native inhabitants of Osiria enjoy this festival filled with exotic, otherworldly elements, but all the players were satisfied with this update. Even a player with severe social anxiety, like the hidden old man, found a sense of ease in front of his close friends and family, where he could completely let loose. Humans are social animals, after all. Even the most socially awkward person needs companionship and interaction. The players who benefited the most this time were undoubtedly those on leave. Most of them used the game to compensate for physical or medical deficiencies, enjoying a rare, normal festival. Even for many bedridden patients, this was a rare opportunity to walk on their own 2 legs, and even to experience the snow and ice of the north, the early spring of the Elven realm, and the sweltering heat of the south all in one day. Many players even created extra Guardian accounts, spending a joyful and family-oriented holiday together for the first time in their lives. In this game, they saw scenery they had never seen before, heard sounds they had never heard before, rediscovered treasures they once possessed but had lost, regained their self-respect, and rediscovered their lives. MOU has always believed that this is the true meaning of a game. Chapter 626. At the intersection of the 3 regions of southern continent, Parmas, Kacha, and Pola, lies a mysterious and dark forest. Because Parmas and Kacha are located in the southern continent, closer to the planet's dark side, demonic activity here is more frequent than elsewhere. This forest, situated precisely on the boundary of the 3 regions, is a notorious no-man's land, and one of the most frequently appearing areas for several demonic dungeon entrances. The appearance time and frequency of these demonic dungeon entrances are highly random. Sometimes 3 or 4 dungeon entrances will appear clustered together in this forest. Sometimes they appear one after another in rotation, and occasionally, all entrances will be closed, leaving none. MOU has placed an activated teleportation array here, but he has not yet reached an agreement with any demons, so for now, this teleportation array is simply arbitrarily named the No Man's Law Forest. A player appeared in the teleportation array. Like all players arriving in the southern continent, he wore a priest's uniform, but 2 kitchen knives were conspicuously stuck in the back of his belt. An ID swayed above his head, displaying poetry and the distant horizons. Huh, where am I? Poetry and the distant horizons opened the system map and found themselves in an unknown forest. Same old routine, let's open the map first. Poetry and the distant horizons took out the moon horn and blew it forcefully. The horn produced no sound audible to humans, but a flock of birds fluttered and startled through the forest. A mist seemed to gather in the shadows of the bushes, and then a strange creature resembling a galloping horse emerged from the shadows. Its head was like a dragon and a horse, its body covered in tiny, snake-like scales, and its entire body was shrouded in a faint, silvery white, hazy glow. It was the moon horn that Poetry and the distant horizons had won in the food festival competition. According to the system, Yuechi is a mysterious creature that inhabits the dark side of the planet. It lacks wings, but can control air currents to fly. Its body is naturally shrouded in a faint moonlight, whose brightness changes depending on its mood. Yuechi is also extremely sensitive to the dead and their spirits, perhaps because the emotions of the living and the souls of the dead are Yuechi's staple food. Since acquiring this horse, the magic chef Shi Yuanfang has become a gaming travel blogger, frequently riding Yuechi to off-the-beaten-path locations to take photos and discover local delicacies. Perhaps this kind of travel is so incredibly joyful, Shi Yuanfang feels that his easily irritable nature has been cured by the sights and delicious food. His mindset has become much calmer, and he's always in a great mood every morning after waking up from the game. As always, Yuechi nudged his neck, gave him a warm greeting, and then burped into his face. Sure, Yuanfang couldn't help but laugh. Where did you go to eat while I was gone? Yuchi stared at him with her watery eyes, rubbed his face, and then sniffed around with a strange expression. Sure, Yuanfang? ? His Yuchi looked around for a moment, sniffed the air vigorously, walked a few steps to the side, lowered his head, and sniffed the soil a few more times, then began to paw at the ground with his hooves. Is there something in the ground? Sure, Yuanfang hadn't finished speaking when Yuchi lowered his head again, and pulled a white hand bone from the hole it had dug. Poetry and the distant place. The white hand bone was unusually intact, looking like a right hand, and even the bones in the hand were very firmly connected. Yuechi continued to pull outwards with force, pulling out more things. Well, it was actually a complete skeleton. The skull was not connected to the skeleton's neck, but was held in front of the skeleton's chest. Ah, please be gentle. The skull, held in the skeleton's left arm, suddenly spoke, pulling me like that hurts a bit. Moonbeam paused noticeably, released its grip, gently placed its right hand back against the skeleton's chest, and then stepped back a few paces to stand beside Poetry and the distant horizon. What do you do when your mount suddenly digs a talking skeleton out of the ground? I need help urgently. This skeleton, sir? Poetry and the distant stammered. Do you need help? Indeed, I do need help. The skeleton reached out and lifted the skull, repositioning its own head where it should have been. Also, I'm not some sir. As you can see, I'm just a skeleton. There's no need to distinguish gender. It's meaningless to me. Okay, then how should I address you? Poetry and the distant horizon asked. I am the great, immortal Lich King Heparos. The skeleton rose, gracefully brushing the dirt and ash from its bones, then bowed to Poetry and distant places. I was once a dungeon lord, but for reasons I don't remember, I apparently had an accident and was buried in this pit as if dead. The one who buried me was clearly a clergyman of the Church of Light. He cast some kind of divine spell against the undead and ghosts in this pit, keeping me in a dazed, half-awake state. It paused. Thank you and your moonlit serpent. If you hadn't dug me out, I don't know how long I would have been lying here. TSK, my bones are almost moldy. Poetry and distant places exclaimed. Then you must have been buried for a long time. Your body has completely rotted away into a skeleton. Ah no, I always just been a skeleton, Heparos said solemnly, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. Poetry and distant places. Alright, so what kind of help do you need? It's like this. Heparos was somewhat embarrassed, though Poetry and distant places didn't know how they could discern embarrassment from a skeleton. I've probably been lying here for hundreds of years, which has caused me to lose contact with my dungeon for hundreds of years. Although I can still sense its presence, I can also sense that it's no longer a habitable dungeon, but has become a lair of monsters. Could you please help me defeat the monsters in that dungeon and reclaim it? Poetry and distant places' eyes lit up instantly. They realized what kind of quest this was. Clear the dungeon, this is the deep labyrinth. If you're a man, go down 100 levels. They excitedly grasped Hepharose's skeletal hand. Okay, no problem, we adventurers will take this quest. Chapter 627. Hepharos is a weirdo. No, to correct me, a weird skeleton. He calls himself the Great Lich King, but he doesn't seem to have any particularly impressive strength. Even a moon steed can easily knock him off balance, and then suck on a bone. No, you can't eat that. Poetry and Distant Place tugged at his moon steed, and his beloved horse reluctantly returned the bone to Hepharos. So where's your dungeon? Poetry and Distant Place patted his mount, scratched the moon steed's mane from its head to its neck to signal it to stop causing trouble, and then turned to Hepharos to ask. It should be around here, please wait a moment. Hepharos crouched down and groped around for a while, finally pulling a staff from the pit he had just crawled out of. He then chanted incantations that Poetry and the distant land couldn't understand, and a purple magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Rumble. A deafening sound erupted from the ground, and a large crack suddenly appeared in the earth not far from them. A large, black, intricately carved metal door slowly rose from the crack, resembling at first glance Auguste Rodin's famous sculpture, The Gates of Hell. I wonder how many years have passed, and if my little tavern is still there, Hepharos muttered. Once the door was fully raised, he stepped forward and gently knocked 3 times on it with his staff. The heavy door creaked open and slowly swung back. Please come in, Hepharos said. Although the underground area is probably a mess, I feel the first level above ground should still be safe to use. Poetry and the distant patted the moon steed, letting it hunt freely and await its next call, then followed Hepharos through the large door. To Poetry's surprise, the door led to a small tavern. Yes, a tavern. Although it was dilapidated, with most of the tables and chairs rotten and crooked, and covered in dust, the wine barrels and racks behind the counter, the price list on the wall, and the almost completely rotten sign all clearly indicated that this was a tavern. Welcome to my dungeon tavern, said Hepharos. Beep, the player system for Poetry and Distant Places responded. Player Poetry and Distant Places has triggered the quest, the Lich King's Dungeon Tavern. This is a daily quest series. Some quests can be repeated. You can open the quest panel to view and accept the quest. Poetry and Distant Places stood at the tavern entrance and opened the quest panel, while Hepharos muttered something to himself, tidying up the broken furniture and items as he checked the tavern's condition. Daily Quest Series, The Lich King's Dungeon Tavern. Currently available daily quests. Construction Quest. Rebuild the tavern, ring 1 arrange tables and chairs. Work Quest. Apply for a job as a chef in the tavern and complete 6 hours of work. Management Quest. Attract 3 customers. Exploration Quest. Clear the first floor of the dungeon. Planting Quest. Occupation requirements not met. Develop a vegetable garden in the tavern. This is a quest that combines infrastructure building, decoration, management, and exploration. Poetry and Distant Place exclaimed in surprise. How come this online game has all sorts of fun content? This was a great discovery, and judging from the game content, it couldn't be completed by just 1 or 2 players. Poetry and Distant Place simply picked a sturdy stool, sat down, and opened the forum to start writing a post. Subject: Hey guys. I made a major discovery. Original poster: Poetry and Distant Places. Content: Hey guys. I just dug up a talking skeleton in the no man's land forest in the southern continent. This skeleton claims to be the Great Lich King Hepharos and owns a semi-abandoned dungeon. I'm currently sitting in this dilapidated little tavern on the first floor of this dungeon, posting this for you guys. There are so many daily quests here. Not only can you do decoration, infrastructure building, management, and farming, but there are also dungeon exploration quests, multiple pictures warning, attachment, images, come and play with me. Meanwhile, MOU, who received a notification from Leah, is also monitoring this quest through the back end. I originally wanted to make contact with the demons through Nabu's connections, but the players were faster, digging up a Lich King directly. MOU stroked his chin. I wonder what kind of person he is. Aelian, have you heard of the Lich King Hepharos? The silver-haired half-elf put down the novel in his hand. It was a New Year's gift from Sidrodius, supposedly an adventure story of Moya and the Silver Dragon. He tilted his head, pondered for a while, and finally dug out the name from the corner of his memory. I remember, he seems to be a legend from hundreds of years ago. A legend? Yes, Aelian said. My impression of him comes from some popular adventure novels, and some old records from the Church of Light. No one can say for sure when this Lich King appeared in everyone's sight, but he should be a demon with an eccentric temper, who likes to run an adventurer's tavern in the dungeon. In the early days when adventurers roamed the southern continent, that tavern was quite famous. It was said that the Lich King was incredibly powerful, but rarely acted personally. It preferred to do business with adventurers, using its connections and resources to fulfill their wishes, collecting a portion of their adventure memories, emotions, and even soul energy as payment. This led to its tavern acquiring a strange nickname, the Dream Tavern. I thought it would be something like a wish shop or pawn shop number 8. MOU said. Aelian. Question mark. The astute knight carefully considered MOU's words, and quickly understood his lord's meaning. This is perhaps because of the existence of wish power. People in this world know that making wishes haphazardly comes at a great price. And that tavern owner doesn't seem willing to admit that he's fulfilling wishes. He seems quite content with his role as tavern owner and intermediary, thus becoming a legendary figure. Of course, legends and stories are always biased, but in my opinion, this being shouldn't have any ambition or malice. However, about 200 years ago, the Lich King was defeated by the Church of Light. I thought he was completely dead at the hands of the Church of Light, but now it seems he was only successfully sealed away for a period of time. In that case, perhaps it's worthwhile for us to make contact with him. MOU thought for a moment, his slender fingers tapping the back of his grimoire. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chapter 628. If you ask what players are best at, it's joining in the fun. Under the guise of gathering enough people, Tranquil Sea, who had dragged Hidden Old Man to James de Morera's restaurant for a feast, was browsing the forums while pretending not to see another peanut-filled glutinous rice ball quietly disappearing from his bowl. Southern Continent has opened a dungeon. Want to go check it out? You haven't been to Southern Continent before, have you? Not yet, but going to Southern Continent requires becoming a priest, right? Hidden Old Man hesitated. Don't worry, there are priests everywhere in Southern Continent now. No one will invite you to a party. Besides, it's a dungeon, a deep labyrinth that goes infinitely downwards, full of monsters and treasure chests. You can even play a management game. Maybe you even get some achievements or titles after reaching level 100, like Lone Hero, Necromancer. Tranquil Sea became more and more excited as she spoke. Hidden Old Man was caught in a dilemma. How about I try sending you to the Earth Mother's Hall to get you a set of Earth Mother's envoy attire first, then you can go there using that identity. The rascal from the Tranquil Sea's mind started working again. Hopefully there's no equipment binding restriction. We can try. Another sesame-filled glutinous rice ball quietly disappeared from the Tranquil Sea's bowl. The Hidden Old Man, his mouth stuffed full, nodded like a little hamster. We can also get Boss Today's Rain involved, and catch you a black goat offspring mount too. These things are so easy to ride, very obedient, just like piloting a mech. The vine tentacles can even be used as mechanical arms. I just don't know if you can fight while riding the mount. Tranquil Sea fell into deep thought. This seems like a new idea. I can test it later. He finished the last 2 glutinous rice balls in his bowl, then glanced at the untouched bowl of rice balls in front of the Hidden Old Man. You eat first, I'll be right back. Okay. The Hidden Old Man nodded vigorously. A dozen minutes later, the Hidden Old Man finished all the dishes on the table, let out a satisfied burp, and just then saw Tranquil Sea step into the shop. It really works. Tranquil Sea said, trading a set of Earth Mother Envoy's armor and mask to the Hidden Old Man. Today, Boss you and the others are already researching the new quest in the Southern Continent Underground City. We can just go there. The Hidden Old Man took out a sheet marked with a symbol of illusion and reality from his backpack, covered himself with it, and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already dressed in Earth Mother Envoy's armor. The Earth Mother's messenger's outfit features an earthy color scheme primarily in brown and green, with a distinctly indigenous style. The upper body is made of brown and green interwoven fabric ties, exposing most of the chest and abdominal muscles on the male version, while the female version includes an additional bra. The lower body is a barbarian-style grass skirt made of layers of fabric, vines, and feathers, worn with leggings and straw sandals. This outfit feels really strange, the Hidden Old Man muttered, putting the sheet back into his backpack and shifting uncomfortably. He only felt himself return after putting on the mask. After all, it's a very charlatan-like Earth Mother's messenger outfit. But to be precise, it's not a professional outfit, but rather a fashion item, usable by all classes except World Knights. The restaurant bill was automatically deducted from the players' accounts the moment they ordered. After gathering their equipment, the two headed straight for the teleportation array. After paying the hefty teleportation fee, they arrived at the no man's land. Wow, so many people. As soon as they exited the teleportation array, Tranquil Sea saw a considerable number of players. He instinctively reached behind him, and caught the socially awkward captain trying to squeeze into the teleportation array. Since we're already here, let's check out the dungeon before we leave. The teleportation fee is expensive. Upon hearing the words teleportation fee, the impoverished socially awkward captain once again succumbed, being pushed by Tranquil Sea into the black gate standing not far ahead. However, to his surprise, the dungeon tavern inside was nearly empty. Huh? Are they all outside? The hidden old man asked in confusion. No, most people went down to explore, said a player standing behind the tavern counter. Would you like something to drink? The tavern is currently in trial operation, so prices are half price. So why are there so many people outside? Asked Tranquil Sea curiously, glancing at the ID poetry and distant places above the other player's head. Ah, you're the one who posted that. Yes, that's me. Those outside are players who haven't teamed up yet. The monsters and traps in the maze down there are quite difficult. If you're not very confident in your abilities, it's best to team up with a few more people before going down. The best record so far is the 3rd floor. Poetry in distant places explained. Actually, you could team up in the tavern, but the owner. Oh, that skeleton lying in the back who calls himself the Great Lich King, thought they were too noisy and kicked everyone out. Currently, only customers who have made a purchase are allowed to stay in the tavern. So how does the dungeon work here? Once you enter the tavern, you can freely switch back to your best class. Then, buy an emergency teleport scroll from the counter. This emergency teleport scroll can freeze your critical status when you're down to 1 HP and teleport you back to the tavern. Then, the skeleton over there will heal you. Frankly, its healing is really powerful. No adventurer has actually died yet. The healing cost is included in the price of the emergency teleport scroll, which only costs 100 nasos. Yes, it's settled in nasos here. If you don't have nasos, you can exchange them with me using adventure coins. I charge a small handling fee, since teleporting from here to any place where you can exchange currency. All locations require teleportation fees. He noticed the pained expressions on the faces of Tranquil Sea and the hidden old man, adding, "Don't complain about the price. Think about how much it would cost to revive you if you died." True. In the dungeon, you can take any number of monsters you kill or any treasures you find. Don't worry about picking up a bunch of junk, because you can sell all the odds and ends you bring back to that skeleton at the tavern. If you're not satisfied with the price he gives you, you can negotiate, or you can take the items. Besides Nasser, you can also exchange them for dungeon tokens. Metner. These tokens are used to redeem prizes. You can check the prize list. There are mounts, pets, weapons, high-level equipment, and sheet music, supposedly all good stuff from the demon race. Chapter 629. Tranquil Sea and the hidden old man took the exchange list handed to them by Poetry and the distant horizon. They were shocked to see 100 or 2 items listed on it. These items are supposedly rotated periodically, Poetry and the distant horizon added. According to the skeleton, the stock is plentiful. Most of the good stuff is still in the treasure vault on the lower level. Once everyone advances to the lower level, the skeleton can go in and retrieve the treasures to update the exchange list. The development team wants us to grind ourselves to death here. Tranquil Sea stared blankly. Wait, does that mean the dungeon monsters are designed to not respawn once cleared? The hidden old man noticed the key point. Not entirely. Poetry and the distant land shook his head. It's said that each level of the dungeon has a passage connecting to the dark side of the planet. Humans can't pass through, but monsters can come and go freely. After we players clear each level, new monsters will flood in, but overall, as long as someone fights, the difficulty keeps decreasing. However, if it's abandoned for too long, the difficulty will increase. It's said that this city was a habitable dungeon hundreds of years ago, but the skeleton there was buried in a pit by the Church of Light, physical, and lost contact with the dungeon for hundreds of years. It wasn't properly maintained, resulting in its current hellish state. Please don't keep calling me a skeleton. Even though I am indeed a skeleton. Please call me the Lich King or Heparos. The skeleton stepped out and nodded very politely to the Tranquil Sea and the hidden old man. So, would you like to have a meal, drink some wine, or go downstairs to explore the mysteries of the dungeon? Although its tone was very polite, both of them inexplicably felt a get out if you don't pay threat. We're going downstairs to explore, said Tranquil Sea with a grin. Please exchange 200 Naser for us. Poetry and the distant land pulled out 2 demon wings carved from white bones, which seemed to be the so-called emergency teleportation scrolls, and then started calculating the cost. Where are Rain and the others? Asked the hidden old man. Coming, coming! Speak of the devil, and he appears. Today Rain, Luzhou Laojiao, Ascension to Immortality, and Song Lin came in together, making for a perfect 6-person team with a tank, a healer, a turret, a ranged attacker, and 2 assassins. Everyone's here. Let's go! They switched classes and, according to the system instructions, attached the emergency teleportation scrolls to their left chests or waist belts. The skeletal figure, the Lich King Heparos, walked to the wall to the right of the counter and pressed his skeletal hand onto a black palm print on the wall. The mechanism inside the wall creaked and groaned, and the wall beside it slid back a step before opening to the right, revealing a dark, downward-pointing staircase. Oh right, they also sell lanterns here, Poetry and the Distant Land said, seizing every opportunity to sell. 300 nacer each, reusable, provides continuous illumination with magic input, windproof, waterproof, extinguishable, and fireproof. 1 for each team, they definitely come in handy. What happens if we don't buy one? Ascension asked. Not much, just a slightly higher difficulty level, Poetry and the Distant Land replied. Today's Rain, somewhat skeptical, bought one. Seriously, do you get a cut from selling these things? Poetry and the Distant Land didn't intend to hide anything from everyone. Yes, working here earns you a 10% commission on sales, which can be exchanged for Metners to redeem rewards. Thank you all for your patronage. But commission aside, I'm doing business honestly and diligently. I'm currently the record holder for the furthest I ever explored this maze. Since you met the spending requirement, here's a little tip. The monsters on the first floor are mainly various elemental slimes, but they're not easy to deal with. Be careful not to get swallowed and suffocate. Cutting them will cause them to split and multiply. You can only pierce them with sharp objects like needles. If you're using magic, it's recommended to determine the specific element of the slime based on its color, and then use elemental magic that counters it, otherwise, its magic resistance is too high to damage. From the second floor onwards, the types of monsters will increase, and traps will appear. It's best to have a beast tamer in your party. You might have a character with a hands-on skill, but I see you have 2 assassins. That should be enough. Most monsters in the maze prefer darkness and fear light. Keeping your lanterns lit can reduce monster attacks, and in critical moments, when surrounded by smaller monsters, you can even use flashbangs to inflict damage and save your life. However, the effect of light is reduced against higher-level monsters. Also, the maze walls are dynamic and will move randomly. Don't rely too much on the map or your memory. If you really can't find your way back but want to return, actively activate the emergency teleportation scroll to teleport. Yeah, that's about it. So, the emergency teleportation scroll can not only be used actively for teleportation, but it will also be forcibly triggered when our health bar drops to 1. What if we have a healer or an ambulance and don't want to activate the passive teleportation of the emergency teleportation scroll? It's raining today, asked Poetry and the Distant Place. Then you can put it in your backpack, said Poetry and the Distant Place. After putting it in your backpack, the emergency teleportation scroll won't activate automatically, but there's a problem. If your whole team suddenly gets into danger and the healer and ambulance die, you won't be able to retrieve the emergency teleportation scroll from your backpack, and you have to revive and go back. Also, don't expect to find an ambulance expert passing by in the maze, because the walls are dynamic and the routes are constantly changing. It's easy for teammates to get separated, and even if you know the coordinates, you might be misled by the walls and wander further and further away, dying before you can get back. You still need the emergency teleportation scroll to save your life in critical moments. Besides, this thing is like an admission ticket. It's one-time use. Once you enter the maze and come out, it will expire regardless of whether you use it or not. Since that's the case, you might as well use it, saving you the trouble of climbing stairs back on foot. It's exhausting. Understood, everyone nodded in unison. If everything is ready, please come in. As they spoke, the skeleton shifted its posture several times, clearly impatient. Fearing a loss of favorability due to the rain, they lit lanterns and, one by one, passed through the open door and down the stairs. Once the last player entered, the skeleton retracted its skeletal claws from the wall, and the door slowly closed. It yawned. I'm going to take a nap in the back, okay? Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm a bit grumpy in the morning. Okay. Grumpy in the morning, easily annoyed, and easily irritated. What a difficult skeleton to please. Chapter 630. The entrance to this dungeon was extremely narrow. The walls on either side of the staircase were made of rammed earth, and the staircase itself was also made of rammed earth, as if it had been dug out of the ground and then reinforced with magic. The staircase was only wide enough for one person to pass at a time, forcing everyone to form a long queue. Fortunately, although the path was difficult, it wasn't long. After about 2 or 3 minutes, they arrived at the first level of the dungeon. As a world knight, Luzhou Laojiao, who had the best physique, carried the lantern and walked at the front. However, fearing he might attract unwanted monsters, he didn't activate his Guardian Heart skill. He had manually changed his equipment beforehand. That's the downside of a knight's Guardian Heart skill. Activating it attracts monsters, making it unsuitable for stealth operations. But fortunately, world knights are tough enough that even without using Guardian Heart, they're not likely to fail. They passed through the first door, and were dumbfounded by the room they entered and the 3 doors inside. Holy crap, this isn't one of those dungeon mazes where you can see the entire floor, Yu Hua Dengxian said. It really is the Palace of Death. Jinryu cried out in despair. Do you have a mini-map? Luzhou Laojiao tried opening the map panel, then shook his head. It's pitch black. But even with a map, what's the use? Aren't the walls supposed to be movable, changing randomly everywhere? Then we can only rely on our sense of direction and memory. Yu Hua Dengxian sensed something was wrong. No, we also have system screenshots. Ning Jingjihai said. Let's start from the rightmost room, and try them one by one. Jinryu said, the stairs leading to the second basement level should also appear randomly. Theoretically, as long as we're lucky enough, it doesn't matter which way we go. If all else fails, we still have one incredibly lucky person in our team, blessed by the goddess of fortune. So, after quickly taking screenshots of the room, they entered the next room through the rightmost door. Before them appeared a hopping green slime. Green? What attribute is it? Asked Yu Hua Dengxian. Wood? Maybe? Jinryu said uncertainly. How about we try attacking it? Suggested Luzhou Laojiao. Sigh. The hidden old man sighed deeply, instantly becoming invisible, walking to the slime's side, and flicking out his hidden blade. Splat. The slime was pierced through its skin, exploding into a pool of green sap. Done. The hidden old man reappeared, shaking the sap off his hidden blade. Piercing it with a sharp object without attracting its attention is a fatal critical hit. Everyone, Ning Jingjihai, who felt responsible for creating a lively atmosphere, clapped her hands, truly worthy of being the captain. That's true, although it's supposed to be a new area, we seem to have been a bit too cautious. Today's Rain let out a breath, adjusting her mindset. Anyway, at worst we just be teleported back to the surface. Everyone relax and have fun. She had just taken a step forward when Tranquil C stretched out her left hand to block her way. Today's Rain? ? Something's not right, Tranquil C said gravely. I have a feeling there's something wrong with this piece of ground. Don't move. He used miraculous hands, drawing a dagger and gently slicing along the edge of the tile he felt was off, inserting the dagger and prying it up. The tile flipped up, revealing a step mechanism. There's something really wrong, Jinryu exclaimed in alarm. What kind of ability is this? An assassin's intuition? I can't really explain it. It's just a kind of primal instinct, said Ning Jingjihai. That's incredibly reliable, boss, Yu Hua Dengxian exclaimed admiringly. I wonder what the pattern is in the arrangement of these traps. Should we move to the side? Jinryu crouched down, carefully examining the trap-filled floor panel, but couldn't discern anything. So, the group changed to Ning Jingjihai leading the way, with the others following in order. It seems the assassin class has a real advantage in dungeons. Indeed, stealth allows for self-preservation, their attacks are powerful, and they can identify and disarm traps. They fought their way through, gradually becoming familiar with the dungeon's layout. This dungeon had one level underground, with an overall style reminiscent of an earthen tomb. It consisted of interconnected rooms of varying sizes, each with different scenery and functions. Some rooms were completely empty except for slimes, some had clean, drinkable fountains, and others clearly showed signs of life and cultivation. Today, Yoyu squatted before a patch of black earth overgrown with vegetation, scooped up a handful of soil, rubbed it between her fingers, and looked up at the warm yellow light emanating from the crystal embedded in the ceiling. Is this crystal a substitute for sunlight? She wondered thoughtfully. Water, soil, sunlight, the ecological logic of this dungeon seemed quite perfect. As they searched for the stairs to the bottom, they cleared out all the monsters, dug up everything that could be used as materials or food, and in areas where humans, or other races, had clearly lived, they unearthed 2 treasure chests. The two assassins unlocked them, and found them filled with gleaming ancient gold coins. Then there was this patch of farmland, abandoned for who knows how long. Various crops grew wildly in the soil, but most of them remained intact. Only a few grasses had sprouted sharp teeth and mouths, swaying their branches in a show of force. Yuhua Dengxian used a flame crow to burn the strange heads of those grasses. Jinri Yoyu and Songlin dug up a few of the more normal-looking crops. Ding! Player system notification. You have obtained some ancient plants unique to this dungeon. Bring them back to the elf. Perhaps they can be used to cultivate some new plants. This dungeon feels like it has so many strange things. And they're all very ancient. It feels like we're digging up ancient ruins. I wonder if we can remove those traps. And if we remove a trap once, will it automatically repair itself next time? I don't know, maybe we should try? According to the dungeon's logic, it probably won't repair itself. Think about it. Even if a monster is killed, it can still run back in from other entrances. But who set up the traps? It can't be that the dungeon itself generated them, or that monster set them up, right? But there are also some strange things. If people lived here hundreds of years ago, how did they manage to live in this living maze that moves around freely? If they weren't careful, they wouldn't even be able to get home. And there are traps everywhere. Ah, I really want to know the specific story background. Yuhua Dengxian scratched his head. I feel like the development team is playing a big game. Chapter 631. Half an hour after entering the dungeon labyrinth, Jinri Yoyu and her group began to familiarize themselves with the monster hunting mechanics, and their playstyle started to become more unrestrained. To be fair, once they knew the correct methods for killing monsters, the first level wasn't difficult at all. Tranquil C figured out the approximate layout of the traps. These traps were always placed in the narrowest, most frequently used paths, or where people were most likely to step, and he dismantled each trap one by one. After dismantling many traps, the system actually prompted him that practice makes perfect, and he learned the trap skill. This made things much easier. Upon entering each room, Tranquil C would activate the trap skill first, marking the traps, and then Luzhou Laojia would use Guardian Heart to pull the monsters, causing the slimes from several surrounding rooms to swarm towards them. If the traps in the room happened to be usable, even better. Just stand in the safe zone behind the traps, wait for the monsters to swarm in, step on them, and either they explode or be thrown into the spike pits, easily accumulating experience. The remaining players can focus on clearing monsters and finishing them off. This place is actually quite good for leveling up. There are also lots of random resource rooms. They started calling the rooms with various houses, treasure chests, and plantations they encountered along the way resource rooms. If they dug diligently, they could find many usable resources in those rooms. Furthermore, they gradually mastered the rules of room movement. Yes, they discovered that the so-called walls here were actually movable. The rooms themselves had mechanisms that allowed them to move like small cubes in a Rubik's Cube. However, these rooms won't move if someone is inside, and the first room connected by a door nearby also won't move. In other words, if there are enough players or residents in the dungeon, and every room is occupied, or at least every other room, then the entire floor's map will be temporarily fixed. This is probably why dungeons cleared of monsters can be used as ordinary residences. No time limit, lots of rewards, no level lock, and no need to clear 10 floors to get a save point. Sob, it's easier than the Palace of the Dead. If it could save exploration progress, it would be even better to go straight there next time. Right now, everyone has only reached 1 or 2 floors, so it's hard to say. Maybe there will be more in the deeper levels? But it feels like the logic of this dungeon is a bit different from other deep dungeons. Rainy day. What do you mean? The Deep Labyrinth mode is usually a single-time achievement mode, where players can go as far as they can on their own or in a small group. But we just encountered several waves of other players. We can not only cooperate but also freely exchange resources, supplies, and intelligence. Furthermore, the traps we dismantle won't automatically regenerate. Although there will be replenishment of Warcraft, with the influx of players, it's likely that the resources will still be insufficient to cover the costs. Today Yoyu pondered as he spoke. In other words, the mode here is more like the previous iron mine and copper mine leveling areas. Players' actions can actually change the ecology and function of a certain area, turning a monster-free zone into a safe zone. So, if everyone clears the first level and it becomes a safe zone, will NPC residents appear here, and it will begin to become a habitable, bustling town? That seems quite possible. Also, if the first floor becomes a safe zone, then the second underground floor will effectively become the starting point for the maze exploration quest. And so on. As the player level and number increase, while the number of traps and monsters on each floor decreases, the difficulty will actually decrease. So, the achievements for reaching deeper levels can't be given out en masse. The development team will likely only give them to the first few players who reach the deepest or specific levels, such as the 50th, 100th, or 200th floors. Subsequent players won't be able to earn the corresponding achievements due to the reduced difficulty, or will only receive lower-level achievements. As a veteran player, Luzhou Laoju quickly grasped Jin Ryoyu's intention and continued her thoughts. Exactly. Today Yoyu praised. I suspect the development team is trying to maintain a consistent worldview. After all, this game prioritizes realism, and the gameplay encourages players to protect the ecosystem and the world, allowing them to truly experience the impact they can have on a region's ecology. This has always been a subtle theme of the game. Furthermore, this way, skilled players can charge all the way to the bottom level to challenge valuable achievements and experience the authentic depths of the maze. Other, more casual players can pick up the slack behind the bosses, following the crowd and working their way down. This way, they can see the scenery below and earn resources, but the fun of the game won't be diminished by repeated failures caused by a dramatic increase in difficulty. I see. Yu Hua Dingxian exclaimed admiringly. Brother Yu, please confess. Do you have a relative working in the production team? Your intelligence is always so accurate, and the amount of information is enormous. Today Yu, ? They moved to the next room. Song Lin suddenly noticed the runes on the wall. Wait a minute, there might be an entrance to the next level here. He waited for Ning Jingji Hai to clear the 2 traps in the room, then walked to the wall and touched the runes. A magic circuit instantly lit up. Song Lin pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands. I understand. He reached out and manipulated 2 runes in the magic circuit on the wall. Sure enough, as he expected, the stone inscribed with these runes was loose and could be removed and reinstalled. Song Lin adjusted the runes in the magic circuit, and the entire magic circuit finally became smooth. A golden light shone, and a clicking sound came from behind a wall. After a moment, the dust settled, and a hidden door opened in the wall, leading to a downward staircase. Yay! The entrance to the second level. The crowd cheered. So, the hidden old man thought for a moment, to go downstairs, not only do you need an assassin and beastmaster who can disarm traps, but you also need a gunner and ringmaster who can understand magic circuits. Judging from what we just experienced, the roles of tanks and healers aren't very significant. As long as you don't aggro too many monsters at once, you can safely advance by taking them down one by one. This is probably designed so that even players who haven't leveled high-level, powerful DPS classes can still enjoy the game. Let's go, let's check out the second level. Chapter 632. Besides holiday events, the 2 things players enjoy doing most lately are gathering friends to capture black goat offspring in the southern continent as their new mounts, and venturing into the dungeons to explore the deep labyrinth. The dungeons are rich in resources, each level is vast, and currently in the early stages of exploration, ensuring players reap substantial rewards on every run. Judging from the Lich King Hepharose's behavior, he doesn't seem like a hostile enemy. After inquiring about the rumors surrounding the secondary skeleton from Sidrodius, Mou became even more certain of his deduction. It's time to meet this Lich King. So, during a low online time when players were logging off for meals, a certain lord, accompanied by his silver-haired knight, passed through the teleportation array and knocked on the door of the dungeon tavern. The tavern was unusually quiet. The players who worked there had already gone home. Only the skeleton leaned against the chair behind the counter, its skull resting askew against the wall. A snot bubble in the large hole in its nose swelled and shrank with each breath. It really is a living skeleton, able to doze off even without eyelids. Mou coughed softly. Pop. The skeleton's snot bubble burst violently. It swayed and sat up straight, muttering, I'm not asleep. I'm still awake. It shook its skull head, sat upright, and the purple soul fire in its eye socket slowly brightened, like a pair of eyes looking towards Mou and Aelian. Oh, it's Elena's son. Long time no see. The skeleton said startlingly, hello? You're here to pick up something Elena left behind, right? Wait a moment. It's been nearly 400 years. I need to figure out where it is. Wait while I look. Aelian, do you know my mother? Oh, of course. The skeleton rubbed his eyes, yawned, and stood up. I officiated the wedding of Elena, the powerful female elven swordsman, to the hero King Raychester. The skull looked at Aelian intently and nodded. Well, you look more like your father. Let me think, right. It shook its skull, and a jingling sound emanated from within. It's here. Harpalos removed his head, lifting the lid of his snow-white skull like a cookie jar, and pulled out a key. It was a large, ornate silver key, its handle engraved with Elena's favorite lily of the valley, and inlaid with a large, exquisitely elven purple gem. Thanks to my quick thinking and hiding it in my head, those guys from the Church of Light managed to keep it from being taken, the skeleton said smugly. He pushed the key across the counter towards Aelion, then put his head back in, tapping his skull. Excuse me, look at my manners. I am the Great Lich King, Hepharos. You are Aelion, Elena and Ray Chester's eldest son. I am a good friend of your parents, a lich who adventured with them in the southern continent. The title of Great Lich King was bestowed upon me by your parents. But you probably don't remember me much. After all, the last time we met was when you were born. I even held you then. TSK, your radiant soul fire, over 300 years later, is still dazzling. Ah no, it's even more dazzling. The sudden influx of information stunned both MOU and Aelion. MOU had only intended to discuss a business deal, but unexpectedly, it had turned into a family reunion. Perhaps noticing their strange expressions, the skeleton clicked its tongue in dissatisfaction. What? Elena only sent you to collect something, but didn't mention me. Not for over 300 years? Aelion shook his head, smiling bitterly. It's not a matter of mentioning or not mentioning. My mother died when I was only a few months old. I was adopted and raised by the Church of Light. In fact, I only learned her name and identity a few days ago. Now it was Hepharos's turn to be stunned. How? She's gone. Sigh. No wonder I haven't heard from them all these years. I thought they had forgotten their old friend, or that they disliked this long-winded old lich. I never expected her to leave so early. Elves can live so long. It muttered to itself, its face filled with loss. Although MOU didn't know how he could read an expression from a skeleton's face, he could definitely feel the sorrow emanating from the skeleton. Then MOU watched as the skeleton pulled a ball of blue soulfire from its body, tore it into small pieces, and began to eat it with a smack sound. MOU? ? Oh, this is my sorrow. Hepharos said, offering the blue soul fire to the two of them, as naturally as sharing beef jerky. Want a bite? No. MOU decisively refused immediately. Well, while eating your own emotions isn't as good as eating someone else's, you can't be too picky when you're hungry. Hepharos devoured his emotions in a few bites, and returned to his usual calm demeanor. He glanced at MOU seriously. MOU. No, a bit similar, but not. Well, your soul seems different from those here. It's particularly dense. It hissed. It paused, then sniffed its non-existent saliva. Ah, a soul from another world, huh? Oh, and a fragment of the world consciousness. It nodded to Leah. Hello, great world consciousness. MOU, What's with this strange skeleton? Why does it seem to know everyone? Well, you must have a lot of questions for me, Hepharos said sensibly. That's just as well. I have plenty of time, and I enjoy listening to and telling stories. It opened the door to the right behind the counter. Please follow me. We can chat and reminisce in a more comfortable setting. MOU and Aelion exchanged a glance. The silver-haired knight nodded slightly, picked up the key from the counter, and walked ahead of MOU, carefully protecting the lord behind him. Oh. Hepharos gave an anti-smile. So you two are a couple. That's wonderful. Such a sweet relationship. Chapter 633. The two followed Hepharos into the room, through the hallway and another door, and unexpectedly arrived at an outdoor courtyard. It was a very warm and beautiful garden. A European-style tea table was placed on the carefully tended lawn. 4 chairs of the same style were placed 2 by 2 on the table. The lawn was surrounded by a variety of flowers and plants, mostly pink and purple, with patches of lily of the valley. A little further away, a stream flowed gently, and where the water flowed gently, a field of pale purple water lilies bloomed. A small bridge spanned the stream, leading to a vegetable garden. The first thing that came to MOU's mind upon seeing this garden was a Monet painting. The style of this small garden was so overly romantic that even Hepharos' skeleton seemed a bit out of place. Great. This place has been preserved in its original state. Harpalos, looking as if he hadn't set foot here in ages, said with a sigh of relief, This is the garden Elena forcibly requisitioned from my land to create. I haven't been here since I lost contact with them. It sighed. It hasn't changed much in all these years. I still remember her sitting in that chair, drinking tea. It seemed lost in some memory, silent for a long moment. Then, suddenly, it pulled a ball of orange soul fire from between its ribs, tore it into small pieces, and stuffed them into its mouth. MOU, Even if the demons eat emotions, this is too outrageous. Can emotions that have been eaten grow back? I can, MOU asked. Oh yes, Hepros said. I'm easily swayed by my emotions. Strong emotions make me lose control, so Elena suggested I eat them. That way, I get a constant supply of snacks and stable emotions. In a way, that's a brilliant idea, MOU murmured. Ah yes, Elena was an incredibly powerful elf, Hepros said nostalgically. Alas, there are so many memories of them that I don't even know where to begin. Besides, I've been out of touch with the world for years, and there are some things I don't know. How about this? We demons value fair trade above all else. Next, we each answer one question for the other. If you don't know the answer, you can ask for a different question, but you can't lie. It looked at Leah beside it, its skeletal claws resting on its ribs, and bowed slightly forward. May the world's consciousness bear witness for us. MOU narrowed his eyes slightly, then readily agreed. This suggestion suits me perfectly. Then I go first. Hepros's eyes gleamed with purple. The soulfire flickered, then asked MOU, who are you? MOU replied. I am the successor of MOU's will, the executor chosen by him, and the world's consciousness, and also the lord of AMT County. Hepros nodded. Hope from another world. It seems MOU and those two lads, Iris, have truly succeeded. Then my question is, when were you sealed by the Church of Light? This was MOU's biggest question. According to the Church of Light's records that Ialian had read, the Lich King should have been sealed 200 years ago, yet he knew MOU, who had only arrived in the southern continent about 125 years ago, and Iris, whom MOU had only met after that. Let me think, Hepros said, supporting its skull with its skeletal claws. I'm 500 years old this year. When I was 100, I met Elena, who had just arrived in the southern continent. A few years later, I met Raychester. We made enemies with the Church of Light about 20 years after that. Well, then we had a brief period of peace. When the Church of Light began to gather its power and hunt us down, it was around the time you. It nodded to Ialian, around the time of your birth. At that time, the Church of Light was relentlessly pursuing us, and Elena had just given birth, so I suggested that they travel to the Middle Continent to seek refuge with the Elven race. Elena is the Elven King's sister. As long as they can return to the listening range of the Mother Tree of Life, they will be safe. I used illusion magic to lure them away. I outmaneuvered all my pursuers, keeping them tethered in the southern continent for over 100 years before returning to my dungeon, the Lich calculated. That was roughly 270 years ago. It was then that I realized I had completely lost contact with Elena and the others. But the Church of Light didn't give up on me. Nearly 70 years later, they found the entrance to my dungeon. I feigned defeat, faked my death, and fled, then locked myself away, remaining on the planet's dark side for 50 years. Around 150 years ago, feeling the heat had died down, I moved the dungeon and relocated the entrance. Around that time, a silver dragon frequently appeared in my dungeon tavern. He loved the strongest liquor and, like me, enjoyed listening to and telling stories. We hit it off immediately and became drinking buddies. About 20 or 30 years later, the dragon returned with the one it loved, the sorcerer Moya. Hepros chuckled. The restless silver dragon and the slow-witted archmage, clearly in sync yet neither understanding their own feelings for the other. But the sweet affection emanating from a young couple is the most delicious thing, perfect with rice. They embarked on the same adventure we had back then, claiming to be searching for a way to save the world. This is very similar to Elena's wish. After I shared some of our adventures with them, they left. I thought I could live to see the rest of their story, but only a little over a decade later, the Church of Light discovered me again. This time, they chased me relentlessly. It was a complete mess. I fled all the way to this forest. After that, I don't remember much, but I guess they killed me. Later, they dug another hole and buried it, but what they didn't know was that liches live on their caskets. Killing my skeleton was useless. As long as my casket remained, I would resurrect again and again. It paused, tapping its skull with its bony claws, a look of regret on its face. Oh dear, look at me, such a chatterbox. I said too much without realizing it. I think I answered several of your questions. So, can you answer my next question with the same sincerity? Elena, Ray, and Iris, Moyu, are they alive or dead, and what was their fate? Chapter 634. I'm sorry, although I wanted to answer you with the utmost sincerity, we don't know much about Elena. MOU briefly recounted the story of that snowy night, And today is the first time we heard the name of Ialian's father. Hepharos showed a regretful expression. But, regarding the silver dragon Elise and Moyu, I can give you far more than just a superficial story. Moyu took out his phone and dialed a video call with the silver dragon. Hey, what's up? Iris had barely answered the call when she was startled by the sudden appearance of a skeletal face. Hephalos. You old, filthy lich, you're still alive. Moya, and I thought you'd been wiped out by the Church of Light. Hee, this time we almost messed things up, Hephalos said. This time I was buried for over 100 years. When the Moonwalkers dug me out of the pit, I thought 400 or 500 years had passed, ha ha ha. Sigh, but I really didn't expect. It carefully examined Iris and the tiny Moiwa perched atop Iris's head. You two ended up like this. But at least your souls are still intact. It held Moyu's phone and chatted with the silver dragon and Moiwu for a long time, finally returning the phone to Moyu with a sheepish smile. Could I have one of these too? Moyu smiled slightly. Of course. Really? The skeleton instantly perked up, the purple soul fire in its eye sockets burning even brighter. Since you're a good friend of Ialian's parents, and an acquaintance of Silver Dragon and Moiwu, you're naturally eligible for a phone. As long as you're willing to pledge allegiance to the world consciousness and join our world alliance. Moyu once again put on his signature smile. Hepharos rubbed his hands together excitedly. Of course. Moyu pulled a new phone from his system backpack and handed it to Hepharos. He taught him how to use it, and added Silver Dragon and Moiwa's contact information. In addition to these functions, opening this app allows you to assign quests to adventurers, just like you're doing now. But from now on, you can use your phone to settle currency, eliminating the need for adventurers to exchange Naso. Wow, that's great. Hepharos, like a mischievous child who's just gotten a new toy, couldn't let go of the new phone. Moyu curled his lips. He had a feeling from the start that this Lich King was perhaps his own kind, in terms of personality, sharing his penchant for playing the fool and stalking the tiger. In fact, due to his age and experience, his rank might even be higher. The most skilled hunters often disguise themselves as prey, revealing subtle flaws to confuse their prey and lower their guard. The Lich King's sensitivity to emotions, feelings, and the soul alone was enough to render any lie meaningless before him. Perhaps this was the most terrifying innate ability of the demons, who feed on emotional energy in souls, and those minor ailments of immaturity and forgetfulness it displayed were likely mere tricks to confuse its prey. Both sides are now quite satisfied with the sincerity shown, and naturally, they can further discuss business. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary old man, Hepharos chuckled. My only hobby is running this little tavern in the dungeon, listening to stories, and indulging in emotions. I welcome adventurers, and will provide them with some compensation and conveniences for working here. For me, that's more than enough, Moyu smiled. Demons are practically born NPCs. They value contracts and transactions, providing services and receiving payment. Although they may seem a bit cunning, they are very easy to communicate with. However, as the Lich King, you might possess some hidden, powerful skills. Would you be willing to serve as a mentor and impart these skills to adventurers? Skills. Hepharos stroked his jawbone, stood up, and beckoned to Ialian with a finger. Hey kid, want to spar with me? Let me see the current strength of the child of our ancestors. Ialian, who had been quietly and obediently pondering something, nodded, stood up, activated his guardian heart, and instantly changed his appearance. A world knight, not bad, not bad. Hepharos reached out his left hand to the side, and with a whoosh, a long, bone-forged scythe of death shot out from the void. My title is the Lich King, but the profession I truly belong to as a god is a soul messenger. Its movements as it wielded the scythe, which was taller than itself, were incredibly fluid and stylish, without the slightest hesitation. Blackish-purple soul flames burned on the bone blade, giving it an ominous air. Moyu was slightly worried. He looked at Lia, who nodded slightly, and a panel popped up in front of him. Hephalos LV-151 King Level, formerly Saint Level, Fallen Realm, Soul Messenger Race, Demon/Spirit Lich, only King Level. Moyu felt a little relieved. With Ialian's current strength, he was capable of fighting a King Level Transcendent. Soul Messenger note, visible only to system administrators, a unique class of the demon race. They fight using the demon race's innate ability to perceive and prey on souls and emotions. They inflict damage by influencing the enemy's mental world, making them an extremely difficult class to defend against. Note, some people with extremely strong wills have a natural resistance to demons and are immune to all skill damage. Eye of the Soul, passive skill. Can see the color of the enemy's soul and emotions. Giant side slash. Swing the giant side to slash at the enemy, cutting not only their flesh, but also their emotions and soul energy. Physical power, 700. When targeting the soul and emotions, it transforms into soul slash, consuming the user's spirit power. Spirit damage power, 700. Fear, forcibly amplifies the enemy's fear, causing them to fall into an uncontrollable fear debuff state. Duration, 7 to 30 seconds, determined by the enemy's willpower points, the user's level, and skill proficiency. Double side slash. The giant scythe can be disassembled into 2 short scythes. Use this to disassemble your weapon in confined spaces. Note, it can be reassembled into the giant scythe upon recasting. Soul-stealing seed, delicious emotions, and souls need nurturing. Planting a soul-stealing seed will yield countless surges of emotional energy. After casting this skill, the target's emotional fluctuations are increased by 50%. Usable by both enemies and allies. Chapter 635. Hellish Dream. Come! Come! Immerse yourself in the deepest desires of your heart. Demons can recognize your emotions and desires, weaving the most beautiful or the most terrifying dream. Before you lies hell, or home, after falling into the hellish dream, the target will be unable to move during its duration. The duration of the dream depends on the credibility, logic, and allure of the woven dream, as well as the target's will. After the dream ends, depending on its content, it will inflict debuffs or buffs on the target, such as fear slash confusion slash collapse slash soothing slash healing. Power, 750. Can be used on both enemies and allies. Becoming a demon or a Buddha is but a thought away. Can stack with fear, soul stealer, effects. Harvest. The cultivated desires have reached the harvest time. Swing your side and reap the energy. Power, 750. Current prerequisite skill. Soul Stealer, effect active, combo power 1800. Current prerequisite skill. Fear, Hellish Dream, debuff effect ongoing, combo power 2000. These effects can stack. The harvested energy can be used to recharge the soul energy gauge. The Last Supper, ultimate skill. Can be used when the soul energy gauge is full. Become the demon's dinner, all the target's emotions and desires will be devoured. Power, 20,000, the target will lose their will to fight and combat power. Overall, the Soul Messenger is a very unique combat class that manipulates, plays with, and cultivates people's emotions and desires to inflict mental attacks and thus cause material damage to the target. Furthermore, the weapon is a detachable sickle, which should be quite popular with players. I wonder how it performs in actual combat. MOU closed the control panel and shifted his gaze to the battlefield ahead. The two were merely sparring, and neither wanted to harm the beautiful garden left by Elena. Therefore, Heparos cast a spell within the garden, creating a bone fighting arena as the arena. The Lich King's actions strengthened MOU's favor towards him. Those who value gifts from deceased friends are generally not bad. The skeleton raised its sickle with its backhand, its bony claws lightly stomping the ground, and it leaped towards Aelian like a rocket. Its strength was far from as harmless as its appearance suggested. In mere seconds, the bone scythe and the great sword had clashed dozens of times. Even though both were heavy, long weapons difficult to wield, neither's movements were limited by their weapons. This was a thrilling duel between masters. The Bone Lich King was nothing more than a skeleton, its body incredibly light, even able to detach its bones to evade the blows of a knight's great sword. Its bone scythe, seemingly unremarkable, was incredibly sharp and hard, swathed in a fiery black-purple flame. It was likely the manifestation of the demonic soul power. This Lich King was quite secretive. MOU speculated that the class template Leah had copied likely only contained basic skills, while this Lich King likely held many hidden secrets. The undead adventurer, the forefather of adventurers who had embarked on an adventurous journey in Nanzhou 400 years ago, was no match for him in terms of experience alone. The skeleton's movements were swift and unpredictable, leaping around the arena. The knight, fearlessly and heroically, swung his mighty sword with a powerful swipe. Bones flew across the bone arena, dust billowed. You could barely make out the flurry of moves exchanged between the two. You're quite good, Heparos said, pleased, his soul fire tinged with a smile after dozens of rounds of fighting, the two men trading blows evenly. You have a firm mindset, and a very low desire for wealth, fame, or gain. A promising prospect. Aelian's brows arched slightly, and the next second, Heparos swung a scythe of soul fire. The silver-haired knight raised his great sword to block. Strangely, the purple soul fire ignited fiercely the moment it touched the sword. igniting a ball of orange-red flames tinged with pink. "Hey!" Herpalos exclaimed delightedly. "So you're not without desires. Don't be afraid. Life exists because of desires and emotions. Emotions and desires are like fire. They are neither good nor evil, neither good nor bad. Out of control, they bring disaster. But isn't everything in this world disastrous when out of control? Desire can be a driving force, or it can be a source of destruction. It all depends on how your mind restrains, controls, and manipulates it, or whether you surrender to it and let it manipulate you." Herpalos chuckled and swung another blow, but Ialion blocked it with his flaming sword. "Very good, very good. You possess both humanity and divinity. TSK, Lei and Eilena have indeed given birth to a fine son." Ialion's sword exploded with blue, gray, and black flames. "Ah, family. Kinship is your weakness. Well, that's understandable. You could have grown up in the most perfect family, with a heroic king as a father, and an equally strong and gentle mother." Heparosa's body split in two, dodging the knight's sudden slash, and then rejoined. "Did I hit a nerve? Oh dear, I'm so sorry." The skeleton, scythe in hand, bowed in apology, but even Mou, skilled at reading people, couldn't discern from the snow-white skull whether it was genuine or feigned. The knight's handsome face remained cold and expressionless, but you could sense Ialion's anger gradually building. The knight's attacks became much fiercer, but the Lich King remained unfazed. "Confusion, regret, and sorrow. Such tempting delicacies," Heparos said. "You don't need these stumbling blocks to hinder your progress. Let me devour them for you." The snow-white bone scythe, burning with dark purple soulfire, swung down suddenly, its sharp tip aimed directly at the knight's heart. Mou's palms were sweating, but the scythe pierced the knight's chest, as if slicing through a phantom. "Huh?" Herpalos looked at the sickle in his hand in surprise. Aelion's figure vanished from his sight, and solidified again not far away. The power of reality and illusion. Heparos grinned, its bones cracking, its laughter exceptionally joyful. Oh, you actually gained the favor of the power of reality and illusion. This is wonderful. My emotions, good or bad, belong to me," Aelion's clear voice rang out. "Please do not make any decisions for me. Do not devour any of my emotions." "Reasonable, restrained," Heparos nodded approvingly. "You are very much like your father." Holding its giant scythe in its left hand, and resting its right on its ribs, it bowed respectfully to Aelion from afar. "I respect your decision, and will not devour your emotions without your permission. However, as a friend of your parents, I will give you a gift." It swung its giant scythe violently, and a ball of dark purple soul fire instantly enveloped Aelion. Chapter 636. Mou suddenly stood up, shouting sharply, "What are you doing?" "Don't worry, my lord," Heparos sheathed his bone scythe. "I merely gave the son of an old friend a beautiful dream. With his unwavering resolve, this dream won't last long." Mou looked at Aelion on the bone platform. Soulfire completely enveloped the knight, forming a dark purple sphere of light, making it impossible for Mou to discern the knight's form. "Lia!" Mou called out in a deep voice. "Please rest assured, my lord, Aelion is currently in a dream constructed from memories, and his physical and mental indicators are within the healthy range," the small world elf replied. Please sit, please sit." Heparos returned to the table, sat down, and pulled out a teapot and tea set, along with a small pink cake, from somewhere. "Young lovers, it's normal to worry, but I assure you, he absolutely loved this dream. While we wait, we can continue our little question and answer game. This time, you can ask first." Mou took a deep breath, forcing himself to return to the main topic. "Who is Aelion's father?" "King Ray Chester." "Well, that's a pseudonym," Heparos said. "In adventures, it's inevitable to offend people, so except for Elena, we all use code names or pseudonyms, so we don't have to worry about our families being targeted. Elena doesn't need to, because her family is the Elf King, and the entire elven race supports her. I am the Great Lich King and Ray." He gave himself the pseudonym Ray Chester because his surname is too distinctive. "Recognition?" Mou asked, puzzled. Hepalos didn't answer immediately. It poured itself a cup of tea, and then meticulously counted the sugar cubes one by one. Mou, "It's a rather long story," the skeleton, which occasionally seemed a bit off track, said, taking a sip of tea that dripped down its throat and onto its skeleton, soaking the floor. Mou was exasperated. I think Aelion would also love to hear this story, but I don't want to tell it twice." The skeleton smiled shyly at Mou. "So, after he finishes his sweet dream, I continue the long story. Now, Let me first understand. Let me think. I'm very curious about your love story. This conversation was impossible. Aelian opened its eyes. He sat in a noisy tavern, surrounded by boisterous adventurers and mercenaries drinking and slurping. He frowned almost imperceptibly. What's going on? He remembered being surrounded by Hephaestus' soulfire. So this is an illusion? No, perhaps a memory, perhaps. A dream? Demons are extremely rare on the central continent, but because the Church of Light in the southern continent considers them their primary enemy, the Holy Sun's combat training includes considerable knowledge about demons. Skilled at manipulating human emotions, memories, and desires, weaving dreams and lies, planting seeds of doubt, and sowing discord in people's hearts, thereby intensifying contradictions and igniting conflicts to reap even more fervent emotions. In the Church's words, demons are such cunning and evil creatures. Although Aelian sensed no ill will from the Lich King, he certainly wasn't used to his irrational, impulsive personality. It was truly a bit too much. Aelian. A gentle voice echoed. Aelian turned toward the source, his eyes suddenly widening. Before him, Elena and a man with short silver hair approached. She looked very similar to the painting of the Elf King, but more lively, vibrant, and exuberant. Aelian's eyes gradually moistened. Aelian smoothed her flaxen blonde curls, pulled open the chair across from Aelian, and sat down. The silver-haired man sat beside her. The man looked very similar to Aelian, but compared to Aelian's delicate features, his features were sharper, rugged, and older. He was a human, about 40 years old, with wrinkles around his eyes and mouth, but this only added to his charm. Aelian's appearance was a perfect blend of their strengths, a handsome face combined with Elena's delicate features. His half-elf immortality further solidified his appearance into the most beautiful youth. This isn't real. Aelian lowered his eyes and muttered to himself, as if to warn himself. Yes, this is a dream. Aelian smiled and said, we are a recreation constructed from memories and emotions. Perhaps with a little bit of soul mixed in? Because before we left, we asked Hephaestus to consume a small piece of our soul. About the size of a fingernail. Demons possess a peculiar, innate talent. The silver-haired man, presumably Aelian's father, Ray Chester, spoke. His voice was deep and pleasant, exuding composure and confidence. They survive by devouring the energy within souls and emotions, yet they can also preserve the souls and emotions they cherish, recreating them when necessary. Admittedly, in many ways, we are not the real Irina and Ray Chester, but you can consider us. Take this as a message, Elena said. This is our last resort. The fact that you see us in the dream woven by Hephaestus means our entire plan has failed. Fortunately, you and Hephaestus are both alive and fortunate enough to meet. I'm sorry to have left you to grow up alone. Ray Chester looked at Aelian, a satisfied smile on his face. But you've grown into a very good person. Last resort? What does that mean? What happened when I was born? Tears welled in Aelian's eyes. Why did my mother carry me, barely a month old, across the central mountains in the freezing cold? And you? He turned to Ray Chester. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are the elves completely unaware of your existence? Why, after only 400 years, is no one aware of your existence except for that strange skeleton? The two phantoms were silent for a moment. Ray Chester slowly spoke. I am the King of Heroes, my true name is Ray Eclasia, the Lord of the Lost Golden Land, and you are Aelian Eclasia, the sole rightful heir to the throne of the Golden Land. Chapter 637. The Golden Land truly exists. In the Golden Land, indeed lies the greatest treasure of the southern continent. It is a sealed artifact left behind when the Mother of Abundance perished, and the Eclosia clan are the guardians of this treasure. We took this treasure and hid within the Golden Land, disappearing from history. The Golden Land was once the divine realm of the Mother of Abundance. Before this benevolent deity's demise, she sensed her inevitable end and chose to pour most of her power into that sealed artifact. And it is precisely for this reason that the Golden Land continues to exist even after the Mother of Abundance's fall. The Golden Land is a godless divine realm, devoid of gods, and over time, it has become a kingdom unique to humanity. But not everyone enjoys the unchanging life in the Golden Land. But an overly comfortable life can also lead to internal strife. During my reign, the Golden Land had already split into two factions, one supporting me, and the other supporting my father's brother, my uncle, Ray Eclosia slowly recounted. And the Golden Land was not the carefree paradise of legend. After the fall of the Mother of Fertility, the Golden Land operated entirely on the sealed artifact. The divine power contained within dwindled with each passing year, the people's lives became increasingly impoverished, and their faith vanished. This was inevitable. After all, the gods were gone, and how long could a single sealed artifact sustain faith? His face, strikingly similar to Aelian's, was filled with determination. Therefore, I chose to leave the comfortable Golden Land, to live in anonymity, and to seek a way out for the Golden Land in the outside world. I want to restore this divine realm to the world, back to the cycle of life. While adventuring as Ray Chester, I met Elena, your mother, who was searching for the Golden Land. The silver-haired man looked at Elena, his resolute face softening instantly, his eyes filled with tenderness. She came to the southern continent to find a way to heal the mother tree of life and cleanse it from the evil god's corruption. Initially, my target was the Earth Mother of all spirits, Elena said, but after repeated inquiries, I discovered that the Earth Mother had no clue how to purify the corruption. So, I placed my hopes on a more ancient deity. I traversed the entire continent to find the legendary divine realm, the Golden Land, left behind by the Mother of Abundance, and finally found your father. Then, we began our travels in the southern continent, meeting many more adventurers, experiencing many things, meeting the elven race, forming an alliance with the dragon race. Hepharos was a friend we met on our journey. He adventured with us for a long time, and was our closest friend. During this long journey, I fell in love with your mother, and decided to overcome racial barriers to marry her. I told my people in the Golden Land this news, but my uncle objected. So we didn't return to the Golden Land, but instead married under the witness of Hepharos. And then, you came into being. However, Ray is the only legitimate king of the Golden Land. According to the rules of the Golden Land, as long as Ray's bloodline exists, that lineage is the heir to the Golden Land. Elena said, after our marriage, our journey became increasingly troublesome. At first, we thought it was because we had offended the Church of Light, which was amassing power in the southern continent. Those weren't good people either, Ray said. We caused the Church of Light enough trouble, but no, they weren't our only enemies. When I was about to give birth, we were attacked several times. That's when we discovered they were sent by the Golden Lands. Ray's uncle had joined forces with the Church of Light, trying to completely eradicate Ray's lineage so he could seize the throne and become the rightful king of the Golden Lands. Elena said, we only had two choices, return to Middle-earth and seek the protection of the elves, or go to the Golden Lands and reclaim our power. Elena sighed. We planned to return to Middle-earth for protection. I knew my brother Lancel would support me no matter what. But teleportation magic is too harmful to a newborn, so we had to choose to return to Middle-earth by ship. At that time, the alliance between the southern continent and Middle-earth. Very few ships sailed there, mostly belonging to the Church of Light. It was then that Ray's false identity was exposed, and the whole world knew that the seemingly ordinary adventurer Ray Chester was actually the hero King Ray Clausia. I was destined not to escort you back, Ray smiled. So we decided that Elena would take you back to the Elven Realm, while I would return to the Golden Land. If I cannot reclaim my throne, at least I can draw their attention. Before departing, we asked Hepharos to devour a portion of our memories, souls, and emotions as a final guarantee. If the plan fails, and we do not escape the pursuit, then we will do everything in our power to protect you. When Hepharos meets you again, it will fulfill its promise, and return to you the relics I entrusted to it, along with this dream. Ecrosia. Mou repeated, frantically searching through the memories Mou had given him for that somewhat familiar surname. After Mou finished recounting his acquaintance, assistance, understanding, and the extreme struggles with Aelian over red tea and small cakes, the skeleton finally smiled contentedly, happily munching on a bowl of pink soul fire that appeared out of nowhere, and then obediently revealed Aelian's father's real name. However, while Mou only felt the name was familiar, the family's think tank he had consulted was in an uproar. The Magic Federation's #1 best-selling author, Ecrosia of the Southern Continent. They were once the royal family of the Southern Continent, a kinsman of the Mother of Abundance since ancient times, but since the Mother of Abundance's fall, they took her legacy and went into seclusion. It is said that they hid in the Mother of Abundance's divine kingdom, the Golden Land. Arbitrator. The last Eclosia was the hero King Ray Eclosia, who was renowned throughout the Southern Continent for 400 years. There were rumors that he wished to restore the Golden City to the Southern Continent. However, he did not achieve this wish, dying a spectacular assassination 370 years ago. Since then, the Golden City has completely disappeared from the world, its whereabouts unknown. #1 best-selling author in the Magic Federation. So why are you suddenly asking this? Did you encounter someone from Eclosia? Mou didn't answer. He quietly put down his phone and turned his attention back to the skeleton. So, it was the Church of Light that hunted down Ialion's parents? More than that. Hepharos said, at that time, the Golden City was experiencing internal strife, and the birth of Ray's sole heir clearly exacerbated this conflict. Chapter 638. Ray Eclosia's life was one of illustrious achievements. He was known as the Hero King because of his extraordinary strength. At the young age of 21, he led troops to defeat bandits and monsters who had infiltrated the Golden Land, quelled a rebellion within the Golden Land, and eradicated bandits from the surrounding area, bringing decades of peace to the Golden Land. Whether within the hidden divine kingdom of the Golden Land or beyond, he enjoyed a formidable reputation. His most correct, and also his most wrong, decision was to leave the Golden Land at the age of 37, embarking on an adventure to seek its future. It was correct because he did indeed find a glimpse of the Golden Land's future during this journey. More importantly, he met the love of his life, the younger sister of the Elf King from Middle-earth, the Elf Elena. The error lay in the fact that Ray Eclosia, skilled in combat, was not a shrewd king. He was inept at seizing power and vying for it, and the political intrigues he encountered were a major headache for him. Therefore, he never realized that his uncle, who had always been respectful, obedient, and cautious in his actions, was secretly eyeing his head and the throne. Consequently, he failed to resolve this major problem before leaving the Golden City, even handing over the reins of power to his uncle in trust. Initially, he disregarded the minor enemies he encountered on his journey. At that time, the southern continent was a chaotic land, teeming with adventurers, mercenaries, and all sorts of cunning and complex forces. As a naive and impetuous new adventurer, Ray Chester, it was quite normal for him to encounter various troubles. It wasn't until his marriage to Elena was rejected that he realized something was wrong. The ensuing pursuit, the relentless assassinations and manhunts, ripped away the last veil of pretense, completely exposing the corrupt darkness of the Golden Land to this Hero King. Ray Eclosia was an upright hero and an exceptionally skilled adventurer, but his greatest flaw lay in his overly upright character and idealistic way of thinking. He was a noble, broad-minded, and unpretentious idealist, but unfortunately, ideals and reality are always worlds apart, as if an insurmountable chasm separated them. Whether in games or in reality, most heroes in history meet tragic ends, and Ray Eclosia was unfortunately one of them. Realizing that his careless decision to entrust the reins of power to his uncle had directly led to the fate of his family of 3 being hunted down, this Hero King chose to step forward and shoulder his responsibilities as a father. Ray Eclosia didn't return directly to the Golden Land to confront his powerful uncle. Instead, he went back to the land he had helped, seeking the support of those he had aided. However, upon his public appearance, he was once again ambushed and assassinated. This bloody battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Assassins from the Golden Land, mercenaries, and extraordinary individuals from the Church of Light, wave after wave of enemies poured out. After countless battles, this king-level hero, filled with resentment and bitterness, fell in a pool of blood. His obsession manifested as an illusion, one of the few in the southern continent, known as the Hero King's End. After reading the information sent by Saloria, Mou sighed deeply. Ray Eclosia, after learning that his false identity had been exposed, probably never considered going to Middle-earth or returning to the Golden Land alive. This Hero King, with dignity, chose his end, drawing the enemy's attention and leaving the hope of life to his wife and children. Elena did successfully bring Ialion back to Middle-earth, but for some reason, they failed to return to the Elven territory. When Elena left the southern continent, she was already a king-level being, said Hepharos. After listening to Mou's account, the Bone Lich King had his own guess. She couldn't have died so easily in the beast hide, whether it was a pack of wolves or some other wild beast. The only one I can think of is the wolf tamers. Those are assassins sent by the Golden Land, training an entire pack of demonic wolves. Each demonic wolf is comparable to a high-level extraordinary being. Elena was probably caught by them in the central continent. She's an elf, recently gave birth, and has an infant in her arms. Sigh. Mou fell silent. Having come from the original world, he had witnessed countless Qing dynasty dramas, and the struggle for the throne, and naturally knew how terrifying the change of royal power was. When 2 extraordinary forces on an entire continent joined forces to hunt down a family of 3, being able to protect an infant was already an extremely fortunate outcome. Sigh, I can't help but wonder, if I had drawn away more pursuers back then, or persuaded them to stay in my dungeon to lay low for a while, would things have turned out differently? Hepharos pulled out a ball of dark purple sulfire, and began to eat it with gusto. It's all my fault for being so busy adventuring back then, and not properly tending to this dungeon. It chuckled. Don't be fooled by how decent it looks now. Back then, It was just an empty shell with only a few floors. Only this garden was carefully tended by Elena. A dungeon without a complete ecological cycle has no defenses, and even basic food can't be guaranteed. But thinking about it now is useless. No matter how many assumptions we make, how many possibilities we explore, our old friends are gone. It fell into a sorrowful silence, but its mouth didn't stop eating. The only sound in the garden was the crunching of its skeleton eating the soulfire. Although it was heartbroken, it felt like it was about to break down. Just then, the dark purple soulfire on the bone platform went out, and Aelian knelt on one knee, his face streaked with tears, utterly lost. Mou hurriedly rose and stepped forward. The knight wiped away his tears, stood up, and released his protective aura, his armor once again fading in the silver-blue light. Aelian stepped down from the bone platform, reached out to his lord, and embraced Mou. "Sorry, let me hold you for a moment," Aelian whispered, burying his face in Mou's neck. "In that dream, I saw my parents, and heard their message to me." Mou understood. He reached out, and tightly embraced the knight, who now seemed exceptionally vulnerable, offering Aelian unwavering support. Chapter 639. It took Aelian a while to recover from the surging emotions he had been experiencing. He nuzzled against Mou's neck affectionately before raising his head again, reverting to his former restrained and composed knight. When they returned to the table with clear and rational minds after calming down, they saw the skeleton holding a whole bowl of pink soul fire, stuffing handfuls into its mouth like popcorn, crunching it with gusto, occasionally letting out blissful exclamations of "so sweet, so sweet." Mou. So this skeleton can really ruin the atmosphere sometimes. Other demons try to devour other people's emotions, but this one just watches the show and eats bowl after bowl of its own emotions. A true self-producing genius, practically a self-sacrificing giant in the world of food production. While Hepharos was engrossed in its afternoon tea, Aelian and Mou spent some time organizing the information they had gathered. This included Aelian's recollections of the past from his parents in the dream world, and the intelligence and data Mou obtained from Hepharos and Siluria's group of friends and relatives. From this, they could roughly glean the whole story, but some questions remained unanswered. "Hepharos," Mou called out, "do you know what method Rayaclosia ultimately found to resolve the existing problems of the Golden City?" "Yes," Hepharos nodded. "His idea was to make the Golden City a special underground city." "Speaking of which, what exactly is an underground city?" Mou asked. "I originally thought dungeons were special ruins occupied by demons, but there seem to be far too many. And dungeons seem to expand and develop on their own. Demon dungeons are demon lairs, or, to put it more easily, a kind of domain," Hepharos explained with a grin. "It's a domain that demons master when they reach a certain stage of development. Because it's our livelihood, we don't need to reach the saint level to learn it. Once demons reach the mysterious level, they're basically capable of building their own dungeons." This explanation might be misleading. Because there are also many underground cities dug in the southern continent, but these are very different. The soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets flickered. Because of the long hours of sunlight in the southern continent, many mages and lords choose to build their cities upside down underground to obtain a more comfortable and cool living environment. Those cities aren't alive. These cities require extensive excavation, construction, and maintenance by people, as well as various ventilation ducts and exhaust systems. They are cities that demand vast amounts of money and magic to build. Of course, many young demons also like to cut corners and occupy abandoned mage towers and underground cities in the southern continent as their own dungeons. However, these dungeons are real and cannot be easily relocated. Therefore, if discovered by the Church of Light, and unable to repel the Church's forces through armed defense, they must abandon the city and flee. While occupying an existing dungeon is easy, abandoning it means all previous efforts have been wasted, making it extremely inconvenient and uneconomical. The lair created by demons of the hidden level and above can form their own ecosystem, close their entrances and exits, and even change the location of the entrances and exits under certain conditions. It thought for a moment and said, "I wonder if you ever done something like this. Dig some soil, put it in a large jar, add air, water, plants, ants, fish, shrimp, and other small creatures, and provide some light. As long as you maintain the right balance and rhythm, this sealed jar can operate on its own, isolated from the outside world, like a miniature world. It's an ecosphere," Mou said, suddenly realizing. "Demon lairs, dungeons, domains. Call them whatever you like, it's something like that. We put things we like to raise in the city, mostly our favorite foods and the foods that those foods like, making the entire ecosystem in the lair nearly perfect, self-sufficient. Even if it's sealed off for decades or centuries, it won't matter at all. In this way, we could have a self-sufficient, endless food source without the interference of natural enemies, easily and happily eating our way through life. Of course, this is the ideal state of an underground city, and most demons, including myself, are striving towards this goal. However, in reality, achieving this is no less difficult than building a small world. Therefore, most demons, including myself, cut corners and build semi-enclosed underground cities. We maintain channels for material exchange with the outside world in some hidden places, such as allowing magical beasts and animals to move freely, allowing humans to move in and out freely, and allowing air circulation. This saves a great deal of energy. But what I don't understand is, if the demon's dungeon is actually a domain, then as the domain's lord, shouldn't you be able to control everything within it at will? Why do you need adventurers to clear out the monsters for you? MOU asked, puzzled. Oh, that's because it's too tiring and troublesome to do it yourself. It's much more convenient to leave it to the adventurers, the skeleton replied seriously. Besides, adventurers release a lot of emotions while clearing monsters and traps, such as excitement, exhilaration, surprise, joy, and anger. These are all delicious food. I haven't properly managed this dungeon for over 100 years, and now both it and I are extremely lacking in energy. While consuming our own emotions might satisfy some of our appetites, it's ultimately just our own energy cycle. It doesn't increase our energy intake and doesn't relieve our hunger at all. It's all left to the adventurers. Not only do people work, but a steady stream of delicious food is produced. That's the true meaning of a dungeon's existence. To keep adventurers motivated, I filled the dungeon with all sorts of gold, silver, and other treasures I collected over hundreds of years of adventures. Even the traps in the dungeon were carefully designed and placed by me. MOU. Although Hepero's goal was purely to obtain food, he felt that this skeleton seemed remarkably adept at doing the work he and Liao were doing. Wasn't this a natural game designer? And a DM specializing in deep dungeons at that. This was an extremely rare talent. Chapter 640. In other words, the demon clan's underground city is actually a vivarium built by the demons themselves, used for breeding and mass-producing spiritual food for the demons. MOU concluded, and Laocrosia wants to rebuild the ownerless kingdom of the gods, the Golden Land, into a functioning, self-sufficient vivarium. Heperos nodded. There are actually many ways to achieve this. The simplest and most difficult one is to have the Golden Land recognize its master again, and once again, become the kingdom of a god. Why is this the simplest and most difficult? It's simple because it solves all problems in one go. The kingdom of God is a small world that operates independently, powered by the energy of the gods. After losing its original master, the Mother of Plenty, the Golden Land has relied entirely on the energy she injected into the sealed object to function. This is the source of all its difficulties. If the divine kingdom cannot sustain itself, it will need a new master to provide it with energy. This is the most difficult task, because upon becoming a deity, a god acquires his own divine kingdom. Who, apart from the people of the Golden Land, would want to take over a second-hand divine kingdom, but becoming a deity is not easy. By the time someone in the Golden Land reaches the divine rank, the Golden Land may have already collapsed. Heperos shrugged. So, Lei is considering gradually breaking down the barriers between the Golden Land and the outside world, allowing this divine kingdom to return to the world. But this is far from easy. Those who have lived in the Golden Land for thousands of years have long been isolated from the rest of the world. Putting aside other considerations, the people within the isolated divine realm of Golden Land would not suffer from the corruption. Breaking through this barrier would directly plunge the people from their peaceful, dreamlike world into a terrifying reality. Of course, Lei didn't want to take such a radical approach. He attempted a gentler method, allowing Golden Land minimal energy exchange with the outside world, and a marriage alliance with the elves, although I'm quite certain his union with Elena was based on genuine love, and it's the most crucial part of this plan. If trade with the elves could be established, at the very least, he could solve the problem of Golden Land's dwindling food production over time. By carefully managing the scale of energy exchange with the outside world, the energy consumption of the sealing artifact could be reduced, delaying the collapse of Golden Land. However, Lei's uncle was a staunch theocrat. While Lei was away on his adventure seeking a solution, he spread rumors within the Golden Land that Lei wanted the complete collapse of the Divine Kingdom, causing the Golden Land to reappear in the world, and that the people of the Golden Land would have to face the pervasive pollution of the outside world on their own. This alienated the people of Lei. When we heard this from the people of the Golden Land whom we had defeated and who were hunting Lei, Lei was struck dumb. Let me guess, MOU said in a deep voice, the god Lei's uncle chose to make a deal with is the god of light. It should be. Otherwise, the Church of Light wouldn't have cooperated so readily with their actions. But I don't quite understand, Hepharos said, scratching his snow-white skull with his skeletal claws. According to you, Rei was assassinated more than 370 years ago, but all these centuries have passed, and the lost Golden Land remains the lost Golden Land. The Church of Light now almost controls the southern continent, yet it still hasn't obtained the Golden Land that should have been presented to it by Rei's uncle. What exactly went wrong? Mou rubbed his chin and looked at Aelian. I do have a guess. By the way, does anyone know what the treasure within the Golden Land is that the Acrosias have guarded for generations? Is it the sealed object that embodies the power of the Mother of Plenty? Aelian shook his head and looked at Hephalos. Father didn't tell me directly, so he told me to ask Hephalos. Oh, they guard a fragment of the purest world consciousness, untainted by the evil gods. Hephalos scratched his skull and, in a calm and natural voice, revealed something that shocked everyone. A fragment of world consciousness. Mou clapped his hands fiercely. Finally, I found it. For so long, apart from Calcadora and a fragment of world consciousness he pieced together, Mou had made no progress on his final main quest. It turns out one of the fragments is hidden in the lost Golden Land. No wonder he and Leah couldn't find it no matter how hard they searched. So what's your guess? Hepharos leaned forward, looking eager to learn. I suspect there must be some kind of rule governing the succession of power in the kingdom of God. Mou said, otherwise, when Lei's uncle, what's his name, was in power and actively discrediting Lei, he could have become the king of the Golden Land. But instead, he chose to send a steady stream of pursuers to hunt Lei, Elena, and Aelian. Is bloodline the key to succession? Lei's uncle, I think his name is Piedra. Hepharos thought for a moment and said. Aelian recalled and nodded. Indeed, my mother said in a dream that my father is the only legitimate king of the Golden Country. According to the rules of the Golden Country, as long as my father's bloodline is still alive, the people in this line are the heirs of the Golden Country. Mou nodded. In this way, everything is right. Aelian is still alive, so the Golden Land cannot be handed over to the God of Light by Pedra, because the king recognized by the Golden Land has not agreed to this. The God of Light has always wanted to perform a divine descent using Aelian's body, presumably with this in mind. Aelian's eyes slowly widened. If a divine descent is performed using my body, the God of Light will naturally become the ruler of the Golden Land. That's right. The God of Light and the rightful heir of the Golden Land become one. The God of Light can then complete the foundation through 9 divine descents, and also obtain an existing, unpolluted divine kingdom, and a completely unpolluted fragment of world consciousness for free. TSK, this calculation is too clever. The abacus beads are practically hitting my face. Mou clicked his tongue. Your little tricks obviously caught the God of Light off guard, but the divine descent would pollute the vessel, and the God of Light at the time obviously didn't want to take that risk. It wasn't until Milk-Tooth orchestrated that double divine descent in Bell Tower Town that you returned to their attention. But the God of Light and Milk-Tooth haven't made any move against you yet. The Golden Land might be a trump card the God of Light is hiding, and even Milk-Tooth is probably kept in the dark. They might both be waiting for a better opportunity to unleash their trump cards, thereby maximizing their own interests. Chapter 641. The God of Light clearly believes that the existence of the Golden Land or its treasures can increase his power, becoming a hidden weapon against Milk-Tooth, Mou pondered. For us, that fragment of world consciousness is something we absolutely must obtain. And a divine kingdom would undoubtedly strengthen our power as well. So, I must reclaim the Golden Land, Aelian said, his tone half questioning, half affirming. Yes, but not now. Mou smiled. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. We can't rashly barge into a divine kingdom that's likely full of enemies and superhumans, hoping to take everything back just by loudly declaring ownership. This needs careful consideration. Furthermore, we need to investigate the movements of the God of Light and Milk-Tooth. To be honest, I think there are some suspicious points in their actions. I think this is likely because we don't have enough information to see the whole picture. In terms of strength, both Acrosias and Elena are king level, yet they were no match for the relentless attacks from the assassins sent by the Golden City and the Church of Light. The strength of the superhumans hidden within the Golden City should not be underestimated. Mou is currently only at the peak of the king level, while Aelian is at the peak of the saint level. He only needs to construct a sufficiently complete domain to become a true hidden level being. In other words, if they could directly obtain the Golden City, this unclaimed divine kingdom, then Aelian could even leapfrog several levels in one go. However, MOU had always suspected that the God of Light and Nyako had remained inactive. Perhaps they had learned something from Drake's failed divine descent. Just like a fragile human body couldn't support two god-level beings. So, what they might be waiting for is the eve of Aelian's transformation, when his body is strong enough to bear the power of two gods, and he is about to emerge from his cocoon. Only at that moment will Aelian's body be able to bear the power of a god, yet still be bound by the limitations of the holy runes. Acting too early will lead to failure. Acting too late will allow Aelian to break free of his shackles and become a true god. Only when the hero is just one step away from victory can they seize the fruits of victory and successfully possess the body, using the birth of this new god to fill the void left by the God of Light. In other words, the God of Light's thinking is probably that if he has strayed from his path, it doesn't matter, he can simply take someone else's path and walk it again. This also aligns with Nyarlathotep's playful nature. For a god, even the longest time is but a blink of an eye. As long as no unexpected event disrupts the current balance between the God of Light and Nyarlathotep, Aelian has ample time to steadily improve his strength. Only strength fully mastered by oneself truly belongs to oneself. If one's own abilities don't improve, any strength gained through acquiring external resources will ultimately become nourishment for the God of Light and Nyarlathotep. However, it's impossible not to obtain something as valuable as the Golden City and the fragments of world consciousness. Even without the ultimate main quest of collecting the fragments of world consciousness, given MOU's character, there's no reason for him to let his enemy take the inheritance from Aelian's father. MOU never fights unprepared battles. Since he's decided to reclaim the Golden City, he must plan carefully, gather intelligence, and thoroughly understand the enemy's situation bit by bit. After the two humans and the skeleton cleared their minds, Aelian took out the key that Elena had entrusted to him. What can this key open? Hepharos stood up and stomped the ground with his skeletal claws. The garden floor cracked open like a giant mouth, spitting out a silver treasure chest, also decorated with lily-of-the-valley patterns and inlaid with purple gems. The ground returned to its normal state, leaving no trace except for the treasure chest that had appeared out of nowhere on the lawn, as if nothing had happened. For the first time, MOU directly realized that this dungeon was alive. Aelian knelt before the chest and used the matching silver key to unlock the large lock. With a click, the lock springs open, and the chest opens. Inside, it was crammed full of various memories of Elena and Ray Clausia. On top was a framed photograph, taken with magic. The scene was right here in the garden. Elena, dressed in a white gown, sat in an armchair, cradling an infant in her arms. A silver-haired man, strikingly similar to Aelian, stood behind the armchair, his left hand gently resting on the back. This was a rare animated magical photograph. The couple exchanged a glance. Ray leaned forward, extending his right hand to playfully tease Aelian in the swaddling clothes. Then, they returned to their pose, looking up at the camera with a somewhat melancholic smile. "Ah, I took this picture," Hepharos said wistfully. It was their last night before they left. Aelian gently stroked the photograph, his eyes welling up again. He handed the frame to MOU, discreetly wiping away the tears from his eyes, and looked back at the box. "You really do look like your father." This was the first time MOU had seen Lei's appearance, and he couldn't help but remark. Although Aelian inherited Elena's genes, making him appear more delicate and refined, at first glance, father and son still looked like they were cut from the same mold. Aelian then took out several of Elena's travel journals and sketchbooks. He casually flipped through them, finding them filled with accounts of Elena's explorations in the southern continent and drawings of the scenery she had seen. Whether as a memento or as a source of information, these journals were significant relics. Aelian carefully stacked them and placed them on the small table. Inside the box was also a letter addressed to Aelian, and Aelian's birth certificate. MOU leaned over and examined the birth certificate with Aelian, discovering that Aelian was born on November 17, 371 years ago. A Scorpio. MOU subconsciously thought of it, but then immediately reconsidered. This world didn't have anything like 88 constellations. The box contained mostly jewels and treasures, one of which was carefully placed in a golden box. Aelian opened it and found a pair of golden beetles. These might be from the Golden Land, MOU guessed. Perhaps proof of identity. Aelian nodded. He put away the journal, sketchbook, and photographs, but put everything else back in the box, locked it, and handed it, along with the key, to MOU. "I'd like to ask you and Leah to keep these safe for me," Aelian said. "The space of the world's consciousness is far more reliable than my spatial belt." MOU nodded, took the box and key, and put them into his system inventory. Chapter 642. I have something else for you, Hepelos said to Ialian. It opened the skull, its white bony claws stirring inside, and pulled out 2 gem-like crystals. One was lavender, the other silver blue. Both were no bigger than a fingernail, yet shimmered with a shimmering, translucent light. These are soul crystals I preserved with my gift. They embody the souls, emotions, and memories of your parents. Hepelos said, as immortals with nearly infinite lifespans, we cherish those we cherish. You need them more than I do. I will forever preserve my memories and emotions for them. That alone will be enough for me to savor forever. It was a truly touching scene in action, but the skeleton's choice of words didn't seem quite right. Thank you. Ialian grasped the 2 soul crystals tightly, pressing them to his left chest, and bowed deeply to Hepelos. This is the only thing I can do for them, Hepelos said with a touch of sadness. Demons are a race prone to misunderstanding. Our appearance, habits, and lifespan are all different from those of other humanoids. Meeting these 2 close friends is a lifelong blessing for me. As it spoke, it pulled out a large pile of various soul fires and began to chew them with a crunching sound. For the first time, Mou visually experienced a mixture of all sorts of emotions. Honestly, the demon's misunderstandings are closely linked to your behavior of eating at the slightest disagreement, and your bizarre remarks. Those who know you understand you treat them as friends, but those who don't might think you're using them as a food supply. However, despite the teasing, Mou still quite liked this skeleton, who was sometimes a bit eccentric but genuinely cared for his friends. Well then, now that the family matters are settled, let's talk business, Mou said. Skeleton. A lazy bum hummed a song as she went online. Thanks to Wendell, she recently become the subject of her relatives' gossip about finding a handsome foreign guy, supposedly a high-ranking official in some prestigious government department. Being the other people's child with a boyfriend garnered a lot of envious glances, and the annual arguments at home had disappeared. Although she felt a little guilty, a moment of peace was still peace, and besides, as the old folks say, a quarrel on the first day of the lunar month can last a whole year. Moreover, the emotional value Wendell brought her was no less than that of a living person, and, well, even more so than most men, not the kind of obsequious and greasy sweet talk that screams ulterior motives, but rather the heartfelt insights of this NPC. I don't know if these lines were set by the production team or learned by the AI itself. In any case, a 2-dimensional boyfriend is definitely better. The only drawback is that Wendell is far too shrewd. Previously, when the lazy bum borrowed that necklace from Melissa Kubo and put it in the jewelry box, before Wendell could even touch it, this sealed artifact manager adjusted his glasses and accurately stated the information about the sealed artifact in the box. The lazy bum's boyfriend feminization project has already suffered a major failure before it even began. Yeah, after all, Wendell is the head of the sealed artifacts department, and identifying them is his specialty. According to the game's design, this thing can't fool him. Salty Fish sighed, then, while returning the necklace to Melissa Kubo's shop, she transformed into a man and indulged in a 5-minute spree. So what should I do today? Salty Fish, as usual, opened Osiria Continent Today's News. Just as she was looking for any new game content, a new quest popped up before her eyes. Main quest. Guardians of Illusion and Reality, the Mystery of the Golden Land. Quest content. Respected adventurer Salty Fish, your Lord Moya has sent a message requesting you to come to the Lich King's dungeon in the 3 no-man's land of the southern continent. That familiar line. Why can't they just say it directly? Why make me travel all this way? Is the development team after my teleportation fee? But this quest title. Salty Fish rubbed her hands excitedly, immediately switching to Priest and entering the teleportation array. It's just a teleportation fee. If it can advance my wife's main quest, I pay for it. The lazy bum happily followed the quest map to the dungeon and pushed open the black iron gate. Inside was a sparsely furnished and somewhat dilapidated tavern. A skeleton sat behind the counter, happily munching on a bowl of popcorn like flames, arrogantly directing several adventurers as they hung 2 huge oil paintings on ladders. A little more to the left. A little more up. No, too far. Back up a bit. This scene is so eerie. The salted fish muttered to herself, her gaze sweeping over the 2 giant oil paintings, but she suddenly stopped in her tracks when she saw a familiar face. My dear wife? She stared intently. Wait, something's not right. Although it looks like her, this one's a handsome older man. Wait, could this be my father-in-law? And the one next to him is my mother-in-law? Wow! What a whole new development. A family of beauties. She swallowed hard, but unexpectedly heard a slurping sound coming from beside her. Turning her head, she saw that the skeleton had somehow moved to her side and was offering her. The pink soulfire, which had been munching away, asked, "Want some?" Salty Fish glanced at the two soulfires in the skull's eye sockets, momentarily mistaking them for the earnest attempt of a fellow fan to promote their creation. Instinctively, she grabbed one. Okay, thanks for the treat. She cautiously licked the pink soulfire. To her surprise, the flame had no temperature or taste, but after licking it, a warm feeling welled up inside her, like seeing official candy from her favorite ship's official account. A feeling of intense heat and a desire to run 3 laps. Holy crap! What's going on? Salty Fish was utterly shocked. The skeletal skeleton sniffed closer. Looks delicious. How about sharing some with me? Salty Fish looked confused. What? Share some with you. Salty Fish watched as the skeleton reached out its skeletal claw and gently reached for her, producing a ball of pink soul fire. However, it was slightly different from the one she had just received from the skeleton. This one was a darker, dirtier color. She didn't sense anything unusual, only that her urge to run laps had slightly subsided. What's this? It's a little snack, a token gesture. The skeleton's words were as if it hadn't said anything at all. It popped the filthy soul fire into its mouth, chewed it, and then let out a satisfied sigh. Other people's food is definitely tastier. Chapter 643. This statement deeply touched Salted Fish, resonating with the grain producer. That's right, grain produced by others tastes better. My own leg meat tastes bland. That's right. The skeleton nodded in agreement, then held out the light-colored soul fire in his hand. More? Okay. Salted Fish gladly accepted, then noticed that the skeleton had snatched another dark pink soul fire from her. But what exactly is this? A fair trade, the skeleton said. I give you one, you give me one, and we both have delicious food. You're not at a disadvantage, and neither am I. Salted Fish has. Feeling a little confused, yet also feeling that the skeleton's words made sense, she too took the light pink soul fire and licked it. I really want to go for a run. No. What on earth am I even here for? Salted Fish. Mou emerged from the inner room and saw the grain producer and Hepelos sharing soul fire, both mouthfuls at a time. He was instantly amused. Come here. I have a mission for you. Salted Fish ran over eagerly. Lord. My dear wife. Tell me what you want. By the way, are those 2 paintings on the wall my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Father-in-law and mother-in-law. What kind of names are those? Mou said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not here to break up this family, I'm here to join it. Xianyu's eyes gleamed. Please treat me like a dog, the kind that barks for food while doing its mission. Mou shook his head helplessly, truly worthy of being the unbridled and unrestrained 4th calamity. They are Ialian's deceased parents, the hero king of the Golden Land, Rhea Crosia, and the elf king's sister, Elena. That skeleton over there. A close friend of the Lich King, Heperos. Curious, the user cast an appraisal spell on the skeleton, and the system quickly displayed a character card, NPC, Heperos. Title, The Great Lich King. Race, Demon/Lich. Faction, World Alliance/Ally. Class, Dungeon Lord, Soul Messenger Instructor. Detailed description, a Lich who adventured in the southern continent 400 years ago, with Ray Clausia, who went by the alias Ray Chester, and Elena. Although somewhat eccentric and prone to uttering strange, ambiguous remarks, he is in fact a skeleton who deeply cherishes his friends. As a demon who feeds on emotions, souls, and other spiritual energy, Heperos. It's not picky about its source, it even consumes its own emotions. Like most demons, Heperos respects contracts and values fairness and trustworthiness. It enjoys running its own dungeon and tavern, listening to adventurers tell all sorts of stories, and also telling its own. Note, do not easily enter into any contracts with demons unless you intend to keep them. Demons are adept at creating unequal contracts. They respect clever people who can find loopholes in the terms, and they like honest people who grit their teeth and abide by the contracts, but they hate those who break them. Note, feeding it a moderate amount of emotions can increase Heperos' favorability towards you, but feeding it too much may cause certain debuffs to the adventurer. Please do not try to feed a human food. The food will fall from its skeleton, causing unnecessary trouble for the cleaning staff. A user commented, "What kind of character design is this? It looks so fun." Wait. Soul Messenger/Professional Mentor? What kind of profession is that? Upon hearing this, Heperos pulled out a massive bone scythe, its eye sockets blazing with soul fire. So, do you want to learn? Learn. 3 minutes later, the lazybones, who had accepted a whole bunch of quests at the skeleton's lair, finally huffed and puffed as he ran back to the Lord. Hee, I'm back. What quest were you going to give me? As the author of the Guardians of Illusion and Reality, you must know very well how Aelion was adopted by the Church of Light. And due to some fortuitous circumstances, we happened to meet Hepharos, Aelion's mother, an old friend of Elena, the Elf King's sister, and obtained from it the relics belonging to Aelion's parents, as well as some worrying news. The Lord recounted the story of Aelion's parents in detail, and as the Lord spoke, a CG animation popped up in front of the lazybones. Ready? Time to take the picture. Hepharos' voice rang out, and through its eye socket, a skeletal claw shakily raised its staff. A handsome man with short silver hair, strikingly similar to Aelion, quickly stood up from behind the high-backed chair. He bent down to play with their infant son in his wife's arms, then exchanged a smile with her. They both looked at the camera, revealing a melancholic smile, as if they had already foreseen the arduous fate that lay ahead. All done. The skeletal claw shook the magical photograph in its hand, and a moving image gradually appeared on the black negative. The photograph was then framed and placed in a silver box. Click. The box lid closed. A fleeting flashback. The elven woman encounters a strange, ancient skeleton, and then a valiant swordsman joins their party in the dense forest. The three embark on a chaotic and hilarious journey. Together they explore illusions, excavate ruins, help the people, and rid the mountains of bandits. The skeleton transforms a dilapidated underground tavern into a charming garden, which the elven woman decorates into a beautiful space. There, the swordsman and the elf marry, embrace, and kiss. The memory fades, and the skeleton is shown a scene of parting. The swordsman, clad in silver armor, kisses his wife's forehead and his infant son's swaddling clothes before departing with reluctance and resolve. The elven woman, in hooded leather armor, holds her son tightly, bids farewell to her husband, and heads towards the harbor not far below the mountain. The skeleton sighed deeply, then used magic to conjure the figures of two friends. They headed straight for the nearest Church of Light, wreaking havoc and destroying its property before fleeing with their massive army, heading far away from their friends. On the sea-crossing ship, a single tear fell from the elven woman's eye onto her infant son's swaddling clothes, the short CG animation, seemingly saying nothing, yet also encapsulating the lives of the three. A lazy bum sniffed hard, listening to the Lord's final summary. I would like to request that you continue to uncover the truth of the past and complete the prequel to the Guardians of Illusion and Reality. Leave it to me. Chapter 644. Topic: Shocking. The beautiful, strong, and tragic Holy Sun has such a tragic past. A weak baby was lost in the mountains because of royal infighting. VIP 50 to hear the detailed explanation of Aelion's background, posted by Salty Fish. Content: as the title says, this game is truly refreshing my understanding every day. While I was obsessed with its realistic and beautiful NPC models, the NPC's growth-oriented AI intelligence and sweet talk shocked me. While I was getting dizzy and bloody from PvP battles, the development team stabbed me in the back with my wife's tragic backstory and the beautiful love story of her parents. This storyline can't be known only to me. I swear to reveal this sweet yet heartbreaking parental love story to the world. As usual, let's start with a stunning CG. Short film. Animated short film. Click to view. A while ago, at Ball revealed the new storyline of the elf burial ritual, unveiling the prelude to the Southern Continent storyline. We all know that the Southern Continent's main storyline likely has two parts. One is the Earth Mother storyline, where the Earth Mother temple battles Shub-Nicholas, and the other is likely the mystery of the wife's origins. Now it seems this could be called the Lost Golden Land storyline. The skeleton that the Poetry and Distant Places Master's Moonbeam dug out of the pit in the Three No Man's Land is not just the NPC for opening the deepest dungeon. It is a crucial NPC in this storyline. It is one of the first adventurers who adventured with Aelion's wife's parents 400 years ago. It is also a demon, and the mentor of the newest Scythe class, the Soul Messenger. On a side note, for those of you wanting to learn the Scythe class, hurry up and switch to the Skeleton class. The Scythe is so cool. And the Soul Messenger's design is really interesting. They inflict physical damage by manipulating, amplifying, and harvesting emotions. It feels like a manipulative guy/girl. Just kidding. It's a fantasy class that only exists in this other world where emotions and consciousness can influence the composition of matter. Super cool. Ahem, enough chit-chat. Let's get back to the main topic. We learn from the Guardians of Reality and Illusion questline that 371 years ago, in the winter, Aelian's mother, carrying the infant Aelian, was killed by a pack of wolves in the central mountains outside Holy Child Town. Before dying, she shielded Aelian with her body, and afterwards, the people of Holy Child Town entrusted Aelian to the Church of Light for adoption. In the previous storyline involving the migration to the Holy Sun Town, Aelian retrieved his mother's remains and returned them to the elven race for burial. At this point, we learned that his mother-in-law was actually the Elven King's younger sister, and Aelian was the Elven King's nephew. Previously, we speculated that his father-in-law was in the southern continent, and this time, the storyline involving the bone skeleton Lich King Hepros confirms this speculation. His father-in-law is actually the leader of the Tombkeepers of the Lost Golden Land, the treasure of the unclaimed divine kingdom after the fall of the Mother of Abundance, the hero King Ray Eclosia. Doesn't his father-in-law's background seem incredibly cool? The quest I received, the Guardians of Illusion and Reality prequel, is actually a sequel to the previous Guardians of Illusion and Reality quest, and also a quest to uncover my parents' love story. With the help of Hepros, my main source of information, I gathered a wealth of intelligence and materials. Hero King Eclosia and his direct lineage are the ruling bloodline of the Golden Country. Within the Golden Country, there's a rule, likely established by the Mother of Plenty, that only when Lei's direct lineage is completely severed can the Golden Country's power be replaced. Our wife, Aelian, the former Holy Son of the Church of Light, is actually the little prince of the Golden Country. This is outrageous. The Golden Country is the divine kingdom left behind after the Mother of Plenty's death. Its operation is powered by the seals she left behind. To put it simply, before her death, the Mother of Plenty left behind a super-large rechargeable battery to power the Golden Country's ecological tank. However, energy eventually runs out. Over time, the Golden Country's energy continues to dwindle, and so do the resources within the tank. It was against this backdrop that Ray left the Golden City in search of new hope, where he met Hepros and Elena. Later, during their adventures, he met, married, and had Aelian. Honestly, Aelian is a beauty born from the best features of both her parents. There are oil portraits of her parents in the Lich King's Dungeon Tavern. Feel free to take a look when you pass by. They're gorgeous. Her father-in-law is the rugged, handsome type, and Aelian basically inherited his basic features, but her facial features incorporate the delicate, doll-like beauty of her mother-in-law, giving her a more slender and graceful elven look. Back to the main point. Her father-in-law came out to solve the problem of the ecosphere in the Golden City. He wanted to remove some windows to allow for resource exchange and energy sharing between the inside and outside of the ecosphere. However, while the inside of the ecosphere was unpolluted, the outside was. Ray's uncle, who wanted to seize power, exploited this to incite unrest and smear her father-in-law. My father-in-law's uncle, Pedra Eclosia, wanted to replace the biotank's battery with a divine one, and the god he chose was none other than the god of light. After Aelian's birth, the fact that Ray had an heir instantly escalated the conflict. Pedra and the Church of Light joined forces, sending assassins to hunt down my wife and in-laws. Because his identity was exposed, my father-in-law couldn't cross the sea and chose to stay behind to fight the assassins from the Golden Land, ultimately dying from exhaustion and transforming into an illusion. Hepros lured away the Church of Light's pursuers. But Elena, who successfully returned to Middle-earth, was inexplicably caught up with by pursuers and ultimately died outside the town of the Holy Sun. Sobbing, her parents were killed by the Church of Light and the people of the Golden Land, and her beloved wife was adopted by the treacherous Church of Light. It's so tragic. And it's reasonable to speculate that besides wanting to use her body for a divine descent, as we already know, the God of Light also wanted to gain ownership of the Golden Land by possessing her body. What an intricately linked plot. Now it seems that the 2.0 theme, Raging Waves of Revenge, is divided into two parts. The first half is Anne's revenge against the Winter God, and the second half is the Holy Sun/Prince's revenge. The continent of Osiria has its own Hamlet. First floor, Rain Today. Hamlet is hilarious. If the king's father is in trouble, there's a 99% chance it was his uncle who did it. Second floor, Ascending to Immortality, has everyone in the southern continent triggered the main quest for each theme. Let's discuss. Chapter 645. As Yu Hua Dingxian said, after Xian Yui Tiao received the quest to uncover the prequel story of Aelian's parents' love, a large number of players received various main quests related to the Golden Land. Most players received exploration quests to find the location of the Golden Land. The system only circled a large area among Lola Lola, Kacha, and Pola, asking players to find the hidden entrance to the Golden Land Divine Kingdom within this area. Like wild dogs released from their cages, numerous players joyfully scattered throughout various cities, towns, and villages, traveling, exploring, and completing side quests while searching for clues about the Golden Land. Meanwhile, a group of players with distinguished military achievements, brilliant records, who had completed various prerequisite quests and left a deep impression on the game's soul planner, received more advanced quests. In Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea, you and her companions have successfully advanced their exploration to the 5th underground level over the past few days. Although this deep dungeon labyrinth lacks save points, it surprisingly has safe rooms where they can rest, set up camp, and log in/out, a testament to the developer's generosity. After clearing the 5th level, they found not only a downward staircase, but also an upward one. After a brief discussion, they decided to check the stairs first. If it truly led directly to the 5th level, they could return to the surface to clear their inventory and replenish resources, and then use this path to descend directly to the 5th level next time. This exploration has left everyone's inventory crammed full of loot. There are various body parts salvaged from purified monsters and beasts, as well as jewels, coins, weapons, and equipment. Some weapons and equipment still seem usable, while others are tattered pieces ripped off humanoid monsters. But with the mindset of a thief doesn't leave empty-handed, everyone collected a ton of loot, stuffing their backpacks full. They huffed and puffed their way up the long staircase, and upon pushing open the door, they found themselves in the tavern. Today, Rainey looked around and was surprised to find that many of the tavern's furnishings were different. "We only been down there a short time. How come everything has changed so much?" The Hidden Old Man said, bewildered. "Huh, there are 2 new oil paintings on the wall?" "It's probably because of the new main storyline today," Rainey said. "Those must be the paintings of Ialian's parents." They found a skeleton swaying and dozing behind the counter. Tranquil Sea chuckled and mischievously popped a snot bubble that swelled and swelled in front of the skeleton's nostril. "How naughty," the Hidden Old Man murmured. The skeleton swayed, 2 purple soul flames lighting up in its eye sockets. It yawned and stood up. "Oh, it's adventurers." The soul flame swept over them like a gaze. "You all seem unharmed." Did you find some treasure you'd like me to buy back?" Everyone nodded in unison. The skeleton led them to the kitchen doorway, where 2 scales were set up on the floor. Pointing to them, the skeleton said, "Put monster and monster drops on the left, metal equipment, and weapons on the right, and give me your coins." "This is the price list." "It's a weighing and recycling system?" The group was shocked, but looking at the recycling prices. It seemed they could break even. So one by one, they stepped forward, carefully selecting from their backpacks, keeping the usable resources, and sorting the unusable junk onto the 2 scales. After weighing, the skeleton tapped a few buttons on its phone and calculated a number. "This is the price." A trade dialog box popped up in front of today's Rain. She carefully checked the price, then glanced at the weight on the scale, and nodded, "Deal." The skeleton pressed the confirm button, and the coins immediately arrived in today's Rain system account, 1,300 nasos in one go. Today's Rain was very satisfied. She kept a lot of monster materials and meat, selling off equipment she no longer needed. This income not only recouped the cost of the entrance tickets, the emergency teleportation scroll, and lantern, but also covered the mana potions used and equipment durability depleted along the way. Furthermore, the newly hung blackboard on the wall opposite the painting showed their team's exploration progress. Currently, their furthest progress was the 5th floor, temporarily placing them second, while the first place was the 7th floor. The others also had their own considerations, selectively selling off a large number of items. Today's Rain even discovered that Tranquil Sea had mixed other items from his backpack into the sale. The skeleton didn't care at all, accepting all offers without question. After payment, a crack would appear in the middle of the scale, and everything on it would fall to the bottom with a whoosh. The crack would then close again, as if nothing had happened. The Hidden Old Man squatted down, curiously touching the scale. "So where did all this stuff go?" "The tavern categorizes and stores these resources," said the skeleton. "By the way, you've been exploring for so long, aren't you hungry? Want to grab a bite to eat and a drink? My tavern has quite a few unique dishes you can't find anywhere else." Everyone immediately perked up. Great! They found a reasonably sturdy table in the tavern and settled down. Poetry in Distant Places, who worked in the kitchen, approached with several magical menus. The menus are automatically generated based on the kitchen's ingredients. Everything is readily available. If you can order it, we serve it. "Oh, so advanced?" Lujo Laju opened the menu with great interest. "I like a cold, spicy and sour slime salad. By the way, you can eat this stuff? Yes, the slime skin tastes like jellyfish skin, and the filling can be used to make jelly and gelatin. Poetry and Distant Places explained while taking down the order. Then I have this braised goose in an iron pot. Speaking of which, we were chased by a flock of geese with sharp teeth on the 3rd basement level. Thanks to the captain for killing them with 1 strike. The captain is incredibly reliable. By the way, who took those geese afterward? I took them. I just sold them all. The hidden old man said softly. Oh. Everyone responded, feeling something was off. Then I ordered the exploding pearl clam and the grilled giant claw scorpion. We encountered these kinds of monsters before. Is it because they're monsters that frequently appear in the dungeon? Self-produced and self-sold seems fine? Yeah, right. Haha. That'd be 3,000 pesos. Want some alcohol? To be honest, this Skull's liquor is really good, and I studied proper bartending. I could even make cocktails. Poetry and the Distant Horizon said. Then I have a passion fruit mojito. I have a lychee mojito. I don't want a cocktail. Give me the strongest one, Skull's treasure. Lujo Laojiu winked at Poetry and the Distant Horizon, who nodded knowingly. Okay, but it's a bit pricey. No problem. Chapter 646. Adventurers are always generous when it comes to food and drink. After all, in this game, food and alcohol can actually be eaten and their taste buds satisfied. Drinking alcohol will give you a dizzy debuff, but as long as you don't drink yourself to death, you won't be disconnected. Therefore, including drinks, they spent more money than they earned on this meal, and no one said anything. As long as they can eat food that they can't get anywhere else, it's worth the price of admission. The steaming, fragrant, freshly cooked dishes were quickly served. Today, Rain took a deep breath. Wow, this looks delicious. Indeed, this is delicious. The scorpion meat is very similar to the one from the beast hide, but it's more tender and tastier. It has a rich aroma. By the way, the cut on this goose's neck looks a little familiar. Tranquility said, gnawing on the goose neck. A cut on the neck? They should all look pretty much the same, right? Lujo Laojiu said nonchalantly. Things only got weirder when Song Lin found a bullet inside the scorpion meat. This is my bullet. Song Lin confirmed with an identification spell. So, these dishes really were made from the monster meat we just sold? Tranquility clicked her tongue. So, the Skeleton City Lord bought our spoils in bulk at cost price, then sent everything edible to the kitchen to be processed, and then sold it back to us at a higher price? Everyone, Although it seems that business always involves buying low and selling high, and sourcing from adventurers is common practice, this explanation sounded very strange. How strange, Rainy Day pondered. Both Grandma Elise's butcher's shop and Uncle James' restaurant buy ingredients from players, but why does the cooking here feel so shady? A long silence followed, before Tranquility murmured, perhaps it's because the other shops use secret recipes from NPCs to make their signature dishes, while the chef here is just an ordinary magic chef? How rude. I'm not just any ordinary magic chef, Poetry and Distant Places protested. I'm a magic chef who won a grand prize at the food festival. Besides, you wouldn't want that skeleton cooking for you. It has no tongue, no sense of taste, and if it really wanted to cook, it would chug salt and sugar to death. That's right, it's a skeleton without a sense of taste. Ascending to Immortality murmured, staring at the food. So did you come up with these recipes? The hidden old man was still stuffing food into his mouth. While the experience is a bit shabby, the taste is actually quite good. No, Poetry and the Distant Horizon scratched his head. I made the dishes, but I followed the recipes the shop provided. They were probably collected by the skeleton during its adventures. I saw some annotations in the recipes, like famous dishes from XX region, Ray Chester's signature barbecue, and Elena's signature dishes, etc. After the initial gasps, everyone's composure instantly returned. What? There's a plot twist hidden here too. After eating these dishes, we're family with my wife. Wait a minute, don't you think my wife has ever eaten these dishes before? What? I'm eating, don't suddenly stab me. My eyes are watering. So could you collect all these recipes? Asked today's Rain. It's possible, but the ingredients we acquire each day are random, the dishes we trigger are random, and the customer's orders are also random. Poetry and Distant Places shrugged. Some recipes even note the original ingredients and acceptable substitutes, so the taste might still be slightly different. However, the system gives an accuracy rating after you finish cooking. Mine are mostly above 9 points, so in terms of taste alone, I feel it's basically a good recreation. If I make all my in-laws' signature dishes to the highest score, and feed them to my wife. Wouldn't that be a huge boost in her affection? That's a good idea. Poetry in distant places. Why don't you give it a try? It feels like a huge undertaking. I screenshot all the recipes I come across and post them on the forum later. Poetry and distant place winked at Lujo Lagio. The liquor you're drinking is labeled Silver Dragon Iris. My favorite. Wow. So how many Easter eggs are there in this tavern? I want to work here too. However, working is out of the question, because when Jinryu tried to get more information from the skeleton at the counter, she triggered the main quest. Main quest. The Secrets of the Church of Light. Quest content. Adventurers are requested to go to the nearest area controlled by the Church of Light and investigate relevant information about the Church of Light through various means, including but not limited to infiltration, disguise, and extracting information from nearby residents. Note, there's no limit to the type or number of intelligence provided, the more the better. The system will evaluate the mission based on a series of criteria, including the credibility and rarity of the intelligence, whether the player's identity is exposed during the mission, and the degree of suspicion. The mission reward will be distributed based on the player's final mission rating. Note, system-friendly reminder, tax day is approaching, so it might be a good idea to inquire about relevant intelligence. Note, during the investigation, please conceal your true identity and avoid revealing your World Alliance affiliation. Possible identities: Pastor of the Azure Sea Church, Divine Envoy of the Earth Mother Hall, or unknown third party. The Hidden Old Man and the Sea of Tranquility trigger a different mission. Main assassination mission. Tax collectors of the Church of Light. Mission description: tax day is approaching, and the Church of Light will dispatch several tax collectors from Central Continent across the sea to collect taxes. These tax collectors will be divided into multiple groups, and will travel to various locations in Southern Continent. Adventurers, based on the intelligence provided by the system, select one of these groups for an ambush and assassination. Note, the information provided by the system is based on investigations by other adventurers. Its authenticity is questionable, and the adventurer must independently judge its credibility. Note, to ensure the smooth execution of the next round of stealth missions, please ensure that the tax collector to be assassinated is fully clothed and clean, and that the assassination is conducted quietly and unnoticed. Holy crap! The Hidden Old Man exclaimed softly. Is this so exciting? After the assassination, there's another round of stealth missions. Tranquility Sea grinned wickedly. Are we supposed to wear tax collectors' uniforms and disguise ourselves as them to collect taxes? Chapter 647. After handling a series of matters in the dungeon, Mou and Ialian did not return to the Mage Tower, but instead hurried to Corinthal, the capital of the Magic Federation. As the main city of the Magic Federation, Corinthal is the political and academic center of the Magic Federation. Besides the Magic Academy Calcadora, it possesses the greatest concentration of magical knowledge. Underneath Corinthal's Magic Tower lies the continent's largest and most comprehensive magic library and archive, naturally also containing information on other continents. For Mou and Ialian, while the long-buried skeleton Heparos was well aware of the adventures of Elena and Ria Croja, it had no idea what happened after they parted ways. This missing information could only be obtained from outside sources. Previously, Leah had used the memories provided by Hepalos, mixed with the memories of the deceased she had retrieved from the Sea of Life, to create a story animation, which received widespread praise from players. However, the fragments of world consciousness that had been returned were so few that Leah could no longer find any relevant memories or images. Mou speculated that perhaps there might be more clues among the fragments of world consciousness hidden in South Continent. But for now, they could only resort to the crude method of honestly gathering information from books and files. Shaloria and Hydradius were already waiting at the entrance to the library in the Magic Tower. Upon seeing Mou and the others, Shaloria came forward and led them into the library. I ordered the library to be temporarily cleared of all personnel. For the next few days, we can use all the facilities and books here without interruption. Shalloria's extravagant gesture surprised even Mou slightly. Isn't this going a bit too far? It concerns the lost golden land and another uncontaminated fragment of world consciousness. This is the level of importance we should be showing. Shaloria gave Mou a reproachful look. Besides, it also concerns Ialian's biological father and his people. Ialian, following behind the two, slightly curled the corners of his lips. Information about the southern continent. Shaloria led them straight into an area deep within the library. It should all be in this area. So what kind of information are we looking for? Sidrodius rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. The circumstances of Hero King Ray Clausia's death, the location. the speculated area where the entrance to the Golden City is located, and information on the supernatural forces within the Golden City. MOU said, pondering. That's about all the important information, but frankly, any information about the Golden City will be helpful to us. He pulled a map of the southern continent from the map section of the bookshelf and spread it out on the long table beside him. Currently, we know that the entrance to the Golden City is roughly located in the areas of Lola Lola, Kacha, and Pola, but Hepharos himself has never been to the Golden City. Only Ray himself knows the exact location and how to enter and exit. Perhaps he told Elena, but we searched through Elena's notes and sketchbooks and found no similar information. As long as we know the location of the illusion, the end of the Hero King, that's enough, Aelian said in a deep voice. I want to enter that illusion. MOU looked up at him. That's an illusion left behind by my father. Aelian lowered his eyes slightly, as if worried that MOU would disagree. Without waiting for MOU's reply, he began to explain his reasons. His obsessions reside there, along with his soul bound by corruption. As his son, I have a duty to purify this illusion. You intend to enter with your own body. MOU stated this fact in a declarative tone. Aelian nodded. Rest assured, before I met you, I successfully purified hundreds, even thousands, of illusions. Even those I couldn't purify, I'm confident I can escape unscathed. If we can purify the illusion, we can obtain more information about the Golden Land, and... He paused, then continued, that's my father's illusion. I believe his lingering obsession won't harm me. MOU nodded, a gentle yet somewhat melancholic smile on his face. He understood Aelian's unspoken meaning. The core obsession of that illusion was perhaps Ray Eclosia's endless worry for his infant child. The end of the Hero King is outside a town in the south-central part of Lola Lola, Hydelodia said, rummaging through the map. I remember that town. When I was writing my brother's adventure novel, I researched a lot about the customs, traditions, and historical legends of the southern continent, and the buried history of the Hero King was a very interesting research topic. I spent many years on it. A buried history? MOU asked. I always been curious. Ray Eclosia's title was Hero King, and from Hepharos' descriptions and other sources, it's clear they were very famous back then, but why, after only 400 years, does almost no one in the southern continent remember them anymore? Was this history deliberately buried? Yes, said Hydalos, it was the Church of Light's doing. Let's trace the timeline of southern continent's history. Ah, this is my hobby and my old profession, please indulge me. All right. MOU nodded with a smile, watching Hydalos spread out a blank roll of parchment on the long table. First, let's begin in ancient times. The Golden Land is the divine kingdom of the Mother of Plenty, where a fragment of uncontaminated world consciousness lies buried. According to the information we know, the Mother of Plenty's disappearance began during the Age of Divine Silence. Many gods perished during the Age of Divine Silence, and many statues of gods were disintegrated and crumbled. However, a few gods died with their bodies intact, or became sealed objects, leaving their statues unchanged, making it impossible for believers to tell whether they had fallen or not. The Mother of Plenty likely falls into the latter category. There is indeed a sealed object in the Golden Land that contains a vast amount of the Mother of Plenty's energy. MOU nodded. And the Earth Mother of all spirits is herself a Nanzhou native from the Age of Divine Silence. She also gained the natural authority of the Mother of Plenty at the end of that age. Therefore, this fragment of world consciousness must have been sealed into the Golden Land before the Mother of Plenty's fall during the Age of Divine Silence. Hydrodia said. That was probably when the evil gods quietly invaded the world, said Charloria. Although the evil gods' contamination wasn't fully exposed until the Great Advent, that era was already at its peak. The true invasion of the evil god virus occurred far earlier than that. During the final battle of the God War era, the Dark Planet was fully formed, later becoming the evil god's stronghold. Therefore, the Age of Divine Silence must have marked the beginning of the evil god invasion. Chapter 648. In other words, what the Mother of Abundance obtained was very likely the first fragment severed from the world consciousness, MOU guessed. He looked at Lia, but Lia looked back at him with her clear, large eyes. I only possess the memories of this fragment of consciousness. Today, Lia is also a completely useless fragment of the world consciousness. Possibly, said Citrodius, for example, when the world consciousness detected the pollution, it first severed a fragment of the polluted consciousness, and then, to protect itself, severed another completely unpolluted fragment, entrusting the latter as its hidden trump card to the god it trusted most. This perfectly aligns with the world consciousness's style and logic. Moreover, the invasion had only just begun at that time. That fragment of the world consciousness was likely the strongest and purest. But the Mother of Abundance perished. Fortunately, she was indeed a reliable god, before her own demise. Willing to expend enormous energy to seal the artifact and maintain the divine kingdom's immortality, this must be to protect the fragments of world consciousness, Mou sighed. If it were any other god, perhaps they would rather devour the fragments of world consciousness to ensure their own immortality. Indeed, in the legends that have been passed down, the Mother of Abundance is an extremely kind and reliable god, Hydrodius recalled. Her faction has a very classical heroic style. Justice, kindness, helping others, always merciful and forgiving. Even to their enemies. Compared to our I will not offend others unless they offend me, but if they offend me, I will punish them no matter how far away they are. Their style is to be tolerant and forbearing no matter what, acting according to the law, rather than resorting to bloody revenge. Ah, I get it. Mou nodded. It's that scene often seen in TV dramas and games, where the protagonist, having the opportunity to kill their enemy with a single shot, chooses to let them go or arrest them, only to be stabbed again. Although I don't quite understand what you're saying, I think this description is quite accurate. Hydrodius agreed, nodding to Aelian. Sorry, I'm not saying anything bad about your father. I was just describing their style. Aelian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. We have no way of knowing the cause of the Mother of Plenty's fall. Her followers at the time, except for those who entered the Golden City, didn't even know of her demise. It was only after the All-Spirits Earth Mother successfully ascended to deity and possessed the authority of the Mother of Plenty that everyone began to speculate on her demise, as there couldn't be two gods on the same throne. Hydrodius pondered for a moment. Then came the Great Advent Age, when the threat of the evil god fully erupted. The Golden City was already sealed off, becoming the Lost Golden City. Completely isolated from the world, and with minimal pollution, Nanzhou is indeed a very safe place to preserve fragments of world consciousness. Because of the spiritual authority contained within Illuma, Nanzhou receives the most purifying light. However, this does not mean that Nanzhou is immune to pollution. In fact, pollution has always existed in Nanzhou, lurking in the shadows, unknown and unnoticed by ordinary people. Salaria said, for ordinary people in Nanzhou, they only really noticed pollution 200 or 300 years ago, when the Church of Light rose to prominence in Nanzhou. In fact, the pollution of the entire planet should have started around the same time. Hydrodius frowned slightly. Even if ordinary people, or rather, those with low sensitivity, couldn't notice this, the extraordinary beings would have detected the problem much earlier, especially those extraordinary beings in the Golden Land, tasked by the Mother of Abundance to guard and protect the fragments of world consciousness. So I'm puzzled as to why Ray corresponds to the Ecovat. The first option that comes to mind is to dismantle part of the Divine Realm's barriers, and communicate with the outside world, but that would directly lead to the infiltration of pollution. I also have doubts about that, Mou agreed. However, we still have too little information to judge whether his decision is right or wrong. Perhaps the situation within the Golden Land is urgent, perhaps Heparosa's rumors are wrong, or perhaps Lei wants to complete this plan gradually over a very long period, and the partner he chose is the Elven race, who have the greatest resistance to pollution, and share the power of nature with the Mother of Abundance. Elena also wrote to the Elven King, saying she found hope for saving the Mother Tree in the southern continent. I suspect that perhaps when they found each other, besides love, they also found a way to save their respective suffering races. You mean, Lei is actually a proponent of the gods, but the god he chose is the Mother Tree of Life? Hydrodius guessed. I have this suspicion, but it's just a guess, Mou said. I thought back. Not long after I arrived here, the Elf King gave me a seed of the Tree of Life through Aelian. It was the last seed of the Tree of Life, and it could only be planted in an unpolluted place. But I think it wasn't the only seed of the Tree of Life. Aelian paused, taken aback. The Mother Tree of Life has its own self-preservation plan, to plant new seeds in completely unpolluted places. The new tree can be used to heal the old tree, or it can be completely abandoned and moved to the new tree's territory, so even if the old tree dies completely, it doesn't matter. This plan itself was provided to me by the Elf King. Therefore, Elena wasn't aimlessly searching for new hope. She was searching for an unpolluted place where the seeds of the Mother Tree of Life could be planted. She found the Golden Land, and the King of the Golden Land also needed to solve their problem of having no gods. The newly born Mother Tree could become a new god. Hydrodius suddenly realized, that makes sense, that makes sense. Wait a minute. Aelian shook his head, but, if they devised this plan, and my father had taken my mother back to the Golden Land to plant the Mother Tree seeds from the beginning, then perhaps the subsequent disasters wouldn't have happened at all. So why did they risk their lives all over the southern continent? Chapter 649. Perhaps it's because the newly sprouted seeds require a lot of energy, and the Golden Land doesn't have that much energy left. Saoria guessed. Moreover, the distance from the southern continent to the central continent is very long, making it extremely inconvenient for both elven travel and the transport of supplies. Ultimately, it's because we have too little information. MOU sighed. Currently, I only made a preliminary guess, but every guess will lead to more questions. Returning to the previous timeline. Sidro continued scribbling on the parchment. After the Earth Mother replaced the Mother of Fertility and obtained her authority and divine position, she gradually developed her own power. The Earth Mother's Hall and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, but the Earth Mother also oversees planting, breeding, and trade, not a god who glorifies violence. The Church of Light saw an opportunity in the Southern Continent and began sending missionaries and extraordinary individuals there over 500 years ago to establish churches and spread their faith. However, the pollution in the Southern Continent wasn't obvious, and many ordinary people lacked a proper understanding of it, attributing it only to occasional illnesses and madness, thus failing to convert to the Church of Light. MOU nodded. When diseases haven't gained people's attention, medicines can't be sold in large quantities. Given the God of Light's persona, without pollution, he wouldn't be popular in the sun-drenched Southern Continent. But even though the Church of Light's faith hadn't taken root in the Southern Continent, they didn't stop expanding their influence. The conflict between Lei and his group and the Church of Light was very likely because they, for some reason, hindered and interfered with the Church of Light's expansion. Saoria speculated. It's also possible that the Church of Light had already secretly joined forces with Piedra, attempting to kill Queen Lei and usurp Piedra's throne. But whether the Church of Light simply wanted to eliminate obstacles to its expansion or kill two birds with one stone doesn't affect the course of history. Hydrodius shook his head. But according to Heparos, most of the Church of Light's members were probably lured away by it. The main assassins who relentlessly pursued Lei and Elena were from the Golden Land. Actually, I'm still very confused about this. Islan, who had been very quiet, suddenly said, if my mother didn't die in the beast tide, but was killed by the wolf tamers of the Golden Land, then why didn't they kill me? To sever the Hero King's bloodline, I should be the primary target. Well, this, too, remains an unsolved mystery. Hydrodius wrote down the currently unresolved doubts on the parchment. Later, after the deaths of Lei and Elena, the Church of Light began deliberately destroying records of the Hero King's adventures. They also began to gradually suppress the adventurous spirit in South Continent. As the Church of Light gradually gained power in South Continent, the number of adventurers there rapidly declined. After my brother went to South Continent, and with the publication of my novel, he became famous, and adventurous spirit in South Continent boomed again. Until 50 years ago, free adventurers had almost disappeared from South Continent. Only the most powerful attached themselves to the South Continent Chamber of Commerce, becoming its thugs and bodyguards. But what motives did the Church of Light have in concealing the Hero King's history and suppressing adventurers? MOU, chin in hand, pondered. Was it to consolidate their power and position in the Southern Continent? Or perhaps it was because Ray and his group left a deep psychological scar on the Church of Light. Sidrodius shrugged. But history is told by those who survive. Whatever the Church of Light's reasons for covering up this history, they were incredibly successful. There are probably no written records left in the Southern Continent now. Only the immortals and extraordinary beings might still remember them. However, no matter how far the Church of Light's reach is, it can't extend to the Magic Federation. Found it. Sidrodius pulled a yellowed scroll from the bookshelf, spread it on the table, and took out an old map, comparing it to the current version. Hero King Rayaclosia was attacked in Titan Rose Town, south-central Lola. Titan. Ross Town was once a renowned adventurer's town, a crossroads of trade routes, and one of the more prosperous towns in Lola 400 years ago. In his early adventures, Rayaclosia spent a considerable amount of time in Titan Ross Town, helping many wealthy merchants, extraordinary individuals, and adventurers there. But even in this town, which was practically his base of operations, when he encountered danger, only a handful of adventurers remembered his kindness and stepped forward to help. The others either remained indifferent, stayed home, or left far behind. Some even accepted lucrative commissions and joined the pursuit of Reek. His selfless dedication had gone unrewarded. How disheartening that was. Perhaps the King of Heroes' obsession would manifest as an illusion, or perhaps it would carry an lingering resentment. Hydrode shook his head. That Hero King from the Golden Land is too idealistic, imagining human nature to be too beautiful. But even in the beautiful and dreamlike, secluded Golden Land, There are bloody and scheming power struggles for the throne, let alone the southern continent, which has been steeped in self-interest for thousands of years. Human hearts are unpredictable, Mo sighed. Some people repay kindness, while others see gratitude as an unnecessary burden and debt, turning their backs on you, even repaying kindness with enmity. Eliminating the benefactor is eliminating the creditor. Helping Lei means also being hunted down. Under the coercion and enticement of the high bounty and threats of force offered by the Golden Land and the Church of Light, those who step forward to help Lei can be called heroes. Lei fought his way from the center of town to the town center. Beside him lay the corpses of extraordinary individuals. He had fought for 3 days and 3 nights, dying of exhaustion at the edge of the town. The resulting illusion had engulfed half of Titan Rose, and the remaining half had been gradually relocated over the following centuries. Hyderodius placed the 2 maps side by side, marking the illusion's location on the new map. The new Titan Rose has been moved 15 kilometers away. After the creation of the Hero King's End illusion, this town was branded as a place of betrayal. Over these centuries, many have moved out, but very few have moved in. The town is now deserted, like a ghost town. Some say it's the Hero King's curse upon the traitors. In my opinion, it's simply that the traitors couldn't face their sins and fled in disgrace under moral condemnation. Chapter 650. Do we have any other intelligence about the Golden Land? Especially about the superhuman forces there? Mo asked. To have successfully hunted down 2 king-level superhumans, the number and strength of the superhumans in the Golden Land must be considerable. Actually, I have a suspicion. Those pursuers might not even be. Or rather, not all of them are alive. Saloria said, taking a book from the bookshelf titled The Mother of Abundance and Her Golden Legion. Legend has it that the Mother of Abundance possesses a mechanical legion forged from gold, a powerful force constructed from mechanical gears and life magic. Our clay statue magic. Mechanical technology largely stems from the study of the Golden Legion of the Mother of Abundance, some of whose mysteries even mages cannot fully decipher. In fact, the Magic Federation preserves the remains of a golden soldier that has lost its function. Mo raised an eyebrow with great interest. Can we take a look? Of course, follow me. Saloria led them through the library, past a small door at the far end of the section, down 3 flights of stairs, and into a hidden archive. It resembled a museum's restoration room, filled with glass cases containing strange objects and numerous workbenches displaying tools and documents. Saloria walked to a glass-covered table at the far end, where a shattered suit of golden armor lay sprawled, various gears and metal tubes protruding from its components. Mo and Ialian walked forward curiously. Suddenly, the golden-armored figure's head moved, an orange light flashed in its eye sockets, and a metallic vibration sound came from its empty mouth. King! King! Ialian instinctively extended his hand to block Mo, leading him back a step. The light in the golden armor's eyes slowly faded, and it fell back into a deep slumber. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Ialian. Only Saloria looked at Ialian's hand protecting Mo and smiled with relief. Try taking another step forward. Mo poked Ialian with great interest. Ialian looked at his lord with a look of helpless indulgence. To ensure the accuracy of the test, the others simultaneously stepped back, making room for Ialian to conduct the experiment. Ialian approached the glass cover again, and the golden armor began to vibrate slightly. After a moment's movement, it froze completely, as if all its energy had been exhausted. So, Ilan is indeed the legitimate king of the Golden Land, and the Mother of Plenty's Golden Legion can identify royal bloodlines. Mo concluded, but this certainly seems like a guard for the royal family, right? How did Piedra turn the mechanical guards, protecting the royal family, into pursuers? Everyone sighed heavily, as if with every problem solved, more questions arose. This Golden Legion is based on the life magic of natural authority, combined with gears and magical machinery, and ultimately driven by some kind of puppetry. Saloria said, based on current intelligence, the extraordinary beings within the Mother of Plenty and the Golden Land may be extremely skilled in puppetry or some form of manipulation of living and dead things. Like the wolf tamer who attacked Elena. Mo said. Yes, these manipulators may not be powerful, but they are skilled at using magic to control monsters, puppets, or other things. They may not even be on the battlefield themselves, but are simply controlling a continuous stream of puppets to fight. Saloria said, this theory might explain Ialian's question just now. What caught up with Elena might only be the magical beasts belonging to the wolf tamers, while the wolf tamers themselves might actually be far away. Therefore, after those controlled magical wolves were killed by Elena, they vaporized and disappeared without a trace. Elena, on the other hand, was because of. She died from blood, exhaustion, and the bitter cold, but her battle with the demonic wolf triggered a frenzy of wild beasts and magical creatures in the mountains, which led to a beast tide that attacked the village below, attracting the attention of the villagers and ultimately leading to the discovery of Ialian. That does make sense, Adrodius agreed. However, based on our current intelligence and deductions, we can only go this far. Next, we need to go to the end of the Hero King to obtain more information. I go with you, Mou said with a smile to Ialian. Ialian shook his head. This is a battle for me alone. You don't need to risk your life. Besides, while I'm confident I can escape my father's illusion unscathed, I can't guarantee your safety. So, please stay here and wait for me. Mou shook his head confidently. No, I go to Titan Rose Town with you. Don't worry, I won't enter the illusion. I just be there as the powerful adventurer of Southern Continent, the seemingly weak but actually strong great mage, Mou, to gather some information. Of course, you need to cooperate and put on a show. Ialian blinked in confusion. The Serve the People team received a new main quest. At that time, beneath the abyss, the White Tiger Work, dressed in his White Tiger Work guise, was continuing his territory building in the north with his White Tiger Work comrades. When the quest suddenly popped up, everyone was caught off guard, only to find it was a timed quest. Main quest time chain. The Town of Betrayal, first chain. Players who accept this quest must teleport to Titan Rose Town Mother's Church teleport point within 5 minutes. Failure to do so will be considered a quest failure. Note, it is recommended to participate in this quest as a third-party faction member. Please do not reveal your identity as an adventurer from AMT County. Ah! This quest is timed. Quick! Hurry to the teleport point. Black Cat Never Sleep shouted, rushing towards the teleport point first, disappearing in a flash of silver-blue light. Damn! Before Air Khan could even reach out from beneath the abyss, he cried out, You haven't changed your shell. Forget it, boss. Let's just go check it out in our orc shells. Damn it, said Heart-Stealing Spirit, didn't the quest prompt suggest participating as a third-party faction, and we can't reveal our AMT County adventurer identities? The White Tiger Work is a pretty good identity. But what about the high temperature? This fur can't withstand the heat of the southern continent. Hey, that's when temperature-regulating runes come in handy. The team's runmaster, Ghostly Scribbler, pulled out a huge pile of runes and handed them out to his teammates. Just stick one on, and you stay at the most comfortable temperature for a long time. Neither cold nor hot. It's an essential rune for home, travel, murder, and cover-ups. Chapter 651. Titan Rose Town, Lola Lola. The midday sun was exceptionally intense, baking the earth evenly. Moisture rose from the soil, filling the air with a humid heat. Mr. Osford Campberry, at the town's tavern, had set up an awning in front of his shop, laid out tables and chairs under it, and then cast a frost spell. He glanced around, seeing that there were still no customers, and sighed before entering the tavern. Times have changed, Mr. Osford murmured, wiping the row of magical photographs hanging on the wall near the entrance, with a towel draped over his arm. Looking at the unchanging faces of his old friends in the photos, he sighed deeply. Mr. Osford Campberry was probably the oldest former adventurer in town. With 1/8 demonic blood, he grew weary of the adventurous life of constantly risking his life, and used his life savings to build this little tavern in this new town. As always, business here was abysmal. But that wasn't surprising, after all, this was the town that had betrayed the Hero King. Mr. Osford carefully wiped the photos on the wall, reaching out to touch one of them. A silver-haired swordsman laughing heartily, a shyly smiling doll-faced elf woman, and a strange skeleton sitting in a tavern, raising a glass, seemingly celebrating a quest victory. Ah, old friend. He shook his head, went to the counter, poured himself a whole glass of ice-cold stout, and then carried a plate of hummus back to the shade, enjoying his afternoon stout and hummus lunch while cooling off. At the entrance to the old town of Titan Ross, there stood a similar tavern. Back then, Mr. Osford Campbell was just an ordinary, impoverished adventurer, earning a living by running errands and doing hard labor. He often ate, drank, and entertained himself in that tavern while waiting for work to come his way. For adventurers, there was no better place to attract business than a tavern. That ordinary, old tavern held both his best and worst memories. And after that incident, he lost an old friend, his favorite tavern, and all his faith. He drifted off to a new town with the rest of the townspeople, drowning his sorrows in alcohol year after year in endless emptiness. Finally, despite others' advice, he recreated the tavern he remembered in this new town. He framed all the magical photos he'd taken in the old tavern and hung them outside, as if all the memories of the past had been inherited by this brand new establishment. But deep down, he knew his lost friends would never return. The number of adventurers on this continent was dwindling, and they certainly didn't visit this traitorous town. Only he, alone, would sit day after day in the awning at the town's entrance, sipping dark beer and eating inedible hummus, reminiscing about the past and repenting for his inability to help his old friend. Outside the awning, the ground steamed, and the dramatic temperature and humidity fluctuations made the scenery shake for a moment, a sign of an impending mirage. Mr. Osford habitually stuffed another spoonful of hummus into his mouth, bared his teeth grimly, and quickly washed it down with an ice-cold beer. This stuff isn't tasty, but it's cheap and filling. He put down his glass, then looked up and saw a familiar figure in silver armor walking towards the town entrance. Osford's shock. He jumped up, walked to the edge of the awning, rubbed his eyes, and then rubbed them again. Ray. It's Ray Chester. But how can someone who's already dead and turned into an illusion reappear? Ah, is this a mirage, or a restless spirit returning for revenge? He couldn't be mistaken. The style of the silver armor might be slightly different from before, or perhaps over 300 years had passed and his memory couldn't accurately describe the details. But that confident stride, that upright posture, that resolute face, it was definitely Ray Chester. Ah, over 370 years have passed. Ray's silver hair has grown longer. Mr. Osford thought wistfully, wiping away the tears welling in his eyes. My benefactor, my old friend, are you finally coming to collect this debt I can never repay? Tears welled in his eyes, as he watched the familiar silver-haired figure approach the town, then reach out a hand to a mage sitting by the roadside and help him up. Osford, ? Wait, who is that mage? Has a mage like that died around here? As Mr. Osford Campry frantically searched his memory bank for the death list, the two figures, one black and one white, drew closer. For some reason, as the familiar silver figure got closer to the town, the sense of familiarity around him gradually faded. Looking at that handsome face, Mr. Osford felt an increasing sense of estrangement. As the silver-haired knight and the black-haired mage entered the town through the gates, Mr. Osford finally confirmed that they were not phantoms of the dead from the past, but two living people. They look so alike. Mr. Osford turned back quickly, took down the photograph, and carefully compared it to the knight before him. The knight not only shared a similar face with Ray Chester, but even bore a resemblance to the elven lady in his features. Mr. Osford's gaze lingered for a moment on the silver-haired knight's pointed ear, and he finally exclaimed, "Ah, you're Ray's son." "I knew it." Mou whispered in Ialian's ear. Ialian nodded and walked towards the tavern awning. "You seem to recognize me?" "Ah, perhaps, maybe," Mr. Osford said uncertainly. "You look so much like my benefactor, Ray Chester. I remember he once said he and Elena had a son." "That's me," Ialian said. "It really is you. You're alive." Mr. Osford wiped away tears of joy. "That's wonderful. Wonderful. Heaven has eyes. To tell you the truth, I came here to investigate the truth behind my father's death." Ialian subtly observed Mr. Osford and said, "Sir, do you know what happened back then?" Chapter 652. To be honest, when Ray Chester returned to Old Town for the last time, gathering the adventurers he had helped and who were capable of helping him, I was on the other side of the continent dealing with a difficult quest. Mr. Osford recalled sadly, "Don't let my appearance fool you. I was quite an accomplished adventurer back in the day. When I heard about him and rushed back, half of Old Town had already been swallowed by the illusion. I only managed to hear snippets of what happened from those who were still alive." Mr. Osford nodded slightly to Ialian. "Not being able to help him, to repay his kindness, has always been a thorn in my side. That's why I moved to the new town. Many people in this town share the same thought." Ialian raised an eyebrow slightly. "I know what you're trying to say." Mr. Osford gave a somewhat sorrowful smile. "For over 300 years, this town has been known to outsiders as the town of betrayal, the town where the Hero King met his end. But those who betrayed us back then have long been swallowed by the illusion, and those unrelated to the matter have long since flown away. Those left behind are those of us who are still burdened by the unpayable debt of gratitude we owe. However, it's fortunate that we finally found Ray's descendants." "Are there any other people in this town who knew what happened back then?" Mou asked. Mr. Osford shook his head. "There are still a few old men who knew Ray and Elena, but they're like me, they couldn't make it back then. Otherwise, we would have risked our lives for Ray. You know, Lay was my whole family's savior." Mou rubbed his nose. Well, Ialian's appearance did indeed catch some fish, just as he predicted. Unfortunately, these fish didn't know much about what happened back then, and aside from reminiscing about the past, they weren't of much use. The end of the Hero King, that illusion, is it nearby? Aelian asked. Yes, it's about 15 kilometers to the west. The black smoke isn't very noticeable, but you can see the ruins of the old town. Mr. Osford paused. You want to go and purify your father's illusion? Yes. Aelian nodded. When I return, please tell me the story of my father. Sigh. Mr. Osford's lips moved, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, it turned into a blessing. Then I wish you good fortune in battle. That is not an illusion that is easy to purify, but if it can be purified, Lei's soul will surely find its final rest. Aelian grasped the Lord's hand, as if drawing enough strength from it, and strode firmly out of the town. Mou glanced out of the corner of his eye at the group of White Tiger half-orc players hiding in the alley behind the tavern watching the CG, coughed lightly, and said, Could you tell me the story of the Hero King? I'm very curious about it. Sure, please come in. Mr. Osford opened the tavern door, and what came into Mou's view was a wall of old photos. Mou watched Mr. Osford hang the photo frames back on the wall. Mou's gaze swept over the 3 people in the photos, and his eyes softened slightly. Please, have a seat. What would you like to drink? Our dark beer is top-notch. Then a dark beer, please. Mou smiled, deliberately ignoring the few White Tiger orc players, who tiptoed into the booth behind him. Mr. Osford brought over a large glass of dark beer, and placed it in front of Mou. Looking up, he noticed several strange customers in his shop, and quickly went to greet them. These White Tiger orc players were naturally from the Serve the People team. After receiving a timed mission, they hurriedly used the teleportation array to reach the town. They had just found the best vantage point when they were interrupted by a cutscene, and had just accepted the second part of the Accompany and Protect the Lord and Gather Information mission, so they naturally rushed in. They weighed the Nazorian coins in their wallets, and ordered a few beers. This is the downside of most of Southern Continent. Because it hasn't yet been incorporated into the Alliance, the NPCs here can't use the system currency, and must use physical currency for transactions. Fortunately, they had been to the Southern Continent several times from the Abyss, and always carried some Nacer in their backpacks. They watched as the old bartender brought over beer and placed it on the table, then returned to the counter, brought out a plate of peanuts, placed it before the Lord, and finally began to tell the story. All the White Tiger orcs strained their ears to eavesdrop. Ray was a true hero. I owe him a life. Mr. Osford began his recollection. That was about 400 years ago, when I was just a poor adventurer supporting a family of 3. One winter day, my youngest daughter developed a high fever. Aelian found the entrance to the illusion. As old bartender Mr. Osford had said, the black smoke of this illusion wasn't obvious. It was hidden behind a pile of ruins in the old town, like a lonely soul lurking in a silent graveyard, quietly burning with its resentment and regret. Aelian subconsciously reached for the ring on his ring finger, but resisted the urge to spin it, and strode directly into the illusion. A familiar sensation washed over him as he passed through the thick, jelly-like barrier, and Aelian heard his father's voice. Aelian. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to watch you grow up, but I wish you to live happily. Aelian's eyes welled up with tears. He blinked hard to wipe the tears from his eyes, and reached for his phone, which had been vibrating incessantly since he entered the illusion. He looked down and saw several messages from Lydia. You have obtained 1 save point. The save point will activate when you are about to face a death crisis in this illusion. You have received the buff, Father's Apology. While possessing this buff, your health bar cannot drop below 1. Total detected, 1 main quest, 1 side quest, 1 possible entry into the illusion. Illusion, the end of the Hero King. This is an illusion formed by Rayaclosha's obsession. You are in Titan Rose Town 371 years ago, where Rayaclosha fought a bloody 3-day battle before his demise. Your arrival has resolved Rayaclosha's deepest obsession. He willingly entrusts the core of the illusion to you, but also wants to see if his son has grown into the person he hoped for. Current main quest, optional except Rayaclosha's trial. Quest hint, you will not truly die in this instance. You can stop the trial at any time. Chapter 653. Aelian put away his phone and looked around. This was the town of Titan Rose from 371 years ago, roughly the same as the new town. At the town entrance stood an identical adventurer's tavern. The town was deserted, the streets empty. The tavern's door creaked and swayed in the wind, as if inviting Aelian. Aelian accepted the invitation, carrying his great sword, and entered the tavern. Behind the bar sat a familiar man, with short silver hair. Aelian paused slightly, walked over, and pulled out a bar stool to sit down. "You grown up." Ray turned to his son, whom he hadn't seen since their separation, and gave him a hearty smile. "You look a lot like your mother." "Many people say I look like you," Aelian chimed in, subtly wiping the sweat from his palms, suddenly unsure how to interact with his father. The Ray in this illusion was different from the Ray in the dream constructed by Heparos. In that dream, both were phantoms projected by Heparos based on its memories and impressions, onto small fragments of their souls and emotions. To use MOU's analogy, it was like an AI program that had thoroughly learned everything about his parents, and could calculate reactions based on their personalities. But in this illusion centered on Ray Eclosia's obsession and soul, everything here was truly composed of Ray. Perhaps mixed with some pollution and impurities from other dead, but this was indeed the closest existence to Ray's true form. For me, that's not a good thing. Ray looked sadly at the wine glass in front of him. Our bloodline carries countless burdens and responsibilities. The expectations of the people are both sweet wine and a curse weighing on your heart, making it hard to breathe. I understand that feeling, Aelian said softly. Ray turned to look at Aelian closely, sighing softly. I once thought I could be a mountain, a shield for you and your mother. As long as I was there, you could be a happy, carefree little prince, without the burden of trudging on. But I never imagined that in the end, you would bear everything. How many years has it been? The 371st year, Aelian replied. You're 371 years old now, a real man. Ray said, how is your mother? 371 years ago, she couldn't return to the Elven lands. Aelian lowered his eyes, his long silver eyelashes trembling slightly. She fought to the last moment against a pack of wolves in the central mountains outside the town of Kataruan on the southwestern border of the Church of Light, saving me, but sacrificing her own life. I was adopted by the Church of Light and chosen as their holy son, almost becoming the vessel for the God of Light's descent. Rest assured, I have now betrayed the Church of Light and become a knight of the Lord of AMT County. I have people who love me, support me, and protect me. Not long ago, I retrieved my mother's remains and returned them to the Elven lands, and only then did I follow the clues to find this place. Is that so? Lay lowered his eyes, a tear sliding down his cheek. In the end, I still couldn't protect her. Or you. I'm a useless father, and an unfit king. Aelian hesitantly reached out, and patted Lay's upright back comfortingly. I'm grown up now. I don't need your protection anymore. Tell me about your story, Lay said. Don't worry. We have plenty of time in this dreamland. 3 days here is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Aelian nodded and began to stumble over his past. In Aelian's long life, he had experienced many things and had countless experiences dealing with various crises, but this was a first for him when it came to dealing with his own parents. For the first time, the wise and almost demonic knight felt helpless and inexplicably nervous. Even his usually eloquent mouth became clumsy. He picked and chose from his memories, like any returning wanderer, only sharing good news and not bad. He vaguely recounted his troubled and displaced childhood, focusing on his mentor, Welander, and his group of fellow sons of God. Finally, he briefly mentioned how he had used a trick to evade the divine arrival, and how he had exploited Moira's plan to tie himself aboard the World Alliance's ship, only to find his only escape. You endured so much. Lay said with emotion, even if you tried so hard to omit those parts, I can still guess. I fought the Church of Light for many years, and their tactics are familiar to me. But I'm grateful to your mentor, Wayland, for allowing you to grow into who you are today, and also to the world consciousness, and of course, to the one you love, Lord. A slight flush rose to Aelian's face and ears. Ray removed a gold ring from his left little finger and handed it to Aelian. Wear this. It's the crest ring of our royal family, the seal of the King of the Golden Land. What secrets does the Golden Land hold? What is the royal family guarding? And what are you and your mother planning? Aelian asked. I already told you about my past. It's your turn now. Ray laughed heartily. Yes, it's my turn. It's time to introduce my little prince to his future kingdom. Aelian, a direct descendant of the Eclosia race, is a descendant of the child born to the Mother of Abundance before she became a god. We are the successors of the gods. The Golden Land is not merely the Mother of Abundance's divine kingdom and legacy. It is truly the land belonging to our Eclosia race. He composed himself, his smile fading, and said earnestly, Eclosia is the successor of the Mother of Abundance, her guardian of the grave, and the future guardian of this world. Long ago, when the world consciousness sensed the invasion of this world by an evil god, in order to combat the pervasive corruption of the evil god, the world consciousness gathered her most important consciousness into a completely pure fragment and entrusted it to the Mother of Abundance. The Mother of Abundance is the God most trusted by the world consciousness. She possesses boundless kindness and a powerful will. The world consciousness believed that she could resist the corruption of the evil god. But the Mother of Abundance has fallen. Aelian lowered his eyes. What exactly happened? Was it an attack by the evil god, a loss of faith, or the collapse of the foundation? Chapter 654. Neither. Lay smiled brightly. This is a divine plan for a fake death and reincarnation. Fake death. The Mother of Plenty didn't die? No. Lay said, this is a secret known only to our direct royal family. My father passed it on to me, and I, silently, carried it into this dreamland. Fortunately you arrived. Now, I can finally pass this secret on to you. He took a sip of the beer in front of him and said, the Mother of Plenty is the deity who controls the flow of life. She governs the cycles of nature. The cycle of life, its prosperity and decline. In this world, willpower is the fundamental force that constitutes all things, the great power of creation. However, willpower alone cannot give rise to complete life. Not to mention the contaminating power of external evil gods. Even a single distorted thought from some great being in this world can give rise to strange forms of life. The stream of life, however, originates from the core of world consciousness. From this core, it condenses, refines, and flows forth. It is the template for life, preserved through the trials of time and nature over millions of years of evolution, and the most refined and complete concept. When the stream of life persists intact, willpower will preferentially combine with it. Concepts within the stream of life will be the first to return to the world, continuing the cycle of life until a life withers, transforms into a concept once again, and returns to the stream of life. In these countless cycles, fragile and vulnerable lives will be naturally eliminated. Only those who survive will be strong and adapt to this world's concepts. Whether beautiful or ugly, the world will welcome them with open arms. It can be said that the Mother of Abundance is the guardian of the world's consciousness. She holds the essence of all life in this world, the very concept that constitutes life. Could it be that the fragment that the world's consciousness entrusted to the Mother of Abundance? Aelian suddenly realized something. Yes, simply put, that is the core of the world. As long as it remains unpolluted, all life in the world can still be redeemed, Ray said. But possessing such a treasure is extremely dangerous for a purely benevolent God. The Mother of Abundance is not a warlike God. She reveres justice and goodness, but lacks many means of self-preservation. Therefore, she devised a plan of feigned death, using most of her power along with her foundation stone to create a sealing artifact, placing it within her divine kingdom, and then sealing the entire kingdom. The people of the Golden Land are her descendants and her most loyal believers. As long as we exist, her faith will not waver. He vanished without a sound. No one knows where he went or where he is now. Even our royal family doesn't know his plans or identity. We have only one mission, to protect the Golden Land, to protect its people, and to protect the core of the world's consciousness. When a portion of his natural authority was acquired by the Earth Mother of all spirits, we knew that he had completed his transformation. But a divine kingdom that has lost its gods, in the eyes of the outside world, is like a piece of juicy meat, especially since it contains fragments of the world's consciousness. Aelian asked, puzzled, isn't this more dangerous than when the gods still existed? Lay smiled. You're a clever child. The royal family has always guarded an unopenable temple, said to hold the core of the world. He leaned close to Aelian's ear. So guess what? Are there really fragments of the world's consciousness in the Golden City? Aelian, The Golden City is bait. An empty nest, he murmured. Lei Xiaoxiao said, but this doesn't mean it's no longer our home. No, for us, the royal family, and for the people of the Golden Land, regardless of the existence of the fragments of world consciousness, regardless of whether the Mother of Plenty is still alive, the Golden Land is a place we must protect with our lives. And since it's bait, the Mother of Plenty must be using it to lure someone, or some target, into the trap. Until we receive the oracle of our mission accomplished, we must fulfill our duty to the end. However, the divine power within the sealed artifact is running low. When I left the Golden Land, we conservatively estimated that the divine power within the sealed artifact could only sustain the Golden Land for another 500 years. Now, only 120 years remain. What will happen if the divine power is insufficient to sustain the kingdom of God? The kingdom of God will collapse. Lei reached out, and a snow globe appeared in his hand. Inside, it contained small houses, trees, and figures. Shaking it caused snowflakes to fall across the scene, creating a heartwarming scene. When the divine kingdom collapses, the people and things inside won't simply appear in the outside world unscathed, Ray said. It's not like simply opening a small door on this snow globe and letting people in and out. But like this. He released his grip, and the snowball fell naturally, crashing to the ground with a thud, shattering into countless pieces. The intricately carved houses, trees, and figures within were all smashed to pieces. If that day comes, everything in the divine realm will be destroyed, Lay said resolutely. And I, under no circumstances, want to see that end. Although when I left the Golden Land, I knew that with my abilities, I might not live for 500 years. But I still want to resolve the Golden Land's predicament as soon as possible, so as not to leave the trouble for the next generation to solve. As the next generation, Aelian couldn't help but smile slightly. You are a very responsible king and father. So, you finally found a way to save the Golden Land? Lay shook his head. I haven't found a way to completely save the Golden Land. It would require a new god to completely take over this seemingly ownerless divine realm, but that would actually be a betrayal of the Mother of Abundance, disrupting her plan of salvation. Unless the Mother of Abundance decides to return, no god can possess this divine kingdom, and I will never relinquish it. Aelian, even after you inherit the divine kingdom, you cannot hand it over to any god. But your mother and I have devised a way to slow the decline of the Golden Land's energy. Is it the elves? Aelian asked. The elves' power is nearly identical to the Mother of Abundance's. They are also children of the world's consciousness, and the Mother Tree of Life also possesses the ability to regulate the flow of life. Indeed, as long as we can borrow the power of the Mother Tree of Life, the Golden Land can continue. Ray smiled and shook his head. However, the Mother Tree of Life has suffered severe pollution, and its life is nearing its end. I cannot ask your mother to sacrifice her people, and the Mother Tree to save my people. Chapter 655. Can't we plant a new tree? Aelian asked curiously, recalling Mou's speculation. Lay shook his head. Planting a new tree means entrusting the divine kingdom to the Mother Tree of Life. If the Mother of Abundance has truly passed away, then this might become a consideration for me. Moreover, cultivating a new Mother Tree of Life also requires enormous energy, and might even advance the destruction of the Golden Land by several centuries. Furthermore, it is extremely difficult for the Mother Tree of Life to nurture a seed. Making such a request rashly might harm both the Golden Land and the dying Mother Tree of Life. Rather than giving the elves a vague hope, it's better to let them earnestly search for a truly effective path. I see. Aelian seemed thoughtful. Just as Mou said, their previous reasoning indeed lacked the premise that the Mother of Abundance had not actually died. Reasoning starting from an incomplete proposition naturally leads to inaccurate results. The path we've chosen is the demon race's dungeon model, Ray said. You met Heparos, haven't you? The demon race's dungeon is a very powerful divine realm. It can maintain a basic energy cycle with the outside world, yet it can isolate itself from all harm, maintaining the realm's safety and stability. Because it can maintain basic energy cycles, such as air, water, and sunlight, the Golden City doesn't need to consume the divine power within the sealed artifacts to create these resources. The Golden City can then exist for a longer period with less energy consumption. Rather than expending a large amount of energy creating resources, it's better to use only a small portion of energy to prevent the invasion of external evils during energy exchange. This is the demon race's lazy way of life, which Heparos taught me. It really does sound like something the Skull and Bone Society would do, Aelian muttered softly. Don't underestimate that skeleton, Ray said. It's an incredibly powerful skeleton, powerful in every way. Demons who become liches are all extremely talented and ruthless towards themselves. It abandoned its body, sealing its soul in a casket, thus breaking the limitations of life and death and gaining immortality. As long as the casket isn't destroyed, it can be resurrected countless times, attaching itself to any skeleton. Your mother and I once inquired about the casket's construction and even tried to use it as a last resort to prolong life, but the whole process was too bloody and cruel. Just hearing about it exhausted us, let alone putting it into practice. So, the Golden City is a lure set by the Mother of Abundance. Inside, there's actually only a sealed artifact that's almost exhausted, and a fragment of world consciousness whose existence is uncertain. Aelian concluded, but your uncle wants to seize power in the Golden City. Yes. Pedra, he was my father's half-brother, and his mother was actually my grandfather's maid, which was once a royal scandal in the Golden City. Ray frowned in disgust. He's only slightly older than me. Nearly 400 years have passed, and I wonder if that **** is still alive. The lifespan of a transcendent being depends on the height of their ascension to the divine ranks. The higher they climb, the longer they live. as long as they don't lose their lives in pointless battles and divine wars. Pedre is an extremely cunning and deceitful man, adept at disguise, Ray said. After my father's death and my ascension to the throne, he consistently appeared diligent and utterly loyal, while I was so foolish as to completely miss his wolfish ambitions. I don't know when he colluded with the Church of Light. I realized it far too late. He shook his head regretfully. Just how strong are the extraordinary beings in the Golden Land? Those capable of hunting down Ray and Elena, both king-level powerhouses, must be quite formidable. Ray put down his glass, stood up, and examined Ialian's silver armor and the great sword on his back. He patted Ialian's shoulder with satisfaction. Words are useless. You have to experience their strength for yourself. With his movement, the scene in the bar began to change. A group of people dressed as adventurers suddenly appeared in the previously empty bar. These are just hired adventurers, Ray said. Go ahead, don't hold back. Let me see your strength. He sighed. Before you were born, I lay on your mother's belly countless times, listening to your tiny heartbeat, imagining teaching you swordsmanship in the future. I never imagined that this wish could only be fulfilled after my death. Ialian gave a bitter smile. To fulfill this wish, you really don't hesitate to use the resources at hand. Of course. What's the use of worrying about these things now that I'm dead? We have to make the most of everything. Ray said matter-of-factly. A good adventurer doesn't waste any resources they acquire. Even if you are my son, I will not lessen the difficulty of the trial. Except for the fact that you won't actually die in this illusion. Everything is the real scene I face back then. Ialian blinked hard, his eyes slightly moist, forcing himself to focus on the enemy before him. For those who once harmed you, even if they are phantoms of the dead reappearing in this illusion, I will show no mercy. A silver-blue light flashed, Heart of Protection, activated, and the silver-armored knight drew his great sword from his back, standing in the center of the tavern, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. Ray Chester. Prepare to die? The adventurers drew their various weapons and charged towards Ray behind Ialian. Ialian cast Guardian on Ray, and with a swing of his great sword, several were already on the ground. As expected, those of this class level are no match for you. Ray said with satisfaction, decisive action, no hesitation, very good. Ialian held a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left. Every swing of his great sword was aimed straight for a head. The former Holy Son, extremely skilled at decapitating people and illusions, was a perfect match for these guys who were rushing to their deaths. With each arc of his great sword, several heads rolled off. The silver-haired knight kicked out of the tavern, and the half-corpse blocking his way burst out of the door, allowing the enemies outside to swarm in. People from the Church of Light. Ialian raised an eyebrow, speaking with absolute certainty. That's right. Ray said, the second wave was indeed assassins sent by the Church of Light. Even though Heparos has already caused a great commotion on the continent, drawing away enough people from the Church of Light, these guys are like a persistent plague, impossible to shake off or kill completely. Chapter 656. Ialian was extremely familiar with the ways of the Church of Light. Having spent almost his entire life in the Church of Light, he knew all too well the stench hidden beneath its grand facade. The assassins sent by the Church of Light were all superhumans, specially trained by the Church. They weren't nominally affiliated with the Church itself, but rather believers nurtured by its resources. Their strength varied, and they mostly did shady things for the Church. What did the mistakes of the believers have to do with the Church of Light? Even if believers committed sins, the Church would pray for them without discrimination. These unofficial members were like disposable items, good for everyone if they won, and bad if they died. Ialian, who had long wanted to give the Church a good beating, would show no mercy to these accomplices. He fought his way from inside the tavern to outside, blocking 3 or 4 sword strikes with his shield raised. After a parry, he charged forward, sending the assassins to the ground. The great sword slashed down mercilessly, and with a flick, a streak of blood formed on the ground. The only problem was that the enemies in these illusions were solely targeting Ray Chester, completely unaffected by the Heart of Protection, and provocations had no effect. Protecting someone is always much more difficult than simply killing an enemy, but for Ialian, whose very concept was protection, this was a simple task. Compared to Ialian's effortless demeanor, Ray Acrosia didn't even draw his sword. He, also clad in silver armor, walked behind Ialian, like an elderly father strolling leisurely with his son. Both father and son knew full well that Lei's obsession had almost dissipated. Once Ialian left the illusion, it would dissolve. This was likely the last time they could spend together as a normal father and son. You once said that the Golden City couldn't be handed over to any god. Ialian asked as he fought. But what if it were to be managed by an executor chosen by the world consciousness? You mean, the Lord of AMT County, the God of order you love? Lei asked half seriously, half jokingly, then thought for a moment. The Mother of Plenty is a loyal servant of the world consciousness. If it were the executor of the world consciousness, even if he were also a god, I think the Mother of Plenty wouldn't mind too much. He paused, then asked doubtfully, but why do you want to hand over the kingdom of God to that Lord, rather than keep it as your own? Now that you reach the saint stage, a complete kingdom of God. It will help you quickly ascend to the throne. Aelian shook his head. Both the God of Light and the evil God covet my body. Once I take control of the Golden Land, they will eagerly descend to seize my body and bloodline, thereby taking the Golden Land. I cannot allow that to happen. As you said, regardless of whether the Golden Land contains fragments of world consciousness, it must be a pure land untainted by the evil gods. Please believe me, my lord is a very reliable and responsible person. He has the ability and means to resolve the Golden Land's predicament, just as he healed the Mother Tree of Life. The Mother Tree of Life has already sprouted buds, and by this summer, new elves will likely be born. Really? That's wonderful, Ray said sincerely. Your mother would be so happy to hear this. May her soul rest in the Mother Tree of Life. Aelian paused for a moment. Her remains have returned to the Mother Tree, but we still haven't found her soul. Perhaps she has returned to the Sea of Consciousness, a fragment of world consciousness, and we haven't found that fragment yet. Ray stopped, seemingly lost in thought. Aelian. Ray said something startling. Your mother might still be alive. The silver-haired knight accidentally cleaved his enemy in two. Aelian looked bewildered and at a loss. What are you talking about? My mother died when I was just a few months old. No, only the body died. Ray's eyes suddenly filled with hope. We learned how to make a casket from Heparos, and we did indeed complete the creation of our own casket. The initial steps weren't bloody, and your mother enjoyed collecting the jewels? However, when it came to the step of filling in the soul, the ritual was too bloody and painful because it required completely extracting the soul and placing it in the life box. Besides, she was already pregnant with you at the time, so we all gave up, but now, you haven't even found your mother's soul, not even that fragment of world consciousness. After an elf dies, the soul spontaneously returns to the Mother Tree. It's impossible for the soul to be missing. Perhaps, we did successfully complete the life box, established a connection, and in the instant after her death, it was equivalent to the soul being separated, and the soul was pulled into the life box through the connection. Among them, promise me, after we leave here, go to Heparos, and find out the whereabouts of our phylactery. If Elena really did complete the creation of the phylactery by some twist of fate, and become a lich, then let Heparos awaken her. Aelian's heart trembled slightly. He suppressed his surging emotions, calmly as if persuading his father, and also as if persuading himself. I will, but don't have too high hopes. After all, it's an unfinished lich spell. Even a sliver of hope is good, Ray said hopefully. Find her a jeweled skeleton. She'd love it. The image flashed through Aelian's mind, and he chuckled wryly as he slashed down the Church of Light assassins who appeared before him. The enemies of the Golden Land are about to appear, aren't they? Yes. Ray gathered his scattered thoughts. The Golden Land is a trap specially set by the Mother of Abundance. Those who enter are all handpicked by her. It's practically a nation of soldiers, with countless extraordinary individuals possessing immense power. Moreover, the Golden Land possesses a secret technique that allows the control of magical beasts and puppets. He sighed deeply. I was defeated by this very technique. Chapter 657. After Aelian slew the last assassin from the Church of Light, a group of figures in golden armor appeared at the end of the town's crossroads. These golden armored figures were all tall and imposing, wielding golden great swords and magical turrets. Their levels were mostly at the king level, except for the largest one, the leader, who was at the saint level. The Golden Legion, left behind by the Mother of Abundance, is an immortal army that only those of royal blood can control. Loyal and powerful, they slumber within the temple that holds fragments of the world's consciousness, awakening only when the Golden Land is invaded by foreign enemies, summoned by the royal family. Ray said in a deep voice from behind Aelian, these golden armors you see now are their despicable replicas. Replicas? So, the Golden Legion didn't betray the royal family? Yes. Ray pulled out a golden beetle, identical to the pair Aelian found in the box left by Elena. These golden beetles are the tokens controlling the Golden Legion. There are 3 in total, belonging to the king, the queen, and the heir apparent. I entrusted the other 2 to your mother. I found them among my mother's belongings. Aelian nodded. These golden beetles can control the Golden Legion, but these golden armors in front of you are completely unresponsive to them. Moreover, the true Golden Legion is far more powerful than these crude creations. Every golden soldier is a saint or a hidden realm being. Furthermore, regardless of their own rank, royalty can control them beyond their own level, Ray said. I don't know how Pedra acquired the technology to create the Golden Legion, but he clearly cooperated with some forces outside the Golden Land. These golden armors were all manufactured outside the Golden Land. They don't exhibit the energy fluctuations found within it. Even though these golden armors were crude imitations of divine relics, once they formed a large enough array, they became extremely difficult to deal with. They were inanimate and therefore unkillable. As long as any parts remained intact, they could coalesce and continue fighting. Moreover, the controller could operate them remotely, without ever needing to be on the battlefield. I fought these golden armors for 2 days and 3 nights, finally exhausting myself. Ray shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Defeat these clumsy imitations for me, Hylian. Resolve my final regret, allow me to return to the flow of life, and find final rest. If you pass this test, I will entrust you with all my trust and the future of the Golden Land. Whether you become a god yourself, making the Golden Land your divine kingdom, or return it to the world's consciousness and that Lord, I will approve of your decision. Ray solemnly said, because at that time, you proved to me that you had enough strength to bear the burden of the lives of tens of thousands of people in the Golden Land and lead them towards a true future. Hylian stood before Ray, planted his great sword in the ground beside him, and raised his hands forward. Come forth, guardian of illusion and reality. Ray, amazing. A colossal Dharma form solidified in the void. Its upper body broke through the barrier of nothingness and floated in the air, while its lower body remained submerged in the shadows of nothingness. This is your Dharma form. Ray gazed in amazement at the guardian Dharma form, wearing a laurel wreath, silver armor, wielding a sword and shield, and bearing 6 golden wings, his face filled with praise and pride. The guardian of the real and the unreal turned and smiled at Lei. His divinely beautiful face made Lei dazed for a moment. He raised his sword and shield, and the 6 golden wings on his back suddenly spread out. Countless sharp golden feathers, like arrows, attacked the golden armor, crackling and piercing its joints. The golden armor remained unmoved, swinging his great sword to block the feathers, still moving forward with determination. Hylian's lips curled slightly. Bang! 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 The golden feathers piercing the armor exploded one after another, instantly throwing the golden armor off balance. In an instant, golden gauntlets, legs, and feet were blown everywhere, and the golden armor army was thrown to the ground, falling into a heap. Awesome! The Thunder God was beaming, cheering excitedly. The unaffected golden-armored warriors at the rear of the Legion halted, raised their magic turrets, and with magic concentrated in their golden muzzles, they unleashed a dazzling, blinding energy blast at the guardian of the real and the virtual. Be careful! Lei exclaimed. This thing has incredible destructive power. However, the instant the energy blast struck, the guardian of the real and the virtual flipped upside down, and the winged knight vanished, replaced by a dark dragon-like creature, its form a veil of shadows, impossible to discern. Lei, ? The dark dragon-like creature seemed to not exist in this world. When the energy blast made contact with it, it seemed to pass through thin air, nothing happening. The concentrated energy shot straight into the distance, vanishing into thin air. The guardian of the real and the virtual transformed again, and the physical winged knight reappeared. Hylian breathed softly. This was his first time controlling the illusory and real guardians in actual combat, but the effect was even better than he had expected. He stretched out his left hand and clenched it tightly. Instantly, countless illusory tentacles shot out from the ground, tightly binding the golden armor pieces and slamming them violently into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. The golden armor pieces slammed into the ground, creating human-shaped dents, and their armor collapsed and deformed. Hylian's attacks were extremely cunning, always targeting the joints and interfaces, shattering the armor piece by piece. Be careful. The armor pieces will reassemble, Ray warned. Hylian smiled confidently. Don't worry, they won't reassemble. Sure enough, the scattered armor pieces on the ground began to tremble. They moved closer together, attracting each other as if controlled by some kind of magical magnetism, but no matter how they trembled or rearranged their positions, they could not reassemble successfully. I destroyed their interfaces, Hylian said confidently. The Lord taught me this when he was building the factory in AMT County. Standardization and universalization of parts are milestones in industrial technology. Universal parts not only reduce design and production costs, But more importantly, unified standards and interfaces make parts interchangeable. Even if something breaks, you can simply replace it with another part to fix it. But if you destroy all the interfaces, they'd be helpless. Ray, ? What? His son just said something that sounded impressive, but he didn't understand a word. Chapter 658. Although this fake Golden Legion was a replica, its strength was truly formidable. For a king-level Beyonder like Lei, encountering such an opponent would be absolutely fatal. King-level beings often possess only the faith of their subjects. They lack Dharma forms and domains, relying solely on their physical fitness, stamina, and magical powers to contend with the golden-armored warriors. This is like pitting flesh against mecha. Although a king-level body has almost reached the pinnacle of physical capabilities, it is still flesh, after all. No matter how strong a body is, it will still tire as its strength depletes, experiencing hunger, thirst, and sleepiness. Even in a magical world where alchemical potions can be used to restore physical strength, using a tired body, even in a weakened state, to fight against tireless mechanical Beyonders, not to mention the potential for injury from magic cannon bombardments and the attacks of great swords and long knives, is a disadvantage. And compared to humans, these golden armors are the best weapons of war. They possess abundant energy, long endurance, and a sturdy shell, making them extremely difficult to destroy, with no fatal weaknesses. Even with a damaged head or heart, they can continue fighting despite a bowl-sized hole. If a hand breaks, they can replace it. If a leg breaks, they can replace it. Even if the body fails, the limbs can be detached and used on a healthy body. This endless and protracted battle is inherently a form of invisible psychological oppression for their enemies. It can be said that Piedra, who dispatched these golden armors, understood Lei's character very well. He knew that Lei was an iron-blooded hero who would fight to the end. Lei had no right to escape. He cared about too many things and too many people. His wife, his young son, companions he met on his journey, familiar towns, even strangers he never met. They were all Lei's weaknesses. But now, standing in this illusion, he faced the well-prepared Aelian. Mou's philosophy of never fight an unprepared battle had long been deeply ingrained in the knight's mind by the Lord's words and deeds. Deep in the library of the Magic Federation, Aelian and Mou thoroughly examined the golden armor preserved in the Magic Federation. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Moreover, Aelian's level was already higher than most golden armors, and he also possessed the form of a guardian, both real and imaginary. After several rounds of attacks, Aelian used virtual real transformations to evade the magic cannons, then repeatedly targeted the joints of the golden armor, exploding, grappling, and dropping from great heights, striving to minimize the armor's mobility with the least possible effort. No matter how indestructible they were, no matter how many parts could be patched together and replaced, if limbs were broken, joints, grooves, or latches were damaged. Once all the parts were gone, these golden armors would become irreplaceable, reduced to mere golden lumps that could only bounce on the ground. Aelian had to admit that, as a game planner, Mou was quite adept at exploiting these monsters' weaknesses. After the Lord's intensive review, the Silver Knight's actions completely overturned his father's expectations. Can it be like this? Lei tilted his head, bewildered. Can it be like this? Having completely defeated the golden armor, Aelian withdrew his Dharma form, glancing at his father's astonished expression, a look that seemed strangely familiar. He coughed lightly, ignoring the armored bodies on the ground, completely incapacitated, their limbs removed and weapons disarmed, only able to thrash about. I have completed the trial. Are you satisfied? Ah. Ray was stunned for a moment, then revealed a genuinely relieved smile. He seemed enveloped in a golden light, laughing heartily. Satisfied, utterly satisfied. My child, you truly no longer need my protection. You have surpassed your teacher, you now possess enough strength to protect your family, your loved ones. Ah, how I wish your mother could see all that I see now. 1 drop, 2 drops, tears fell from his eyes, wetting the ground. The time for parting has come, Ray said. My obsession has subsided, now I can set my mind at ease, and step peacefully into the radiance of life's flow. Aelian, as Ray Eclosia, the 36th king of the Eclosia royal family, I entrust the Golden Land to you. Please lead our people towards a prosperous and bountiful future. May the world's consciousness bear witness to me. Aelian placed his right hand on his left chest, and solemnly replied, I will do everything in my power to fulfill your entrustment. May the world's consciousness bear witness to me. Ray nodded in satisfaction. He stepped forward, hooked his right arm around Aelian's neck, and pulled his tall son into his embrace, playfully ruffling Aelian's silver hair. Son, the future of the world rests on your shoulders. He released Aelian, patting him on the shoulder. By the way, no matter how the Church of Light instilled in you the fact that you were an orphan, I want to tell you, you are our hoped for, cherished son. Aelian, your mother gave you this name. In the ancient language of the Golden Land, it means, New Hope. Aelian was stunned. I am New Hope? He received no answer. Ray's figure had vanished into the light. The entire illusion began to tremble and disappear, and a golden core of the illusion floated before Aelian. Aelian squeezed his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, he reached out and grasped the core. Memories of the hero king Ray Eclosia flooded his mind. He felt Ray's boundless sorrow at parting from his wife, children, and friends, the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders, and Ray's resolute determination. Ray never feared death, and he foresaw his own demise. Yet, he resolutely embarked on the perilous path of the final battle, solely to draw more enemy attention to himself, thus securing a better chance of survival for his wife and children. The great hero king, having exhausted his life's accumulated connections, fulfilled all the debts of gratitude and promises owed to those he had helped, gathered every conceivable ally, and after countless rejections and betrayals, joined forces with the few who had offered him assistance to wage this final battle. In helping others, Ray had shown his goodwill, but now, he had received little in return. At his wit's end, Ray swallowed the bitter pill of reality and fate. Kindness and favors given can never be reciprocated, but Ray had no regrets about the countless times he had extended a helping hand to others throughout his life. After this 3-day bloody battle, before taking his last breath, the blood-soaked hero king stood with his sword. His heart held no resentment towards those who coldly watched or even kicked him when he was down, only endless worry and sorrow. Aelian, my child, I'm sorry I can't be there to watch you grow up, but I wish you could live a peaceful and happy life. Chapter 659. The illusion dissipated, and Aelian knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The core of the illusion, clutched tightly in his hand, crumbled into sand under the sunlight. A figure in a mage's robe approached from a distance, knelt beside Aelian, and embraced the grieving knight. Mou made no attempt to comfort Aelian, nor did he utter a word. He simply offered silent companionship and support, gently patting the knight's back. The people of Titan Rose Town silently arrived, placing bouquets, fruits, and wine as offerings from afar. After quiet prayers, they departed with a sense of relief and peace. They, too, were bound by this illusion, by past favors and memories. Now, with the purification of this illusion, all their afflictions and old debts were wiped clean. The parties involved had already let go of their obsessions, and returned to the sea of world consciousness. Naturally, there was no need to settle past debts of gratitude. Whether it was an adventure quest that had already been settled, or the hero's generous assistance, whether it was a missed opportunity caused by fate, or a deliberate act of turning a blind eye and deaf ear. The messy history is too long to be settled, and only the parties involved know the truth. Unlike the quiet departure of the people of Titan Rose Town, a group of strange adventurers arrived in droves. Thanks to the promotion by a few players from the team, serving the people who initially received the quest, a large number of players heard about the new main quest on the forums or through word of mouth. Even those who couldn't come in person were keeping up with the final quest's progress on the forums. Upon entering the area, the players who arrived triggered the latest video animation. The diligent and swift editing master, Lia, had already edited and beautified all the illusionary content the moment the core of the illusion shattered, adding some condensed summaries of the causes and effects to complete the plot, and adding a sentimental and moving background music, which was then shown to every player present. The emotionally charged players watched, tears streaming down their faces, deeply moved, and all chose to quietly observe the Lord and Knight. And of course, take screenshots. Some mage, seemingly struck by inspiration, raised their staff and cast a fluorescence spell. In an instant, all the players were enlightened, switching classes and imitating the mage. Even those who hadn't yet chosen the mage class due to insufficient aptitude devised ingenious solutions. In a flash, the entire town ruins were filled with staffs lit by the fluorescent spell, burning torches, and lit lanterns. Even swaying lilies of light, and lilies of the valley. If this weren't a bright, sunny afternoon, it would have been a truly breathtaking scene. Aelian didn't dwell on this sorrow for long. After allowing himself 5 minutes of vulnerability in front of the Lord, he nuzzled the Lord's neck, composed himself, wiped away his tears, and looked up. When he witnessed the adventurer's spontaneous memorial service, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. That's a memorial service for those in the magical world, the Lord, familiar with anime and manga references, explained softly to Aelian. They are sincerely mourning the passing of a hero. May he rest in peace, and may their wands burn forever. Although it was a different world and a different culture, Aelian truly felt the sincere emotions of those adventurers. He stood up and bowed deeply to the adventurers from AMT County, making the players feel embarrassed. Ah! Our wives are bowing to us. Ah! Our sentiments have been conveyed. Wow, the development team has so many inside jokes. Even the NPCs understand the HP reference? I venture a guess. They might not understand the inside jokes, but they definitely conveyed the feeling, right? MOU also stood up, smiled slightly at the players, and then used the system to issue the resource recycling quest to everyone present. Side quest. Resource recycling. This is the battlefield where the hero King Rayaclosia fought valiantly 371 years ago. After Rayaclosia's illusion was successfully purified, most of this town, which had been trapped in the illusion, has finally seen the light of day again. Adventurers, please search this area of the town and recycle various useful resources. Note: system-friendly reminder, various gold artifacts and fragments of golden armor are important quest resources. They are not only priceless gold, but also contain the secrets of the Golden Land's magical mechanical technology and puppetry. Properly collecting these resources will help advance the main storyline. Mission objective: collect all suspicious/usable materials in the old town of Titan Rose, and hand them over to Mr. Aldley at the Armory Research Institute in AMT County for research and recycling. Mission rewards: the system will award military merits, adventure coins, and NACER based on the quantity and quality of the materials collected by each adventurer. Note: system reminder, military merits will affect your eligibility to accept the next stage of the main quest series, The Mystery of the Golden City. Please work hard. Military merits affect eligibility to accept the main quest. Let's grind. The junk collector is here. What junk? That's gold. Golden armor. Have you ever touched this much gold in real life? Damn, I really haven't. Hee hee, can't you hide a little? I hide a billion. Stop. Game coins are easy to earn, but the main quest is hard to complete. With the new mission attracting their attention, the players scattered and went off to work. Aelian shook his head with a wry smile, then turned to MOU and said, "We need to go back to the dungeon tavern. I might have a clue about my mother's soul." The two hurried towards the dungeon tavern in Heparos. Aelian quietly recounted his experiences in the allusion to the Lord, but since they were in the wilderness, he didn't rush to reveal the secrets of the Mother of Abundance and the fragments of world consciousness. He only focused on his father's speculation that his mother might have become a lich. Chapter 660. Herpalos dozed off behind the tavern counter today as well. Sleeping is one of the ways demons reduce energy consumption. Maintaining such a large dungeon requires a considerable amount of energy. Eating one's own emotions only satisfies the appetite, and does not increase energy. Both to fill one's stomach, and to maintain the dungeon's operations, external emotional intake is necessary. Even though many adventurers enter the dungeon daily, providing it with abundant emotional energy, the thrifty, or stingy, skeleton still refuses to waste a single cent. Suddenly, two humanoid soul fire balls, blazing with surging emotion, burst into the dungeon, instantly awakening the skeleton from its sleep mode, their greed. "Hey, it's you." Herpalos rubbed his eye sockets, the dark purple soul fire within them burning a little brighter. Its flame swept over the people before him, and he asked in confusion, "How come your emotions have become so intense after just one trip?" "Herpalos," Aelian asked anxiously, "where did you keep my parents' phylacteries?" The unreliable skeleton thought carefully. "As for those two semi-finished products, Elena gave them to me. You know, although those two semi-finished products are useless, they're made of many gems and precious materials, so they're still quite valuable. I placed them in the treasury at the bottom of the dungeon, as a memento of our two old friends." "Please take them out," Aelian said. "Maybe the spell you taught them will actually work." The skeleton's eye sockets widened slightly, and cracks appeared with a snap. "I need energy," Heparos said quickly, "emotional energy, world consciousness energy, anything. I need energy to reach the lowest level." "Lia," MOU said, and a ball of silver blue energy was immediately offered to the skeleton. Heparos picked up the energy, and devoured it in a few bites, instantly igniting a dark purple soul fire on its skeletal body. It walked to the wall and knocked, causing a door to crack open. Heparos stepped inside, and the door closed immediately. Aelian took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety as he waited. MOU took his hand at the opportune moment. Warmth emanated from their clasped hands, and the silver-haired knight slowly exhaled. About half an hour later, the skeletal skeleton resurfaced from the ground. It looked as if it had survived a fierce battle, its body covered in grass and dust. As it scraped off sticky, viscous-like parts from its body, it carefully presented a small, clean, and spotless golden chest. Aelian held his breath and, with trembling hands, opened the golden chest. Inside lay 2 jewel-encrusted silver boxes, their surfaces shimmering with a warm glow. It really worked. Hepharos peered at the skull's head, muttering incredulously, "I have to write this down. This is a major update to Lich technology." "So what do we do now?" Aelian asked. "Can they be resurrected?" "They can't be resurrected," the skull said. Aelian froze, stunned. "Because they're not truly dead." The skeleton continued. Mou and Aelian both exhaled, and Mou couldn't help but grumble, "No, could you please stop talking like that?" "Hepharos?" ? The skeleton tilted its head, poured a bunch of water from its skull, then opened the skull, pulled out a fish, and tossed it onto the cutting board behind the counter. Mou. Forget it. What's the point of fussing with a brainless skeleton? Their souls are now bound by their phylacteries, transforming them into immortal liches. As long as the phylacteries remain intact, they can live forever. Harpalos said, picking up a rag and wiping the stains off his skeleton. But since we only completed half of the ritual earlier, and didn't prepare new bodies for them, this is why things are like this. Generally speaking, after deciding to become a lich and crafting the phylacteries, we prepare our own bodies and spare bodies, imprinting them with soul imprints corresponding to the phylacteries, allowing us to use them at any time and anywhere. "So, we need to prepare skeletons for them now?" Aelian asked. "The kind that's shimmering and jewel-encrusted?" That sounds like Elena's preference." The skeleton nodded. "You guys go and prepare them. In the meantime, I need to gather some materials for the soul imprints. Keep the phylacteries safe." Mou put the 2 phylacteries into his system backpack. There was no safer place than the system space of the world consciousness. A bling-bling jeweled skeleton. Mou rubbed his chin. Rama should be able to make something like that. "Huh?" Rama's eyes widened on the other end of the phone. "Tell me again what you want from me." "A sparkling, jeweled, bling-bling, jewel-encrusted skeleton, the kind used by liches." Mou repeated too. "My lord, this is the strangest request I ever heard of." Rama said, "You have to find the jewelry materials yourself. The cost is too high, and I won't pay for it. As for the skeleton itself, do you have the original bones? If not, I can modify it with the kind used for alchemical dolls." "The original bones? Let's go find them." Mou hung up the phone, then pondered for a moment. "By the way, why can't we use alchemical dolls? Never mind. Since it's my father-in-law's request." Everyone suddenly sprang into action. Island traveled to the Elven territory to meet the Elf King Lancel, sharing the good news about Elena and requesting the materials for the body. Mou, on the other hand, traveled to the Magic Federation to find a large quantity of high-quality precious gems. Relying on the resources of the Philizot family was the best option. A certain skeleton rummaged through his dungeon. This one might work. This one won't work, but this one will." A player plowing the ground in Titan Rose Old Town triggered a new side quest. Searching for the remains of hero King Leocrosia? Are we supposed to piece together my father-in-law? It's a bit hellish, but it sounds like fun. Brothers, charge. Chapter 661. They're here. Everyone, make way. A group of players cheerfully emerged from the teleportation point, heading straight for the Gunsmith Research Institute in AMT County. "Adventurers, please line up in an orderly fashion. The golden armor is this way, the skeletons are that way." Mira Denton, who had been temporarily assigned by the Lord, stood in front of the Gunsmith Research Institute's gate, having already divided the open space in front of the gate into 2 areas. Mr. Aldley was excitedly rubbing his hands together, waiting. The Golden Legion of Golden City. They're the progenitors of magical machinery. Even the technology used for replicas is well worth studying. Lamar took out his phone, glanced at the time, and impatiently instructed Mira Denton, "Send someone to transport the bones to me once they're all gathered. I'm going back to prepare the alchemy materials." Okay. Leave it to me." Mira agreed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hey, another bonus this month." One by one, the players lined up in an orderly fashion, first placing a pile of golden fragments on the left, then a pile of bones on the right. "Aren't there a lot of bones? Did you guys even pick the right ones?" one player asked worriedly. Having received the new quest, the healer with the medical license badge above his head appeared beside the pile of bones. He put on gloves and carefully identified, examined, and categorized each bone. This is an animal bone. The other players watched with awe as the expert began working on the human bone puzzle. Could this be the legendary bone tracing? The game planner, Leah, who had been silently listening to the players' conversation, pondered for a moment before adding the new title to the title library. 206 pieces, that's right. The healer pieced together a complete skeleton on the ground, carefully examining it with an appraisal spell. Done. Please have this adventurer transport the skeleton to Lord Lamar's Alchemy Institute. Mira Denton, who had been keeping a close eye on the adventurer's movements, said opportunely. Yes, sir. The healer packed the skeleton into his backpack and set off on the delivery route without stopping. What about the bones here? The adventurers asked. Mira Denton glanced down at her tablet. Please take them to the Lich King Heparos. He will collect them. All right. The group of adventurers happily ran off with their trash. Mira Denton breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her attention back to the gold beside her. Such a huge pile of valuable gold, and these adventurers didn't even try to pocket it. Or rather, isn't the Lord afraid they embezzle it? Mira wondered, gently picking up a piece of gold that had rolled to the side. Ah, the gold in my backpack is gone. Suddenly, she heard the adventurer next to her shout. What happened? Didn't I just see you complete the quest? The man's companion asked. No, I kept some for myself, but when I opened my backpack, it was all gone. The adventurer said sadly. Oh, that's how it's set up, right? Gold is a quest item. It disappears automatically once the quest is completed or the quest time limit expires. It's the same as the giant Moogle doll and the Kite Cat plushie in Sky Dome Street. So keeping it is useless and will only reduce your rewards. His companion explained. Ugh, damn it. What? It's magical gold that disappears. Mira Denton whispered, placing the gold fragment in her hand back into the pile of gold. She had heard the legend of this magician's gold. It was said that great magicians would create this gold to make various magical items. This gold also carried spells and curses. If anyone tried to possess it, they would be cursed. The gold would disappear on its own, while the curse would bring them eternal misfortune and poverty. No, I can't be tempted by the curse. Doing this job well will earn you far more than this gold. Mira Denton made up her mind and began to diligently watch over the pile of gold. Leah, sitting on the eaves nearby, nodded in satisfaction. She snapped her fingers, and in a flash of silver light, a golden beetle disappeared from the pile of gold. In its place was a pile of gold fragments that Leah had confiscated after players had attempted to intercept it. Leah carefully placed this important golden scarab into the Lord's system backpack. The players, of course, were unaware that all quest items placed in the system backpack were the system's property, and embezzlement was impossible. Aelian, exhausted, returned to AMT County and met up with the Lord at the Alchemy Research Institute. He informed the Elf King of everything and retrieved Elena's remains from the Mother Tree. The Elf King Lancel also took out a large collection of various gems from his treasury and handed them to Aelian. Your mother will love these, Lancel said. The players, unable to heal themselves, brought in the remains of Rayacrosia, neatly stacking them piece by piece according to their assigned parts on the table Rama had originally used to store alchemical figurines. MOU had plundered a considerable amount of diamonds and gems from the Philizlock family, but the shrewd lord wouldn't let himself or his family suffer any loss. Half of the golden armor shattered by Rayacrosia, collected by the players, will be sorted and reassembled before being sent to Kronsel in the Magic Federation for joint research. The results of both parties' research will be shared, which will not only reduce Mr. Oldley's workload, but also allow scholars from the Magic Federation to work for free. These golden armor fragments, carrying a wealth of valuable knowledge and technology, can also be exchanged for a large number of precious gems. After all, these are the spoils of my father-in-law's hard-earned conquests. It's reasonable to exchange them for some jewelry that my father-in-law and mother-in-law will like. A good game planner is one who can rationally allocate resources, leveraging their leverage to leverage further power. AMT County's Grand Alchemist, Rama Onisel, diligently used various alchemical potions to remove stains from the skeleton. He repaired, strengthened, and refined it, then incorporated gems carefully selected by the Lord and Knights into the skeleton, serving as carriers of magical power. The gems of this world possess a strong affinity for magic. Beyond their aesthetic value, they are also crucial magical media. While Rama was diligently working, a skeleton passed through the teleportation array and knocked on the door of the Alchemy Institute. Sorry, I'm late. Chapter 662. Elena had a very long dream. She dreamt that she met a strange skeleton and a handsome adventurer, and the three of them, or rather, the two of them and the skeleton embarked on an adventure together, laughing and joking. She dreamt that she and the adventurer recognized and admired each other through repeated crises, and later, that admiration gradually turned into affection, and then into familial love. She dreamt that she gave birth to a son, but was forced to separate from her husband, carrying him alone across the ocean, constantly evading pursuers, trying to hide their whereabouts, attempting to return to the elven lands. She dreamt that all her efforts were thwarted by bloodline tracking magic. She couldn't abandon her son, and could only fight desperately, unable to find a glimmer of hope amidst the attacks of demonic wolves. Great maternal love, a voice told her, as she was covered in blood, her vision blurred, all thick red. She saw a tall figure appear. The person bent down, reached out, and gently touched the swaddling clothes of Ialian, whom she was tightly holding. He glanced closer and clicked his tongue. A beautiful child, silver hair, and probably silver eyes too. The offspring of 2 kings, a powerful half-elf, the future ruler of the Golden Land. Perfect, a perfect vessel for divine intervention. "What are you saying?" she gasped. "What divine intervention?" The person smiled. In that instant, she saw his heterochromatic pupils and exclaimed, "You are..." Her memory abruptly ended. Her thoughts seemed to be severed, and she drifted aimlessly in darkness, waking and falling asleep repeatedly. It seemed as if a long period of time had quietly passed, but she felt nothing. She repeatedly murmured a name in her heart. "Ialian." She sighed, and strangely, this time she could finally hear her own voice. "I'm here." A clear voice answered her. Elena abruptly opened her eyes. Though she said opened, she seemed completely unaware of her eyelids. Something seemed to flicker in her eye sockets, then her vision gradually cleared, and she saw a familiar figure. "Ray?" The next second, she denied it. "No, not Ray, you're much younger than Ray, Ialian." "It's me." Ialian hesitated for a moment, then stammered, "Mother." Elena abruptly sat up in her bed. She heard a series of clinking jewels, looked down, and found herself transformed into a glittering, dazzling, jewel-encrusted skeleton. "What's this? It's actually quite pretty," Elena muttered, feeling as if her brain couldn't process the situation for a moment. Wait, was she still there? "Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" Her son, who had suddenly grown up, asked rather bewilderedly. No, well, a little strange, but not that weird." She spoke incoherently, still a bit confused. Elena looked around and was relieved to see a familiar skeleton lifting another, equally adorned, unfamiliar skeleton lying on the next table. Her son, who looked quite like Lay, stood somewhat stiffly beside a black-haired magician. A dark-skinned young man in a white coat was busily moving in and out. "Hepelos?" she called. "Elena?" The first to answer was the unfamiliar skeleton. "Ray?" Elena's eyes widened. No, they stared and flamed with soulfire. Becoming a skeleton lich really has many things to get used to. After undergoing dual testing by the dark-skinned alchemy master and the great Lich King, 2 freshly made, jewel-encrusted, dazzling skeletons were finally released from the laboratory. They breathed. Actually, they didn't need to breathe. Breathing in the fresh air, feeling the warm, but not scorching sun of AMT County, hand in hand, revealing a radiant smile unique to skeletons. "It's good to be alive," Ray exclaimed. "I always wanted to experience what it's like to be a skeleton during my adventures, and it turns out it's actually quite fun," Elena said. "By the way, can't we eat any more? Do we have to live on emotional energy?" "Yes." The only experienced skeleton, Heperos, nodded. "After becoming a lich, you gain the lich's abilities, but as a price, you lose the abilities of your former race. For example, Elena will no longer be able to sense the mother tree of life or use life magic, but in its place, you can use the abilities of a spirit messenger." "Is this what they mean by you can't have your cake and eat it too?" Elena said wistfully, her skeletal white claws wrapped around Lay's skeletal arm, while her other arm was around Ialian's. "Son, is this where you live now?" Heperos continued rambling. "Even now, I still don't completely understand how your half-baked life phylactery succeeded." "They actually succeeded. It's unbelievable." "Emo, you completely understood this feeling." It was like a programmer he used to work with who wrote a mountain of garbage code. Everything about it looked wrong, it seemed impossible to run, but then he pressed enter, and lo and behold, the crap actually worked. It was impossible to even fix it. Even the slightest tweak, or any deliberate attempt to repair it, would cause this system, which had only managed to function through a confluence of perfect timing, circumstances, and sheer luck, a system built on countless interconnected, inexplicable bugs, to utterly collapse. It was absurd, however. As a seasoned planner, MOU knew that when faced with such a stroke of good fortune, one could only accept it with gratitude, completely ignoring how this unrepeatable accident had inadvertently occurred. 3 moving skeletons. 2 of them even sparkled and glittered. Walking through the streets of AMT New City with a lord and his night wife, this scene was truly spectacular, even in this bizarre city teeming with countless strange octopuses and orc adventurers. The adventurers kept snapping photos, while Felix, who happened to be passing by, stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, the lord really is an evil necromancer. Chapter 663. There are elves here too. Seeing her fellow elves, Elena happily let go of her son and husband's arms and ran over. Suddenly Felix, spotted by a skeleton, widened his eyes in shock and took off running. Don't come any closer. Hey, wait, why are you running? Aelian looked shocked. Mother, has she always been this cheerful? Ray nodded happily. Yes, cheerful, happy, like a ray of bright sunshine. Listening to the father and son's nonsensical conversation, Imo-yu covered his mouth and chuckled. This family is really too interesting. Felix. Imo-yu called out to the panting elf. This is the elf king's younger sister, Elena. Felix stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Huh? And so, Felix was pulled along by Elena, who wanted to reminisce with her past kin and, forced, join the party. Unable to break free, Felix tried to hide within this strange procession, only to find that the only thing that could conceal him was Aelian, whose arms were now held by 2 glittering, jeweled skull figures. Helpless, Felix could only silently cover his face. This feeling of being paraded through the streets, it's the taste of social humiliation. So why did Lady Elena become like this? He gestured to the Lord. These jeweled skull figures are indescribable. The Lord smiled calmly. Naturally, it was at the request of the Hero King. We made them strictly according to Lady Elena's preferences. Good heavens, you were just talking about your father-in-law, weren't you? Frost looked at Aelian in disbelief, then at the Lord, then at the 2 grinning gem skeletons, and instantly collapsed. No, I can't believe this is elven aesthetics. While we do like gems, liking gems doesn't mean liking to use gem skeletons as bodies. You, a necromancer, can stuff souls into those alchemical dolls, right? The 2 gem skeletons turned around simultaneously. Huh? Alchemical dolls? You mean those cute, pretty alchemical dolls? Elena asked, pointing at the passing adventurer. Huh? You can do that? Ray asked in surprise. Aren't you only allowed to use skeletons? It's still a body, whether it's an alchemical doll or a skeleton, as long as it's imprinted with a soul mark, it works. You can even change bodies every day without a problem, Hepros replied. Normally, liches prepare 5, 6, 7, or 8 bodies as spares. After all, for an immortal soul, the physical body always decays quickly. However, using skeletons is my preference. Because it's especially easy to feign death when escaping. That's quite a down-to-earth reason. Elena turned her head, her gaze like a death ray falling on her husband whom she hadn't seen for 371 years. So, you told our son to get us these sparkling gem skeletons? The exact words were, find her a pearly gem skeleton, she'd love it, Aelian answered honestly with a serious, innocent expression. Locked in Elena's death gaze, Lay shuddered subconsciously. Just tell our son I like this kind of thing. Elena reached out her claws to twist Lay's ears, but found the skeleton had no ears, so she twisted nothing. You're just creating this image for our son, whom we haven't seen in 371 years. The 2 gleaming jewel skeletons chased each other through the streets of AMT New City, fighting and flirting, for a time becoming a dazzling part of AMT New City's scenery. Fellow's eyes widened, his body staggering, as if his entire worldview had been shattered to smithereens. He avoided the gazes of passers-by, adventurers, as if he wanted to dig a 5-meter-wide hole with his toes and burrow into the ground. Hepros, on the other hand, was composed, as if he had completely adapted to the couple's playful banter from past adventures. MOU, your parents are really lively. He felt that there must be a reason why these 3 had become such close friends. Island suddenly burst into laughter, wiping tears from his eyes. They're so strange. But I'm so happy. MOU took the knight's hand and smiled. Thankfully, this is a magical world full of infinite possibilities. Despite the chaotic journey, which provided the players with many Easter egg CGs, everyone returned to the Mage Tower safely. Here, with Leah's spatial shield, they could finally speak freely about topics involving gods, authority, and the unsolved mysteries of the past. Wow, is that the newly born tree of life? Elena gazed out the window of the Mage Tower, and immediately saw the thriving tree. It's growing so well. Pharaohs takes very good care of us. Emo, you served them brewed black tea, pretending not to notice the way Pharaoh's chest puffed out with pride at his praise. The mother tree is also in good condition. The contamination has been mostly removed, and new buds will appear in the spring. Wow! That's wonderful! I must return to Adu Rachel as soon as possible to see my brothers. Elena sighed deeply. But now I become a lich, and I can no longer feel the connection to the mother tree. Your life is a blessing, Pharaoh said. The king misses you dearly. We grew up listening to the king tell us stories about you. Your Highness, Explorer Elena, you are a hero to our elves. Oh, I'm a little embarrassed to say this. Elena covered her skull. But Lord, could you make us 2 more alchemical puppet bodies? Although this jeweled skull frame, she glared at Lay, is quite good, I really like it, but it always feels a bit inconvenient when meeting with friends and family. Of course, Mou said with a smile. You can try customizing the alchemical puppet's appearance later. However, our current supply of high-quality materials for making alchemical puppets is very limited, and we can't reach the king level you and the hero king originally possessed. These 2 jeweled skull frames, however, because they use many gems that can act as magical media, can contain tremendous power, reaching king-level strength. Got it. Use the skull frame for fighting, and the alchemical puppet for visiting relatives and friends. Elena clapped her hands. Perfect. Chapter 664. Pharaoh spent considerable time meticulously recounting to Elena how the mother tree of life, on the verge of death, miraculously survived, planted a new sapling in AMT County, and, with the help of the Lord and the Druids, cleansed itself of its pollution and gradually recovered. Elena listened intently, only truly relieved when Pharaoh described the mother tree's new flower buds, and showed her the photos of the mother tree sent by Alicia. The heavy burden that had weighed on her heart for centuries was finally lifted, and Elena let out a long sigh of relief. In this way, my mission among the elves is finally complete. Pharaoh, detained by Elena, was finally released. He felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, and fled the mage tower, as if a skeleton were chasing him. After Pharaoh left, the place became a tea party for 3 skeletons, and Mou and Ialian. Even though they had exchanged a great deal of important information since Ray and Elena's resurrection, each still had many stories to tell and many questions to ask. So what exactly happened after you took Ialian across the sea? Ray asked first. I was on a merchant ship from the Southern Continent Merchant Guild bound for Lozelle in Central Continent, Elena recalled. Back then, although the Church of Light had many extraordinary beings in the Southern Continent, they didn't control the entry and exit of every port like they do now. I still managed to find an opportunity to board a merchant ship not controlled by the Church of Light. But before we successfully reached Lozelle, the ship docked prematurely, and people from the Church of Light boarded. I hid, secretly listening to their search. While they were still searching the bow, I escaped with Ialian from the stern. She fiddled with the sand table map on Mou's table, lightly pointing to a port city. 371 years have passed, and this port and landscape have changed greatly. I must have landed around here. Mou peered over and frowned. This is now under the control of the Church of Light. Irene nodded, her finger tracing a route on the sand table. We traveled from southwest to northeast. I originally thought this merchant ship was heading directly to Lozelle, but whether the ship itself was on a coastal route or changed course due to threats from the Church of Light, the place where I disembarked was nearly 300 kilometers off my original plan. From here to the Elven territory, the shortest and most convenient way is by water, but by land, it's a long and winding road, or even a risky crossing of the central mountain range. I tried to find a ship in the harbor, but unfortunately, all the ships there were under the control of the Church of Light. While I was inquiring, I noticed someone had noticed me, so I immediately abandoned my plan to travel by water and left the harbor. I stole a believer's robe that someone had hung out to dry in their yard, used it to cover my face and elven ears, hid Ialian under the robe, and hitched a ride on a kind ox cart carrying straw out of town, thus evading the Church of Light's first wave of pursuers. 300 kilometers would be a 3 or 4 hour drive on a highway in the original world. But in this magical world, carrying a baby only a few months old, relying on my own 2 feet and the occasional mount I acquired, evading their searches and pursuers in enemy territory, and crossing a towering central mountain range, was an extremely difficult task. After I left the city and entered the wild, things became a little easier. Thanks to my elf status, I could use seeds to grow fruit and wheat. But my constant travels left me with insufficient milk, and Island was always hungry. Although he was already several months old, he still looked like he was only a month old. Island and I survived the most difficult times with oatmeal and fruit juice. Drawing on my affinity for animals, I asked them to become our mounts and Island's nurses. deer, horses, bears, and wolves. We marched from the border of one animal's territory to the next. Although it was arduous, we were indeed approaching the elven territory. But the good times didn't last long. Soon, we spotted our pursuers. Wolf tamer? Eprose asked. Yes. Irina nodded, the light refracting from the jewel skull's movements sparkling. But from beginning to end, I never actually saw the wolf tamers. Initially, it was the animals that told me there were demonic wolves nearby. Demonic wolves aren't native to that area, nor are they magical beasts. The sensitive local animals are always the first to detect intruders. With the animals' help, I hid, dodged, and escaped. Every time I thought I had successfully shaken off the demonic wolves, they returned. All this was utterly unnatural. After much reflection, only one explanation could explain it. Their master. The wolf tamer used blood magic to lock onto Aelian. Lay and Piedra are blood relatives, and Aelian carries half of Lay's blood. No matter where we fled, we couldn't completely shake the demonic wolves' pursuit. As winter arrived, I finally reached the southwestern border of the Church of Light. I crept into the mountains along the border of Kadarwin town, knowing that once I crossed the central mountain range, I would enter the Magic Federation. Once I reached the Magic Federation, I could easily contact the elves and the Mother Tree, obtaining more assistance. Although I was still too far from the Mother Tree at the time to connect with the Elven Network, I remembered most of the Elven food distribution points in the Magic Federation. If I could find the elves selling and delivering food, I would be protected. She sighed deeply. But crossing the central mountain range in winter is an extremely difficult task. The heavy snow slowed me down, and I struggled to find any wild animals to ride through the blizzard. Worse still, in the snow, wolves moved much more easily than I could, and they could easily find me by following my footprints. After months of fleeing, I was finally caught and surrounded, forced to fight while fleeing. Elena shook her head. The rest of my memory is like a blurry dream. I only remember desperately running away with Aelian in my arms, killing one demonic wolf after another. I was covered in wounds, blood flowing from my body, taking away my warmth and strength. Just as I was about to collapse, leaning against a large tree to draw life energy, a figure appeared before me, saying some strange things. Then, I completely lost consciousness. I remember that guy had heterochromia. Now that I think about it, it must have been the God of Light. Chapter 665. In other words, Mou stroked his chin after listening to Elena's account. Summarizing, the God of Light had his eye on Aelian from the very beginning. Back then, the God of Light was the true God of Light, not the baby tooth. This God of Light, frankly, wasn't exactly a saint. Before becoming a god, his chronic illness fueled his obsession with survival. He schemed, cheated, and deceived, resorting to every underhanded tactic imaginable, but he never focused on his original profession. He was just like those professors who lacked real ability and knowledge, yet sought fame and fortune through academic misconduct. To protect his own interests, he formed a clique, firmly locking himself into his divine position. Lacking in skill, he compensated with connections and influence. When it came to professional competence, he stole from his own students, the Holy Sons. He manipulates the Church of Light, a powerful interest group, yet is also controlled and manipulated by its interests, losing his true self and left only with endless survival instincts, greed, and scheming. Moreover, this God of Light seems exceptionally skilled at luring and trapping. He will spend hundreds of years hiding, feigning death, making his prey believe the alarm has been lifted and the predator is dead, swaggering out of his hiding place before suddenly pouncing and capturing him in one fell swoop. TSK, what a cunning old fox. Another piece of the puzzle has been added. Although it doesn't completely unlock the mystery, it's at least some progress. Mou took out the magic laptop and had the two elders sculpt the appearance of their desired alchemical dolls. Elena waved her hand, letting Lay do it first, while she held her son's hand, listening to Aelian recount his experiences from childhood to adulthood. Ray Clausia glanced at his wife. This time, he didn't dare create anything fancy, simply sculpting an alchemical doll in his original likeness. While sculpting the face, Ray chattered on and on about the Golden Land to Mou, including the Mother of Abundance and the Stream of Life, the gods feigning death, the unseen fragments of world consciousness, and the puppetry and golden legions that the Golden Land was so proud of. So, that fragment of world consciousness might not exist at all, but merely bait released by the Mother of Abundance. Mou nodded. This was a more reasonable guess. Lia, sitting on his shoulder, pouted, looking disappointed. Mou showed no disappointment. He reached out and gently ruffled Lia's hair. No need for that expression. It's actually a good thing the fragment of world consciousness isn't in the Golden Land. Knowing that the Mother of Abundance holds this core of world consciousness is enough. Lade looked at him suspiciously, then made a bold guess. Do you already know which god the Mother of Abundance has reincarnated into? Mou smiled. I have an idea. If nothing unexpected happens, I probably know her current subordinate gods and one of her divine allies. However, this is still just a conjecture, and it needs a lot of theological evidence. To be on the safe side, I need to go to the Magic Federation again to check the data and verify my idea. Mou was always a conservative person, thinking 10 or 100 steps ahead before acting. Naturally, he wouldn't risk the lives of his entire family, or even his entire faction for an unverified conjecture. He pondered for a moment and said, perhaps after I confirm this conjecture, it will be time to prepare, contact them, and initiate that roulette of fate. Aelian raised an eyebrow. After a popular player posted a guide on how to become a soul messenger. Ah no, a soul reaper, this class immediately became a favorite among players. Who doesn't love a cool scythe? Whether it's metal, bone, life-size, or a split short scythe, they're all so cool, while many new players are complaining about their insufficient level/military merit, wrong class, or not having finished the main quest to change jobs in the southern continent. Heparos, the soul messenger job minter, brazenly appeared on the streets of AMT New City. He was even accompanied by 2 glittering gem-encrusted skulls. Is this some new plot twist? After a moment of confusion, the players rushed forward. Minter, I want to change jobs to the scythe. Although not in the dungeon, Heparos never refuses a tempting offer. Don't rush. It pulled out the phone given to it by the Lord and expertly began issuing job quests, while simultaneously siphoning golden soulfire from the adventurers who accepted them. Ah, the delicious passion. After dismissing the adventurers, Heparos shared the soulfire he had earned with his 2 old friends. Try it, this passion of exploration is delicious. Every time I eat this, it reminds me of our old days. This soulfire tastes so good. Elena said, it crunches and has a grainy texture. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten anything for hundreds of years. If I get a new body as an alchemical puppet, will I still be able to eat normal food? As for the act of eating itself, there shouldn't be any problem. Heparos himself was happily munching away. I've seen adventurers using alchemical doll shells eat normally, so alchemical dolls themselves should have the function of digesting food. It's just that for energy replenishment, you need to consume emotions separately. Doesn't that mean? Elena's eyes blazed with soul fire. You don't have to worry about getting fat no matter how much food you eat. That seems to make sense. Heparos fell into deep thought. The 3 eccentric skeletons thus settled into the inn in AMT New City. For Heparos, teleporting back to his dungeon was a matter of moments. But to accompany his 2 old friends, who had finally been resurrected, the old Lich, too lazy to teleport back and forth, had prepared in advance by finding a spare skeleton before leaving and placing it behind the counter of the dungeon tavern. Now, it still possesses the cell phone given to it by the Lord, allowing it to remotely manage its dungeon business. It must be said, the adventurers of AMT County are quite reliable. Not only are they adept at their work, but they also spare no effort in exploiting others, making it, the Dungeon Lord, seem like a mere mascot. Those who venture into the deep labyrinths are also incredibly capable. The number of near-death adventurers teleported back using emergency teleportation scrolls is far fewer than those from the southern continent in the past. Whether it's assigning quests to adventurers, casting spells to revive them from near death to full health in a second, or recycling scrap materials, the spare skeleton can handle it all with ease. This way, it can manage its dungeon without hindering its work, spend time with old friends, and even experience the new things of AMT New City hundreds of years in the future, expanding its customer base, food. The skeleton is quite satisfied. Chapter 666. This new year, the players had a very satisfying time. Not to mention the impressive Lunar New Year celebrations, the main storyline quest about Island's parents also happened to launch during the holiday break. Players were tortured to death by the main storyline CG animation, but it ended with a deeply moving and engaging rescue mission. It was a bit hellish, but it was also truly moving and fun. The World Square in AMT New City has always been a place where players gather and perform performance art. Anyone who has acquired a title, costume, or profession they want to show off will come here, intentionally or unintentionally. It's like a person who can heal but can't heal himself has been AFKing AMT New City's World Square these days under the title of Bone Finder, afraid no one will know that he is the human bone puzzle player who made such a significant contribution to the main storyline. On a nearby streetlight, a soul messenger player draped in a black robe and cape, carrying a massive bone scythe, stood with the ID Snape Poison Way, looking down upon the entire square with a commanding gaze. A player with blonde hair, red eyes, and a vampire-like appearance, the ID only loved Fluffy, drooling over the furry tail of a nearby white tiger orc, slurred his lips. "Brother, can you let me touch it, just for once?" Mira Denton, passing by on her way to work at the city council, glanced up casually. She gave these eccentric adventurers a friendly smile, and then left, unperturbed. After spending so much time in AMT New City, her horizons and ambitions broadened. Mira Denton could clearly feel the changes and growth within herself. Just a few years ago, she was working odd jobs and washing clothes in a small village to the north. Back then, she lived in poverty and was spiritually impoverished. Her most anticipated time of day was while working, eavesdropping on the gossip of the village housewives. Hearing about anyone worse off than herself made her feel refreshed. Even the hard, dry bread tasted better. Having grown up in the village, she was unsophisticated. Even if a neighbor wore a new dress with a low neckline, or ate white bread and roast meat, she would silently criticize them for a long time. But at the same time, she was also terrified of becoming the subject of gossip, afraid of being pointed at and judged for doing anything out of line. However, after arriving in the new city of AMT, she saw a different, new, and free world. Everyone was busy with their own affairs, striving towards a better life. No one considered eating a bite of monster meat filthy or evil, nor did anyone consider eating a bite of white bread or rice porridge luxurious or wasteful. No one cared what others ate, wore, or did every day. She saw strangely shaped adventurers. At first, she found their clothing and behavior odd, but now she was completely used to it and didn't care at all. After all, living a life constantly surprised by the mundane would be too tiring. She now had a proper job at AMT New City, living a busy but fulfilling life. Occasionally, scholars from the Elves, the Magic Federation, and the Magic Academy would come to give them lessons. Mira saw not only AMT New City, but also the Magic Federation, the Elves, the Northern Territory, and the Southern Continent. Griffin served as public transportation in the city. Towering giants and orcs roamed the city, buying all sorts of goods in bulk. More and more outlandish costumes became fashionable, and she couldn't resist buying several dresses she had previously considered indecent. When she put on those pretty dresses, looking at herself in the mirror, she almost cried tears of joy. So beautiful. And now, living skeletons still roamed the city, said to be Lord Ialian's parents and their friends. If it were the naive, ignorant Mira Denton of the past, she might have screamed evil necromancer and help, and frantically fled to find the priests of the Church of Light to exorcise the demon, but now, she had learned to distinguish right from wrong. Not everything you haven't seen is bad, nor is everything you find unacceptable evil. As long as others haven't broken the law or infringed on your rights, it's not her place to judge them with extraordinary morality, no matter what they do on your turf. And New City is such a tolerant and broad-minded city. Mira Denton also felt ashamed of her past ignorance. She began to understand that in the past, she wasn't a person with a strong sense of morality. Her disapproval and dissatisfaction with the private affairs of her neighbors and villagers stemmed entirely from jealousy she herself hadn't realized. By criticizing others' choices, she could tell herself that her life wasn't one of compromise, but rather a result of her own choices. By criticizing others' freedom, she could justify her own actions, going against her conscience and oppressing herself, as justifiable. By criticizing the paths others had taken, she inexplicably gained an unparalleled power, as if she were the sole representative of right and wrong, that only her decisions were correct, and that all others' choices would inevitably lead to suffering. But now, Mira Denton realized how ignorant she had been. Couldn't she afford white bread because she didn't want to? No, simply because she was poor. Couldn't she afford pretty dresses because they would look provocative? No, still because she couldn't afford them. Couldn't she live a good life because she wanted to reminisce about past hardships? No, it was because she lacked education, skills, and the will to try and change her life. Everything that happened in AMT New City was like fate slapping these ignorant barbarians across the face, utterly waking them up so they could reach out and grasp the delicious pie that had fallen from the sky, a pie that could change their lives. Mira Denton knew their lord was no ordinary man. But now she could distinguish right from wrong. In her eyes, regardless of whether the lord was a true necromancer, he was by no means an evil person. This lord was the one who brought new life to the land, gave them a future, and banished evil from the world. He was the savior of this world. Since the lord was undoubtedly a good person, then Knight Ialian must also be a good person, and his parents, even if they were two glittering jeweled skeletons, They must be legendary heroes. In this city, many shared Mira Denton's thoughts. Silently, the Lord and the adventurers had subtly liberated the minds of the city's ordinary people through their actions. A new era had begun. Chapter 667. That Lord, is he the one my son likes? Elena, settled into her inn, sat down on the edge of the bed, bouncing curiously on the soft, springy mattress. After becoming a skeleton, even a jewel-encrusted skeleton, her weight decreased, and her movements became much more agile. Yes, Ray said. My son told me in the illusion that this Lord was his savior, and that they developed feelings for each other amidst many difficulties, treating each other sincerely. I don't see anything wrong with it. A necromancer is a necromancer, just academic research. In terms of knowledge and tools, there's no good or evil. If we hadn't learned how to make the lich box of Hepros back then, we wouldn't be alive now. I think so too. And he is indeed a handsome young man, and seems quite intelligent, and quite a good match for my son. Elena sighed deeply. Alas, it's just that we missed so much. One night, when she woke up, her son had grown from an infant in swaddling clothes into a strong and upright man, and had even chosen a partner. Not missing out again is already the best outcome, Lay smiled, then his expression turned serious. Think about it, although your son makes it sound easy, every step he's taken since childhood has been fraught with danger. If it weren't for his innate intelligence, and the good fortune he's had along the way, one wrong step, and he could have died 1,000 times over. The Church of Light. Elena said angrily, I get my revenge on them sooner or later. No need to rush. That Lord has his own plans. Lay said, let's not disrupt the children's pace and plans. They're fighting a war of gods, and we, two old king-level skeletons, can't mess around and cause them trouble, only to worry them. That's true. Speaking of which, we two skeletons, we wonder if we might spread rumors about the Lord. Elena continued, glaring at Lay again. It's all your fault. You were talking about the jeweled skull for no reason, and now he has to go find materials for the alchemical doll for us. Ahem. Lay rubbed his bare skull sheepishly, and changed the subject. I wonder what Heplos is doing. Shall we go check it out? That's a really abrupt change of subject. Although Elena said this, she didn't dwell on the jeweled skull. The two skeletons knocked on Heplos' door together, and peeked inside. The skeleton's room was littered with scattered bones. Heplos? What are you doing? Elena asked curiously. Making bone sickles for the Lord's adventurers. Heplos said, raising his left hand. A pile of bone fragments floated up from the ground, condensing and forming a bone sickle. Heplos waved it a few times, nodded with satisfaction, and stored it in the space bracelet the Lord had given him. Those adventurers who changed their professions. Well, that's the word. Become soul messengers. They have to use emotions and desires to buy weapons. It just so happens that when the adventurers were looking for bones for Lay, they also found a lot of other bones. Since no one wanted them, they gave them all to me for recycling. Well, they're perfect for making weapons. Lay blinked, looking at the leg and finger bones beneath his feet. But with so many different bones, the shape of each sickle will be very different, right? Won't the adventurers mind? No. Hepros waved his hand. The Lord taught me. Just tell them that each sickle is tailored to their personality, designed to bring out their greatest potential. The Lord also said that if they don't believe it, they can say something like dragon tendon or phoenix feathers are incorporated into the sickle. Elena, Lay, ? Hepros continued with his work. Anyway, no matter what bone it's made of, the sickle will be of stealth-grade strength, enough for these adventurers to play with for quite some time. Huh? It tilted its head. Come to think of it, you don't have weapons yet. It quickly grasped two more, and held them out. Here, I specially enhanced these two, making them king level. By the way, you also need to learn the basic skills of a soul messenger. Hepros said, and necromancy and bone bending, those are my most powerful skills, and I haven't taught anyone yet. Learn, we all learn. The passion of the adventurers, who had just been eaten, quickly flared. The two jeweled skulls looked excited, just like the adventurers. MOU once again arrived at the library beneath the magic tower in the Magic Federation's main city, Corinthal. This time, he headed straight for the section containing knowledge about the gods. MOU had a hypothesis about the god, who had reincarnated after the Mother of Plenty's fake death, but his knowledge of the gods was still extremely limited and required solid evidence. The information that needs to be verified is simply the time of the new god's birth, and clues related to the Mother of Abundance. However, MOU surmised that since the Mother of Abundance had feigned death and reincarnated, even relinquishing her original natural authority, she could no longer become a deity similar to herself. The Earth Mother of all spirits and the Tree of Life could be ruled out. Furthermore, why would the Mother of Abundance choose to feign death and reincarnate? This is a question worth considering. A deity is composed of believers, foundations, and authority. Even if the Mother of Abundance had a way to acquire new believers and foundations, she would still need a completely new authority. Moreover, for a deity, relinquishing an acquired authority means that she has obtained a stronger authority, and there might even be some conflict between the two authorities, making them incompatible. This new authority is very likely attached to that fragment of world consciousness, a gift from world consciousness, and also a last resort for world consciousness to save itself. It could very well be the ultimate killing move belonging to the world consciousness camp. So, what within supreme authority conflicts with nature? Mo pulled out a book, carefully searching for the first appearance of the deity he suspected. Sure enough, it matches. Mo's fingertip traced a record, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Found you. Chapter 668. 3 days ago. Diamat Harbor, within the Church of Light's controlled territory. This is the largest harbor within the Church of Light's jurisdiction, and the departure point for tax collectors heading to the southern continent every year. Hundreds of ships, fully loaded with tax collectors and teams of superhumans protecting them, sail in a grand procession towards the southern continent, returning laden with their spoils after collecting this year's taxes. As the largest power on the planet Osiria, the Church of Light possesses an organizational structure far more sophisticated and complex than any other power in this world. It is precisely these intricate, gear-like, layered, mutually monitoring and controlling institutions that allow this vast and deformed church, long since permeated by evil and corruption, to stand firm. When a well-designed system is controlled by benevolent individuals, it will steer an entire power group towards good. But if those bound to this system on a single chariot are all villains with shared interests, then that chariot will possess unstoppable power. The Church of Light has two armed organizations that are most feared. One is the Inquisition, specifically responsible for purging all heretics within the Church's territory who are impious, unbelievers, or violate doctrine and rules. The Inquisitors, known for their impartiality, generally possess saint-level or secret realm strength. The Inquisition spies are elusive and ubiquitous, appearing and disappearing without a trace. They could be ordinary people, or they could be extraordinary individuals lurking in the streets and on the roof beams of houses. The Church of Light also strongly encourages whistleblowing and denunciation. Friends and family who were once your closest confidants might betray you the next. Every word and action is misinterpreted and interpreted. People had no choice but to keep a low profile, fearing they might offend someone and be framed, denounced, and dragged to the Inquisition. That was a ruthless place. Without sufficient backing, anyone who entered, whether guilty or innocent, was doomed. The other force, naturally, was the tax officials. These tax officials were shrewd strategists, each with their own calculations of who could be taxed more and who could be taxed less. And ensuring the collection of these taxes was the group of extraordinary individuals surrounding the tax officials. Most of them were top-tier professionals, just one step away from the mysterious realm. According to the World Consciousness Fragment and the Little Elf Leah's classification, these people were roughly between level 80 and 100. Don't underestimate those at this level. At this level, they could basically crush ordinary people, and the vast majority of extraordinary individuals and adventurers in the southern continent. The Church of Light has always been selective in its tax collection, favoring and appeasing those who are exceptionally powerful, and have already ascended to a high divine rank rather than confronting them. These extraordinary individuals, numbering nearly 10,000, were recruited by the Church of Light from various regions within its territory through coercion and enticement. No other power on this continent, except for the Lord of a certain AMT county and his adventurers, could easily muster so many top-tier extraordinary individuals. They all wore white robes issued uniformly by the Church of Light, their identities obscured by the disorienting magic on the robes. Each group did not know each other's names, referring to each other only by the numerical designations on their clothing. This practice kept the public in the dark about the origins and identities of these extraordinary individuals. This allowed the extraordinary individuals to act with impunity, striking with brutal force, and then, after the tax day, removing their white robes and masks. No one would know the evil deeds they had committed. This was originally a protective measure devised by the Church of Light to ensure these extraordinary individuals could serve with peace of mind. But the Church of Light did not anticipate that this method of concealing their identities would also provide an opportunity for a group of audacious adventurers. After all, what reckless idiot in this world would think of attacking a group of extraordinary individuals who were already incredibly powerful and backed by the formidable Church of Light? Is everyone ready? The commander-in-chief in charge of this year's Southern Continent tax collection, EP571, spoke in a deep voice from the command platform. This year, with the sea god's change of power, the situation is exceptionally dire. All tax officials, please be on high alert and guard against any disturbances at sea. All ships must maintain a safe distance for mutual support while sailing, avoiding concentrated enemy attacks. When crossing the sea, increase your speed and choose the shortest route to cross the waters in the shortest time. Afterwards, proceed either by land or along the coastline to your designated locations. Also, we absolutely cannot allow a scandal like the one in Holy Sun Town to happen again. If taxes aren't collected, you all suffer the same fate. Yes. The tax officials below responded in unison, their eyes darting away, none daring to look at the withered head hanging beside the command platform. That was the unfortunate soul responsible for collecting taxes from Holy Sun Town this year. After listening to the instructions, the tax officials dispersed and boarded the ship with their respective teams of extraordinary individuals. I don't know what's wrong with the elves this year, but they're selling less and less grain. It's probably because of the winter god's war. Without the sun, they can't grow any extra grain. Several teams of tax collectors on the same ship gathered in groups of 3 or 4. This year, we said 2 or 3 times as many people to South Continent as usual. Apparently, they're trying to reclaim all the missing grain from South Continent. I heard things haven't been peaceful in South Continent lately, another said. The winter god was defeated by Angelma, and this new sea god went to South Continent a while ago and completely took over the winter god's wrath of the Sea Church, transforming it into the Azure Sea Church. Those sailors, who used to be reeking of alcohol and drenched in steed, have been given new priestly robes and made to look respectable. A third person lowered his voice. An acquaintance in South Continent secretly told me that the new sea god threatened the bishops of South Continent and the Azure Sea Church. We can't collect the head tax. If we anger the new sea god, he sink our ship in a rage. Hiss. Several tax collectors gasped. How come we haven't heard of this? Does the Holy City know about it? The man waved his hand and whispered, the bishops of South Continent have joined forces to suppress this. This is a huge problem. Whoever reports it will be in trouble. We're all smart people. Who wants to be the first to take action? My acquaintance told me, they're just going to do it the old way. You guys should be smart too. Turn a blind eye. Just make sure the total amount doesn't change. We're all in this together. Don't get hung up on the details. We're all guaranteed to get what we deserve. Just keep this to yourself. He gave the tax collectors a look, and they all understood. Before long, the news spread quietly across the ships. Chapter 669. Set sail. Ships carrying tax collectors and teams of superhumans sailed out of Gilmet Harbor, spreading out across the sea, maintaining a perfect distance, enough to avoid being wiped out in a sudden attack while still allowing for mutual support. The ships cut through the waves, leaving trails of white foam like unfolded fans on the water. Everyone on board was on high alert. The superhumans kept their eyes glued to the sea and sky, fearing a sudden attack from the newly appointed sea god. However, several days passed, and even as they saw the continent of Southern Continent come into view, they encountered no storms. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, Lyra, the fragment of world consciousness holding the power over the seas, no longer needed Annie's assistance. The very first second these ships set sail, she displayed their real-time routes and destinations on the player's mission map. The hidden old man sat atop a tree, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, and yawned idly, reflecting on the events of the past few days. This assassination mission issued by the system had given them ample time to form teams and gather intelligence. The hidden old man even suspected that the system had factored in the time it would take to reforge their equipment, truly a generous gesture. The veteran player today's reign believed that the key to this mission lay in this inexplicably added pre-mission phase. The crucial element of the assassination was intelligence gathering. Although the system hadn't given explicit hints, issuing the mission 3 days in advance and game time was presumably intended to provide players with a clue and sufficient time to prepare. As a severely socially awkward person, the reclusive old man naturally wouldn't bother with such intelligence gathering. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about these trivial matters. With the help of the powerful Rain boss today, her abilities were immediately apparent. She quickly led her entire team, gathering all the relevant intelligence. She first inquired with the Nabu father and son from the Earth Mother Church about the general movements of the tax officials. Even though this was all classified information from the Church of Light, as taxpayers, they still had some idea of what was going on. Of the 6 major regions of the Southern Continent, Para was essentially uninhabited and could be excluded. Oregon and Lola, located on the planet's front side, were relatively wealthy regions, consistently ranking among the top in tax revenue. Deliro, geographically located in the middle, was neither particularly high nor low in tax revenue, similarly falling into a middle-of-the-road position. Parmas and Cacha, located near the planet's dark side, are chaotic, impoverished, and teeming with diverse factions, including demons and dragons, making them easy targets for infiltration. Places with the highest tax collection are undoubtedly the tax officials' primary targets. These areas are heavily guarded and manned, making them unsuitable for infiltration and attack. Places with low tax collection, while making missions easier, seem too unchallenging. Even if the mission progresses smoothly to the end, the tax revenue collected is minimal. Therefore, after careful selection, you chose Paparoga, the largest city in Deliro, and Hunts, a city located in Lola but very close to the Cacha border. The tax revenue in these two cities is roughly the same, in the middle range. According to information provided by the Nazobudamic Merchant Guild, only a small team of about 20 extraordinary individuals escorts a tax official to collect taxes each year. Paparoga isn't too far from Oregon by water. According to the shipping route, the tax collectors would first disembark at Oregon's port, then travel overland to the main city of Ashamrat, and finally connect to the canal to Paparoga. That canal continues downstream to Parmas. Leaving some escape trails there could create the illusion that the prisoners were heading to Parmas. Hunt City, however, is farther from the tax collectors. They would first have to sail along the coastline of the southern continent for an extra day or two to reach Lora, then transfer to carriages, and travel over mountains for another day or two to reach their destination. The arrival times of the two groups of tax collectors would differ by about a day or two. This would allow them enough time to complete their first heist, steal all the taxes, and then immediately rush off to commit their second heist. We could attack more than just one tax collector's convoy. As their team devised their attack plan, the leader, Jin Ryoyu, made a startling statement. We can attack two. These two convoys are located at opposite ends of the continent. For us, it's just a matter of crossing a teleportation array, but for these natives of the Church of Light, it will take at least 2 or 3 days longer. The Church of Light will never guess that it's the same group of people doing this. Moreover, the canal in the first city leads to Parmas, and the second city is near Cacha. Both areas are located on the dark side of the planet, overrun by demons. The demons themselves are hostile forces to the Church of Light, so we can easily disguise ourselves as demon forces. As expected of a leader, did you even prepare a scapegoat when you made the plan? Tranquil C looked on with admiration. I always felt that compared to you, I, a mere commoner, don't even deserve to be called a commoner. The hidden old man's focus at the time was, what are demons like? How do we disguise ourselves as demons? Rain today chuckled, I looked into it. The newly released class, Soul Messenger, is the representative class of the demons. And demons have varied appearances, and their horns can be hidden, so basically, we just need to switch classes, pull out a bone scythe, and we're good to go. Hidden old man, so to do this quest, we have to learn a new class. Tranquil C, but that's a scythe. A death scythe. Don't you want to try it? Imagine, as an assassin, after killing someone, you instantly switch classes, pull out a death-like bone scythe, and say. He lowered his voice, in a very melodramatic baritone, your time to die is up. Then, regaining his normal voice, he said, isn't this incredibly cool? Although the performance by the Tranquil C was quite flamboyant, the hidden old man had to admit that he was shamefully tempted. So, the players of the Don't Talk to Me team rushed into the dungeon again, all changing their class to Soul Messenger. Don't say it. Don't say it. The hidden old man swung a giant bone scythe taller than himself, then donned his cloak marked with the illusion mark, activated the illusion mark, and in an instant, the hidden old man vanished, leaving only a scythe swinging alone in the air. Playing like this is so cool. Chapter 670. Although, Mark of Reality and Illusion is a skill that can only be applied to objects by world-style assassins, any class that has successfully been marked with Mark of Reality and Illusion can freely use it, simply by using mental energy, consuming mana, to activate it. The user experience is very similar to runes created by a rune master. So, although Tranquility C, as a Fate-style assassin, lacks invisibility, he can still achieve invisibility with the invisibility equipment provided by the hidden old man. Similarly, with enough equipment marked with Mark of Reality and Illusion, every class in their entire team can become a new type of assassin. Although after the hidden old man achieved MVP in the battle against Winter God, and was publicly announced socially dead, a large number of players enviously switched to World-style or Fate-style assassins. But it must be said that the achievements of the Hidden Old Man and Tranquility Sea in playing the assassin class with such a variety of skills are currently unmatched. After Jinryu identified their target, the Hidden Old Man and Tranquility Sea infiltrated the Church of Light in Paparoga City. They found a message in the bishop's room, placed in a bird-sized mailbox, detailing the tax collector's arrival time and number of personnel. Having obtained this crucial intelligence, Jinryu calculated the tax collector's and the Transcendence team's speed backwards, initially staking out the group at the canal port near Ashmarath, and finally located them. This Transcendent team consists of 20 individuals, ranging in level from 86 to 95. We can certainly fight with our current strength, but I believe we have the right timing and people, and can definitely create a more advantageous location. Today, you rushed back via teleportation and organized everyone to set up an ambush on a crucial route between Paparoga City and the canal. During this time, players completed many quests in the southern continent, especially the Black Goat Cub's questline and dungeon exploration, which significantly boosted their level. Their levels have now reached around LV88 to LV90, with some leveling maniacs, like one sword breaks 1,000 mountains, even reaching level 96. However, players have also noticed that some classes have a level cap. After reaching a certain level, they need to learn a stronger, newly released class to raise the level cap, and class skills haven't been updated. Players have their own unique understanding of this. The development team must have spent all their manpower, energy, and budget on releasing new classes, neglecting the follow-up updates to older classes. But to be honest, the new classes are really great. For example, one sword breaks 1,000 mountains, having made no progress in the chef class, simply follow the trend and learn the newly released Soul Messenger, instantly opening the door to a whole new world. What long sword, what kitchen knife. Nothing beats the giant bone scythe. It's cool, fun, and incredibly sharp. Mom, I'm not going to be a swordsman anymore, I'm going to be the Grim Reaper. The Tranquil Sea has the trap skill, and part of this path passes through a very narrow and difficult jungle area, said the Rainy Road today. We can set up a manually triggered trap here, and then the captain can keep watch. Once someone passes by, they can go invisible. After confirming it's a target, the Tranquil Sea can activate the trap, waiting for the enemy to pounce. So, the Hidden Old Man now hides in the treetops, concealed by leaves, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, staring idly into the distance. Suddenly, his spirits lifted. He spat out the blade of grass in his mouth, crouched down, and activated invisibility. Team Hidden Old Man. They appeared. Team Tranquil Sea, received, I'm in position. Activate the trap as soon as they enter the target area. Team Rainy Day, everyone be alert. Maintain stealth. Don't be detected. After the trap is activated, proceed according to plan. Do not use priests, druids, or other classes with obvious Azure Sea Church or AMT County affiliation characteristics. Do not wear the Earth Mother Church's envoy attire. We recommend switching to Soul Messenger or Assassin classes, and using the Cloak of Illusion for stealth combat. A whole row of received messages appeared in the channel. Tranquil Sea, clad in camouflage made of leaves and mud, lay motionless in the jungle, holding the vine switch to activate the trap, his eyes fixed on the ground through the gaps between the tree roots. The first pair of feet appeared in his field of vision. He held his breath, counted to 15, and then suddenly pulled the vines. The trap activated instantly, completely engulfing the entire group. A deluge of vines lashed down on the superhumans. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The tax collector in the center of the group screamed in panic, "Protect me! Protect me!" Stink bombs, embedded in the vines, crashed down, exploding and spewing forth plumes of purple smoke. What is this? It stinks. Ugh! Help! And then, nothing more. One by one, the superhumans collapsed, their eyes rolling back, enveloped in the stench. Before losing consciousness, they heard a beautiful, dreamlike whistle they had never heard before. The Hidden Old Man, wearing a gas mask specially made by an alchemist, flicked his hands outwards, and two hidden blades sprang forth. He deftly moved among the group of unconscious superhumans. Each time he bent or crouched, the blades silently and accurately piercing the left eye of each superhuman, taking their lives, and then silently withdrawing. As the whistle ended, the Hidden Old Man returned to the jungle, once again shaking off the blood and brain matter stained his blades. With a click, both blades returned to their mechanical sheaths. He crouched down, putting away his shark harpoon, which was still playing background music, and the jungle returned to silence. The team members, completely deprived of their chance to participate, looked at each other in bewilderment. Ahem. Wearing a gas mask, Jinri Yoyu coughed lightly. Did everyone's mission show as successful? Did you receive the second part of the mission? The stunned group snapped out of their daze and checked their mission panels. Received. In their mission panels, main assassination mission, the tax official of the Church of Light, was complete, and the next part of the mission, main undercover mission, the tax official of the Church of Light, had appeared. I stabbed them all in the eyes. And it wasn't a penetrating wound, so the bleeding won't be much, said the hidden old man. Be careful when you take their clothes off, don't get them dirty. So here's the problem, said Ningjing Shihai, still wearing her homemade jungle camouflage, wiping the mud from her face. Who will play the tax official? And, do they really not recognize what a tax official looks like? Chapter 671. Honestly, I think Mr. Durian's poison gas bomb is quite something. You what Dengsin said? Is this thing really not going to super game? It's almost a bug. Tranquility C made a silence gesture, then we use it secretly, and don't make it too obvious so the development team finds out. To be honest, this improved stink bomb is not lethal to players and NPCs above level 70. And the stun lasts only 15 seconds, so the effect isn't too severe. Ijin Pokianshin said, the captain just took advantage of them falling and delivered the killing blow. All I can say is, an NPC without the ability to resist has no chance of escape from a skilled high-level assassin. It will rain today. They each selected a corpse of similar size to themselves and carefully removed its clothing, taking care not to stain it with a drop of blood or brain matter. They then donned the scattered space items, jewelry, and other belongings carried by the others, one by one, and finally placed the corpses in their backpacks. A player's system backpack holds nothing that can't be found. Besides, no matter where a body is dumped, there's a chance it'd be discovered, and where in the world is safer than in a player's backpack? And Tranquility C, whose figure, hair color, and eye color matched the tax collectors, and whose adaptability was remarkable, was unanimously chosen by everyone to serve as the tax collector. They used the popular air freshener, self-developed, to fumigate their clothes, confirming there was no unpleasant odor before changing into them in the jungle. When they emerged, they looked no different from the tax collector's transcendent team. The druids used vines to clean up the scene, throwing the used vines into the jungle. The others turned over the soil, confirming everything was restored to normal, leaving no trace, before returning to the group and boarding the carriages carrying the tax collector and the superhuman squad. There were 3 carriages in total, all of the Church of Light standard design, bearing the church's sun emblem. The front and rear carriages were naturally for the superhuman guards, while the middle carriage carried the tax collector and his personal superhuman protection team. The 6 demon-horned horses that had been unconscious from the stench, having escaped unharmed, had fully recovered. They glanced at their driver, snorting with some confusion. Today, Yoyu took out some carrots and offered them to the demon-horned horses. They sniffed them cautiously, their eyes immediately lighting up. Each grabbed a carrot and happily crunched away. After being bribed with food, all doubts vanished. Once everyone was on the carriages, the demon-horned horses galloped under the control of druids clad in white robes covering their faces. So, I really won't be recognized? Tranquil C asked, peering out the carriage window. Probably not, said Today's Rain, driving the second carriage. The letter the hidden old man saw from the bishop listed the tax collector's name, height, hair and eye color, and the number of guards. This means the 2 sides don't know each other. I inquired around the city beforehand. Apparently this year, due to the large amount of tax collected, many tax collectors and superhumans were temporarily transferred from the holy city. They'd never been here before, not even to the southern continent. She thought for a moment, then added, but everyone should be careful. The Church of Light refers to itself differently, and their terminology is different from ours. There's a collection of common phrases in the quest panel. Everyone must memorize it thoroughly, and not let anything slip. She reposted it in the team chat, and everyone replied received, using the time on the road to familiarize themselves with their lines. Tranquil C drew an Arcana card. Looking at the father on the card, he pondered, Father? Dad? Daddy vibe? Does this mean I have to give a very daddy-like performance? Tranquil C frowned, sensing that the card's meaning was not simple. The demon-horned horse was fast, and before long, they saw the walls of Paparoga. Then I act like those tax collectors we saw in Oshamarat, okay? Said Tranquil C. You all have to cooperate. Captain, don't be nervous or say anything. Just act arrogant. You're wearing a mask anyway. No one will recognize you. Just don't use invisibility in front of people unnecessarily. Upon hearing no one will recognize you, the hidden old man visibly relaxed. We can't stay here too long, said Rain today. Firstly, things might change if we wait too long. Secondly, we have an ambush to prepare for later. And thirdly, this mission can't drag on until we log off. Understood. After everyone exchanged information, Melissa Kubo, driving the first carriage, gently pulled the reins, slowing the horned horse down to a trot as it pulled the carriage to the city gate. It's the church's carriage. The city guard shouted as soon as they saw the carriages. The tax collectors are here. They quickly opened the city gates to their fullest extent, and the 3 carriages drove into the city without hindrance. The group had already come into the city under different identities to gather information, so they knew the way well and drove straight to the Church of Light without hesitation. The bishop there had already received the guard's report and hurriedly came out to greet them. Tax collector Elam. The bishop smiled broadly and opened his arms to welcome the second carriage. I heard so much about you. You haven't even arrived in our city yet, and your reputation for fairness and justice has already spread throughout the entire city. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly settled. I really don't know these two. Tranquil C stepped out of the car with an arrogant, condescending attitude, a forced smile on his face. Bishop White, this place is really inconvenient for us to come here. We had to travel by boat and then by car, and the weather is so hot. I really don't want to stay here long. Forget the pleasantries, I just want to ask one thing. Have you collected this year's taxes? Collected, of course we collected them. Bishop White's eye twitched, but he still maintained his smiling demeanor. There are some tricks to this year. It's not convenient to talk here. Please come in, please come in. Tranquil C, hands behind his back, swaggered forward. As he passed Bishop White, his eyes darted around, and he lowered his voice, saying, I already know the ins and outs of the Azure Sea Church matter. You don't need to say anything more, just proceed as before. Upon hearing this, he saw the wariness and hostility in Bishop White's eyes vanish completely, and his smile became more genuine, truly worthy of being the Elam tax collector. Please come in. Please come in. Chapter 672. The Tranquil Sea strode into the church with an air of indifference, followed by the others. Bishop White closed the bronze doors behind them, a move that nearly made the hidden old man think their identities had been exposed, startling him so much he almost jumped out. Fortunately, the Tranquil Sea reacted quickly, casually placing a hand on the hidden old man's shoulder and giving him a light, friendly squeeze. It's raining today, someone promptly announced in the channel. Team today's rain. Don't be nervous, our identities shouldn't have been exposed, relax. Tranquil Sea gently patted the hidden old man's shoulder, then withdrew his hand, offering a forced smile as he greeted Bishop White, who had just closed the door and turned to walk up. It's easier to talk here, isn't it? Yes, yes. After closing the door, Bishop White's expression became much more natural. There are too many people and eyes outside, it's not good to discuss these things. You already heard about the Azure Sea Church? Yes, it was already widely known when we boarded the ship. Tranquil Sea said seriously. This was information gathered by adventurers, provided by the system, and Tranquil Sea judged that this was likely genuine information that could be used. According to the information today's rain obtained from the Merchant Guild, taxes in the southern continent are not actually collected directly from the people by tax officials, but rather by the local bishops. After all, the Church of Light's territory doesn't have electronic payments. Taxes are in physical currency or the food and supplies urgently needed by the Church of Light, making weighing and verification very troublesome. Not to mention collecting taxes for an entire city. Even the tax for 100 or 80 people would take more than a day to weigh and check. The larger the city, the earlier the tax collection process begins. The tax payment day is the last day of the tax payment period, a deadline, the kind where not paying could be fatal. The tax officials are responsible for the final step. These tax officials arrive at the local Church of Light before or on the day of tax payment to inspect and count the collected taxes. Once everything is accounted for, they are escorted back to the next higher-level church. In cases like those in southern continent, the taxes are transported to the harbor for loading onto ships and sent back to the holy city of central continent. If the local bishop fails to collect the taxes, the tax officials, accompanied by teams of extraordinary individuals, will go door to door to collect them, following the list. While the local bishop might show leniency out of consideration for long-term residency and personal relationships, these tax officials sent from above are truly ruthless and merciless. Their authority was vast. They not only had the power to violently collect taxes from those who hadn't paid in full, but also the power to inspect all accounts and investigate whether the local bishop had engaged in any misconduct, such as favoritism or leniency, during tax collection. This was originally a rule established to supervise the local bishops. After all, these churches were far from the Holy City, with the emperor far away, who could guarantee that these bishops would maintain their integrity in 10 or 20 years? But when the Church of Light had become a den of iniquity, this supervisory system ironically became a powerful tool for tax officials to levy exorbitant taxes. Bishop White's attitude shifted from hostile to approachable, likely related to the reputation of the Elam tax officials for their impartiality and integrity. Tranquil C, being a cunning commoner, was not only adept at reading people but also quick-witted, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. They had chosen this city as their target precisely because the Azure Sea Church there had a teleportation array allowing them easy passage. With the Azure Sea Church stationed there, the local Church of Light bishop had to worry about how to fill the gap left by the Azure Sea Church's head tax. Whether it was robbing Peter to pay Paul, or even paying out of their own pockets, nothing could be done without the tax collector's approval. Even though balancing the accounts was a good thing for everyone, there were always some stubborn and fussy tax collectors who would find fault and try to make a little extra money. While such people were always despised by bishops everywhere, there was no other solution at this time except to grit their teeth and swallow their anger, putting on a front while secretly slipping money. The Tranquil C's mission was to quietly siphon off the tax revenue. There was no need for complications. In that case, Bishop White, still a little uneasy, confirmed, "Please allow me to confirm. When you say business as usual, do you mean? Brother, are you so incompetent? You need confirmation on something like this? The point is, I don't even know what you're trying to confirm." Quiet C's mind flashed with various thoughts, but he didn't reveal a single one. He snorted coldly, exhaling a puff of hot air, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with Bishop White. "You still insist on getting to the bottom of this? If you don't want to follow your old rules, then follow mine." No, that's not what I meant." Bishop White waved his hand quickly. Don't be angry. I don't want to waste any more time on you." Tranquil C, his face contorted with rage, shouted, "Hurry up and take us to collect the taxes. I don't want to stay a second longer in this hot and humid southern barbarian land." Bishop White, equally eager to get rid of these plague-like people, immediately handed over a booklet with a fawning smile, saying, "The taxes and grain are all piled up in the courtyard. Here are the accounts. Please follow me." The rest was simple. One side wanted to leave, the other wanted to send people away. The counting and verification process appeared outwardly formal and proper, but in reality, it was just a perfunctory glance. After confirming the total amount and the quantity and weight of all the goods were correct, Tranquil C closed the booklet. The verified taxes and grain were packed into boxes, sealed, and transported onto special wagons. "Now, Tax Officer Elam, if you are satisfied with everything, please present your token." Finally, the last step was reached, and Bishop White, beaming with hope, said. Meanwhile, Tranquil C, her face expressionless, secretly opened the system interface, frantically checking the attributes of various items in her character panel and inventory, while the team chat exploded. It felt like shouting objection. An Ace Attorney, then frantically searching for evidence in her inventory, only to find none usable, and finally pulling out the lawyer's badge. That's how it is, Naruhodo. Seeing Bishop White's smile fading and his eyes growing increasingly suspicious, Tranquil C felt cold sweat pour down her back, but feigned composure and took the initiative, reaching out to Bishop White. "Give it to me." "This?" Bishop White's expression was uncertain, seemingly not understanding Tranquil C's meaning either, but Tranquil C ignored him, firmly opening her palm and extending it forward with a forceful attitude. Chapter 673. Perhaps influenced by Tranquility's resolute attitude, Bishop White pondered for a moment, then pulled out a notebook and a heavy bag from his bosom. Tranquility didn't wait for him to hesitate, making a split-second judgment and taking the notebook first. The heavy bag likely contained gold and silver to bribe the tax collector. Tranquility was currently lacking the quest clues and the required items. Whether he took the money or not, it wouldn't advance the quest. But this notebook. Bishop White was stunned for a moment, then discreetly slipped the heavy bag back into his inner pocket. Tranquility flipped through the notebook quickly. Sure enough, it was a handover book. Each page had the year written on it, and below it were 2 columns for seals. Tranquility flipped to the last few pages and took a closer look at the seal images. The seals on each page were different, apparently because each year's tax collector was a different one. Tax collector Elam had never been to this city before, so his seal wasn't recorded in this booklet. However, while these seals looked different, they were also similar, and somewhat familiar. Sea of Tranquility's gaze fell on the ring on his hand. It was the ring the tax collector had originally worn. It was the perfect size, and the pattern was very similar. Sea of Tranquility quietly opened her profile, and selected the ring she was wearing. The system immediately popped up its attributes. Seal Ring Tax Collector Elim. Used for signing and handing over documents, this seal ring possesses unique magical powers. Opening the ring's lid ejects the seal. Once the seal is affixed, the document becomes imbued with power, becoming undeniably true. Found it. Tranquil Sea remained impassive, pretending he was merely flipping to the last page to stamp the document. He opened the cover of his ring, and a seal popped out. He casually looked around. Is there a table here? It's difficult to stamp this. Please come this way. Bishop White sighed in relief and led him to the table. Tranquil Sea naturally stamped the tax official section and handed the book to Bishop White. Bishop White also carefully stamped his seal in the bishop section. After all the seals were in place, a red light flashed on the book, as if some light and shadow had shot into the sky. Tranquil Sea frowned almost imperceptibly, but Bishop White was completely relieved. So, all of Paparoga's taxes for this year have been paid. May God bless your journey home. Tranquil Sea recalled the collection of common phrases provided by the system and replied briskly, the sins of this place have been redeemed, God will grant you favor. Bishop White's expression relaxed completely. Do you have any further instructions? Please speak freely. Tranquil Sea waved his hand. Talking to this bishop was like a back and forth between secret agents. It was giving him a headache. He turned around and saw a group of teammates secretly laughing, their faces hidden behind their robes. Tranquil Sea. So annoying. Time to go. He shouted, and his teammates, disguised as superhumans, jumped into the driver's seats of the wagons already loaded with goods. One after another, 2 horse-drawn wagons, fully loaded, drove out of the church and headed towards the canal. They didn't go very far. Only after they were completely out of the city did they find a deserted place and stuff all the money and belongings from the car, along with the car itself, into their backpacks. The stolen goods were easy to handle, but the extra demonic horses were a bit of a problem. What about the horses? Melissa Kubo asked. We definitely take them, aren't they excellent mounts? Lujo Laji said. There are too many. How about we get a teleportation scroll and see if we can teleport them all at once, then see how to distribute them? Today Rain suggested, taking out a teleportation scroll and trying it. No, the system says it can't teleport demonic beasts. Purify the contracts? Or try the teleportation scroll after purification? Normal beasts should be teleportable. Melissa Kubo suggested, if we drink more blue potions and try harder, we should be able to purify them all. Right? She glanced at the large number of horses, suddenly becoming uncertain. Are there any tracking methods from the Church of Light on these horses? The hidden old man said. I see they all have the Church of Light's emblem on them. Wouldn't that be easy to spot no matter where you take them? But the demon-horned horses look cute. We can't just kill them and eat them, Melissa Kubo protested. Forget it. Let them go. Let them run around and distract us. Jinryu examined the brands on the horses. Identification magic reacts to these brands. The Church of Light can indeed locate and track us through these brands. It wouldn't be good if we failed the mission because of this small gain. Damn it, the development team even planted a trap at this point. No wonder the mission completion notification hasn't popped up yet. Fine, we made enough money this time anyway, we still have another one to go. The group reluctantly accepted. They took off their robes, took the corpses out of their system inventory, put them back on, and then switched to the Soul Messenger class, starting a violent attack on the corpses and their surroundings. Having left sufficient traces of a demonic attack, Jinryu looked with satisfaction at the artificially created crime scene. She untied the reins of the demonic horned horses, patted their rumps, and let them run free, creating the impression that the demons had ambushed and flee. As planned, disperse and evacuate. At her command, the team members donned invisibility cloaks and vanished. Some time later, several Earth Mother Church messengers swaggered into the Earth Mother Church in Paparoga. Not long after, several priests entered the Church of the Azure Sea Church. Strange little octopuses even appeared in the neighboring town. To avoid being tracked by the Church of Light, the Don't Talk to Me team members ultimately did not use any teleportation/return scrolls. Instead, they dispersed, using the teleportation towns of various surrounding cities to reach their next hunting destination, the City of Hunts, located in Lola Lola, but very close to the border of Kacha. Team Tranquil Sea, it's a deal, This time we're changing the tax collector. Talking to those bishops is giving me a headache. I think our team name is really great. It's so fitting. Team Hidden Old Man. Finally, someone understands me. Team Melissa Kubo. I see you're doing pretty well. Amidst their banter, all the teammates successfully escaped the danger zone and arrived at the city of Hunts on the other side of the southern continent. At the same time, they received notification that the mission was successfully completed, and also notification that the next mission was about to begin. Chapter 674. Early morning. The first rays of sunlight from Alma illuminated the land of AMT County, followed by the green glow of Sakina breaking through the clouds, casting a soft green light over everything on Earth. MOU, holding a cup of coffee, stood at the window of the Mage Tower and yawned widely. A cool, damp breeze, carrying the chill of the morning, brushed against his face, dispelling some of the stubborn drowsiness. MOU sipped his coffee, beginning to understand why humans instinctively like and worship the sun and light, yet abhor darkness. For humans, and indeed most other humanoid races that primarily perceive the world through their eyes rather than other senses, and are active during the day, night and darkness mean the arrival of hunters, cold, and danger. Sunlight, this natural illumination, enhances human vision, expands their defensive range, increases the efficiency of hunting and gathering, provides warmth, and is also an indispensable energy source for the growth of natural plants. Seeing sunlight makes one feel good. This is an instinct passed down from ancient times to most humanoid beings living in the comfort zone of normal day-night cycles. In reality, light, like darkness, is simply a normal state of nature. Light or darkness, there is no distinction between good and evil. Good, evil, good, and bad are merely biased stereotypes imposed by human imagination onto these emotionless, purposeless, and neutral natural phenomena. In fact, a person in the desert would also dislike the scorching sunlight that bakes the earth and threatens to take lives, and would prefer the cold, damp night. People trapped in a world of only bright light will begin to worship darkness. Ignoring the unity of opposites, they will one day discover that the dragon slayer has unknowingly become the very dragon he killed in the past. The balance of yin and yang, as our ancestor said, is the right path, MOU murmured with emotion. How many people are tempted by the superficial warmth of sunlight, neglecting the fact that darkness also shelters countless nocturnal creatures. He put down his cup, gathering his scattered thoughts, and looked out the window. The silver-haired knight on his morning run came into view. Such energy. MOU muttered enviously, rubbing his still sore legs. Exercise must be gradual, it can't be rushed. I skipped today. Today, Ialian's mood was as bright as the spring scenery of AMT County. The New Year's celebrations had ended, and winter had come to a close. Accompanying the warm southern breeze came a series of good news. It seemed that ever since he arrived in AMT County, his life had taken a turn for the better because of this lord from another world. He ran 1.5 laps around the moat, then continued from south to north along the central waterway that ran through AMT County. With each deep breath, the cool morning air filled his nostrils and lungs. With each exhale, the stale air trapped in his body was expelled. Good morning, instructor. Good morning. The patrolling city guards saluted Ialian, and he returned their smiles. These slaves of the city guards had now accumulated enough freedom points to redeem their freedom. Not only them, but all the slaves in AMT County had now successfully redeemed themselves. However, while this change in status was emotionally significant for the slaves, they didn't experience many dramatic changes in their daily lives. After all, their lives in AMT County weren't much different from those of free citizens. There was no discrimination or oppression. Now, regaining their freedom simply meant exchanging their earned and spent freedom points for AMT County's common adventure currency. Perhaps the Lord's keeping his word gave them more confidence, or perhaps the rapid changes in AMT New City inspired them. These slaves, now residents of AMT New City, were working even harder and more diligently in their respective positions. They all wanted to earn more wealth with their own hands, build families, and have a fulfilling life. Ialian continued running towards the city. This city, under Ialian's watchful gaze, had gradually transformed from an unremarkable, abandoned village into a city housing tens of thousands of residents. The factory district to the south remained quiet, but a little further into the city center, nearing the shopping street, the sounds of bustling activity gradually filled the air. Ialian turned and ran towards the shopping street. What began as a small player market had expanded several times with the city's growth, and was now the most vibrant area in the entire city. Half of the shops belonged to adventurers, and the other half to local residents. Some operated day and night, relying on magical dolls for self-sufficiency. Others opened and closed according to the normal business hours of AMT County. Still others opened and closed at will, depending on the adventurers' comings and goings. Aelian first went to Nyakikia's shop and bought a bouquet of pink lilies of the valley, which the druid girl had created on the spot. He then packed up 2 cups of bubble tea under her excited gaze. Granny Alishar, good morning. The silver-haired knight continued on to Grandma Alishar's butcher's shop. Since the elderly woman slept little, the first pot of stew she prepared in the morning was usually made by Grandma Alishar herself, with her grandson Pete taking over later. This shop had been voted best homemade snacks in AMT County by adventurers on the forum, and the Lord had crafted a glittering golden plaque, which now hangs on the shop entrance. Good morning, Lord Aelian, Grandma Alishar said with a smile. What would you like to eat today? Please pack up 2 servings of stew for me. Okay, please take them. Aelian said goodbye to Grandma Alishar, placed the packed stew into his interspatial belt, and continued running towards the inn in the city. He passed a ruined shop full of noisy adventurers, and as he passed the newly opened Lariana, he was stopped by the yawning shopkeeper and forced to wear several of their supposedly latest slim-fitting, temperature-controlled armored suits. Lord Aelian, please be sure to wear our clothes for your morning run. The shopkeeper's face was filled with excitement, even sleepiness vanishing. We're doing your lord's part. Please deliver them for us. If there's anything that doesn't fit, just let us know, and we come and alter them. Okay. Aelian, having initially wanted to refuse, couldn't resist the temptation to run with his lord in matching outfits. He said goodbye to the enthusiastic shopkeeper, and finally made it to the inn. 3 striking skeletons were currently enjoying the morning sun and soulfire refreshments in the small open-air garden on the 2nd floor of the inn. Holding the delicate pink lily of the valley, Aelian pushed open the glass door leading to the small garden. Good morning, Dad, Mom. Chapter 675. Recently, a sudden piece of news shocked the entire southern and central continents. The Church of Light, that claimed to have no taxes it couldn't collect, had its taxes stolen from several cities by unknown individuals around tax day. The tax collectors and their superhuman squads were all killed, the tax money and provisions vanished without a trace, and apart from the demonic horned horses that roamed all over southern continent, the criminals left behind nothing. This was probably another blatant embarrassment for the Church of Light after the defection of its holy son, but to the many forces that already harbored deep-seated grudges against the Church of Light, this news sounded particularly pleasing. Upon hearing this at the routine executive meeting of the Magic Federation Council, Saloria, who was drinking water, choked violently. She quickly put down her cup and coughed a few times. Did they say who did it? These routine executive meetings are held periodically, requiring only the speaker, residing in the Magic Federation's capital city of Corinthal, and a few powerful counselors serving as executive directors. People like MOU, are not required to attend. It's said that numerous traces of demons and octopus-shaped evil gods' followers were left at the scene. The Church of Light suspects a joint operation by multiple forces, including demons from the southern continent and the evil god from the seabed. The source of this information is Middle Thomas, a counselor whose territory is located east of Lazal City, a seaport where he maintains good relations with merchants from the southern continent. Saloria's lips curled into a suspicious smile for a second, which she quickly suppressed. What was the Church of Light's reaction? They're wreaking havoc on demons and followers of evil gods in the southern continent, but as you know, those cunning demons have dungeons. Hiding is commonplace for them. Middle Thomas happily gossiped. This time, the Church of Light has suffered a loss. The lost taxes were stolen on the tax collectors way back after the handover. The taxes already collected and recorded cannot be collected from the people again. Unless they want to face resistance and riots throughout South Continent. They can only desperately search for the missing criminals. The demons aren't so easy to find. Another counselor scoffed. And even if they find the evil god's followers, it's useless. They're either madmen or monsters. The Church of Light will probably just have to make a big show of hunting them down, or they'd be embarrassed. Everyone laughed, and after a while someone said, but there's one thing I don't understand. Demons can't eat normal human food. They eat. What's the point of this grandiose robbery of gold, silver, and food? You don't know that. Middle said knowingly, the demons themselves don't eat ordinary food, but they run the dungeons, and the inhabitants need to eat. Providing food to the dungeon dwellers in exchange for their emotions and desires is perfectly in line with the demon's way of life. It's said that the only things abandoned this time were the devil-horned horses that the Church of Light had branded. The prisoners had even dispersed these horses, leaving them to run wild. I believe everyone knows how fast devil-horned horses are, They can cover the entire South Continent in a single day. The Church of Light spent a great deal of effort searching, hoping to capture the criminals along with them, but in the end, they only found their own stray horses. Not a trace of the criminals has been found. This time, with the change of sea god, the Church of Light was worried about trouble at sea, but unexpectedly, they suffered a major setback on land, a counselor lamented. The oldest and most frail counselor, with white hair and beard, seemed to awaken from a slumber, and scoffed disdainfully. Humph, this is what they call those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. The Church of Light's tyrannical exploitation isn't a recent phenomenon. What good can a church be if it's run by someone who uses every trick in the book to scheme and plot to become a god above the world? They're all birds of a feather. To judge a person's character, you must not only listen to their words and actions, but also their ultimate goal. Time reveals all, and the same applies to gods. The God of Light emerged from the desolate wilderness during the age of divine silence. What did he rely on to become a god? Not his own strength, nor his diligence. A frail, heterochromatic-eyed boy, relying on a lie about a lightning strike igniting a fire, and a celestial coincidence, feigned divine intervention and deceived the faith. What did the God of Light promise the world consciousness before becoming a god? He promised to serve the world consciousness like a slave, to defend against powerful enemies. He flattered the world consciousness, but who can't say sweet words? A person who is weak and sickly, on the verge of death, would say anything to escape his illness, and live on as a powerful god without disease or disaster. The old man shook his head. Celoria called out, "Grandpa Doman." The old counselor, addressed as Grandpa Doman, continued, "Faith built on falsehood and deception is like a rootless duckweed. Fake! Fake! A complete fabrication from beginning to end. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. Serves him right. Serves him right. Ridiculous. But..." He stopped abruptly, nodded, and began to snore softly. Everyone present breathed a slight sigh of relief. Grandpa Doman rarely speaks so much in one go. Celoria smiled. He's tired, let him rest. Let's continue. The next topic is... The meeting ended, and the counselors had all left, except for the elderly counselor with white hair and beard, still sitting in his seat, dozing. Celoria went over and gently touched his shoulder. Grandpa Doman, wake up, the meeting is over. The old man suddenly woke up. Ridiculous. Celoria smiled helplessly. Grandpa Doman, the meeting is over. Would you like to come to my place for some tea, rest a bit, and recover before you leave? Okay. The old man paused, then rose blankly and followed Celoria to her office. He sat down on the guest sofa, and Celoria brought him freshly brewed herbal tea. Grandpa Doman, she said, you are the oldest and most experienced mage in the Magic Federation. You should know more about the past of the Church of Light than anyone else. That's right, Doman Mont Blanc replied. You know that my family has fought against the Church of Light for many years. But in the past, everyone needed the Church of Light's help, and they all ignored my warnings. Sal, you did the right thing. You did well expelling the Church of Light. Chapter 676. I always had some questions about the Church of Light and the God of Light, and I wanted to discuss them with you, but you've been in seclusion for so long. If it weren't for your occasional attendance at meetings, it would be really difficult to see you, said Celoria. Ah, don't worry, in my office, you can speak freely even about the secrets of the gods. The old man picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. Charles, ask away. I may be old, but I'm not senile. All the knowledge is here. He raised his hand and tapped his temple. Pretend. These questions are for your brother, aren't they? I heard he's been getting very close to that traitorous holy son of the Church of Light lately. By the way, that holy son has now taken your family name. Is he really trustworthy? Not to be rude, but I have a lot of doubts about the people of the Church of Light. You really need to be careful. Celoria smiled. Believes. Aelian's biological parents were King Ray Clausia, the hero of the Golden Land of the Southern Continent, and his mother was Elena, the younger sister of the Elf King. They were both murdered in a conspiracy between the Church of Light and the people of the Golden Land. Aelian's hatred for the Church of Light is no less than any of ours. Doman nodded. That's good, that's good. What do you want to ask? Some say that when the God of Light became a god, a mistake caused a flaw in his foundation, resulting in the loss of his self. What do you think? Doman grinned, shaking his head as he laughed. A mistake? Was it a mistake, or intentional? Was it losing oneself, or abandoning oneself? If it's the former, then it's stupidity. If it's the latter, then it's wickedness. How much difference is there between the two? Shar, as the Speaker of the Magic Federation Council, you naturally know that in life, regardless of whether one ascends to godhood, there are always reasons, one for another, that change one's true self. Perhaps a person of inherent evil is bound by morality and etiquette, suppressing their true nature to become a better person. Or perhaps a person of inherent goodness succumbs to evil. Or perhaps one is suddenly thrust into a high position, forced by circumstances to make changes. But these, whether good or bad, are all simply the result of choices. Having made a choice, one must bear the corresponding consequences, whether good or bad. Having decided to ascend to godhood, whether the purpose is to seek immortality, to benefit a region, or to devour the world's consciousness and become its ruler, one must bear the consequences of one's choices. The higher one's position, the more one must understand the responsibilities one bears. The consequences of any decision cannot be erased with a simple "I don't know." Before doing anything, you need to know the methods. Before playing a game, you need to know the rules. Only ignorant children can use the excuse of "ignorance is no excuse" to argue their innocence. Even adults must be judged for their actions, let alone gods. Since the beginning of the world, only the God of Light has been rumored to have made a foundational error. I find it hard to imagine, using common sense, that a god would make an ignorant mistake, especially since, before becoming a god, he was a cunning deity adept at using favorable circumstances to perform. The God of Light, was first attracted to the power of illusion and reality. His first concept was deception, and what he first attracted was the illusion within the power of illusion and reality. This matter has been deeply buried by the Church of Light, unknown to any of the God of Light's followers. Everyone has been deceived by the God of Light's rhetoric, believing that both virtual and spiritual authority were granted by him through the world consciousness. Because he cannot allow his followers to know the true source of his authority. The concept held by the God of Light is deceptive. This is truly a scandal. Salaria took a deep breath. But, if the God of Light deliberately chose those two sons as the foundation, then why did he choose the Son of God and repair the foundation through 9 divine descents? Doman laughed, a rumbling sound emanating from his throat. Repair? No, that's also a lie. Using the sun as the foundation was originally a plot by the God of Light to dominate the world. How can it be repaired? He poured the tea from his cup into the saucer, dipped his pinky finger in it, and drew a circle on the table. World consciousness is the core and ruler of the planet. On this planet, no one can surpass world consciousness. He drew 2 more circles on the table. By establishing the cornerstone as 2 stars beyond this world, we can exude faith, steal the world's fundamental power, the power of will, and escape the constraints of this world. However, no matter how much a thief steals the world's power, he cannot defeat the master. Salaria asked, puzzled. To become a being above the world, one must possess power equal to or exceeding the world's consciousness. As she spoke, her eyes widened. The old man nodded approvingly. For a long time, I have had a suspicion. Those foreign evil gods were lured here by the God of Light. The nascent world, with its fragrant, primordial power, lay there in the universe like a freshly cooked delicacy, attracting countless hungry beings from beyond the heavens and from other realms. Its bait. Exactly. The old man nodded. Those beings from the outside world, like the God of Light, also wanted to devour the world consciousness of this world and possess its power. And the God of Light wanted to be the one ultimately holding the fishing rod, swallowing both the fish he caught and the bait, the world consciousness. Then divine descent is actually its theft. Doman said. A person can only climb the ladder of godhood once. Upon reaching the summit and becoming a god, one gains authority. The authority between gods can attract, devour, and seize each other, but the seized authority, or the authority bestowed by the world consciousness, must resonate with and complement the original authority. They cannot completely deviate from it. What if they diverge? Only the world consciousness itself possesses sufficient inclusiveness to accommodate opposing or interfering authorities, Doman said. The opposing forces I speak of are not the contradictory opposites of reality and illusion, yin and yang, life and death. In such cases, the two wax and wane, both belonging to the control of a single authority. No, what I'm referring to is like nature and annihilation. These are opposing authorities. Nature represents all things, represents life. Even death is part of the natural cycle. But annihilation is not. Annihilation is utter nothingness, the end of everything. From annihilation, no more life is born. Could it be that divine descent can steal the divine rank of the one descented? Salaria guessed. Exactly. Each time a god descends, the God of Light can ascend the divine rank anew, gaining a new authority. Chapter 677. powers tend to attract and converge. If the powers held by the same deity are opposed or interfere with each other, their strength will inevitably cancel each other out and diminish. It's like placing a cup of hot tea and a piece of ice cream next to each other. The hot tea will quickly become cold, and the ice cream will melt rapidly. But if these two mutually influencing powers are stored separately by two different deities, they will coexist peacefully. Doman Mont Blanc took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "To expand their power and gain strength beyond their own power, a deity will choose to absorb followers. Some followers are the deity's believers, some share the deity's interests, and some, by chance, have caught the deity's eye and been chosen." "Like in Jelma," Saloria said. "Yes." Doman nodded emphatically. "Like in Jelmaz, the daughter of a mermaid, seeking revenge against her enemy, the goddess of winter, and incidentally defending the goddess of darkness. In return, the goddess of darkness made her a subordinate deity. But Angelmaz herself possesses the concept of revenge, and now she also wields the power of the ocean. The goddess of darkness wields annihilation, capable of reducing all things to nothingness. Such power cannot coexist with nature. However, because the one who wields the ocean is the subordinate deity, and their powers do not interfere with each other, and her power now includes the natural force of the ocean. But most subordinate deities possess concepts bestowed by the gods, such as the Mother Tree of Life and the Elf King, or the God of Light and the Pope, or the Cardinals. Saloria continued along this line of thought. In such cases, one can only consolidate power, not expand it. That's right. Doman said approvingly, give the concept of a subordinate god, and the subordinate god will become dependent on the main god. If there are no constraints, and the main and subordinate gods rely solely on trust, in the eyes of the God of Light, it would probably be a shaky alliance. He does not trust other subordinate gods, he only trusts himself. The God of Light's descents are not to repair the foundation, but to steal the lives and destinies of those with great potential and gain their vacant godhood. This is why those holy sons and God's sons, despite being extremely well trained, are always stuck at the peak of their professional ranks due to inner emptiness. The God of Light needs the untouched, blank godhood. And after each descent, these God's sons would wander the earth in the name of gods descended to the world, rapidly accumulating faith, quickly climbing to the top of the godhood, becoming gods again, and then disappearing after returning to the God of Light's kingdom. Each time he ascended to godhood, the God of Light would select a God's son with a similar appearance in his own name. This is also to maintain the unity of his persona. Thus, in the eyes of believers and the outside world, he simply reincarnates under his own identity. In reality, with each divine descent, he plunders a living life, assumes a new identity, and gains new authority. The authority granted by these sons of God has always been well hidden by the God of Light, and no one knows the exact extent of his authority. Admittedly, these authorities are not supreme, but even the most trivial possess divine-level power. Doman smiled, his eyes wrinkled with fine wrinkles. The God of Light is a cunning fellow. He is the only one in the world to have achieved deity through deception, the most terrifying con man in the world. Everything you know and see is something he deliberately made you aware of. What he doesn't want you to see, he will meticulously conceal, using illusions and false information to mislead you. The so-called flaws in the foundation stone, the idea of divine intervention to repair or replace it, these are all illusions created by the God of Light himself. He breaks down these prepared answers into fragments and scatters them everywhere, so that after painstaking investigation, people will piece them together, suddenly realizing the error of the conclusion, and then firmly believe in it. When his enemies believe he has a weakness, they will focus their attention on that weakness, which is merely bait he uses to lure them in. As far as I know, the God of Light has successfully performed 8 divine interventions, meaning that he currently holds 8 divine shells within his divine kingdom, each shell possessing the power of an unknown authority. The same appearance, the same identity, allowed the God of Light to seamlessly switch between these substitute bodies, moving back and forth. While his enemies remain completely unaware, the God of Light used this lie of repairing the foundation to create a smoke screen, planting a bait, and simultaneously gaining 8 substitutes and 8 powers. Divine descent, not divine descent, this is the God of Light's method of divine war. The 9th divine descent occurred 170 years ago, in the town of Clock Tower in AMT County, Saloria said, frowning deeply. During the divine descent, the divine child was corrupted and possessed by an evil god. We always believe that the God of Light unknowingly, or under duress, underwent the divine descent, thus being devoured by the evil god. The subsequent stalemate with the evil god continued. Was it really the God of Light who was devoured? Doman put down his teacup. I'm certain he didn't choose the divine descent out of ignorance or coercion. This was a plot he had been laying for years, and the fish finally took the bait. He simply couldn't wait to take it. Perhaps the god of light underestimated the power of the alien evil god, leading to a fierce battle with him. But he is no innocent, weak god. His consistent selection of beautiful, vulnerable young men is simply a trick used by con artists. People are often tolerant and compassionate of vulnerable young men. Women are moved by the sight of them, while men feel no threat. Think about it. If a muscular, 8-foot-tall man played the role of weakness in front of you, would you believe his deception? Shalalia imagined the scene and suddenly burst into laughter. I understand. Doman also laughed. Shal, my old bones have been stuck in the half-step false godhood for a long time. I'm probably the only ancient person in the Magical Federation who's lived for thousands of years. I witnessed the vicissitudes of life and seen how people forget the past. Common sense commonly known in one era is forgotten in the next. Even the collective memory of a group can be tampered with, and it's especially easy when the tamperer is a powerful deity, even one with spiritual authority. Shar, let alone the long brainwashed believers of the Church of Light, even those in the Magical Federation won't listen to the truth when the Church of Light needs to purify them. Over the years, I told countless people that the Church of Light can't be trusted, but they always just treated me as a crazy, foolish old man. Over time, I buried these secrets deep in my heart, never sharing them again. If you still want to hear these trivia, you can always come to my mage tower. Thank you, Grandpa Doman. Chapter 678. After seeing the old man off, Saloria pulled on her hooded cloak, hurriedly left the magic tower, passed through the teleportation array, and knocked on the door of MOU's mage tower. She quickly nodded to DeCarlo, who opened the door, and then ran upstairs, finding her sworn brother and his knight on the 3rd floor, drinking milk tea and eating stewed meat. Sister? MOU saw her and immediately put down his chopsticks, and stood up to greet her. Saloria didn't exchange pleasantries with him, directly pulling out an empty chair and sitting down. Leah, the barrier. The tiny world elf Leah flashed by and nodded to Saloria. Sensing that the barrier had enveloped the entire mage tower, Saloria spoke. Today is the routine executive meeting of the Magic Federation Council. As a seasoned office worker, MOU's meeting PTSD instantly kicked in, and he subconsciously said, "Huh? Do I have to attend? I didn't receive any notification." Saloria chuckled, "No, you don't need to attend. But a heavyweight from the Magic Federation is attending today's meeting. Grandpa Doman Montblanc, a near-god level figure. He has lived for thousands of years, has extremely complex ties, and grudges with the Church of Light, and has personally witnessed several generations of divine children traversing the world. I long wanted to speak with him, but the old man's whereabouts are elusive, and the mage tower is closed year-round. He only occasionally appears at these routine executive meetings, and today I finally caught him." Saloria's expression turned serious. "I learned many secrets about the God of Light, and I must tell you, many of your previous speculations about the God of Light are wrong. They are built upon false clues and false information deliberately thrown out by the God of Light. They are traps and bait laid by the God of Light." She carefully recounted the information from Doman's side, and then said, "I always felt there were some unclear points in our reasoning, such as what exactly is the flaw in the God of Light's foundation, and what the divine descent can remedy. Now it seems that Grandpa Doman's words make more sense." "Good heavens," MOU muttered, "what kind of divine descent is this? This is a blatant violation of the one account per person, real name system in a game, using fake IDs to create fake accounts. And every single account, from character customization to ID, is a high-quality fake." MOU imagined a screen full of identical-looking fake accounts like God of Light 2, God of Light 3, and God of Light 4, and it was like seeing those strangely posed, lifeless alt accounts hanging around gathering points. It sent a chill down his spine. His gaze towards Ialian became strange, his face contorted with anguish. "You almost became a studio alt account for God of Light." Ialian, ? The God of Light gives his followers the reason that divine descent allows the gods to walk the earth again, bringing good news. This is the first layer. As for enemies who suspect that his divine descent has ulterior motives, the God of Light has hidden clues within his church. This is the second layer. MOU recalled, the information we received about the flaws in the God of Light's foundation came from the tome locked in the safe of the Bishop of Bell Tower Town. He held his forehead with his hand, and smiled bitterly. If you think about it, this is quite bizarre. The Bishop of the Church of Light has hidden a tome documenting the God of Light's weaknesses in his safe. If this wasn't intentional, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Wait. Ialian asked doubtfully, if the God of Light's cornerstone is flawless, Then why is the Church of Light constantly searching for various cornerstone materials? Naya even attacked the silver dragon. Salaria pointed to the sky. Theoretically, the two suns as cornerstones have no flaws, other than the fact that they can guide faith beyond the world. But the God of Light does lack cornerstones. 8 divine descents, 8 new God levels, are equivalent to 8 gods, and these bodies also need to undergo the steps of becoming gods. The God of Light deceives everyone, saying that the divine descents are his own arrivals into the world. Therefore, to others, he is simply the God of Light, taking on a new skin. Returning to the kingdom of God is simply shedding the skin, and he remains the same God of Light. But the God of Light's practice is to replace the original Son of God each time, absorbing faith as the Son of God to ascend to the God level, gaining new authority in a different direction, and then using the newly found cornerstones to become the new God. This is like a studio player using studio resources to support their outs. Moudo said, experience, faith, can be earned, but if everyone wants top-tier gear, they have to collect materials from scratch. By claiming that their own keystones are faulty, the God of Light can use this as an excuse to extensively collect keystones and support their outs without arousing suspicion from others or the official GM, World Consciousness. He simply needs to act like this is not possible, that is not possible, the mission is not yet accomplished, and more work is needed. This allows the Church of Light to legitimately obtain more keystones, and use all of these keystone materials on their outs. The God of Light's opponents simply assumed he was repeatedly engaging in futile efforts, and could only mock his incompetence, never realizing he had secretly grown his power 8-fold. So, every time the God of Light descends, there's a momentary sensation, and then no news of the Son of God is heard again. He secretly maxes out each of his outs, and stores them in the divine realm. The next time he appears, he can slash at one, God of Light, left and right. Even if you think he won, they're actually just one of his outs. Mou felt a headache. As expected of a god born of deceit, his schemes are layered upon layer, one link after another, like an endless onion. TSK, I have to say, this guy is a real match for Nyako. Also, no wonder they attracted the playful Nyako. These two are 1,000-year-old, thousand-faced foxes, acting out a scene from strange stories from a Chinese studio. So, from the moment the God of Light ascended to godhood, he was plotting to seize the world's consciousness and the power beyond it, attempting to become a being beyond the world. Those sickly young men, those flawed foundations, those who seemed to have lost their self-image, they were all his tricks and schemes. Ailian smiled wryly. He never let me go either. I may have disrupted his pace, but I couldn't escape his grasp. Do I really have a chance of defeating such an enemy? Chapter 679. This is bad news, but also good news. Mou thought for a moment, then confidently said, although the God of Light isn't the naive and easily dealt with person we expected, at least we now know his true nature. More dangerous than encountering a powerful enemy is underestimating their strength. If we face the enemy knowing their strength and making thorough preparations, then the problem isn't so great. No matter how skillful a deceiver the God of Light is, even if he holds the power of deception, a false fact can never become the truth. Everyone makes mistakes, and a god, over thousands of years, couldn't possibly be without a single error or slip-up. Mou pushed aside his bowl and chopsticks, found paper and pen, and began writing as he thought. In the story of the God of Light's ascension to godhood that we know, he explained the fire caused by an accidental lightning strike on a tree as a miracle. His first documented lie, Mou said. This event may have started as a coincidence, or it may have been the result of calculation. But I think that at that time, the God of Light probably didn't intend to use the two suns in the sky as a foundation. This consideration seems more like a later, opportunistic, and deliberate move. But this event, on the contrary, can prove the claim that the God of Light attained enlightenment through deception. Ailian pondered carefully. None of the Church's scriptures mention the authority the God of Light himself acquired. They only say that he prayed to the world's consciousness, exchanging loyalty for illusory and real, spiritual authority. If the God of Light, even before becoming a god, forged miracles and gathered faith through various means, then the authority he would first attract would inevitably be illusory and real authority. The power of illusion and reality is an extremely complex power, Salorius said. It encompasses falsehood and truth, illusion and substance, and by extension, it also includes the inner and outer worlds, positive and negative. Right, light itself is something between illusion and reality. So with the power of illusion and reality, the God of Light can manipulate light. Mou pondered. Since the power of illusion and reality originally belonged to the God of Light, then the fragment of world consciousness linked to it is very likely the consciousness of all believers under the rule of the Church of Light. During the process of recovering the fragments of world consciousness, MOU had discovered that the initial fragments came from the elves, corresponding to a portion of the natural power of the mother tree of life, while the portion of power belonging to the winter god corresponded to the souls in the north and the underworld. Therefore, the fragments of world consciousness associated with the supreme power held by a god must originate from his believers and the life forms within his jurisdiction. When these consciousnesses are purified and pledge allegiance to the world consciousness, Laya can recover the power and obtain the fragments of world consciousness. The two complement each other. Then why does the God of Light demand spiritual authority? MOU asked, pondering as he spoke. He always felt that asking questions was the best way to clarify the situation. He is the only deity who holds two authority. Although spiritual and illusory authority do not interfere with each other, and even subtly complement each other, as the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Spiritual authority itself can stabilize the spirit, a powerful weapon against evil gods, Aelian said. The God of Light's ultimate goal is to devour the evil gods lured by the power of creation, absorb their extraterrestrial power, and ultimately gain power beyond the world. Therefore, he must have a killer move to combat evil gods. The second authority also confirms the rumors that he petitioned the world's consciousness for authority. I think this consideration is also relevant. A lie must be based on a part of the truth to be believable, MOU added. Spiritual authority can also be used to control believers and strengthen brainwashing, Saloria said. Moreover, the ability to purify itself can bring more believers and benefits to the Church of Light. The Church of Light has become increasingly excessive in recent years, yet it still has many believers, which is due to the effect of spiritual authority. MOU nodded. Therefore, spiritual authority is extremely important to both the God of Light and the Church of Light. We have been searching for spiritual authority, but have not been able to find it, and even speculated that the God of Light placed it on Alma. Now it seems that if the double divine descent in Bell Tower Town was originally a scheme by the God of Light, then the spiritual authority must have been carefully preserved by him, and used as his trump card for a comeback. This authority is probably within the God of Light's reach. Even more so, the reason why the God of Light has been able to contend with Nyarlathotep for so many years is because the spiritual authority is at work, stabilizing his spirit. But why did the God of Light lie low for so many years? Enticing the evil god was the God of Light's plan, and while Bell Tower Town was Nyarlathotep's scheme, it was also the God of Light's use of divine descent. The lie led to a scheme within a scheme. Wasn't the God of Light's original plan to devour the evil god on the spot? Aelian rested his chin on his hand, looking at MOU. I guess it's because Nyarlathotep's strength exceeded the God of Light's expectations, MOU said. The God of Light's weakness is a facade, but Nyarlathotep is also one of the three pillars of the Croesus mythology from another dimension, second only to Azathoth, the supreme god of Croesus. While Nyarlathotep is indeed a god of amusement, she's not so easily devoured. Of course, I always suspected that the evil gods who entered this world might just be projections of themselves. They're like foreign colonizers, wanting to turn this world into their colony, plundering more resources to cultivate their followers. But they don't seem to have poured all their power into this world. Like when and fought the winter god, Ah Huang, seeing the situation was unfavorable, immediately abandoned his ally and left, and hasn't been seen since. And then, there's the illusion of Relia that summoned Kel'Thuzad, and the illusion I heard of that summoned the black goat of the forest. It feels very much like the evil gods using illusions to create projections in this world. This line of thought can't be confirmed yet. In short, I think if the God of Light had enough power to devour Nyarlathotep in one go, he wouldn't have chosen to remain in this stalemate for over 170 years. But, MOU scratched his chin. Another triple god has appeared in Bell Tower Town. I don't know what Yog Pao Pao is doing here. Perhaps I should find someone who knows. He smiled at Charlolia. Sister, are you familiar with the Lord of Roselle, Laurenti Roselle? Chapter 680. Losser City. Inside the City Lord's mansion. Knock, 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 knock. A series of knocks came from the window. In the magnificent bedroom, a slender, white hand lifted the gauze curtains, revealing long, white legs extending from the bed. A fiery red-haired beauty, dressed in a light gauze nightgown, sat on the edge of the bed, yawning lazily. She casually wrapped the front of her dress, letting the long hem trail behind her as she walked barefoot on the carpet, and opened the window. Two ravens, their large, round, wet black eyes darting around the window, simultaneously extended their left legs, each holding a letter tube, towards her. Laurenti reached out and untied the letters from the raven's legs one by one. The two ravens nodded gently to her, then spread their wings and flew into the bright sunlight, soaring into the blue sky. Carencel. A letter from the Speaker of the Magic Federation? She murmured, flipping through the envelope in her hand. She walked to the desk, picked up a golden paper cutter, and slit open the envelope. Another one. Ah, it's him. She took the 2 opened envelopes back to the bedside, slipped under the mosquito net, and handed the letters to the beautiful woman lying on her side, one hand supporting her chin. Jenna, the person you've been waiting for is coming. Equally slender, pale fingers reached out and took the 2 letters from her hand. The beauty on the bed smiled and gently tossed 2 dice. The 2 dice spun strangely on the pillow, defying the laws of physics, seemingly unable to make a decision. Wonderful, wondrous. Jenna's lips parted softly, her voice sweet and captivating, her tone like chanting, yet carrying a divine majesty to bring change to the fixed. Lorani, go and meet him for me. He leaned forward affectionately and kissed the tip of Lorani's nose. Lorani chuckled, as you command? My God. MOU simultaneously received a reply from Lorani Roselle, the Lord of Roselle, and a message from Angelma. He read the letters with a smile, tapping his slender fingers lightly on the table. Everything is ready, only the east wind is lacking. It is time to face the test of fate. The next day, a mighty procession arrived at the sentry post at the Roselle city gate. At the front, a silver-haired knight atop a tall, handsome unicorn Pegasus pulled out a letter and showed it to the sentry. Magic Federation Senator Moiwu and his escort have arrived on behalf of the Magic Federation to discuss matters with the city lord. Ialian's clear voice rang out. This is a letter from the city lord. Please inform us and lead the way. The guard glanced at the city lord's palace emblem on the letter and quickly replied, Yes, the lord has given instructions. Please follow me, sirs. He turned and whispered a few words to his companions before stepping forward to lead the group. A silver-haired knight on a unicorn followed closely behind, followed by a group of the lord's personal guards, looking around. And adventurers. MOU, riding a tall griffin, was surrounded by adventurers in the center of the group. As the last adventurer entered the city, the gates swung shut. MOU glanced back at the unusual scene, then silently averted his gaze. The group followed the sentry to the city lord's palace. MOU looked up and saw that the city lord's mansion was tall and majestic, with carved and gilded decorations. Its architectural style, which was a mix of European and tropical exoticism, was somewhat like the colonial architecture of Haiti and other Caribbean countries in the original world. The silver-haired knight dismounted first, walking to the griffin to help the lord down from his mount. Perhaps the city gate guards had already sent word, for the bronze gates of the lord's mansion swung open, and a middle-aged man resembling a steward, dressed in a tailcoat, emerged to greet him. His face was composed, unsmiling, his hair meticulously combed back, gleaming with a layer of slick-back oil. Lord Moiwu, the steward said, placing his right hand on his chest and his left behind his back, bowing slightly. The lord is awaiting your arrival. Moiwu ascended the steps, nodding slightly to him. Thank you. The steward glanced behind him, and a group of servants emerged, leading the mount from the courtyard to the backyard. They will take good care of the mount, the steward said with a smile. Please, everyone. He maintained his right hand on his chest, while extending his left hand towards the house in a gesture of invitation, then strode confidently ahead of Moiwu to lead the way. MOU took the lead, with Ialian closely following behind the lord on his right, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, not wanting to miss a single movement. A group of players followed behind the two, outwardly serious but inwardly their eyes darting around, touching this and that, almost falling behind. Ultimately, they were driven back into the group by a group of smiling but silent servants, their respectful yet unsettling gazes making them resemble mischievous lambs being herded back to their flock by a border shepherd. The butler led them up the glittering, spiraling staircase to the second floor. Just past the first bend, MOU saw Lorani leaning against the railing at the top of the stairs, waiting for them. Today, this fiery beauty was dressed in a distinctly pirate-style outfit, a white, off-the-shoulder puff-sleeve top and a layered, lace-trimmed red skirt, one side of which was lifted by a black leather belt, resembling an inverted, blooming red calla lily. A black corset cinched her waist, and she wore black strappy high heels with stiletto heels. A gold anklet adorned her right ankle. Through the swaying hem of her skirt, her long, snow-white legs were faintly visible, and a black leg holster was discernible, undoubtedly containing her usual revolver. Today, her hair was styled in fiery red, wavy curls. Her meticulously drawn willow-leaf eyebrows were slightly arched, and her gentle oval face paired with fiery red lips gave her an imposing beauty. The players had long been muted by MOU, and could only communicate in the chat channel, but judging from the gasps rising and falling behind them, the player channel was undoubtedly in an uproar again. Emo, you didn't even need to check the backend to know that the player channel was currently flooded with explosive comments like "wife" and "sister stepped on me." He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had prepared in advance and activated the mute function upon entering the city. Otherwise, these players would probably all be arrested for speaking disrespectfully to the city lord. "Lord Mayu," Lerowindi said with a slight smile, her red lips parted. "We have been waiting for you for a long time. However, fate is never stingy with waiting. Time always allows fine wine to ferment and become more fragrant. Fate's favor always makes me both honored and apprehensive," Mou laughed. "After all gifts from fate have a price tag attached, but I wonder if the money I have prepared today is enough to pay for them." Lerowindi chuckled. "It's alright, fate is not picky. If the money isn't enough." Her gaze swept ambiguously over Mou and Ialian, implying, "You could also pay with your body."